Your commanding officer is a devil. The soldier grunted. Not a devil. The devil. But don't worry, sir, it's just a nickname, I think. At that moment, Sonny finally reached them and saw the speaker. His eyes widened a little. Tall, handsome, with black hair and eyes of an unusual, beautiful indigo color. No wonder the voice sounded familiar. Neve? The Nightwalker seemed a bit ragged and worse for wear, but it was unmistakably Master Neve of the House of Night, his temporary pal. Hearing Sonny's voice, Neve looked away from the soldier he had been talking with, then lowered his gaze a little and smiled in surprise. Sunless. Wait, is it really you? How are you here? Sonny coughed awkwardly, then glanced at the talkative soldier with murder in his eyes. Ah. That's me, actually. I'm the devil in charge of delivering these fools from hell. Chapter 973, Mutual Rescue. Neve stared at him in bewilderment for a few moments, then glanced at the column of military vehicles that stretched far. You are the commanding officer. Things must have changed, then not that I'm complaining, it's actually great to see a familiar face. I just thought that you were supposed to be in charge of a single cohort of Elite Awakened. Sonny sighed. Yeah, well, the situation is a mess, so I ended up being in charge of an entire battalion instead. As well as around 12,000 refugees. Anyway, thanks for the rescue, I really owe you one, Neve. That battle could have turned ugly without your ship's support. He studied the gargantuan shape of the beached vessel, finally recognizing it as the battleship that had delivered his cohort to Antarctica several months ago. Or what was left of it, rather. Ah, yes, the rescue. Truth be told, it is us who need to be rescued. As you can see, the ship is not exactly in great shape, and the crew, the ones who are still alive, are not in any way prepared for a long land-bound march across Antarctica. We are only truly capable at sea, and even then. He glanced at the mangled remains of the fearsome vessel. Ah, the sea turned out to be more capable than us, in the end. In any case, your caravan is pretty much our best hope. So do you maybe have space in these vehicles for a few thousand shipwrecked sailors? Give or take. Sonny stared at him for a few moments, then smiled. Sure, no problem. That can be arranged. There's a lot of useful stuff left in those cargo holds, I assume. Come with me, and we can discuss the details. How the hell did your ship end up here, anyway? Wasn't the convoy supposed to be coursing between Falcon Scott and the Northern Quadrant? As it turned out, Neve's vessel was one of those that, like Ariadne, had been reassigned to patrol and relocation duty after the situation in the Antarctic Center worsened with the appearance of hostile Titans. His last orders were to scout and secure the stretch of the coastal highway between Erebus Field and the northern parts of the landmass, probably for the upcoming exodus of the First Army to Falcon Scott. Sadly, Erebus Field had been destroyed, and the battleship met an adversary that was a little bit too tough for it. In the end, they had managed to kill the monstrous jellyfish, whose corpse eventually washed up on the shore, but not before sustaining catastrophic damage. With no friendly port nearby, the vessel drifted along the coast for a while before encountering Sonny's caravan. Sonny spared Neve a grim look. I was actually supposed to be evacuated from the southernmost tip of the region by a vessel called Ariadne. It was destroyed, too, leaving me stranded there. What was Army Command thinking, separating individual battleships from the convoy? Wasn't it obvious that it would be too dangerous for them to sail alone? The tall Nightwalker sighed somberly. Not as obvious as you might think. The coastal waters are not usually that dangerous, when compared to the true deep sea. Or at least they used to be safer. There were risks involved, of course, but that is a given when you are desperate. Still, we might have underestimated how much influence the Chain of Nightmare would exert on the ocean. Makes sense, I guess. Sonny was not surprised that Army Command had chosen to send the divisions spread across the Antarctic Center some naval support. Logistically, it was a risky, but somewhat necessary decision, considering that the winter beast had shut down the entire communication network across the landmass. And it was not like Neve's battleship had been immediately sunk. The fearsome vessel operated along the coast for close to 2 months before stumbling on the abominable jellyfish and suffering a Pyrrhic victory that led to its demise. If anything, Sunny was more surprised that the House of Night had agreed to play ball. Since when were the great clans so altruistic? That's a conversation for later. For now, both Neve and Sunny had a lot to do. The structure of the caravan had to be reorganized to make room for the surviving sailors. The sailors themselves had to disembark and reach land. The maimed battleship had to be scoured for anything that could be useful for the long journey to Falkenscott. All of that required time, which meant that the column would remain static for a while. A proper defensive perimeter had to be established, guard duty shifts had to be set, refugees needed to be fed and cared for. Sunny might have as well given an order to make camp, but he was extremely reluctant to remain on the coast for an entire night. So, all these things had to happen fast. Luckily, he was not the only master defending the caravan anymore. Even though most of Neve's powers seemed to have to do with water, he was still an ascended. More than that, he was an ascended from a great clan. The Nightwalker was an absolute elite among fighters, with long years of battle experience under his belt and a vast arsenal of powerful memories stored in his soul. Having someone like that by his side made Sunny feel much more confident in their chances of reaching Falkenscott in one piece. But, coming back to a vast arsenal of memories. Sunny looked at Neve with a strange expression on his face. The handsome man noticed it and raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Ah yes. Did you want something, Sunless?" Sunny lingered for a few moments, then smiled. "As a matter of fact, I do. Say, Neve, you Nightwalkers are all about naval combat, right? You wouldn't happen to have a memory or two that can help a landrat like me do well in water, would you? You know, things like breathing under it, swimming like a torpedo, and so on. Because, if you do, I am willing to trade." "No, actually, I am really, really willing to trade. I all but swore to never get close to water without a memory like that, you see." "Well, actually, I do have something like that, yes. What do you want to trade for?" Sunny hesitated, then pointed at a young man who just happened to walk by them at that moment. "See that guy? His name is Luster. He's a very valuable awakened. A top-notch talent. Do you want me to trade him to you?" The Nightwalker coughed. "I am pretty sure that Army Command would not be happy if you sold me one of your subordinates, Sunless." Sunny remained silent for a moment, then sighed. "That's true. A pity." Chapter 974, Shadow in the Shell. In the end, Sunny did make a trade with Neve. He had a surplus of memories after slaying many nightmare creatures to defend the convoy, and the Nightwalker was in dire need of weapons and armor suited for land combat, to arm his own awakened. There had been a full cohort of them aboard the battleship once, but now, only 4 remained. Since these warriors of the House of Night would be defending the caravan along with the other awakened in the near future, and Saint was still slumbering, Sunny did not drive a hard bargain. That was how he received 2 new memories, which were meant to cover the gap in his arsenal when it came to traversing and fighting in the water. One of them was a simple awakened charm that allowed him to breathe underwater. It was called Essence Pearl, and had 2 enchantments. One passively produced air, the other had to be activated and gifted the wielder with the ability to see clearly, as if they were wearing a glass mask. The description of the charm simply stated that breathing was the essence of life, and beauty was its purpose. One had to be able to see clearly to appreciate beauty, and live long enough to enjoy it. How romantic. The second memory was ascended, and appeared to be an armor, of sorts. In truth, it was more of a harness made out of a fisherman's net, which provided no protection whatsoever, but allowed the wearer to swim with surprising speed. The harness was called Nimble Catch, and its description told the story of a muskrat king who had sworn to eat a wondrous fish, only to learn that it could only be caught by using the eyes of the monarch of birds, his brother, as bait. The whole thing was very weird. What's a muskrat, though? Do rats eat fish? The only drawback of the strange harness was that, as usual, No other armor-type memory could be used while wearing it. Nevertheless, Sunny was happy with his acquisitions. The inability to defend himself in water had been eating at him ever since the sea journey to Antarctica, and even though he hoped to never have to use these new memories, simply possessing them was calming. Several hours after encountering the beached battleship, the caravan drove forward once again. The length of it remained the same, but there were much more people in the vehicles now. Neave had not been joking when he said that there were thousands of sailors on the mangled vessel. And even then, those were only those who had survived. Sunny honestly did not know whether to consider them soldiers or refugees, but he knew that Sergeant Gear and the other officers would sort that out for him soon. The caravan had a lot of spare weapons, especially now that they had unloaded the surviving cargo holds of the battleship, so there was a good chance that many of the sailors would become active combatants. Even if not, Sunny was already satisfied to have another master around. Neave's presence also did wonders for the morale of everyone in the caravan, not only because he was an ascended, but also because of how flamboyantly he had appeared. If there was a sure way to win someone's adoration, it was to shower a horde of nightmare creatures trying to eat them with a barrage of artillery fire at just the right moment. Maybe I should remember that method. Sunny remained on guard until the column of vehicles turned and left the coastal highway behind, climbing back into the mountains. It was only then that he allowed himself to relax and descended from the roof of the Rhino to its interior. After exchanging a few words with Professor Obel and Beth, he climbed into one of the sleeping niches and closed it to receive some privacy. There, he lingered for a few moments, and then summoned the runes. After thinking about it for a while, Sunny finally decided to take the risk and bind the mantle of the underworld to his soul. He did not know what would happen, and the idea of being left without a proper suit of armor was more than slightly disturbing, but to tell the truth, Sunny was extremely curious to see what would happen. Soon, he was staring at a string of shimmering runes. Bind the relic. He hesitated for a few moments, sighed, and then whispered quietly. Yes. Sunny had dismissed the mantle, just in case, and was now wearing the soft fabric of the puppeteer's shroud. For that reason, he did not see any changes immediately. For a few seconds, nothing happened. And then, the voice of the spell spoke. It said, "Your memory has been destroyed." Sunny's eyes widened. What? He flinched, almost hitting his head on the roof of the niche. His heart skipped a bit. What the hell? What do you mean? But then, the voice of the spell resounded again. You have received an attribute. At the same time, Sunny felt a profound, but unexplainable change. The change seemed to affect both his body and his soul. It was not painful, and did not feel harmful, just very, very strange. It was as if his skin turned to stone, but also remained exactly the same. At the same time, he felt as if the enchantments of the mantle of the underworld were at his fingertips, even though the onyx armor was not summoned, and in fact had been destroyed. Huh? Sunny remained motionless for a while, trying to understand what had happened to him. Then, unable to find answers, he turned his attention to the shimmering runes. In the list of his memories, there was no mantle of the underworld anymore. However, he now possessed a new attribute. Holding his breath, Sunny read. Attributes fated, Flame of Divinity, Master of Shadows, Bloodweave, Boneweave. And there, a new string of runes appeared at the end. Attribute Marble Shell. Chapter 975, Marble Shell. Marble Shell. Sunny stared at the runes with a thoughtful expression on his face, then concentrated on them. Immediately, new strings appeared in the air, forming a description. Attribute Marble Shell. Attribute description: in the deep darkness of the underworld, a prideful demon forged 7 suits of splendid armor for his favorite creations. The intricate shells were both a boon and a test, since only those worthy of his regard could unlock the mantle's true potential and bear its weight. There were more runes, but Sunny stopped to think for a bit. Favorite creations. He knew that Saint and her kind were an artificial race created by Nether, the ruler of the underworld and the demon of choice or destiny, depending on how one decided to translate the runes. He also knew that Saint's armor bore a strong resemblance to the mantle of the underworld, although it was not quite as impressive. The original stone saint had been one of the smallest and weakest living statues that used to dwell in the Dark City. By the time Sunny reached the place of their battle against the fallen attackers, the bigger and more powerful warriors of her kind had already been destroyed, leaving only her, an awakened monster, to finish the fight. What he got from all that was that Saint had only been a foot soldier in Nethys' army most likely. The armor she wore was a true masterpiece of craftsmanship, but not something on the level of the 7 mantles, which had been gifted to the high-ranking officers of the Stone Legion by the Prince of the Underworld. Gods! If Saint is just a foot soldier, then just how terrifying was Nethys' army? Well, they had to have been pretty terrifying, in order to challenge the gods. The stone saint he had killed on the desolate plaza of the Dark City was a pale remnant of her original self, as well, since the living statues had not been consumed by corruption yet during the war between the Daimons and the gods. Shaking his head, Sunny turned his attention back to the runes. The description of the marble shell was a bit unusual, since it included much more information than that of other attributes. He continued to read. Attribute traits: living stone, feather of truth, stalwart, underworld armament, mantle, shell, bound. The first 4 were just like the enchantments of the old mantle, with the exception of stalwart. The extremely high protection against physical attacks and the high protection against elemental attacks remained the same, but the moderate protection against mind and soul attacks had been elevated to high protection, as well. Very good. The defensive trait of the shell was passive, but the other 3 traits required essence to function. From now on, Sunny would have to circulate it through his own body in certain ways instead of pouring it into the memory to activate the effect. That was a bit weird. Luckily, he seemed to possess an instinctive understanding of how the essence had to be circulated exactly, and his control over it was intricate enough to achieve the desired result. The other 3 traits, however, were extremely interesting. The mantle and shell were connected, and in fact mutually exclusive. That was because those were not really traits, but actually forms that his new attribute could assume. The shell was a dormant form, while the mantle was an active form. As the shell, the armor existed under his skin, or rather, was his skin. Basically, it provided all the benefits of the mantle of the underworld, including access to its enchantments, albeit in a muted and somewhat weakened form. Sunny dismissed the puppeteer's shroud and stared at his arm incredulously. His skin looked pretty much the same, but somehow even paler and smoother. Great. As if I wasn't being called a creepy porcelain doll often enough, already. He sighed, then jabbed his arm with a finger. There was something strange. His skin remained soft and elastic, but when sufficient pressure was applied, it suddenly became hard as stone. Basically, it was becoming rigid when struck. After a few experiments, which must have looked really weird from the side, he determined that he could control the process consciously, too. That's neat. So I will always have passive resistance to all kinds of damage. I'll be able to repair damage to my skin with the living stone, as well, although that won't help me against internal injuries. He activated Feather of Truth and felt his fist becoming much heavier. Then, he made his entire body extremely light. This feels so weird. Sunny did not exactly start to float, but he could potentially jump extremely high or hit extremely hard with the help of this new ability. The applications were nearly endless. A silly smile appeared on his face. And I can always enhance the effect of a single charm, as well. Better yet, by augmenting his body with the shadows, he would be augmenting his shell, too, considering that it was a part of him. That, in fact. That was the real benefit of binding the armor. Sunny's eyes widened. Wait a second. Had he not dismissed the puppeteer's shroud to take a look at his skin? Which meant that he could benefit from the defensive qualities of the shell and summon an armor-type memory on top of that, using both to protect himself at the same time. Damn. That was simply incredible. Sunny was consumed by excitement for several minutes, then remembered that he currently had no powerful armor-type memories to speak of. Well, it did not matter too much, he would find one eventually. Plus, there was the mantle trait of the marble shell, as well. Its function was pretty simple. It activated the attribute, making it assume the form of a full suit of armor. Unlike memories, Sunny did not have to spend essence to summon the mantle, since it was simply a transformation of the shell. Similarly, the mantle was considered to be a part of his body, and so augmenting one with the shadows would strengthen the other in turn. In its active form, the attribute awakened its full power. The effects of Stalwart, Living Stone, Underworld Armament, and the Feather of Truth were not weakened anymore, reaching their full potential. Sadly, wearing another armor-type memory on top of the mantle was out of the question. Still great. So, Sunny had not really lost his armor. On the contrary, it had become stronger, and could be summoned in its full glory at any moment. It's just that the mantle was now an innate part of him, as opposed to a memory. And finally, there was the bound trait. Its function was very simple. It bound the marble shell to Sunny's soul, which meant that one would grow alongside the other. Currently, the attribute was of the ascended rank, just like Sunny. If Sunny became a saint, the marble shell would become transcendent, too. Laying in the sleeping niche and feeling the rhino vibrate around him, Sunny closed his eyes and let out a satisfied sigh. 6,000 kills it was worth it. Chapter 976, Ubiquitous Lore. Sunny had planned to catch a couple of hours of sleep, but in the end, he was too mesmerized by the promi. Say of the marble shell to close his eyes even for a second. That new attribute of his was both supremely powerful and complex, which meant that unlocking its full potential would demand a lot of insight and ingenuity. If he did manage to master it, though. Laying in the darkness of the sleeping niche, Sunny smiled ominously. What a great present. It should not have come as a surprise, though. The challenge of the Prince of the Underworld had been a steep one. 6,000 defeated opponents most awakened those normal people that did not go out of their way to seek out battle after battle would never face that many adversaries in their entire lifetime, perhaps. More than that, Sunny suspected that the enchantment had actually had several stages, while he only completed the last one. After all, the counter of vanquished foes had already been filled to some extent by the time Sunny repaired the mantle of the underworld. An ascended armor of the 6th tier, demanding 6,000 kills to rise to the 7th. If the Onyx armor had started off as a memory of the 1st tier, demanding 1,000 kills to rise to the 2nd, 2,000 to rise to the 3rd, then it might have taken no less than 21,000 defeated enemies for it to acquire the soul-bound relic enchantment. What a scary number. No wonder the marble shell was such a potent attribute, not to mention its connection to one of the diamonds. Whether it had been the first lord of the Bright Castle or one of his companions that wore the mantle before, Sunny really owed them some gratitude. Even more of it, to be precise. Regardless of the past, though, there was a lot for him to think about when it came to the future. Sunny instantly understood that the marble shell would drastically and, most importantly, passively increase his defensive capability and resilience. Yes, the dormant state of the attribute was a weakened version of its active form, and yes, the Living Stone trait only allowed him to mend his skin, as opposed to his entire body. Sure, he did not currently possess a powerful memory armor to synergize with the shell. But it did not matter. In a sense, Sunny himself was the armor now. What truly enthused him about the new attribute was the possibility of finally breaking one of the most ubiquitous laws of the nightmare spell in the world ruled by it: attack almost always trumped defense. No matter how tough an armor was, a powerful and well-placed strike from a weapon of a similar rank would most often overcome it. Otherwise, he would have never been able to kill awakened nightmare creatures as a sleeper, or continuously challenge enemies that were, strictly speaking, out of his league. Everything had its limits, of course, but generally, that was how things worked. Not anymore, though. Not with what his aspect was capable of. Someone else would have found the marble shell a powerful aid in battle, but in Sunny's hands, it could be so much more. Possibly the most important quality of the strange attribute was that it had become a part of his body, and as such, could be augmented with the shadows at the same time. An ascended armor might be vulnerable to an ascended blade, but with 4 shadows enhancing it. Maybe not. That went for elemental, mind, and soul attacks as well, albeit to a slightly lesser degree. Add bloodweave and boneweave to the equation, with the living stone on top of it all. Sonny might not be ready to go around slaying titans just yet, but he was halfway convinced that being hit by Goliath would not instantly kill him anymore. And that was just defense. The marble shell had the potential to do wonders for his attack potency and lethality, too. The Feather of Truth had always been an unassuming, but insidiously powerful enchantment. Now that it could be applied to his entire body, as opposed to only his armor, though that really changed everything. Making himself lighter could drastically increase his speed and mobility. Making himself heavier could help Sonny weather powerful blows, as well as increase the impact of his own strikes. Force was heavily dependent on mass, after all, and it was hard to achieve one without the other. The second part of force was acceleration, so if Sonny could learn how to skillfully weave 2 sides of the Feather of Truth together, his combat performance would take a significant leap forward. Wearing a light armor on top of the shell would be the most optimal choice, in that regard, since doing so would grant him a double layer of protection while not encumbering him too much. Sonny already had some knowledge of how to use the Feather of Truth in battle, but he was going to need to adjust to its new scope, as well as relearn a lot of things, both about the trait itself and about how he approached combat in general. It would demand a lot of time, practice, insight, and most of all thinking, not to mention perfecting his ability to guide essence in just the right way. However, dismantling and mastering battle styles was something Sonny was exceedingly good at, so he had no doubt that he would see some improvements very soon. A modest improvement was not his goal, though. He wanted to reach a state where using the Feather of Truth to its full potential was an instinct for him, to make it something that he did not even have to think about to do. That would be a bit harder to achieve. Not impossible, though. Sonny's personal progress in terms of pure combat mastery had been stalled for a while, so now, he was actually excited about a new challenge. Shifting his perception to one of the shadows to observe the dark landscape flowing past the moving rhino, he smiled wryly. Luckily, I have a whole continent of nightmare creatures to practice on. Chapter 977, Through the Blizzard. Eventually, Sonny climbed out of the sleeping niche and went about the business of managing the caravan. They had made it far into the mountains and were already moving north, toward their true goal. The blizzard was still raging, reducing visibility to almost zero. The landscape was as grim and foreboding as ever. Surrounding areas needed to be scouted, maps needed to be updated, reports needed to be received, and 100 other things demanded his attention. Before getting down to it, Sonny spared a few moments to stare at the grey fabric and lusterless black leather of the puppeteer's shroud. Who could have thought that he would be reduced to seriously using it again, after all that time? It sure is much more comfortable than walking around in a full plate of steel armor. Ah, the old me had it good. Actually, not really. Sonny was ready to climb to the roof of the rhino when he noticed Beth staring at him with a strange expression. He lingered for a moment. What? She blinked a couple of times, then pulled her gaze away. No, nothing. Sonny frowned. Just say it, will you? Beth remained silent for a second, then asked hesitantly. Are you wearing makeup? This time, it was his turn to stare. What? No, why would you think that? The young woman gave him a dubious look and shook her head. You just look a little different, that's all. Sonny grinned. Oh. I naturally have the complexion of a marble statue, no makeup involved. Didn't you know? Beth turned away with a sigh and mumbled under her nose. Damned awakened, how is this fair? Suppressing a chuckle, Sonny dissipated into the shadows and appeared on top of the rhino, sighing as the bone-chilling wind smashed into his chest. Surprisingly, though, he was not that cold. His passive resistance to the elements was already making itself known. Without wasting any time, Sunny made himself heavier for better stability, summoned the memory of ice, and wrapped the shadow he kept with himself around his body, simultaneously circulating essence to double the enhancement granted to the charm. A couple of seconds later, he felt even more comfortable. Sunny still sensed a slight chill, but it was in no way bothersome. Additionally, the winds were powerless against him. It was as if Sunny had turned into a small cliff. Ha! Summoning Morgan's warbow, he sat down on the roof and closed his eyes. I can get used to this. Their journey to Falcon Scott continued. Traversing the abomination-infested expanse of the Antarctic Center was still hard and dangerous, but with Neve assisting Sunny in defending the caravan, things became a little bit easier. The two masters rarely saw each other, communicating mostly over the chain of relays in the military vehicles. Sunny was stationed at the head of the column, while Neve stayed in the rear to provide the best possible defensive coverage. Mostly, they only met for Ceetoface during the rare stops and when an especially dire threat demanded both of them to fight side by side to vanquish it. Going into battle with the Nightwalker was both comfortable and effective. Finally, a professional. Neve was an extremely skilled warrior, using a long bone harpoon and a net woven out of unnaturally durable threads to herd and decimate nightmare creatures. It was obvious that he was not entirely comfortable fighting on land, and his aspect powers seemed to be under severe restriction, though, so the Scion of the House of Night mostly supported Sunny and made it easier for him to kill their enemies. Which was more than welcome. Neve was also more cautious than most masters tended to be. Not overly so, but enough for Sunny to notice the difference between the two of them. It was understandable after all, the Nightwalker had a family to come back to. He carried more than one life on his shoulders. That perspective was a bit new to Sunny, and made him think about things that he had never considered before. Other than that, things were going as expected. The caravan continued to grow, several more groups of Erebus field survivors joining it. By then, Sunny was secretly starting to thank the gods that Neve's ship had suffered catastrophic damage. Without the additional supplies looted from its holds, he would have to deal with a supply shortage pretty soon. As it was, though, he had enough to feed everyone and arm those who could and knew how to fight, for now. Sunny was curious to see if anyone else would notice his subtle change, but in the end, the only other person other than Beth who showed any reaction was Kim. At some point, she gave him a very weird look and hastily turned away without asking anything. Kim was able to see vulnerabilities in everything she looked at, after all, and Sunny had recently become much less vulnerable. No wonder she was surprised. Great. What bizarre stories are they going to come up with now? Hopefully, Belle would not be giving him weird looks again. The crow also noticed that something about Sunny had changed. The echo landed on his shoulder, stared at him with curiosity for a few moments, and then suddenly tried to peck him in the neck. After that, the bird let out a startled caw. Ston ston. Then, it flew away and stayed in the air for a while. Being pecked by an awakened monster was not a pleasant experience, but the shell did not show any sign of giving in to the sharp beak. Overall, Sunny was very satisfied by the strange incident. The tumultuous march north continued. Swarms of nightmare creatures were slaughtered. More soldiers died. More refugees died, too. With thousands and thousands of them cooped up in the moving vehicles, it was inevitable that some would succumb to the spell. Despite all Sunny's efforts to make sure that new aspirants were found and isolated in time, there had been a couple instances where the security measures failed. The results were bloody. Sunny was shaken by the loss of civilian lives, but in the grand scheme of things, they were just drops in the ocean. An entire metropolis had been erased off the map just a few days ago, and that was simply one instance of the inconceivable carnage and destruction reigning over the southern quadrant. Sunny was growing really tired of watching people die. He also knew that the death toll would not stop growing anytime soon. Chapter 978, Back Again. The rhino let out a disturbing, screeching sound and came to a shuddering stop. Sunny remained on the roof for a few moments, looking down with a grim expression on his face, then jumped down. Landing softly in the snow, he took a few steps away and studied his battered APC. The mighty machine had seen better days. Its armored hull was littered with deep gouges and makeshift patches of scavenged alloy. The wedge-shaped ram at the front of the Rhino was deformed and painted dull red, its deployment mechanism irreparably damaged and stuck in the lowered position. The 6 mighty wheels were still intact, but all the additional thrusters were either spent or destroyed. What worried Sunny the most, though, were the sensitive internals of the APC. Despite the fact that Kim and Samra had been desperately trying to keep them from deteriorating completely, most of the systems were slowly dying. The Rhino had been put through too much abuse, and now, it seemed to be on the verge of failing. A sad, bitter sigh escaped from Sunny's lips. Damn it. Behind him, the rest of the caravan was in a similar condition. The column of dilapidated vehicles stretched for many kilometers, each showing some signs of battle damage and stress. Most vehicles had not suffered as much as the Rhino, which served as the vanguard machine, but then again, most of them were also not as shielded and robust as the custom APC of the irregulars. After studying the state of the caravan for a minute or two, Sunny turned around and walked forward. Passing between the massive shape of Abomination and the much smaller, but similarly fearsome shape of Blackie, he stopped and looked at the vast valley below. As he did, the crow landed on his shoulder. Sunny and the 3 echoes remained silent for a while. The valley was covered in snow, but it could not hide the upturned soil and the signs of a devastating battle that must have raged here once. Craters and mounds of frozen earth littered the landscape, hinting at a heavy artillery bombardment. A ghastly mountain of charred bones towered near the slopes, and some distance away from it lay a graveyard of broken war machines. Thousands upon thousands of nightmare creatures were moving through the snow. Worse than that, 13 active gates ringed the valley, tearing reality apart. What a terrible place. Sunny hesitated for a moment, then looked at Neve, who had just reached the crest of the hill. The Nightwalker was looking down with a sour face, his broken arm still resting in a makeshift sling. He had been wounded in a random battle a few days ago and was yet to fully recover. Sunny smiled. Yeah. It was even more terrible when 7 new gates opened right when we tried to deal with the 6 that had already manifested, encircling the whole division. That was how Antarctica welcomed us, all that time ago. Indeed, Sunny knew that valley well. It was where he had fought his first real battle in the southern quadrant, unleashing Saint to defend the mundane soldiers. Looking down, he could recognize the spots where he had slain the Gate Guardians, as well as the spot where the division had burned its dead before moving on. Was he feeling nostalgic? Well, it did not matter, anyway. What did matter was that the valley was only a day's travel away from Falconscott. They had finally made it almost. In the end, it took the caravan 2 weeks to get here. June was almost over, but the long night of Antarctica still showed no sign of ending. The world was dark, as always, and full of abominable horrors, as always. Nothing truly noteworthy had happened in these 2 weeks. It had just been a constant, grueling, arduous struggle to survive. Every kilometer they traversed had been a little bit harder than the previous one. The numerous skirmishes and battles they had fought all started to blend into one, at some point, and the names of soldiers and civilians Sunny had lost did, too. All in all, few people died comparatively. Considering the overall size of the caravan, the number of casualties was statistically insignificant. But people were not statistics. Sunny grimaced and looked away. He might have brought most of the caravan this close to Falconscott in one piece, but the hardest part was still ahead of them. Due to its nature as a place of a massive and static concentration of humans, the siege capital naturally attracted numerous nightmare creatures. It was constantly besieged by hordes of abominations, with more arriving from the south every day. The caravan had to somehow break through that blockade to reach the city gates. Fortunately, they did not have to do it alone. Sunny had already contacted Army Command through the Dream Realm, reporting the date they would arrive in this valley. He was promised assistance and reinforcements, as well as a special envoy to help the refugees make it through safely. The envoy was running late, though. His shadows would have noticed anyone on the slopes of the mountains, and he did not see any humans in the valley. If someone really planned to make it to the other side and meet the caravan, Sunny had no idea how they were planning to fight their way through the sea of nightmare creatures below. Glancing at Neve, he frowned. Where the hell is that envoy? Before the Nightwalker could answer, the crow suddenly let out a nervous screech and hurriedly flew away. In the next second, a massive shadow suddenly dove down from above, approaching the caravan with stunning speed. Sunny was already drawing the string of his bow but paused at the last moment, looking at the landing creature with wide eyes. Massive powerful body that resembled that of a lion, mighty white wings, beautiful golden eyes of an eagle. In front of him, proud and majestic, was a very familiar griffin. Chapter 979, Full Circle. The mighty griffin landed in front of the caravan, a cloud of snow rising into the air around it. A moment later, a human figure jumped off its back, landing not too far away from Sunny and Neve. The man in front of them was tall and had broad, powerful shoulders. His light armor was crafted from the adamantine scales of an unknown monster, with a blue scarf wrapped carelessly around his neck. His hair was the color of straw, as was his thick beard. The stranger's eyes were bright blue and piercing. Master Roan had not changed a lot since the last time he and Sunny met. Skytite's husband seemed a little more rugged and weary, but other than the length of his bear, everything else was exactly the same. How the hell is he even more handsome now? Sunny blinked a couple of times, then smiled a little. It was good to see Roan alive and well. In retrospect, his sudden appearance made sense. Since the whole of the White Feather clan had been banished to Antarctica, where else would Roan be? The man in question, meanwhile, studied the caravan for a few moments, and then headed towards Sunny and Neve. As he approached, he paused slightly and stared at them with a strange expression. Then, a surprised smile appeared on Roan's face. Sunless. Wait, it's you? You're the famous devil of Antarctica. Sunny shifted a little, then cleared his throat in embarrassment. Ah, yes. That's what people call me these days, I guess. Anyway, it is very nice to see you again, Master Roan. Really? Roan remained silent for a few moments, then suddenly laughed. Ah, why did nobody tell me? It makes sense, though you do love striking deals with people in exchange for soul shards. As Sunny coughed, Neve looked at them with curiosity. You know each other? Still a little startled, Sunny nodded. Yes. Master Roan of the White Feather clan, meet Master Neve of the House of Night. The two of us are in charge of this caravan. The two ascended briefly studied each other, then exchanged nods. There was no real tension between them, but Sunny noticed that they were not entirely at ease with each other, unlike how they were with him. It was understandable. White Feather was a vassal clan of Valar, while Neve came from the great clan Night. Politically, there was somewhat of a wall between them which was probably only made taller by the fact that Valar and Song were at war, while the House of Night remained neutral. Would it continue to stay on the sidelines, though? That, nobody could tell. Master Roan offered a handshake to Neve, then glanced at the column of battered vehicles again. How many people do you have? It seemed that the time for pleasantries was over, and they were about to discuss business. Sunny was extremely motivated to get his people out of the open and to safety as soon as possible, so he was all for it. Looking back, he said. 4,000 soldiers, 30,000 civilian refugees, plus a few thousand shipwrecked sailors. I also have 100 awakened and around 20 sleepers, as well as my own cohort of irregulars. Oh, and a dozen or so echoes between all of us, including a couple of fallen ones. Abomination and Roan's griffin were currently having a staring contest, so the last point was self-evident. The handsome master gave him a long stare. You really brought these people here all the way from Erebus Field? Sunny smiled bleakly. Most of them, yes. A few hundred were with me from before that, though. These poor souls have crossed more than 3,000 kilometers in search of shelter. Roan lingered for a moment, then briefly grasped his shoulder. You did well, Sunless. You did very well. His words were encouraging, but his tone was somber. 30,000 refugees might have sounded like a large number, considering how hard it was to escort such a caravan across the ravaged expanse of the Antarctic center, but there had been tens of millions of people in Erebus Field. Of course, there were more survivors than those gathered by Sonny, who had found their way to Falcon Scott or other siege capitals on their own, but the loss of life must have still been tremendous. With a sigh, he looked away. So, how are we going to do this? I suspect that fighting our way to the city won't be easy. Master Roan remained silent for a few moments, then smiled. Actually, you don't have to worry about it too much, I mean. We've been receiving many refugee convoys in the last week or so the procedure has been polished a lot by now. He turned around and looked at the valley ringed by 13 gates. At my signal, there will be a sortie from within the city walls to create a distraction. At the same time, your irregular colleagues will clear the side road that circles this valley. All we have to do is cut through the remaining abominations and reach the entrance to the road. Are you and your people up to that? Sonny looked into the distance and smiled. How fitting. Wasn't it the exact same road that his cohort had been ordered to secure during the first days of the campaign? Sonny had left Falcon Scott 3 months ago, and now, he was returning. The circle was complete. What a tough road it had been. Had he ever suspected that things would turn out this way? Millions of people were dead, the First Army was in retreat all across the Antarctic center, and he had somehow ended up being responsible for tens of thousands of lives. Humanity had been thoroughly beaten by the chain of nightmares in this region of the southern quadrant. Not a chance. He had a suspicion that things would turn out disastrously for the First Army, but not so soon, and not to such an extent. Not to mention how bizarre his own situation. Well, what does it matter? Giving Roan a nod, Sonny stretched his shoulders and said yes. Yes, we are. Let's get the hell out of here. Chapter 980, Siege Capital. The preparations did not take long. As the caravan was getting ready for one last push, the three masters briefly discussed the plan of the battle. There was not a lot they had to do. If things went well, most of the nightmare creatures would be pulled away by the city defenders, and the mountain road would be cleared by the irregulars. However, it was always a good idea to prepare a few contingencies, just in case. At some point, Roan gave Sonny a studying look and said, "You've looked different, Sunless." Sonny tilted his head a little, confused. Why wouldn't I? The last time we saw each other, I was still unawakened. Oh, or do you mean my skin? Roan shook his head with a smile. No, I don't mean your appearance. You just seem older. Sonny blinked a couple of times. I am older, though. By about 2 years? The handsome master chuckled. That you are. Anyway, I think we are as ready as we can be. Should I send the signal? Sonny nodded, prompting Roan to summon a memory that resembled a waxed clay tablet. He simply drew a jagged line on it, then waved at them and walked over to his griffin. Not long after that, the sortie that was supposed to lead most of nightmare creatures away from the valley commenced. It started with a heavy missile barrage, which was then followed by a full company of MWPs appearing on the far side, accompanied by many cohorts of Awakened. Sonny and Neve silently watched as the sea of abominations rushed forward, then glanced at each other and dashed toward their vehicles. Abomination and Blackie rose from the ground and shook their gaunt bodies, preparing for a battle. They did not have to wait long. As soon as the horde of nightmare creatures shifted to the far side of the valley and spilled out of it, pursuing the retreating diversion force, the rhino growled and lunged forward. The battered APC was functioning perfectly, as if it had gathered all its remaining strength for one last glorious charge. The long column of vehicles followed the mighty machine. The caravan rolled down into the valley. Before any of the remaining nightmare creatures could react, an onslaught of bullets, arrows, and magical projectiles fell upon them, tearing the monsters apart. Further away, the tail of the deceived horde sensed that something was wrong. Scores of abominations turned around and saw the descending column of vehicles. Their howls and shrieks informed the rest of the creatures, and a mass of them staggered, struggling to change targets. Before the tail of the horde could reorient itself, however, a rain of strange metal rods fell from the sky, piercing the ground in front of them in a loose line. Then, blinding arcs of electricity suddenly shot between the rods, creating a wall of lightning. The first few nightmare creatures that tried to pass through the barrier were instantly turned to ash. Roan was holding them back, for now, but his reserves of essence were probably not going to last long. Plus, the more powerful abominations could weather the damage and slip through the lightning wall. Others could simply leap over it. One was already trying, for that matter. Before it could land, though, a javelin fell from the sky, piercing the creature through. The rhino was already heading for the distant entrance to the mountain road. The caravan's echoes were moving ahead of the vehicles, tearing apart those abominations that had somehow survived the ranged attacks. Even Crow was helping, diving down to rip into the weaker enemies with its beak and talons. Sunny was sending one arrow flying after another. Each pierced an especially vulnerable spot on the bodies of the nightmare creatures, killing them instantly. His accuracy was scarily perfect. Months of fighting in Antarctica had really honed his once rudimentary archery skill. Kai would have been proud. Shifting his aim a little, Sunny sighed. What was his friend doing right now? Probably staring at the anchored battleships and waiting for his turn to board them. Chasing away all distractions, Sunny concentrated on the task at hand. By the time Roan's lightning barrier failed, the caravan was already climbing the steep slope, well on its way to leave the valley. Neve had arranged for an improvised minefield to be set up in the way of any potential pursuers, so their retreat had a good chance of happening without a hitch. And indeed, to everyone's surprise, nothing went wrong. Higher in the mountains, Sunny was standing on the roof of the rhino and staring at the familiar gate up ahead. That was the place where he had slain the gate guardian, defiled witness, a few months ago. Very little had changed in this place. The mountain road was suspiciously empty of enemies, and very soon, he realized why. A man in heavy plate armor suddenly appeared from behind a large boulder and effortlessly jumped to the roof of the rhino, landing just a few steps away from Sunny. His face was hidden behind the visor of a closed helmet, but Sunny recognized Ascended Dale Winter's former partner and one of the captains of the Irregulars by his steady bearing and equipment. Master Knight glanced at him and nodded curtly. Sunny grinned. Hey, Dale. You really are a sight for sore eyes. Say, have you always been so mesmerizing? The ironclad warrior stared at him for a moment, then shook his head. A calm voice resounded from behind the helmet. You're not too bad yourself, Sunny. With that, he dismissed his shield and summoned a powerful longbow instead. Now, would you please concentrate? We did the best we could, but it will still be a bumpy ride. And it was, indeed. But in the end, the caravan still made it safely to the gates of Falconscott. As the rhino drove past the mighty fortifications of the siege capital and approached a colossal, seemingly impregnable alloy wall, Sunny couldn't help but stare at it in wonder. Back when they had left, the city possessed robust defenses but not nearly as fearsome. The alloy wall was at least 70 meters tall, surrounding the whole siege capital. Its many bastions housed devastating rail guns, which seemed like they had been scavenged from decommissioned battleships. Thousands of turrets were placed along the wall's length, some aiming at the ground, some staring into the dark sky. Sunny could see lumbering MWPs patrolling the battlements. The killing field around the city was littered with countless corpses, most of the abominations utterly torn apart. Teams of engineers moved among them, gathering soul shards and valuable materials. The whole might of the First Army was gathered here, and the city itself had been converted into a fortress on such a scale that Sunny struggled to imagine the amount of effort, resources, and ingenuity that had gone into building these awe-inspiring fortifications. Falcon Scott looked like it was too large to fail. Stannis' whole attention was concentrated on the massive gates of the siege capital, though, which the caravan was currently swiftly approaching. As soon as the shadows of the city wall fell on him, he let out a quiet sigh and suddenly staggered, as if robbed of all strength. An intense, overwhelming sense of relief flooded Stannis' entire body. He slowly lowered himself to the roof of the APC. Hazy images of what had happened in the last few months flashed in his mind. The empty streets of LO49, the eerie darkness of the underground tunnel, the terrifying silhouette of Goliath rising from beneath the ocean waves, and so much more. All of that was behind him now. We made it? The gates of Falcon Scott started to open, as if to answer his question. Indeed, Sonny was right. He had finally managed to bring his people to safety. All across the Antarctic Center, humans were retreating north, to the last bastion of their kind in this forsaken place. However, humans were not the only ones moving in its direction. Somewhere on the coast, a swarm of nightmare creatures was behaving strangely. Slowly and silently, the abominations were marching toward the murmuring waves. One after another, they walked into the dark water, only to disappear under its surface without a trace. A day later, the same eerie scene could be seen further north. Far away, deep in the mountains, a river of darkness was flowing through a deep gorge. If anyone could take a closer look at it, they would see that the darkness was actually composed of numerous small, black beetles. Devouring everything on their path, the beetles were heading north, as well. In some other place, a walking mountain seemed to be moving in the same direction. The stone giant was making its way across the ravaged landscape, the world shaking with his every step. His single eye stared blindly into the distance, as if capable of piercing thousands of kilometers to gaze at something hidden. When the moon appeared in the night sky, the giant's eye closed. There was also a blizzard raging somewhere far away. In its center, surrounded by a circle of absolute peace, a grotesque creature was hovering above the snow. Soon, the winds picked up, blowing furiously in a single direction. North, north, north. And on a slope of a jagged mountain, a powerful abomination was preparing to feast on the remains of an adversary it had killed. Before it could, however, the shadows around it suddenly came to life, and a dark silhouette emerged from them. The creature was tall and human-like, with jet-black bone plates covering its lithe and powerful body. Before the abomination could react, something moved, and a fountain of blood painted the snow red, soon followed by pieces of torn flesh and viscera. The dark creature raised the abomination's severed head with its hand, which was missing 2 fingers, and stared at it for a few moments. Soon, disturbing crunching sounds could be heard, drowned by the howling of the wind. When the creature was done with its morbid meal, it lingered for a few moments, and then looked north, its eyes burning with cold hatred. Below it, in the distance, a large city sprawled near the ocean. Falcon Scott. Chapter 981. All quiet. Rain had recently turned 16. For every teenager, that was a special date. It signified more than words could describe, because from that point forward, for about 2 or 3 years, they would be vulnerable to the infection of the spell. She had expected to feel a large change within herself, but to Rain's surprise, everything about her seemed more or less the same. The world around her, however, had changed a lot. Her daily routine was exactly as it had been before, but beneath the surface, everyone was acting differently. Her parents tried to hide their fear, but she knew how worried they really were. Her classmates were putting on a brave face, but none of them could act nearly as well as they thought they could. Even the teachers seemed much more subdued. The mood on the streets of the city was subtly different, too. Of course, Rain was not the center of the universe. Most of these changes had nothing to do with her, and were instead caused by the event that had everyone glued to the news portals: the grand evacuation of the southern quadrant. It was a historic event, after all. Granted, none of it had truly affected NQSC. The refugees were yet to arrive, and the danger they were running from was so far away that it did not feel real. It was just that everyone seemed to have an opinion about what was happening, and there were military vehicles on the roads sometimes. There were numerous recruitment posters all around the city, too, encouraging people to enlist in the Second Evacuation Army. The first one was already achieving victory after victory in Antarctica, pushing back the abominable nightmare creatures each day. Anyone who wanted to win glory and help the victorious heroes defend humanity was invited to join the war effort. Or at least that was what the news told them. Most people just took the propaganda at face value, believing that the Antarctica campaign was going well, but Rain had a slight advantage over them when it came to such things. Her father worked for the government, after all, and although he rarely talked about his job at home, she had learned a few things over the years. These days, her dad looked very stressed. He looked more stressed with each passing day. And Sunny was gone. Rain had grown accustomed to her eccentric neighbor coming and going as he pleased, sometimes disappearing for long stretches of time. At least she knew where he was. On this occasion, if anything, the idea of Sunny ordering soldiers around was more comical than frightening. Those poor people. She knew, of course, that her impish teacher was an actual master. Despite Sunny's ridiculous attitude and strange antics, he was an ascendant of considerable power. Not just anyone could have been a member of Changing Stars cohort. But still. Lady Nephis, Effie, Knight, all of them were exalted warriors. But Sunny was a scout. Even if he was a splendid swordsman and a cunning tactician, his aspect was not suited for battle, let alone the kind of battles that must be happening in Antarctica. What the hell was that fool doing in the middle of a war? And why the hell was he not answering her messages? Damn it, Sunny won. Sitting in class and finding herself unable to concentrate on the lesson. It was just a perfunctory summer course, anyway, and everyone was sleepy after an intense combat drill. Rain was staring at the screen of her communicator with dark intensity. Things had been fine at first, but then everything went wrong. When Sunny stopped answering, she had not been too worried. For a couple of weeks. It had been 2 months now, though, and there was still no sign of him. At some point, Rain had grown concerned and, not knowing what else to do, contacted Aiko. But Aiko simply told her to relax, and that Sunny was definitely doing great somewhere out there. The petite young woman seemed to have a lot of confidence in Sunny's abilities, it seemed. And yet, Rain was ill at ease. It was funny right now, she should have been worried sick about being chosen by the spell, but Sunny's strange silence bothered her much more. And so, Rain was staring at the screen of her communicator in the middle of a class. Her message log would have been embarrassing, if things weren't so scary. Hey, did you get my last message? Rain to Sunny, hello? Stop ignoring me. Why aren't you answering? Sunny? If you're too busy, just say so and you'll find something more interesting to do. What, not even an okay? Come on. Seriously though, are you alright? Did something happen? If I find out that you just forgot to read my messages, you are a dead man. You are not really dead, are you? Ha, just joking. What the hell, you did not even congratulate me on my birthday. Sunny, are you okay? Answer me, damn it. Sunny, answer me. I might be a little worried, so please send me a message when you have free time. Please answer me. Rain gritted her teeth and put the communicator away. She tried listening to the lecture, although it was hard to hear anything with how much her classmates were whispering around her, gossiping about this and that. The class, the gossip, it all seemed so inconsequential. The whole classroom seemed surreal, actually. It was too peaceful, too warm, and too normal. Somewhere out there, millions of people were being displaced or dying. The loss of one of the 4 quadrants could have long-term and catastrophic consequences for all of humanity. The same thing that was transpiring in Antarctica could just as easily happen to other continents soon. And yet, people were behaving as if nothing out of the ordinary was going on. They just went about their lives, acting unconcerned. Did they not understand what was happening? Did they not know that soldiers were dying on the front line every day? That awakened were dying, too. Fools, damned fools. At that moment, one of her classmates turned around, leaned forward, and whispered. Hey, Rain. Why are you so down lately? Wanna go eat something spicy after class? There's probably going to be food rationing for a while after those refugees arrive, so this might be our last chance to. Before Rain knew what she was doing, an angry response fell. You out of her mouth. Is food all you're thinking about? She blinked, realizing that she was standing, and that the whole class was staring at her. Apparently, she had forgotten to keep her voice down and to remain in her seat. The teacher gave Rain a bewildered look. Why, yes. This topic might not seem too interesting to you youngsters, but it would be unprofessional for me to be thinking about something else while presenting it. Now, please sit down and behave, young miss. Where are your manners? Embarrassed, Rain returned to her seat and turned to the window. The class continued, and the gossip continued, too. Only this time, she was the subject of the whispers. On her way home, Rain passed a familiar grey house. She paused for a few moments, looking at the porch where a certain insufferable master could often be seen in the past, drinking coffee and acting as if he did not have a single worry in the world. The porch was empty, and the house was empty, too. With a sigh, she turned away and continued walking. Why do I care about that idiot, anyway? Damned Sonny. Even if he sends me a message now, I won't answer. At that moment, her communicator vibrated, announcing that there was a new notification. Rain glanced at it absent-mindedly, and then suddenly froze. There was a new message on the screen. It read, Sunny gods, what is up with all these messages? Are you a stalker? I was just stuck in an area without a network connection for a while. There was no need to assault my inbox anyway. Happy belated birthday, I guess. How are you doing? Data transfers are limited where I am now, so it'll be short. I'm fine. Oh, and I received another medal. Pretty cool, right? Rain stared at the screen for a few moments, then took a shaky breath and started typing furiously. Adiel notes Rain is quite the cutie, isn't she? Chapter 982, Dark, Empty, and Silent. Cassie opened her eyes in the darkness. For a few moments, she was disoriented by the onslaught of colors and sensations. She was looking at the bright blue sky and the sea of white clouds rolling beneath the ivory tower. Sunlight was caressing her skin, and gentle winds were singing into her ears. She was enveloped in heat, red sparks flying from a crucible where molten steel was shining with an incandescent glow. A tired voice was chanting something in an ancient language, the alien words drowning in the clamor of the forge. She was locked in a small office, reading a document. The paper was cold to the touch, and smelled of fresh ink. Her vision was blurry from the lack of sleep, and her heart was heavy. The contents of the document were grave. There were other places, other people. It took her some time to find herself among the strangers. Cassie's was the only world that had no colors, and no shapes. It was dark, empty, and silent. She could feel the soft fabric of her pajamas touching her skin, and the warmth of her bed. The smell was all wrong, though. Wrong, but nice and familiar. Where am I? She frowned, and then remembered. These were not her chambers in the ivory tower. She had returned to the waking world, and was now in her room. She was home. Cassie allowed the perspectives of various people marked by her ability to fade into the background, and concentrated on her own. She rose from the bed and went to the bathroom to take a shower. The layout of her room was orderly and familiar, and she was careful to keep everything in its proper place. That was why she could orient herself without problem here, not needing any help. This darkness was safe. It had not always been that way, however. For the first few weeks after receiving her floor, Cassie had been a walking collection of bruises. And then, the solstice was upon her. After a short, but pleasant shower way better than anything they had been able to arrange in the ivory tower. She walked over to her wardrobe and got dressed. Her clothes were organized according to a strict system, with a tactile script tag added to each hanger to label colors, so Cassie could find anything she wanted quickly. Finally ready, she left her room and headed downstairs. Outside of her own space, she felt less confident. Her parents tried to be mindful of her flaw, but it was still something unfamiliar to them. In the years after becoming blind, Cassie spent most of her time someplace else, after all. How could they have grown accustomed to it? She was almost sure that there would not be a piece of furniture moved, or a random item left carelessly in the way. But the mere possibility of stumbling into something or falling down made her feel tense. Cassie felt like a stranger in her own home. She hated that feeling. Of course, nothing here could really harm her. Her ascended physique was beyond being bruised by a mundane accident, but today was a special day. She wanted to make it perfect. Cassie hesitated for a little, and then activated her awakened ability. With so many perspective mediums out there, her essence was in a state of delicate equilibrium. She had to be mindful not to spend more than she could passively replenish, and indulging herself without a real reason was not very responsible. Just for a little bit. Immediately, the world changed. Cassie was standing near the stairs, but she was also cautiously descending them. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Cassie lowered her foot to the first step, but she was also on the 4th step. Cassie reached the 4th step, but she was also on the landing. Her hand was sliding along the banister, but it was also hanging by her side. She did not smell anything in particular, but she could also feel the scent of her mom's shampoo and flowers. Cassie was still on the stairs, but she also felt a pang of pain as her shins slammed into something hard, followed by the sound of a glass vase shattering as it hit the floor. That was nothing there before. Cassie moved to the side, avoiding the unfamiliar stand, and leaned forward a little to smell the flowers. The vase was standing still, and perfectly whole. At the same time, there was the sound of an opening door, and her mother's scent became stronger. Cassie turned to the closed door. The door opened, and her mother walked inside from the street. My baby is awake." Cassie smiled and released her awakened ability. Instead, she sent her essence forward and substituted her sight with her mom's. Immediately, the full room came into view, including an unfamiliar wooden stand with a beautiful vase of natural flowers on top of it. She saw herself, too. Cassie could see her own face, but not that of her mother. She frowned a little. "My skirt is wrinkled. Happy birthday, I can't believe it, my lovely daughter is turning 20. Cassie smiled. She didn't feel like she was 20, she felt like she was 200. Before she could say anything, her mom enveloped her in a hug. "I am so glad that you managed to come. Work is work, but a young lady like you should not forget about her poor, old parents. Would it kill you to visit more often?" "Oh, what am I saying? Visit, what visit? This is still your home, you know you live here." Cassie's smile widened. "I know. And where are these friends of yours?" "What do you mean, no one is coming to the party?" "I get it that Lady Nephis might be busy, but what about the others? That young man, Sonny, the one you always mention. Where's he?" Cassie remained silent for a while. "He's busy, too. Oh, that daughter of mine is too nice. If it were me, I'd give these so-called friends a piece of my mind. Missing a birthday party is never okay." Cassie just hugged her mom tighter. She couldn't help but cling to her a little longer than she should have. That was because Cassie knew exactly how many more birthdays they would be able to celebrate together. She knew when her mother would die, and how. He knew when her father would die, too. She even knew the day of her own death, and where she would be entombed. Cassie knew a great number of things, and because of that, she felt sorry. Fate was not easy to break, and it could not be broken without paying a price. "All right, baby, let me go so that I can cook you a very special birthday breakfast." She reluctantly ended the hug and sighed. I am not a baby, you know. I am an ascended already. Her mom laughed. Who says that an ascended can't be a little baby? Now tell me what you want for breakfast. Cassie masterfully hid her sorrow and put a big, bright smile on her face. How about eggs? With bacon? Her mother was already walking to the kitchen. No problem, we only have synthetic bacon, though. Will that be all right, Miss Ascended? Cassie followed, careful not to smash into anything else. That's the best kind. There was a digital clock in the kitchen, and when her mother glanced at it in passing, the time was 10 in the morning. Cassie quietly sat down and turned to the clock, even though she could not see it. A few minutes later, when a delicious smell filled the kitchen, she sighed and stared into the distance, as if able to see something far, far away. Her smile faltered a little. It is starting, then. Chapter 983, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 1. Falcon Scott was not the largest city in the southern quadrant, but it served an important role. Situated dangerously close to the ocean, it served as an entry point to the Antarctic Center. A constant stream of people and cargo used to flow through it, making it the heart of the infrastructure of the region. The city itself sprawled across the foothills of the mountain range, perched on top of tall cliffs. At the bottom of the cliffs, an independent port fortress stood at the edge of the water, surrounded by its own ring of walls. The fortress was much larger and better fortified than the one Sunny had departed the northern quadrant from, and the First Army did not spare any resources to reinforce it even further. The port was connected to the city by a chain of industrial elevator platforms, which could haul a formidable amount of weight up and down. Due to that, the fortress could be supported by artillery fire from the city wall, and even if it fell, the enemy would have to scale the tall vertical barrier of the cliffs under a rain of defensive fire. Not that losing the port was an option, in the current situation. Several alloy leviathans were currently anchored near the fortress, swaying on the waves and flooding the dark ocean with the moving beams of powerful searchlights. The city itself was grossly overcrowded, housing 10 times its intended population. After all remaining siege capitals of the Antarctic Center had been evacuated here, Falcon Scott sheltered close to 200 million people. All of them were waiting for their turn to board the battleships and be transported over the strait, to the much better protected expanse of eastern Antarctica, where the First Army was still maintaining a semblance of control. One of the 4 naval convoys had been reassigned to ferry people over, but even with the prodigious capacity of the massive vessels, it was going to take a while. The fact that several of the battleships, like Neve's former berth and the Ariadne, had been lost to the ravages of the Chain of Nightmares did not make the process faster. That's more than half of the population of NQSC. Crazy. Sunny was looking at the live image of the city, which was projected onto a false window in one of the offices of the local government's complex. The city shone with a myriad of lights in the cold darkness of the polar night, with the ghostly aurora swirling eerily above. There were too many people everywhere, and most of them looked lost, disoriented, or outright defeated. The larger part of the complex, of course, was located underground, so the window had to be fake. The complex also housed the regional branch of Army Command, which was why Sunny had received instructions to visit today. With a sigh, he turned away from the window, walked to the conference table, and sat down. Sunny was still wearing the puppeteer's shroud, but the difference was that he had been given time to sleep, take a proper shower, and eat a full meal. Much more important than that, the weight of tens of thousands of souls was not pressing down on him anymore. All in all, he looked pretty refreshed. Where is she? He did not have to wait long. A minute or two later, the door opened, and Master Jet walked inside. Soul Reaper looked pretty much the same as she had the last time he saw her. Granted, she was wearing the usual bodysuit instead of battle armor today, the bodysuit, but other than that, it did not seem like the hellish months of the Antarctic campaign had impacted her in a negative way. Noticing Sunny, Jet smiled. Well, if it's not young Master Sunless, valiant slayer of abominations and savior of men. It's good to have you back, Sunny. Sunny forced out a smile in return. Yeah, it's good to be back. How have the last 2 months treated you? Because, I had it a bit rough. Master Jet took a seat at the head of the table and gave him a humorous look. You have no one but yourself to blame. Who asked you to be such an overachiever? I sent you to retrieve one man, and you brought me 40,000 instead. I must say, if everyone here had this kind of attitude, the chain of nightmares would have been over in a week. Hell, we might have reclaimed America by now. Sunny glanced at her darkly. No thanks. Considering how many refugees were currently in Falcon Scott, 40,000 was not a large number. However, a few of those thousands were actual soldiers, and a couple more were experienced sailors. That was actually significant enough to make a splash, so the news of his return spread far and wide. All of them, both the refugees and the soldiers, also seemed to be very fond of telling tales about the Devil's many exploits. Sunny was not entirely sure what kind of reputation he had earned, but he definitely had a reputation now. All throughout the city, people were familiar with his name. For better or worse. Oh, thanks for sending me your crow, by the way. It helped a lot. Jet grinned, but before she could say anything, the door opened again. Winter and Dale entered and took their seats. With only the 4 irregulars in the office, it seemed a bit empty. Sunny looked around. Where are Randall and Jesse? Master Jet lingered for a moment. They're dead. He grew quiet. Oh. Soul Reaper sighed, then picked up her datapad, scrolled through a few documents, and addressed them in a bright voice. Well then, let's begin. There's going to be a big strategy meeting in an hour for everyone important enough to attend, but before that, I should update you on the current situation. In the next few days, Falcon Scott is going to be besieged by an endless sea of abominations. Our task is simple: we must ensure that it doesn't fall for at least 3 weeks. Chapter 984, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 2. The situation was both clear and grim. Sunny already knew some of the things that Jet told them, but some were a complete surprise. The First Army was planning to withdraw from the Antarctic Center, taking its entire population with them. The previous plan of hunkering down in a number of fortified siege capitals for gradual evacuation had been abandoned, or rather postponed. It was going to be enacted eventually, but not before everyone was safely relocated to Eastern Antarctica. Eastern Antarctica was doing much better than the central region of the quadrant for a number of reasons. Firstly, it was much larger and more densely populated than the center, with better terrain. That was why the First Army contingent sent there was several times more powerful. The Field Army Sunny was a part of numbered 100,000 soldiers, with around 5,000 awakened accompanying them, or rather, had numbered. Now, there was maybe half of them left. The 3 field armies operating in Eastern Antarctica, on the other hand, had 300 soldiers and 15,000 awakened, not counting the local forces. If that was not enough, 2 of the 3 saints participating in the campaign were stationed there, as well. The emissary of the Song clan and the government transcendent were both assigned to the larger landmass, with Sky Tide alone responsible for the whole of the Antarctic Center. The chain of nightmares also seemed to be hitting the central region especially hard. Lastly, and perhaps most pivotally, the Antarctic Center was where the winter beast had appeared. That Titan alone was responsible for numerous deaths, since its influence had collapsed the communication network across the entire landmass. If it were not for the fact that St. Tyrus was a direct counter to its powers, the situation could have been even worse. Sadly, she could only contain the winter beast, not slay it. In any case, Army Command had decided to cut its losses and concentrate all the remaining human forces in the quadrant on defending a single region. The first detachments of the Second Army were scheduled to arrive at the end of the month, so their decision at least seemed prudent. The problem, of course, was that the battered defenders of the Antarctic Center had to survive the relocation first. There were close to 200 million people in Falcon Scott, and relocating them to Eastern Antarctica was going to take at least 3 weeks. The strait was not very wide, so ferrying refugees across it would be 10 times faster than trying to evacuate them all the way to the northern quadrant. Still, there were just too many of them to accomplish anything in a timely manner. So, the remaining members of the field army had to make sure that the siege capital would survive those weeks under constant siege by the nightmare creatures. Master Jet leaned back. We resisted 3 large-scale assaults yesterday, and there are probably going to be 4 or 5 today. That number will only increase in the future. We will have to stop counting them eventually, I think, since it'll just be one uninterrupted onslaught of abominations, 24 hours a day. Winter and Dale glanced at each other. Eventually, the ascended sharpshooter sighed. It's not the number of nightmare creatures that worries me. It's the particularly powerful bastards that have nowhere to go but here, now. Soul Reaper shrugged. We'll have to develop strategies against each one. That is what the big meeting is for, though, so let's not speak about it yet. Sunny checked out of the conversation a little, looking at the empty chairs around the table. Davis, Randall, and Jesse, 3 of the 6 irregular captains, were now dead. He did not know them too well, but their loss still seemed like a bad omen. Especially Randall. Somehow, Sunny imagined that the grizzled veteran would be the last of them to go. Jesse had seemed like a very nice person, too. Curse it. It did not slip his attention that the 3 fallen masters were the ones who specialized in direct offense, be it frontal assaults, hit-and-run tactics, or stealth operations. The ones who survived were Sunny, Winter, and Dale, a utility specialist, a ranged fighter, and a defensive powerhouse. If there was a philosophical lesson in all that, he was too disturbed and saddened right now to figure it out. Speaking of that, hey, Sunny, are you listening? Sunny glanced at Master Jet and blinked a couple of times. Yeah, a little. Soul Reaper chuckled, then threw something at him. He caught it, then looked at a small box in his hand in confusion. Opening it, Sunny saw an iron medal with an image of a burning heart etched into it. The medal looked very ostentatious, if a bit solemn. Much more elaborate than the previous one he had received, with the attached ribbon painted in rich red. However, it was made of simple iron, so it couldn't be too valuable. He looked at Master Jet with a silent question, making her laugh. Gods, don't you know anything? That is the Order of Humanity, Sunny, the highest military honor a person can receive. Congratulations. You are officially a hero. He frowned a little, prompting Jet to smile. And yes, it comes with contribution points. Lots of them. You have also been promoted to Major. That comes with an increased stipend, too. Sunny relaxed, and then looked at the iron medal with a bit of fondness. I do know some things, actually. He doubted that he would be able to use his considerable amount of accumulated contribution points in Falcon Scott, since logistics here had to be under dire strain. Most resources would instantly be distributed to those who needed them, including valuable memories or not so valuable memories, for that matter, considering how many new sleepers had to be armed. Once they reached eastern Antarctica, however, Master Jet glanced at her datapad and sighed. It's time for us to head to a bigger office. The strategy meeting is about to start. Sunny stood up, glanced at the false window one last time, and headed for the door. If we reach eastern Antarctica, I mean. Chapter 985, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 3. The next conference room was much larger, and there were even some refreshments for the participants of the meeting. Sunny found the darkest corner of the room to settle in and tore open a packet of sweetened snacks after making sure that there was no honey involved in their creation, of course. Chewing on something that felt like a dried berry, he glanced around. The most prominent figures of the First Army were arriving one after another. There were a few mundane commanders, but most of them were ascended. Eventually, he counted no less than 21 master, including the 4 irregulars. Neve and Roan were also present, so he gave them a wave. Master Jet, who was relaxing on a chair next to Sunny, gave him a curious look. What interesting friends you keep, Sunny. He shrugged. What about them? Soul Reaper chuckled. No, nothing. It's just that here's a room full of government ascended, and the two you're waving to are both connected to the great clans. If I didn't know you better, I'd think that you have a bit of a fondness for social climbing. Sunny scoffed. The only climbing I'm fond of is actually, never mind that. Weren't you the one who helped me broker a deal to get out of joining Vela, anyway? Surely you understand that a precious jewel like me doesn't need connections to earn the favor of a great clan. Hearing Jet laugh quietly, he added with a straight face. Oh, thanks for that, by the way. The mere thought that I could have been living like a prince somewhere in Bastion instead of spending quality time here in Antarctica makes me feel slightly nauseous. Who needs luxury when you can have unlimited military rations, right? Winter stared at him from behind her sunglasses and grinned. I did not know that Vela tried to recruit you. And you refused. How was she really ugly? Sunny raised an eyebrow. No? What do you mean? Winter shook her head. I mean the bride they offered, of course, to marry you into the clan. Either she was really ugly, or you are really stupid, huh? I guess I have my answer. He opened his mouth to retort, but at that moment, the door opened, and two people entered the room. The atmosphere inside instantly changed. The first of them was Saint Tyrus, just as striking a stem as Sunny remembered her. The second was a man with smooth ebony skin and perfectly white hair, his eyes glinting with shades of indigo and deep blue. Sunny had only seen the man once, and from afar, but he knew who the stranger was. Bloodwave, a transcendent of the House of Night. He was in charge of the naval convoy that had delivered the field army to the Antarctic Center, and the Saint Sunny had witnessed diving into the black water as a monstrous killer whale once. Oh, he is also in Falcon Scott. It made sense, in retrospect. The naval convoy was assigned to ferry the refugees across the strait, so of course, Bloodwave was involved. He was most likely in charge of making sure that nothing destroyed the ships during the relocation. The emissaries of the House of Night were not a part of the First Army, which was why Sunny failed to realize that there was actually a fourth transcendent in the southern quadrant right now. No, there had to be even more, since the other three convoys also required a mighty guardian to protect them. Initially, they were not supposed to involve themselves with the ground operation, but the situation seemed to have changed somehow. Skytide greeted everyone gathered in the room, then proceeded to take a seat at the head of the table. Bloodwave simply leaned on the wall after exchanging a few words with Neve, forcing a few masters to shift uncomfortably as his presence brushed against them. Sunny felt it, too. What an awesome man. As he studied the mysterious saint through his shadows, Skytide started the briefing. You all know what must be done. Without wasting any time, Saint Tyrus briefly described the overall state of the First Army contingent, the scope of tasks in front of them, as well as the enemy forces arrayed against them. Her voice was calm and composed, as though they weren't facing an existential threat of dreadful proportions. To be honest, Sunny struggled to imagine Skytide losing composure in any circumstance. What would that even look like? Actually, I hope to never find out. Most of what she told them were things that he already knew to some extent, but hearing all of it listed in a structured manner was helpful to get a solid glimpse of the big picture. The big picture did not look too good. Pointing to the projected map of the city and its surroundings, Saint Tyrus continued. Now that Falcon Scott is the only target in the region, the infighting between nightmare creatures will increase drastically. The terrain limits their approach, which means that various swarms and tribes of abominations will have to compete with each other for the right to attack the wall. Many will be slaughtered long before they reach us. Her gaze was cold and heavy. So, we should not worry too much about being overwhelmed with pure numbers. What we do need to worry about, however, is that only the most brutal, lethal, and powerful creatures are going to make it through. The main purpose of this meeting is to identify priority targets among these creatures and come up with a way to deal with them. Saint Tyrus gestured to the projections, where several images replaced the city map. The preliminary analysis shows that these nightmare creatures represent the most acute threat to this city. Sunny looked at the images, feeling a grim weight settle on his heart. He was already familiar with most of them. A cloud of flying vermin devouring the landscape. An unclear image of a river of darkness flowing through a deep gorge. A still image of the LO-49 facility. A hazy drawing of a grotesque beast hiding behind a veil of snow. And a walking mountain with a single inhuman eye, emerging from a sea of incandescent lava to attack a vast city. Sunny sighed. 3 weeks, huh? Chapter 986, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 4. Saint Tyrus waited for a few moments, then spoke again. Some of you have already faced one of these monsters. Master Sunless over there has even survived encountering 4 out of 5. Without prompting, everyone in the room turned to stare at him, their expressions varying from pity to astonishment. He even heard a few whispers for. "And he's still alive, that kid must be cursed or something, devil's own luck, huh?" Sunny cleared his throat. Yes. Using this moment, I might as well sincerely thank Army Command for giving me the opportunity to complete my collection and get to know the Winter Beast, as well. A wave of laughter spread through the room. Skytide gave him a stern look. "I'll mark you as a volunteer, then." Before Sunny could protest, she continued. "The first target is a swarm entity known as the Devouring Cloud. Our diviners were able to determine that it is not a powerful nightmare creature, per se, but instead the remains of one. The Devouring Cloud was most likely a fallen terror, one that had its main consciousness destroyed at some point in the past. The swarm of its brood remains, however, and that is what we need to counter." She glanced at the irregulars. "Master Winter, considering your proficiency in ranged and area-effect attacks, you will be in charge of bolstering the city defenses when it comes to deflecting aerial threats." Winter nodded. After explaining a few more details, Saint Tyrus continued. "The second target is a creature that was designated as the Heart of Darkness. Not a lot is known about it, except for the fact that it is composed of numerous insect-like drones, wielding powers connected to elemental darkness and possibly spatial distortion. The knowledge of this being was brought to us by the first irregular company. That would be Sunny and the members of his cohort, who had been diligently reporting everything about the enemies the convoy encountered during their visits to the Dream Realm." Skytide looked in the direction of the 4 irregulars. "The Heart of Darkness has been present in the Antarctic Center since before the Chain of Nightmares. Its rank and class are unknown, but the current theory is that the irregulars disturbed the creature's evolution to Titan. If so, we might have avoided an even bigger disaster. In any case, the people most suited to deal with that threat are." She named 3 unfamiliar First Army Ascended. Apparently, their aspects would work well against a myriad of murderous, darkness-infused beetles. Sunny was happy to hear that he would not have to face the damned insects himself again. If things went according to plan. The third target was designated as the Terror of LO-49. Once again, its exact rank and class are unknown, although the creature is most likely to be a corrupted terror. It is responsible for destroying the battleship Ariadne, as well as massacring the garrison of the LO-49 installation. Master Sunless is the only known survivor of the attack, so he is the best person to inform us about this threat. Sunny lingered for a few moments, then shrugged. "There's not much to tell. The bastard hides underwater and kills people by luring them into the ocean with immensely powerful mind manipulation. It also places a mind hex on everyone else to make them ignore the victims. That is the pattern of behavior that I witnessed, which is not to say that the creature does not have other means of attack. You can read the details in the reports we submitted." He thought a little, and then added, "If there is one strange thing about that terror, it is that it emerged from the gate alone. It does not seem to have an entourage of weaker nightmare creatures to defend it, either, which might be a vulnerability. Oh, also, there has to be some kind of limitation to its ability to wipe out large groups of people. Otherwise, it would not have waited weeks to kill everyone at LO-49. Skytide nodded. "Saint Bloodwave, Master Neve. Since the creature appears to be aquatic in nature, it is going to be your responsibility to hunt it down. The terror cannot be allowed to approach the city. The emissaries of the House of Night simply nodded. Sunny hoped that they had enough mind protection memories. Meanwhile, Saint Tyrus turned to the image of the winter beast. A hint of contempt appeared on her beautiful face. The winter beast was recently confirmed to be a corrupted titan. I can't kill it, but I will contain it. Dealing with the creature will be my responsibility. Many of the people in the room paled at the mention of the creature's rank. Master Roan especially seemed to have a grave expression. Ignoring the somber mood, Skytide turned to the last image, which leaves us with the fallen titan Goliath, the creature responsible for the obliteration of Erebus Field. Do note that, as of now, we have only experienced its physical might. The exact nature of Goliath's powers is still unclear, so we do not know enough to determine how to destroy him. The masters grew silent, staring at the frightening image of a stone colossus walking across a desolate landscape. In that silence, there was suddenly a calm voice: "I'll kill Goliath." Everyone turned around, staring at Sunny with confused expressions. He smiled. "What? The bastard owes me a new armor. Plus, I've never killed a titan before. Should be an interesting experience." Most of them shook their heads. "This is not a good time for empty boasts, kid." Sunny shrugged. "As good a time as any." Saint Tyrus studied him for a few moments, then turned away. "In any case." Before she could finish, though, several communicators in the room notified their owners about a received message. Sunny raised an eyebrow. That was unusual. Falcon Scott was still in the area of effect of the winter beast, so there was no network connection anywhere inside the city walls. There was a powerful communication array, though, connected via a chain of special relays to eastern Antarctica. Its bandwidth was very limited and mostly monopolized by Army Command. Sunny had to spend a considerable sum of contribution points to receive a small quota, which allowed him to get in contact with Rain. Still, the quota was small enough for him to have to count symbols when composing messages, and instead of a constant connection, data packets were uploaded and downloaded twice a day, according to a strict schedule. He glanced at his own communicator to check time. It was around 10 in the morning in the northern quadrant, which, translated to local time, would be nowhere near the scheduled activation period of the array. Interesting. Even more interesting were the people who received the message. There were only 3 of them: Skytide, Bloodwave, and Soul Reaper Jet. Saint Tyrus read the message and frowned slightly. The other Transcendent sighed, then briefly showed his communicator to Neve and hid it. Master Jet glanced at the screen and showed no reaction whatsoever, remaining in her usual relaxed pose. Sunny hesitated for a moment, then leaned toward her and asked quietly, "What was that about?" Master Jet glanced at him and shrugged. "A saint died this morning in the dream realm, while heroically defending a citadel from some vicious nightmare creature. One of Valus." Sunny was taken aback a little. Saints did not die too often. Some vicious nightmare creature, huh? Soul Reaper smiled a little. "Yeah, things are going to accelerate a lot now. Not that it matters to us here. For now." Chapter 987, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 5. Sunny was sitting on the battlement of the defensive wall, looking at the apocalyptic sight of a giant horde of nightmare creatures advancing on the city. There were so many of them that it seemed as though the ground itself was moving, flowing forward as it seethed and churned. The darkness surrounding the city was chased away by dozens of flare rockets, which slowly drifted down from the black sky like bright falling stars. On the ground, rivers of flame were devouring the carcasses of the abominations that had been slain in the previous assaults. The incendiary mixture burned long and hot, but luckily enough, the stench of scorched flesh could hardly reach the top of the wall. Pillars of smoke rose into the sky, twisting as they struggled to support its weight. And above it all, obscured by dark clouds, ghostly lights of the aurora swirled with shades of crimson. The battle was about to begin. As the advancing sea of nightmare creatures crossed an invisible line, the powerful mass drivers installed on the bastions of Falcon Scott came to life, flashing with electric light as they sent heavy tungsten rounds flying forward with terrifying speed. The railgun fire was accompanied by deafening thunderclaps, making the whole wall shake and vibrate. Even though the tungsten rounds were not explosive, they impacted the horde with enough force to produce flashes of light and a devastating shockwaves that pulverized dozens of nightmare creatures and cut bloody swathes through their mass. The horde, however, continued forward unperturbed. A moment later, the breaches created by the first salvo of the rail guns were entirely gone, and the abominations rushed forward with murderous frenzy. As the mass drivers accumulated new charges, the heavy-caliber turrets placed along the wall joined the fray. Long tongues of fire bloomed from their barrels, and thousands upon thousands of bullets filled the air. The shining streams of them twisted as they slid across the horde, decimating countless creatures. The noise of the turret barrage was dire and cacophonous. Sonny winced unhappily. War was a lot of things, but mostly it was loud. He glanced at the 70-meter drop below him, then concentrated on his hands again. His fingers were spread apart and moving, as if performing an elaborate dance. From the side, it looked as if Sonny had either gone crazy or was trying to cast some strange hex. Of course, he was doing neither. Instead, he was weaving shadow strings. It was just that the slowly forming threads of essence were only visible to him. Luckily, the members of his cohort were long accustomed to their leader's eccentric antics, so they were not paying it any attention. Instead, all six were tensely observing the approaching horde. Once the hundreds of MWPs stationed on top of the wall braced themselves and opened fire, Samra placed the barrel of her rifle on the battlement and leaned into the scope. Before she could charge a shot, however, Sonny placed his hand on her shoulder and shook his head. His third hand, that was, since he was currently using two of them made of flesh, 2 of them made of shadows. Samra glanced at him with a slight frown. Sir? Why not? Sonny continued to weave shadow strings as he answered. There's no need. The garrison has the situation under control, for now, so don't get involved unless the nightmare creatures scale the wall. Conserve your essence. He lingered for a moment, then added. According to the latest reports, the devouring cloud is only 1 day away from reaching Falcon Scott. We are going to need all our strength tomorrow. The irregulars shifted uncomfortably, remembering their last brush with the flying swarm. Sonny, meanwhile, disregarded his own advice and turned his attention back to the invisible threads of essence. The battle progressed more or less as he expected. The horde advanced despite suffering heavy losses, and not long after the MWPs unleashed a hail of rounds and missiles into the mass of abominations, the mundane soldiers joined, followed by awakened sorcerers and archers. The siege was a strange one, considering that most of the defensive measures of the city were only able to deal with dormant and awakened nightmare creatures. To slay the fallen ones, awakened fighters had to abandon the safety of the battlements and sortie out, emerging either from heavily armored hatches in the wall or from hidden tunnels stretching beneath the killing field. Those tunnels were also used to intercept those abominations that were capable of burrowing through the ground, and could be easily collapsed in case the enemy took control of one. If a corrupted nightmare creature appeared, the masters were sent out to destroy it. It all sounded well planned and controlled, but the actual reality was pure chaos and mayhem. Abominations possessed all kinds of vile powers, so each assault was unpredictable and dangerous. Each victory took a lot of human lives to achieve. Noticing a line of hatches open lower down the wall and a dozen swift figures jump out of them, Sonny sighed. He caught a glimpse of Dale's heavy armor, which meant that something truly dangerous had emerged. Army Command was strangely protective of the irregulars, mostly keeping them in reserve for now. They were probably meant to do their part of the dying once the priority targets showed up. Considering that Knight's cohort had been unleashed, though, the current battle must have been going less smoothly than he thought. And indeed, not long after Dale eliminated his target and retreated, the horde broke through the protective barrage and reached the wall. It seemed that the abominations had learned to use the piles of corpses left behind by the previous assaults as cover. The lowest part of the wall was also the most reinforced. All materials retrieved from the carcasses of well-armored nightmare creatures went into making it hard to breach, so the horde stalled at the bottom for a while, suffering under a flood of bullets and explosive projectiles. Then, however, the abominations started to pile one on top of another, forming morbid ziggurats of bodies. The ziggurats grew, rising higher and higher as more nightmare creatures climbed the ladders made of writhing flesh. 10 meters, then 20, then 30. Eventually, it became clear that there was a substantial risk that the horde would scale the wall. With a sigh, Sonny paused his weaving and stood up, easily holding his balance on top of the battlement. A black bow appeared in his hand, and an arrow that seemed to be made of lightning ignited on its string. They know how to build siege towers now. Drawing the bow, Sonny lingered for a moment, and then sent the strike of thunder flying down. A moment later, the howls of the nightmare creatures tore through the clamor of the battle, and the spell whispered into his ear like a sonorous choir. The battle raged on. Chapter 988, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 6. And it still raged on by the time Sonny and his cohort were done with their shift. Or maybe it was already another assault by now. It was often hard to tell where one attack ended and a second one began. Descending from the wall, the irregulars passed through the busy camp below. Lumbering loaders were racing to send heavy ammunition containers up, wounded soldiers were being triaged and tended to, fresh reinforcements were waiting their turn to enter the elevators. Here and there, a damaged MWP stood, being hastily repaired by a crew of technicians. Leaving the staging area, they soon reached the Rhino. The mighty vehicle was not in the best shape, but it could still be used to get around the city. Plus, while the members of the cohort had decided to bunk in comfortable barracks, Sonny chose to remain in the familiar APC. He had even learned how to drive it well, more or less from Luster. "Are you coming with us, Captain?" "Oh, sorry, Major." Kim looked away awkwardly after asking the question. Sonny simply shook his head. "Not today. I have a couple of errands to run, so just take the Rhino to the barracks and then park it in the usual spot. Oh, and rest well. Tomorrow is going to be a long day." Although the cohort had ended up not doing much today, everyone was still tired. They quickly drove off, leaving Sonny alone. Day 4 of their stay in Falcon Scott was coming to an end. Circulating his essence to fasten its replenishment rate, Sonny walked for a few minutes, breathing in the cold air as the hum of distant explosions washed over him. Then, he jumped on the step of a moving transport and allowed it to carry him closer to his destination. The vistas of a city at war floated past him, too many refugees crammed into too few buildings. Everyone was doing their best to create some sort of passable environment for themselves and their neighbors, but there were a lot of problems, too. Most of these people were shaken and traumatized, some very close to breaking down. There were a lot of conflicts and violent outbursts, and even more dark feelings. There were a lot of nightmare creatures being born from the bodies of failed aspirants, as well, since the spell ran rampant among the refugees and there were not nearly enough soldiers to find all the infected before the worst happened. A suffocating atmosphere of fear, tension, and sorrow permeated the air. And yet, people lived on. Their resilience and adaptability triumphed over everything, allowing them to endure and even find moments of happiness in this hell. Sonny saw plenty of smiles, heard plenty of laughter, and witnessed many small details of how the refugees were handling their changed conditions while looking forward to being evacuated. They still have hope. Eventually, he jumped down and walked the rest of the way on foot, reaching a section of the staging area where large white warehouses stood in several rows, surrounded by a massive activity. That was where scavenged materials were being processed and refined for the use of the First Army. A tired-looking engineer met him at the gate. "Major Sunless." Sonny nodded and allowed the man to lead him toward a particular row of warehouses. "Yeah, we received your request. The approval came fast enough, so as long as you have enough contribution points, you can cut a good chunk for yourself. Not that I know what you need it for usually, it's the mundanes we arm with processed material that dream of wielding memories, not the other way around." Sonny smiled. The warehouses were full of nightmare creature carcasses, those valuable enough to be retrieved from the battlefield and processed by the army. The corpse of the remnant of the Jade Queen, the corrupted tyrant he and Skytide had killed, had been placed here once, for example. The incredibly durable jade carapace of the monstrous beetle was then refined and used to reinforce a section of the wall. Most of the processed material was instantly used to strengthen the fortifications of the city or the First Army itself. There were all kinds of things that could be done with various parts of nightmare creatures, from crafting melee weapons and upgrading the armored shells of MWPs to powering exotic spell tech mechanisms. That was why Sunny had to push his weight around, bargain a little, and spend a bunch of contribution points to receive a modest quota. Studying the warehouses, he asked. There was a corrupted devil yesterday that managed to breach the wall. Where is it kept? The engineer stared at him for a few moments. Chapter 989, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 7. Carrying the needle on his shoulder, Sunny chose to walk to his next destination. The thing was heavy enough that even a master like him felt a bit of strain after a while, so he had to wrap himself in the shadows at some point. People were giving him weird glances, but no one said anything. The puppeteer's shroud identified Sunny as an awakened, and awakened were known to do strange things on occasion. Sunny also found that mundane people often acted shy in front of him ever since he had become a master, which pleasantly cut the number of awkward conversations he had to have. So, he just had to be careful not to hit anyone with the unwieldy needle by accident. As he walked, Sunny decided to check on his runes out of boredom. Shadow Fragments 2471400. He smiled a little. The siege of Falcon Scott might have been a terrible affair, but one thing it did not lack was enemies to kill. The rate at which he earned fragments increased a lot in the past 3 days. By now, the change made by each individual fragment was insignificant, but it added up. He was now considerably stronger than he had been at the start of the Antarctica campaign, and the fifth core was not as unachievable as it had once seemed. Nephis was still far away from reaching Terra, too, which meant that he finally had a chance of catching up to her class at least for a short while. Does it even matter now? In the end, both of us will either be titans, or dead. Nightmare was subjugating many dreams these days, as well. All in all, Sunny was in good shape. His cohort had been forged into one of the deadliest combat units on the continent, with each member honing their skills to a truly fearsome degree. All that was left to propel him to an entirely new level of power was for Saint to emerge from her evolution. Maybe, just maybe, they would indeed manage to hold Falcon Scott for 3 weeks. Sunny made way for a column of military vehicles and looked at the crowd of refugees around him. Yeah, doubtful. With a sigh, he made a turn and approached one of the hastily erected dormitory towers. This one looked more substantial than most, but not by much. Looking up, he saw a vast expanse of glowing windows, with thousands and thousands of humans taking shelter from the cold within. He glanced at the Devil's Needle, then awkwardly spun it and thrust the point deep into the ground. Taking it into the building would have been a hassle, and Sunny was sure that no one would steal it. The thing weighed more than any mundane human, or even a group of them, could carry away. The problem, though, was that the needle was so sharp that it continued to sink into the frozen soil under its own weight. Sunny stared at it resentfully for a moment, then repeated the process, this time thrusting it into the ground with the dull end. Finally satisfied, he walked to the entrance to the tower, where a lone civilian was shoveling snow away. As he was passing, the man flinched and stared at him with wide eyes. Sunny sighed inwardly. Am I really so scary? Captain? Captain Sunless, is that you? Surprised, Sunny raised an eyebrow. Ah, yes. Technically, it's Major now. Do I know? Before he could finish the sentence, the civilian dropped the shovel and grabbed his hand, shaking it vigorously. Sunny froze. What the hell is going on? It is you, Master Sunless, sir. My family and I are only alive because of you. After Erebus Field, I thought, sorry, but you brought us all here. Thank you. Thank you so much. Sunny did not know how to behave in that situation, but thankfully, the civilian finally let go of his hand and hastily opened a small bag hanging on his belt. A moment later, Sonny found himself holding a carefully packed sandwich. "Please take this. I know it's not much, but my wife made it herself." "You probably don't get a lot of home-cooked food," standing there on the wall. Sonny wanted to return the sandwich to the man, but then lingered. The refugees were not starving, but he knew for a fact that most of the rations they had access to were no different from what he had been accustomed to in the outskirts. Getting the ingredients to make this simple sandwich must not have been easy. It was made with love and care. Which meant that this small, but sincere gift meant much more than it seemed. He smiled slightly. "Thank you. I'll enjoy it well." The man seemed exceedingly happy to hear that and gingerly let Sonny go, picking up his shovel and returning to clearing away the snow while whistling a tune. Walking inside the building, Sonny glanced at the sandwich and frowned a little. He did not really know how to feel about the strange encounter. On the one hand, it was nice to see a tangible result of his efforts. After the caravan reached Falcon Scott, the refugees were quickly processed and assigned to various dormitories, so Sonny had not seen any of them again. On the other hand, the cheerful man was clearly deluding himself if he thought that Sonny had saved him and his family. All Sonny had done was postpone their deaths by a few weeks. They would only be truly saved once carried across the strait, to eastern Antarctica. Until then, a sharp sword still hung above their necks. "All the more reason to hold the damn wall for as long as we can, then." Suddenly thoughtful, Sonny used an elevator to descend underground and approached a particular door. A few moments after he knocked, Beth opened it and gave him a long look. "Oh. It's you." He raised a hand with a wide grin. "I brought sandwiches." "Well, a sandwich." She stepped aside to let him in and turned around. "Professor, your favorite awakened is here." Sonny dismissed the boots of the puppeteer's shroud before coming inside. That small action made him feel strangely nostalgic. Her civilian life. How come I barely remember what it is? Chapter 990, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 8. Sonny had no particular reason for this visit, apart from simply wanting to check on how the old man had settled in. From his first impression, the dormitory apartment was too small and barebones for someone of Professor Obel's stature. There were 5 compact bedrooms connected to a shared living room, kitchen, and bathroom, with 3 of the bedrooms occupied by other people. He could hear a child's voice behind one door, which meant that there might have been entire families of refugees living here. In that regard, maybe the fact that the professor and Beth each received an entire room for themselves was already a privilege. Still, what the hell? Maybe he should not have been surprised. Professor Obel was indeed a distinguished scientist who had made great contributions to humanity, but the Antarctic Center was the administrative center of the whole quadrant. With 200 million people concentrated in Falcon Scott, there must have been a whole lot of distinguished people waiting for their turn to be evacuated. Beth led him to the kitchen and put a kettle on the stove. Now that they were not busy trying to keep the caravan from falling apart, Sonny noticed that the young woman looked a bit haggard in comparison to how she had been at LO49. There were dark circles under her eyes, a slight uncertainty to her movements, and a grim slant to her brow. Beth's temper, however, had not changed one bit. "Tell me straight, is the wall going to hold?" Sonny lingered for a bit, stumped by the frank question. "How should I know?" "Sure, it is going to hold until it doesn't." Beth scoffed, pouring synthetic tea into 3 cheap alloy cups. "And yet you seem to be terribly calm." Sonny scratched the back of his head in confusion. "Do I seem calm?" "Well, I guess I am. I mean, what's the worst that can happen?" The young woman stared at him with outrage. "Death, you can die." He thought about it for a few moments. "I'd rather not die, of course. But death is definitely way better than some other things. Believe me." Sonny had lived through several ghastly experiences himself, and still remembered a few of the harrowing nightmares he had been subjected to by his shadowy steed. It seemed that he had developed an abnormally high tolerance to pain and fear somewhere along the way, without even noticing. Of course, his aloofness would look strange to a mundane person. Sonny opened his mouth, thinking that he should probably try to console Beth, somehow, but at that moment, Professor Obel finally appeared, sparing them both a moment of awkwardness. "Ah, Major Sunless, how nice of you to spare time for this old man." The three of them settled behind a small dining table, enjoying tea. At first, Sonny was the one doing most of the speaking. "So, city defenses are in good condition for now." "Ah, but we expect a big assault tomorrow. Make sure to remain inside, and don't go to the surface levels of the building, no matter what happens." Beth and Professor Obel shared a glance. For some reason, the young woman seemed to be unhappy with her mentor. "Yes, everyone received instructions on how to behave when an air attack alert is activated. Thank you for reminding us, young man." Sonny nodded, then hesitated for a while. Eventually, he asked in a cautious tone. "I am sorry to ask, Professor, but why are you still here? I would think that you would be put on the priority list for the evacuation." Every civilian in the city was designated as a member of a certain group, each having a different value. The high-value citizens were meant to be ferried across the strait first, with all the rest placed in a long queue by a randomized algorithm. Various factors could affect one's weight in the algorithm, though families with young children had a much better chance of being placed higher, for example, while people with genetic defects would be placed lower. Citizenship level also affected the algorithm, which meant that non-citizens from the local version of the outskirts would be evacuated last. Figures 1. However, none of it had anything to do with Professor Obel. By all accounts, he should have been on one of the first ships out of the harbor. The giant vessels had been coursing between Falcon Scott and eastern Antarctica for several days now, bringing many millions of people away. Beth gave the old man a scathing glance. "Yes, Professor. Why are you still here?" Before he could say anything, the young woman turned to Sonny and said with indignation. Believe it or not, the professor gave up his position on the priority list, saying that he wouldn't leave without his assistant. "And since I have nothing to do with the high-value group, we are both stuck in the standard selection group now. Gods only know when we'll be assigned a placement in the queue, let alone get to leave." Sonny blinked a couple of times. "Is that true, Professor?" The old man looked down in embarrassment. "Oh, you kids don't understand. I am an old man, you know. My bones still hurt from the long weeks spent on the road. Can't I rest a little before jumping on a ship?" Beth scoffed, and this time, Sonny was inclined to agree. What kind of bullcrap reason is that? There was obviously something deeper going on. Hopefully, the professor simply did not want to leave Beth behind, which was already stupid if he was on some self-sacrificial mission, though. Sonny had to set him straight. He opened his mouth to say something, but at that moment, the kid he had heard earlier barged into the kitchen, holding a makeshift toy in her hands. Grandpa Obel, it broke." Professor Obel gave Sonny an apologetic look, then smiled at the child and picked up the toy. "What? It broke all by itself, huh? Well, don't worry, I'll fix it up again. Your friend is going to be as good as new in no time." Sonny stared at the two of them, then said in a subdued tone. "Professor, there's a difference between being brave and being suicidal. You have to get on a ship as soon as possible. The wall is not going to hold back the enemy much longer. Not everyone will." The old man patted the child on the head, then simply looked at Sonny and smiled. "All the more reason for the army to make sure that it holds for as long as possible, then. It's not as if we're not trying. Wait, I sent that what I said myself." Sonny winced, then finished his tea in one gulp and stood up. "I guess you are right. I'll be going, then." He glanced at Beth. "Contact me if you need anything." With that, Sonny left the small apartment and returned to the surface. Picking up the devil's needle, he grunted and put it back on his shoulder. "Damned Professor, as if I don't have enough headaches already." Grumbling quietly, Sonny carried the heavy needle as he headed toward the distant barracks. Chapter 991, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 9. Sunny found the Rhino without any problem, since it was parked near the military barracks. Getting the corrupted Devil's Needle through the main hatch had turned out harder than he had expected, so he ended up climbing to the APC's roof and lowering it through the upper hatch there. Eventually, though, he found himself inside the dark, silent interior of the slumbering machine. It was a bit weird to see the Rhino so empty, but not unpleasantly so. With the whole APC to himself, Sunny felt as though he could relax and took off the mask of the confident commander that he was forced to wear in front of most people these days. "Ah, that damn thing is so heavy." He dragged the needle to the armory, dropped it on the floor, and returned to the lounge area to take a quick shower. Then, feeling fresh and rejuvenated if a bit sleepy, he summoned the Endless Spring, plopped down on a couch, and put his feet up, using the shadow chair as a footstool. Sunny took a sip of cool water, then carefully unpacked the sandwich and took a bite. The sandwich, indeed, had been made with love. It was truly tasty. Mentally thanking the generous refugee, Sunny enjoyed his meal in peace. It was going to be his last opportunity to rest tonight, so he made sure to chew as slowly as he could. Very soon, however, the sandwich was gone, and it was time to get to work. Sunny closed his eyes, sighed, and walked to the rear section of the vehicle. There, a small pile of memories lay on the holographic table of the command suite. Sunny summoned a few more, dropped them into the pile, and counted everything. A small grimace appeared on his face. Sunny had not only been keeping watch on the wall the past few days. After reaching Falcon Scott, which had become the hub of everything in the Antarctic Center, he had been very busy spending all of his contribution points, as well. Getting good memories was hard, but luckily, he was once again going for quantity over quality. Additionally, Sunny had no reason to stick to the official channels. Receiving anything through the Army requisition system was a tough and slow process, especially with the network being down most of the time, so he just traded his points directly to the awakened soldiers for the memories that were useless to them. He had even hired a few sleepers from the caravan to be his errand boys, which made the whole process faster. Not fast enough, though. Shaking his head, Sunny departed the pile of memories alone, cleared some space on the table, and summoned 2 weapons. One of them was his old and loyal Tachi, the Midnight Shard, and the other was Morgan's warbow. Sunny concentrated for a moment, allowing his gaze to peer through the surface of the 2 memories. The intricate tapestry of ethereal strings hidden inside them was vast and mind-numbingly complicated. He could already feel a hint of a headache coming on. Sunny was trying to do something that he had never done before. A few things, actually. Firstly, he wanted to recreate an ascended enchantment, which were much more expansive and complex than the awakened and dormant ones he had mostly copied before. Secondly, he wanted to disassemble the structure of a particular enchantment into its basic elements, then heavily modify one of those elements and turn it into an independent enchantment of its own. And lastly, he wanted to create a functional memory from scratch. That he had done on many occasions before, but only in the most rudimentary form. The first 2 steps were already hard enough, but it was the last one that had turned unexpectedly troublesome. As Sunny had discovered out, not all materials had the capacity to sustain powerful enchantments. They would simply disintegrate under strain, or be torn apart by the raging essence. He needed refined material to create a powerful memory, hence the needle of a corrupted devil. Since Sunny was planning to use transcendent soul shards, nothing less would do. Actually, he wasn't really sure if the needle was good enough for his purposes either. But it was his best bet. Sunny studied the weave of ethereal strings, and at the same time wove essence threads of his own. He was going to need a lot of them, so there was no time to waste. Minute passed after minute, merging into hours. Sunny continued sitting motionlessly in front of the 2 memories, with only the fingers of his 4 hands moving in the air. Eventually, his deep concentration was broken by the sound of an incoming call. Sunny lingered for a few moments, then slowly shifted his gaze to the communicator. As soon as he pressed on it, Master Jet's face appeared on the screen. She was chewing on a piece of roasted monster meat, seemingly very hungry or in a hurry to finish her meal. "Hey! How is your side project going?" Sunny stared at her incredulously. "It's going. It would go better if I was not distracted by unexpected calls in the middle of the night, though well, anyway. Did you manage to get what I asked for?" Just swallowed the last piece of the roasted meat, wiped the juice off her lips, and smiled. "Yeah. I gathered all the memories that the members of my cohort have no use for. Anyway, why do you need them? That's a crazy amount of contribution points to waste on a bunch of Tier 1 trinkets." Sunny grinned from the corner of his mouth. "I am thinking of giving them to a beautiful lady." A spark of curiosity glinted in Jet's eyes. "Oh, better be quick with it, then. If she really is a lady, reaching her bedroom might be a slow affair. And we all might be dead very soon." Sunny blinked. "What? No, that was not what I..." Soul Reaper laughed. "Gods, Sunny, relax. In any case, are you prepared for tomorrow?" Sunny glowered at her for a couple of moments, then scoffed. "Yeah, sure. As prepared as I can be." Jet sipped some water from her flask, then shut it and grinned again. This time, her smile gazed very ominous. "Well, good. Because tomorrow came a little early. Go get your cohort, Major Sunless." In the next moment, loud sirens of the aerial attack alarm howled eerily throughout the city, echoing through the crowded streets. Chapter 992, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 10. Damnation. Sunny scrambled to his feet, hastily dismissing the midnight shard and grabbing his bow. On the screen of the communicator, Jet's face disappeared, replaced by an incoming message that named the section of the wall he and his cohort were supposed to go to. South. This time, they were meant to fight right above the main gates of the city, on the part of the defensive barrier that faced inland and where the battle was going to be the fiercest. It seemed that Army Command was finally done holding the irregulars in reserve. Sunny glanced at the clock. It was just past the earliest time the members of his cohort could return from the Dream Realm, if they had chosen to sleep tonight. That's good. He dashed to the pilot's cabin of the Rhino and ran the vehicle through the startup procedure. The APC sluggishly came to life, making many sounds that were probably not an excellent sign. As Sunny waited, he mentally went over each member of his cohort, thinking about what task he would assign them and whether their flaws would be detrimental in this particular battle. The chances of that were low, but he still needed to check. No one with an especially crippling flaw would have made it through years of service, and soldiers were not required to disclose them. Sharing something that personal and potentially dangerous could only be done voluntarily. There was nothing about the flaws in the dossiers Sunny had read, but after spending months fighting side by side with his people, he deduced most of them. The flaws of the irregulars were indeed not too dire, and most of his people were mature awakened who had had at least a decade to learn how to deal with them. Quentin, for example, seemed to be unable to break a promise. Kim was naturally unassuming. Samara had a leisurely rate of soul essence regeneration. Bell had to work especially hard on his impulse control. Luster well, that one was beautiful apparent. Dawn's flaw was the cruelest, but it would only become detrimental years from now. His body was slowly, but constantly growing and would most likely collapse under its own weight one day, sometime in the future. Nothing that would play a role in today's battle, though. All good. At that moment, the hatch of the Rhino opened, making the eerie wailing of the sirens much louder. The members of his cohort rushed in, summoning their armor and weapons as they did. "Captain, everyone's here." Without waiting for Luster to get to the cabin, Sunny lowered himself into the driver's seat and sent the Rhino forward. His driving skills were not really top-notch or any good, really, but he could get the APC to the wall, at least. "Get yourself ready. You all remember the plan, correct?" Since Winter was going to take center stage in the battle against the Devouring Cloud, the irregulars had come up with a few strategies in advance. "Yes, sir." Sunny nodded. Well, then, go rub Luster's lucky charm. Gods know we're going to need some luck today. Hearing the laughter of his comrades, Luster crossed his arms. Hey, that thing really works. For out of the 5 most deadly nightmare creatures in the region you call that luck? Exactly, and I survived meeting everyone. Chuckling, Sunny concentrated on controlling the massive APC. The rhino sped through the streets of Falconscott. Thankfully, they were mostly empty by now. The air raid sirens had sent the refugees scrambling to get inside. He could see a lot of frightened people still hurrying to reach their assigned dormitories, but mostly, there were only military transports in sight. Briefly, Sunny wondered about the man who had gifted him a sandwich. Hopefully, his family had a room below ground. If not, surviving the devouring cloud might not be effortless for them. Concentrate. Finally, the rhino reached the staging area under the wall. Not bothering to park it properly, Sunny picked up Morgan's warbow and headed for the exit hatch. His soldiers followed. The army camp was in a state of perpetual, organized chaos, more so today than it had been before. A tense, anxious mood hung in the air. Everyone had a grim expression on their faces, sometimes glancing south with fear hiding in their eyes. Sunny thought that he could already hear the distant, low hum of the approaching swarm. Look alive. His shout seemed to energize the soldiers. Glancing at him with hints of recognition and reverence, they parted, letting the devils march through. Sunny made sure to put on the most calm and arrogant expression he could manage, as if the vast swarm of flying abominations was nothing more than a little annoyance. His performance seemed to have worked, since some of the tension dissipated. Even the members of his own cohort seemed to relax a little. Why the hell are you relaxing, idiots? You of all people should know how damn terrifying the devouring cloud is. I mean, even I am scared. But he wasn't, not really. Mostly because the brood monsters had no means of attacking incorporeal targets, so his personal safety was not at risk. And because the devouring cloud was the least dangerous of the enemies converging on Falconscott. It was still supremely dangerous, however. The irregulars entered an open elevator that took them to the top of the wall. Falconscott looked strangely empty from the moving platform, its usual liveliness gone. It seemed as if the whole city was holding its breath, hoping that the predator would not notice the prey. Zero chance of that happening. Stepping onto the wall, Sunny looked around and noticed a few familiar figures some distance away. A minute later, he was standing side by side with Jet, Winter, and Dale, looking south over the battlements. The 4 of them remained silent for a while, until Soul Reaper finally spoke, her voice measured. Wow. That is a lot of abominations. Below them, in the distance, the ground was slowly disappearing behind an immense wall of swirling haze. It looked as if the world itself was being devoured, erased from existence by the approaching cloud. Suddenly, Sunny caught himself missing the calm darkness of the underground tunnel. Chapter 993, The Fall of Falconscott, 11. The devouring cloud posed an existential threat to Falconscott, but strangely, Sunny was not too worried, at least for himself. Perhaps it was the marble shell that gave him confidence, or perhaps it was the presence of the other ascended irregulars. The 4 of them were a fearsome force by themselves, and there were thousands of other awakened defending the city, to boot. Not to mention countless mundane soldiers, impregnable fortifications, and 2 entire saints. Skytide had been away, fighting the winter beast somewhere in the wilderness. It was unknown whether she would be able to return in time to participate in today's battle, but Bloodwave was here, protecting the anchored ships. If things went south, he would undoubtedly interfere. Master Jet studied the approaching brood swarm, her icy blue eyes cold and calculating. Then, she sighed. Something is different. Sunny glanced at her with a silent question, prompting Soul Reaper to shake her head. The devouring cloud is behaving differently from how the reports described it. He frowned, then glanced at the distant haze. Indeed, the swarm was acting a bit differently from how it had been before. It seemed slightly less erratic, slightly more driven. The speed with which the devouring world consumed distance was greater than Sonny had expected. Summoning his helmet, Dale shrugged. They probably sensed the 200 million souls behind us. Who wouldn't hurry to get to a feast? Winter smiled. Well, then let's show them some hospitality. She remained motionless for a few moments, then raised her hands and cautiously removed her sunglasses. A deep sigh escaped from her lips. That was the first time Sonny saw Winter's eyes. They were entirely black, with pupils that resembled 2 drops of coagulated blood. Looking into them made him deeply, irrationally uncomfortable. Begin. Several awakened, 3 from Soul Reaper's cohort and 1 from Dale's stepped forward. Following Sunnis' nod, Luster did the same. In this battle, Winter was going to be the tip of their spear. Her aspect would play a key role, and so, it had to be augmented as much as possible. Several memories started to manifest in the air around the ascended archer: a beautiful handheld mirror, a small skull with a precious jewel embedded into its forehead, a silver coin with the image of a beautiful woman on one side and that of a hideous monster on the other, and at the same time, the 4 awakened activated their own abilities. One started to draw a complicated circle around Winter, saturating it with essence as he went. Another concentrated on the memories, somehow channeling more power into them. Luster simply placed his hand on her shoulder, and then sent Sonny a strangely pleased glance. That fool. Sonny rolled his eyes and walked a few steps away. He wrapped one shadow around his body and the other 3 around Morgan's warbow, then evaluated how much essence he had left. It was not as much as he would have wanted, but enough to summon the strike of thunder many times, as well as manifest countless soul arrows in between the shots. He would be able to activate the dying wish, as well, if the abominations managed to get close to the wall. Today, Sonny had a personal goal to slaughter as many of the brood beasts as possible. Hundreds of them, or maybe even 1,000. With almost all the vile creatures being awakened, he would not be getting many fragments, but that was all right. What he wanted were memories, anyway. The more, the better, no matter how weak. What do you think, Sonny? Are we going to win today? He glanced at Master Jet, who was calmly spinning a simple shuriken in her hand. The aura of illusory cold radiating from her seemed especially chilling right now. He shrugged. Sure. Why not? It's just a bunch of ugly flying leeches. Soul Reaper grinned and did not say anything else. A few minutes later, the devouring cloud entered the firing range of the rail guns. Once again, the thunderous sound of heaving tungsten rounds shattering the sound barrier made the whole wall vibrate. Even though Sonny knew that the bombardment had to have killed countless creatures, it seemed as though the distant haze simply swallowed them. There was not even the smallest ripple or rift in the uninterrupted veil of flying horrors. Crap. Then, the turrets and the MWPs joined the barrage and unleashed a hail of bullets. Numerous tracer rounds flew from the wall into the rolling cloud of brood beasts. It was strangely beautiful, as though a shining rain was falling from the ground into the sky, struggling to pierce the black veil of extinguishing darkness. As if utterly untouched by the devastating onslaught, the devouring cloud continued forward without ever slowing down. By now, the hum of countless leathery wings had grown loud enough to seep through the clamor of the firing guns, spreading through the air like the murmur of a vast sea. The creatures were already close enough for the illusion of a hazy veil to fall apart into the harrowing visage of myriads of black dots swarming in the air. Sonny grimaced, then drew his bow and sent the strike of thunder into the approaching horde. Before the furious bolt of lightning reached it, he was already pulling on the string again, an arrow of pale gold appearing on it. A flash of stark, eclectic light illuminated a tiny portion of the swarm, followed by the whispers of the spell. Crap. At that point, the devouring cloud was supposed to slow down. It had just reached the edge of the vast killing field between the city wall and the mountains, coming into view of numerous piles of nightmare creature carcasses covering the ground. The brood beasts were supposed to turn their attention to that plentiful source of food before continuing toward Falcon Scott in full force. However, they did not. Acting in contradiction to all the analytical reports by Army Command, the swarm ignored the feast of rotting flesh completely, and instead accelerated forward even more. That was when Winter finally made her move. Taking a deep breath, she raised her bow and summoned a single, fiery arrow. Her black eyes seemed to become even darker still, and the crimson blood drops of her pupils shone with an eerie, ominous glow. The string of the bow rang, and the flaming arrow flashed through the darkness, leaving a blazing trail behind. When it hit, the darkness of the polar night was suddenly no more. Chapter 994, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 12. The moment Winter's arrow reached the devouring cloud, a brilliant flash of light blinded everyone for a moment. A vast sphere of flame bloomed in the middle of the swarm, spreading far and wide like a rolling wave of destruction. Then, it collapsed on itself and exploded once more. Tongues of flame spread through the mass of abominations, swallowing countless brood beasts. Some were turned to ash, some fell down to the ground like burning stars. Others continued to burn as they streaked chaotically through the sky, their flesh boiling and dissipating. But they did not die before colliding with some of their vile brethren. The fire spread. As if possessing a mind of its own, it continued to spread from one abomination to another, until it seemed as though the sky itself was aflame. The darkness was chased out by the furious orange-white glow, and Sunny felt something that he had never expected to feel in the middle of winter in Antarctica. Scorching heat caressing his skin. He sucked in a shaky breath. Damn. It seemed that all their preparations were not in vain. Winter's opening was nothing short of breathtaking. It was outright frightening, if he was honest. But it was just an opening. Nevertheless, although the devouring cloud had sustained considerable losses and had to slow down, it was in no way stopped. Already, some brood beasts were charging through the wall of fire, lunging toward the city. Grinning at the sight of the fiery slaughter, Sunny shook off his momentary shock and drew Morgan's warbow again. More, I need to kill more. Another bolt of lightning slammed into the swarm, reaping a multitude of lives. An arrow of pale gold pierced a brood beast clean through, then continued to fly forward, killing several others. There were so many abominations that Sunny did not even have to aim. The 4 cohorts of irregulars, as well as all the rest of the awakened defenders, poured all their strength into destroying the descending tide of winged horrors. Even though it seemed as if the sky itself was falling on them, vast swathes of it enveloped in flame, no one's courage broke. It was natural to fear for one's life, but with 200 million people depending on their protection, the soldiers of the First Army stubbornly clung to their positions despite the terror of the approaching swarm. By his side, Soul Reaper waved her hands, dozens of throwing stars appearing between her fingers and shooting forward with terrible speed, shredding a whole swathe of the swarm like a steel rain. A few steps away, Samra was methodically discharging her rifle, explosions of essence blossoming in the mass of nightmare creatures. Pieces of torn flesh and streams of blood rained down without stop. The rest of the devils were doing their part. Winter was not at all done with her part of the slaughter, either. One after another, enchanted arrows flew from the string of her bow. With 4 awakened elites using their aspects to augment hers and a number of powerful memories feeding her their power, the ascended archer became a source of shocking devastation. Sunny finally understood why Winter was sometimes called a walking artillery unit. There were a lot of arrows in her arsenal capable of widespread destruction, and augmented as she was, the scope of that destruction only grew. Thanks to her aspect, the arrows never missed. And with luster continuously feeding her soul essence, she had no reason to stop. The devouring cloud was melting in front of his eyes. Morel. Sunny strained his muscles to draw the string, the process of dismissing and summoning the strike of thunder back finally finished just in time. A fierce bolt of lightning pierced the air once again. You have slain, you have slain, you have slain, you have received. And yet, even with all that destruction summoned upon the brood swarm, it was still advancing on the city. Half of the vast killing field had already disappeared in its shadow, and the first of the winged horrors were already reaching the wall. Somewhere to his left, a massive MWP stumbled, the appalling shape of a brood beast disappearing into the breach in the wall platform's armor that it had just created with the circular, fleshy maw. The creature crawled into the pilot's cabin in the next moment, the massive machine jerked erratically and stepped back, plummeting from the battlement into the darkness. Sunny uttered a silent curse. At the same time, Dale stepped closer to Winter. A spherical dome of transparent energy enveloped the two of them, as well as all the awakened standing nearby. Their arrows and bullets easily passed through the dome to hit the enemies, but when a lone brood beast lunged at Winter from above, it collided against the wall of shimmering energy as if against solid stone. The creature's body bounced away in a rain of blood. "I guess it's time for Sunny now." Jet's voice confirmed his own thoughts. They briefly glanced at each other, then dashed away from the irregulars. Sunny dismissed his bow, took a deep breath, and summoned the Sin of Solace instead. Instantly, an insidious voice, his own voice, spoke into his ear. "Ha! Are you still pretending that you can actually save anyone? You know." "Shut the hell up," no one asked. Gritting his teeth, Sunny followed Soul Reaper until they reached a relatively empty section of the wall a couple of 100 meters away from the position of the irregulars. She shouted at the nearby soldiers, commanding them to retreat. Then, Jet turned to Sunny and flashed him a wicked smile. "Are you ready?" He nodded. "Then activate that charm of yours." Sunny sighed, then poured essence into the dying wish. At the same time, he wrapped all four shadows around his body and activated the underworld armament trait of the marble shell, enhancing the effect of the charm. His goals here were rather simple. He needed to give Winter as much time as possible to eradicate the swarm, and at the same time, prevent brood beasts from flying into the city. What better way was there to achieve both than to present the devouring Cud with an irresistibly tasty target? The plan was bound to work. Its only downside was that, for a while, Sunny would have to survive the attention of the entire swarm. Somehow. Chapter 995, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 13. The world seemed trapped in a violent seizure. The darkness of the endless night was savaged, torn apart by the spreading wildfire and the disorienting flashes of numerous firing armaments. The cacophony of thunderous salvos and inhuman shrieks fused into an almost palpable force, pressing down on Sunny from all sides. Some distance away, above the burning nightmare of the killing field, the devouring cloud had reshaped itself to create a breach in the wall of flames. A dark mass of brood beasts poured forward, rushing to reach the defensive barrier of the last human city. The incoming segment of the swarm swirled, forming into a long and vast protuberance. It looked like a giant tentacle that grew and twisted, aiming for a single spot on the city wall, the dome of shimmering energy where Dale and Winter were making their stand. Something is indeed very wrong. Since when was the devouring cloud so purposeful? How could the swarm of mindless brood beasts not only identify the deadliest threat, but also show enough coordinated intent to try taking it out first? Feeling a chill run down his spine, Sunny activated the dying wish and watched as the tip of the dark protuberance pivoted, changing its direction to attack him instead. Wonderful. He glanced at Jet, lingered for a moment, and then asked in a hoarse voice, "Are we sure that we want to do this?" Soul Reaper lowered her graceful glaive, a thin layer of ice slowly thickening on its silver blade. Brushing her raven black hair back, she smiled from the corner of her mouth. "What do our wishes have to do with anything?" Sunny looked back at the approaching swarm and sighed. Fair enough. At that point, most of the weapons on the southern section of the wall had concentrated their fire on the advancing protuberance. It was being tomed by the heavy tungsten rounds of the rail guns, the storm of bullets unleashed by countless turrets, the sporadic rifle fire of mundane infantrymen, the memories and abilities of enlightened soldiers. As Sunny watched, masses of miniature missiles shot from the shoulders of the towering MWPs, streaking across the sky and blasting countless monstrosities to shreds. The attacking swarm was continuously breaking and rebuilding itself, new brood beasts instantly taking the place of the killed ones to close the gaps. It was not showing any signs of slowing down, though, which meant that Sunny would not escape it. Well, he was not worried. Sure you are. Sunny winced and glanced at the Sin of Solace with displeasure. His mental defenses were supposed to be quite high right now. Why wasn't the damned sword affected at all? Ah, yes. Your new, shiny shell as good a reason to feel confident as any, one guess. And if that is not enough, you can always escape into the shadows. Right? Sunny pretended not to hear the insidious voice. Have you not stopped to think about Jet, though? Where would she escape? Are you ready to watch her die? You better be an outsider like her does not matter, anyway. Sunny glanced at Master Jet, who was observing the swarm by his side. Her beautiful face was calm and focused. He sighed. You are very proud of yourself, aren't you? Toying with me, playing on my deepest fears and insecurities, but aren't you embarrassed of yourself a little? The Sin of Solace did not answer. I'll admit, you did catch me by surprise a couple of times. However, now that one knows what to expect, why would such childish jabs have any effect on me? I don't know whether you really are the voice of the cursed sword, or simply a part of my own subconscious twisted by it, although the latter seems more probable. However, one thing I do know is that you are out of your league here, buddy. He shook the beautiful Jen slightly. I mean, who do you think you are? You are not the voice of Ariel, the demon of dread. You are merely a memory of an echo of a whisper. Something that pathetic wants to drive me crazy. Please, don't make me laugh. There were a few moments of silence, and then, the insidious voice answered mockingly. And yet, here you are, talking to an imaginary voice in the middle of a battle. Sunny smiled. So what? Hearing voices and talking to myself is somewhat of a hobby of mine. Been there, done that. He pushed the annoying whispers to the back of his mind and concentrated on what was about to come. A small shadow suddenly fell from the sky. Sunny almost moved to attack it, but then held himself back. In the next moment, a familiar crow landed on Jet's shoulder, glanced at him arrogantly, and turned to its master. Swam swam. Jet patted the bird on the head with a small smile. Yes. I know. Now go, it is going to be too dangerous for you. The crow let out an outraged caw and spread its wings to make itself look bigger, but to no avail. She had already dismissed the echo, making it dissipate into a swirl of sparks. A few seconds later, the swarm was upon them. The first of the lunging brood beast was cleanly severed in half by Jet's glaive, two bleeding slabs of hideous flesh flying over the wall to fall into the siege camp below. But the next one was already attacking. Sunny allowed his mind to switch into the state of battle clarity, or rather, dive deeper into it, since clarity had long become like second nature to him. His thoughts accelerated, and his perception of the world became sharper, clearer, and more encompassing. He moved forward with light steps, the Sin of Solace flashing through the air to pierce the creature's body. Its flesh parted before the jade blade like water. At the same time, the shadows around them stirred, and a dozen black tentacles rose from them, grabbing the attacking brood beasts and tearing them apart. The tentacles were different and much more complex than the ones he had usually summoned before. These ones had joints and a semblance of structure, ending with crude, but nimble and powerful hands. Sunny's long hours of practice had not been in vain. He had pushed his grasp of shadow manifestation forward by a lot. Of course, using it burned through his essence. Everything Sunny did required him to spend essence weaving shadow strings, repeatedly summoning the strike of thunder, sustaining and augmenting the effect of the dying wish, saturating his body with resilience and strength. Any other master would have been drained of all energy already. But Sunny's reserves of essence were vast and potent, more than 4 times the volume of almost anyone else of the same rank. At the same time, his control of it was nothing short of exquisite, allowing for near-perfect efficiency. He had a lot of fight left in him, still. The question was whether that would be enough. Chapter 996, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 14. The swarm of brood beasts descended upon Sunny and Master Jet. The two of them moved with speed that would have seemed utterly inhuman to mundane soldiers. If any of them had remained nearby curiously enough, a master would have been stunned just as much. Both ascended irregulars were showing a level of physical prowess that only those with extremely powerful combat aspect were supposed to possess. Soul Reaper's glaive turned into a blur as she spun it, dissecting scores of the ghastly abominations. The gorgeous Jade Gem danced like a feather, harvesting life after life. Of course, neither Sunny nor Jet remained static, moving across the wide expanse of the battlement similar to a hurricane of cutting steel. They danced between the attacking nightmare creatures, never remaining in one spot long enough to be buried under their onslaught. Well, Sunny danced. His battle style was graceful and fluid, to the point where it seemed as though he had no rigid shape at all. Master Jet, on the other hand, fought with the dire and straightforward inevitability of an experienced butcher, slaughtering her enemies both methodically and ruthlessly. There was an awful beauty to her mesmerizing savagery, as well. Get ready. Sunny did not need the warning. The whirlwind of abominations surrounding them was already poor enough, but it was also just the beginning. Most of the protuberance of the devouring cloud had yet to reach them, and the situation was about to become numerous times worse. Oh, why did I come to this damned continent? Full of self-pity, he pivoted to the right, narrowly avoided a diving brood beast, and brandished the sin of solace to cut down another one. At the same time, he glanced over the edge of the wall, where a long stretch of the world was obscured by the swarm of abominations. By now, the two of them were surrounded from all sides, but most of the enemies were still coming from a single direction. The excellent news was that the dying wish was working, preventing the brood beasts from passing the wall and escaping into the city. The poor news was that he could not see the glow of winter's flames at all now, which meant that the part of the swarm attacking them was a second at most from growing much harder to deal with. There had to be really numerous of them to obscure the wildfire entirely. Sunny called upon the shadows, and a black wall suddenly rose between the battlement and the main body of the protuberance. Countless brood beasts slammed into it in the next moment, impaling themselves on the sharp spikes that shot from the black surface. Even more had to twist in the air to avoid the obstacle. That did not slow the swarm much, but it did funnel it somewhat, giving Sunny and Jet some room to breathe. At least for a moment. Then, things got really tense. Arg, damn it. There were too numerous brood beasts lunging at him to kill and evade them all. Sunny did his best, but it was still not enough. Even with the help of shadow hands, he was forced to receive several attacks head-on. Making his body as heavy as a slab of rock, Sunny gritted his teeth and stood his ground. A disgusting leathery body slammed into him. If he had not used the feather of truth to change his mass, the impact would have thrown Sunny to the ground, or even worse, off the wall. As it was, he only took half a step back, while the brood beast bounced back with the nauseating crunch of breaking bones. Ah, that hurt. Before Sunny could do anything, another creature tore into his forearm. The leather vambrace of the puppeteer's shroud held some of the horrid fangs back, but not all of them. However, the creature's fangs scraped fruitlessly against Sunny's skin, not leaving even a scratch on it. He grinned. Chew on this, bastard. With that, Sunny spun the sin of solace into reverse grip and easily cut through the abomination's long neck. Usually, it would have been difficult to deal any damage from such an awkward position, but the jade blade of the cursed sword was so sharp that he did not have to put any effort into the cut at all. The brood beast's body convulsed and fell down. It severed more, however, was still stubbornly trying to gnaw on Sunny's flesh. Whatever. Ignoring the vice-like and unpleasantly moist grasp of the creature's jaw, he threw himself back into the battle. A few moments later, it flew off his forearm, pulled away by powerful inertia. Sadly, that was not the last abomination that managed to hit him. As their number grew and grew, Sunny started to miss more attacks. Most of them failed to penetrate the adamantine barrier of the marble shell, but a few did not. There were now shallow scratches here and there on his body, and their number was swiftly increasing. Master Jet was in a similar position, although she did not seem to be bothered by it at all. Even though her black leather armor was torn and shredded, revealing glimpses of alabaster skin and trickles of crimson blood, she fought with the same unrestrained, magnificent brutality. There was even a dark, wicked grin on her face. "What is wrong with that woman?" He wasted a moment to shift his sight and glance at her core, only to see that it was brimming with essence, full to the limit. That cost him another scratch, as well as a pang of envy. Damn it, Master Jet's aspect is simply cheating. To be fair, his aspect was somewhat of a cheat as well. More than that, both of them were fighting in nearly optimal conditions. Soul Reaper was well suited to fight against large numbers of weaker enemies, who could provide her with a nearly endless supply of essence, while Sunny was a true menace when surrounded by shadows. Throughout the cruel length of the polar night, the whole world was enveloped by shadows, and he was their master. And yet, both of them were in dire danger. Even if individual brood beasts did not pose much of a threat to the two ascended, thousands and thousands of them did. An army of ants was more than capable of killing an elephant. Whatever an elephant was. Grinding his teeth, Sunny danced between the countless abominations and felt his own essence disappear with frightening speed. Winter better be very busy obliterating the main body of the swarm fast. Chapter 997, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 15. Black pillars of smoke rose into the sky, obscuring the stars like a smoldering veil. Between the roiling dark heaven and the cold ravaged land, a fiery inferno seethed and swarmed, drowning the world in a scorching orange glow. Surrounded by numerous abominations and the cacophonous roar of heavy armaments, Sunny and Jet fought against the devouring cloud. The wind was picking up. Struggling not to slip on the fetid blood that covered the alloy expanse of the battlement, Sunny pulled Soul Reaper close and bent down, summoning a dome of shadows to surround them. His breathing was hoarse and labored. There was no light inside the improvised shelter, and the brood beasts were already attacking it, the whole structure trembling under an onslaught of heavy blows. Worse still, he did not dare to sustain the barrier for more than a few seconds, afraid that the swarm would lose interest and shift its attention to the city beyond. "I won't last much longer." Master Jet was uncomfortably close, her physical state as battered and blooded as his. Her chest rose and fell erratically, betraying the same level of exhaustion. Nevertheless, her voice sounded calm. "You can't fight anymore?" He shook his head, then spoke after realizing that she probably could not see him. "No, not that. The charm, I don't have enough essence left to keep it active for long." She lingered for a moment. "Do what you can. After that, let's see what fate has in store." Sunny winced at her choice of words, then considered if it was time to summon Nightmare. The black steed would be helpful in surviving the tide of brood beasts, but the two of them were not at the point of needing to be rescued yet. It was supplying the dying wish with essence that was the problem. Nightmare was also large and lacked armor. His main defense was speed and viciousness, which would not protect him against the swarm. If the Shadow Stallion sustained heavy wounds today, Sunny would not be able to call upon him tomorrow. Back to the slaughter, then. He glanced at Jet. "Ready?" She smiled in the darkness. "Always." He allowed the suffering shadows to lose substance, and the black dome fell apart around them. Immediately, a flood of brood beasts descended upon the two ascended. Sunny and Jet were pushed back to back, unable to move. The jade longsword and the silver glaive glared, tearing through the ghastly abominations. The smell of blood permeated the air. It was somewhat of a heroic scene, exactly like what he had often seen in dramas and webtoons about valiant awakened, not very practical, though. Stuck in one spot and limited in where he could move, Sunny became a perfect target. Curse it! A strong gale of wind slammed into them, throwing many brood beasts off course. Jet used that moment to lunge forward and brandish her glaive, causing an explosion of frost to spread through the swarm, and clear a bit of space around them. High above, the veil of smoke looked like storm clouds. Sunny was still feeding his essence into the dying wish and sustaining the augmentation of the underworld armament, hoping to buy Winter another minute, maybe half a minute of time. But the devouring cloud seemed to have suddenly learned how to resist Solvain's charm. Without any provocation, the mass of brood beasts shifted, flashing past the two-blooded mast. Ignoring the alluring enchantment of the dying wish, they lunged in the direction where Dale's protective barrier still gleamed with mystical energy. What the hell? Sunny slashed at the nearest abomination, cutting it in half. The other brood beasts simply ignored him and flew away. You have slain an awakened beast, brood of the devouring cloud. You have received. He ignored the quiet whisper of the spell and stared at the apocalyptic scene of the battlefield. The killing field below the wall was enveloped in flame. The sky was burning with red embers, as well. The main body of the swarm seemed diminished, somewhat. Where once there had been an uninterrupted wall of winged horrors, now there was a tattered curtain of them, with vast breaches and gaps in its vile, seething mass. Winter and all the other defenders did not waste the time he had brought them. The problem, however, was that the flames unleashed by the ascended archer in her initial attack had almost died down, and now, the whole of the devouring cloud was advancing on the city. This was a key moment. Winter had to break their advance once and for all, and for that to happen, nothing could interrupt her. Goddamn. Sunny prepared himself, ready to dash toward the position of the rest of the irregulars. He could see a dark tentacle of the thinned protuberance slamming into Dale's barrier, the wind howling so loudly that it drowned out the thunder of the firing rail guns for a moment. The barrier grew dimmer, but held for now. A radiant arrow escaped from it, streaking across the killing field and disappearing into the devouring cloud. Then, it was as though a large portion of the swarm imploded in on itself, countless abominations being violently pulled and crushed by an invisible force. However, it was still not enough. Dale's barrier was growing dimmer and dimmer, and the swarm was still advancing, a dozen seconds away from crashing into the defenders of the city. Not enough. And then, a vast shadow fell from the sky, tearing through the veil of smoke and storm clouds obscuring it. At the same time, a destructive net of lightning surrounded the devouring cloud, turning the world white for a second. Thousands of abominations were instantly burned to ash. A giant bird of prey with white feathers and devastating talons of lustrous steel dove into the swarm. Her enormous wings were wreathed in thunderclouds, and bolts of lightning danced around her body like a cloak. A hurricane of wind summoned by her arrival threw the center of the devouring cloud into disarray. Sunny froze. Sky-tied. Saint Tyrus looked beaten and exhausted, but still incredibly fearsome. Her white feathers were painted by blood, and there was a thin layer of ice covering many parts of her body. Despite all that, she cut through the swarm like a blade of a guillotine, and at the same time, powerful winds squeezed the monstrosities down and pushed them away from the city. Sunny stared at the incredible scene in tired silence. He had never been that happy to see a saint before. Lowering the sin of solace, he looked at Master Jet. A somewhat disoriented question escaped from his lips. Have we won? She lingered for a moment, then shrugged. It seems that W. Before Soul Reaper could finish the sentence, however, the city wall suddenly quaked under them. Chapter 998, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 16. The wall trembled violently, almost throwing Sunny off his feet. He caught himself from falling and spun, the sin of solace flying into a defensive stance. What the hell was that? Master Jet used her glaive to keep herself upright and looked around. For the first time since the start of the battle, her expression became grim. She did not answer for a couple of seconds. Then, her icy eyes widened slightly. Soul Reaper turned to Sunny, trying to say something, but he had already sensed it himself. A cold shiver ran down his spine. The call. The call of the nightmare had suddenly grown much louder, assaulting his mind with an onslaught of screaming whispers. In the next moment the world came undone, and the piercing sound of tearing alloy filled Sunny's ears. The battlement beneath him was falling apart, and a strong aftershock of whatever it was that had destroyed it rolled through the air, throwing him away. No. Sunny did not see it yet, but he already understood what had happened. A nightmare gate had just opened right below where he and Jet had fought, annihilating a large section of the wall. An ugly rift in reality tore through the armored alloy, turning it into nothing. The vertical schism of pure nothingness played strange tricks with both light and darkness, making it appear simultaneously perfectly flat and inconceivably deep. A litany of inaudible screams thundered out of it in deafening silence, washing over the world like a demented call. The wall was breached from top to bottom, some of it devoured by the gate, the rest simply collapsing when the supporting structure suddenly disappeared. Sunny plummeted down in a rain of debris. Before he could truly comprehend what was happening, his body brushed against the boundary of the gate. Instantly, an explosion of blinding pain enveloped his body and soul, and a strange repelling force pushed him away. A nightmare gate was a one-way path. Creatures of the dream realm could enter through it into the waking world, but nothing from the waking world could pass through it into the land of nightmares. Only awakened could answer its call by sending their souls on a perilous journey. All they had to do was fall asleep in the vicinity of the rift. Masters and saints could answer it, too, by pulling on their own anchors but not by physically stepping through the gate. Maybe sovereigns were different, but Sunny had no time to ponder about it. Or could ponder about it, really. For a few moments after experiencing the shock of brushing against the lightless rift, his mind became utterly blank. And when he came to his senses, he found himself falling from a 70-meter height, the ground approaching him with frightening speed. Still disoriented, Sunny scrambled to summon the Dark Wing, but then froze for a split second. There was not enough time for the translucent memory to manifest itself into existence and for its enchantment to activate. He had maybe 3 seconds left. Would a fall from that height murder him? Sunny did not know, and he did not want to find out. Even if he survived somehow, a flood of nightmare creatures would soon flow out of the gate to finish the job. Damn. Something heavy and sharp suddenly slammed into Sunny's head. A torn piece of the wall's frame. Following an instinct, Sunny reached forward and called upon the shadows of the falling pieces of debris. They moved, sliding toward his body. Sunny made himself as light as he could, and then manifested the shadows. In the next moment, a vast mantle of darkness surrounded him like a streaming black cape, catching the wind and slowing down his fall. It was almost enough. He hit the ground hard enough to bounce off of it and black out for a moment. The mantle of shadows was torn apart and dissipated. Sunny rolled away, his body a mass of pain, vaguely recognizing the landscape of the staging area around him. He came to a halt after violently slamming into the feet of a loader robot, then weakly crawled under it, hoping to hide from the raining debris. It was good thinking. Not a second later, a piece of alloy that must have weighed several tons crashed into the ground in the spot where Sunny had been just a moment ago. That was all Sunny could do, though. After taking shelter between the legs of the loader, all strength seemed to abandon him. All that was left was pain. Ugh. He was alive, at least. Boneweave and the marble shell, as well as his ascended physique, had protected Sunny's body from being severely damaged. He was a bit shocked, that was all. Arguably, touching the gate had caused much more harm. Sunny did not know what kind of damage he had received, but it felt serious. He knew he could still fight maybe, but not right now. Right now, he could hardly move. Not good. From his temporary shelter, Sunny had a clear view of the broken wall and the vast rift of nothingness pulsing darkly in the breach. A few soldiers and logistics specialists were running away from it, consumed by panic. A few more lay dead, killed by the debris. A tide of nightmare creatures was about to emerge from the gate, flood the staging area, and devour everyone here before escaping into the city. And Sunny was utterly defenseless. A cold voice suddenly resounded in his ear. "See? I told you that you're useless." Sunny gritted his teeth. "Shut up." His own laughter was the answer. "I also told you that Master Jet was going to die, didn't I?" He growled. "I said shut the hell up." Pushing through pain and weakness, Sunny forced himself to start crawling. He wanted to crawl away, but somehow found himself crawling toward the gate. The desire to flee had been subtly defeated by the desire to finish his duty and defend the city, without him even noticing. I must have really lost it. What am I planning to do in that state? Maybe there was some strategy left. No, there surely was. He was just too rattled and concussed to ponder it. There was the dying wish. How there was also nightmare. As a massive shape slowly revealed itself in the pulsating darkness of the gate, a familiar tone whispered into his ear. Sunny felt a flash of rage sear his mind. Shut your mouth. But then, he froze. That voice was not his. Ignoring the rude outburst, the spell spoke. Your shadow has evolved. Chapter 999, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 17. My shadow. Sunny unlocked his eyes wide. Saint. It seemed that Saint had finished her evolution into a devil ahead of schedule. All things considered, her timing was nothing short of impeccable. Even in his disoriented state, Sunny knew that he could not ignore such luck. As the first of the nightmare creatures emerged from the gate, he abandoned his attempts to crawl forward and called upon his shadow, instead. The coldness of the polar night seemed to grow slightly darker. Then, an intricate sabaton forged out of black, stone-like metal stepped on the ground beside him. Sunny weakly turned his head to look up at Saint, who was as aloof as ever. His taciturn knight had changed. Initially, she had been roughly the same height as him, becoming taller after evolving into a demon. Now, Saint towered above Sunny. Obscured by the beautiful onyx armor, the lines of her stone body were still slender and graceful, but at more than 2 meters of height, the fearsome shadow seemed extremely imposing. Her oppressive presence was worthy of a devil. The black armor itself had not changed much. It had always been a product of magnificent craftsmanship, and seemed even more superb and menacing now. However, Saint's skin, which had been grey like stone before, then white as alabaster, was now as smooth and black as polished onyx. At least what little of it could be seen through the slits of her visor. The ruby jewels of her eyes burned with ominous crimson flames. Saint studied the vast rift of the nightmare gate indifferently, then glanced at Sunny. It almost seemed as though she had a lot of questions. He forced out a weak smile. Yes, stuff happened. I'm glad to see you, too. Then, he raised a trembling hand and pointed at the emerging nightmare creatures. Go deal with them, if you don't mind. I'll stay here for a bit. Saint lingered for a moment, then silently turned to the flood of monstrous creatures and strolled forward. Her steps were calm and steady. Sunny let his hand drop back to the ground. It's good to have her back. Hoisting himself up to sit, his back leaning against a piece of rubble, Sunny used some of his last essence to send the broken oath to the taciturn devil. Then, he commanded all 4 of his shadows to abandon him and embrace Saint, instead. Her tall figure shone with a dark radiance. The shadows around the demonic knight swelled, becoming deeper and darker, surrounding her like a tenebrous mantle, which was all expected. What Sunny had not expected, however, was that there was a hint of true, elemental darkness in that lightless glow. It made him shiver. A few dozen meters away from them, the nightmare creatures were being born from the revolting nothingness of the gate. A flood of them rushed forward, chasing after the retreating soldiers and non-combatants. The abominations gazed like tall, insectine humanoids with 6 hands each, their inhuman faces brimming with black eyes and jagged mandibles. They wore carapace armor and wielded weapons made of sharpened chitin, moving with astonishing speed and possessing dreadful might. As Sunny watched, one of the creatures easily threw a piece of the broken wall that must have weighed a ton aside. Unfazed, Saint unlocked her arms, as if trying to embrace the broken, burning world. Darkness flowed from under her vambraces, over her palms, and into the air. A moment later, the flowing darkness formed into the shape of a familiar stone sword. It was whole once again, but utterly black in appearance. A feeling of dark, nebulous power radiated from its Stygian blade. On her other hand, a round shield of stone-like metal appeared. It surfaced the same polished onyx as the fearsome armor of the taciturn shadow. Walking toward the enemy, Saint raised her sword and struck the rim of her shield twice with its blade, as if challenging the harrowing tide of monsters. Damn. Sunny was too weak and mentally shaken to do anything, so he just sat on the ground, using a piece of rubble for support, and watched Saint fight. His shadow had simply strolled forward, and then dove into the mass of enemies as soon as the last of the soldiers ran past her. She collided against the arachnid warriors with her shield, sending a dozen of them stumbling to the ground, and then twisted into a whirlwind of annihilating darkness, her sword slicing through carapace armor, flesh, and bone as if nothing could stop it. Black blood, severed limbs, and broken bodies covered the ground. Saint was an ascended devil now, and augmented by all four of Sunny's shadows. The Broken Oath received the same augmentation, seeping strength and vitality from her enemies. The graceful knight fought with stunning clarity and sublime skill, and yet, that was not enough to explain why Saint was so deadly and devastating. The abominations were not weak, it was she who was too strong, too fast, and too tyrannical. A simple evolution of one class could not explain the difference. A devil commands unnatural powers. That is what separates them from demons. Sunny's thoughts were slow and tangled, but he remembered that much. What powers had Saint received? Might as well take a look. It was not like Sunny could be of much use, currently. He lingered for a few moments, staring at the fearsome battle that was taking place merely 24 meters or so away from him. Saint was holding back the whole mob of nightmare creatures by herself for now. He did not know how long she would last, or whether the abominations would flow past the slaughtering devil to escape into the city. If they did, he would be the first one to die. Ha! Sunny gathered his thoughts and activated the healing property of the dying wish first. That, at least, did not demand any essence, or maybe slowly accumulated it with each kill, creating a hidden reserve. The main effect of the enchantment had been deactivated long ago. A wave of healing energy spread through his body, repairing the damage done to it and lessening the pain. He was still weak, muddled, and suffering, though whatever touching the gate had done to him seemed to be more than a mere physical wound. Whatever. Next, Sunny summoned Nightmare. He did not send the Black Stallion to join the battle yet, ordering him to stand guard above his master. Somewhat satisfied with these measures, Sunny glanced at Saint again, and summoned the runes. Chapter 1000, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 18. What the hell am I doing? Indeed. The wall of the city was breached, a menacing nightmare gate was towering above him, and not too far away, a furious conflict was raging in the rabble of the staging area. And yet, Sunny was staring at the runes that shimmered brightly in the air in front of him. His vision was a little blurry, but the runes were clear and perfectly legible, as if existing outside of reality. Which they probably did. Oh, well. Sunny needed a couple of minutes to recover anyway. He looked at the field of runes, searching for the names of his shadows. A new string of them replaced the old one. Onyx Saint. Onyx, how that had a nice ring to it. Marble Saint had turned into Onyx Saint. Was his marble shell going to evolve into the onyx shell, as well, once he transcended? Sunny would have loved to pursue that train of thought, but unfortunately, he couldn't. His thoughts were slow and erratic, refusing to consider anything too complicated. Giving up, he concentrated on the runes of Saint's name and started to read the descriptions. Shadow Onyx Saint, Shadow Rank Ascended, Shadow Class Devil, Shadow Attributes Battle Master, Stalwart, Ember of Divinity, Heart of Darkness. Heart of Darkness, that's new. Sunny glanced at the mass of attacking arachnid warriors, catching a glimpse of Saint decapitating an especially menacing abomination with a swift slash of her black sword, then sending its body flying into the mob with a strike of her shield. Even before the rim of the shield connected with the creature's chest, the blade of the stone sword was already moving to deflect an incoming blow. She's not dead yet. He looked back to the runes. Attribute description: a vestige of an ancient darkness dwells in this shadow's heart, granting her tenebrous powers. So, Saint had not just destroyed the sphere of black stone in the tunnel, she had taken something from it. Sunny had expected as much. The spark of divinity was also gone, replaced by the ember of divinity. The light of divinity and true darkness now coexisted within Saint. Somehow there was something interesting about that fact, but Sunny, in his pitiful state, could not quite point to what. The sounds of the conflict grew louder, and a little closer, forcing him to look past the runes nervously and then hurry up. The gate guardian could arrive at any moment. Sunny lowered his gaze. Shadow abilities: Weapon Sage, Underworld Armament, Mantle of Darkness, Blade of Darkness. 2 new ones. The name of the first ability was a bit familiar. He concentrated on it and read. Ability: Mantle of Darkness. Ability description: Darkness embraces this shadow. When surrounded by darkness, and true darkness more so, her swiftness and might will increase. Her wounds will be healed, and her heart will grow fuller. Sunny blinked a couple of times. Well, that explains how she is so powerful right now. If there was one thing that Antarctica did not lack, it was darkness. Although the staging area was usually well lit, most tech nearby had been destroyed by the pulse of the opening gate. Saint was wreathed in shadows. The physical augmentation of the Mantle of Darkness seemed to be a formidable one, and combined with the embrace of his foreshadows, it produced a truly terrific result. What made him especially happy was that Saint would also be able to heal herself from now on, at least when surrounded by darkness. That alone was an incredible boon. The last part of the description spoke of her heart, but the rune could also mean soul. Sunny suspected that it alluded to both the true darkness dwelling in Saint's heart, and her essence, or whatever it was that the shadow used instead of essence. The point was that its replenishment rate would be increased. These abilities were very similar to what the Black Knight had possessed, with one serious caveat. Unlike the fallen devil of the ruined cathedral, his own ascended dev, Illinois seemed to possess dual affinity both to the shadows and to the elemental darkness. Those were supposed to be mutually exclusive, but were not, in her case. It seemed that Saint's nature as a shadow led to a curious result. His graceful knight paradoxically enjoyed the favor of both mundane and true darkness. Recalling how harrowing his journey through the underground tunnel had been, Sunny could not help but feel envious. Interesting. Finally, he turned his gaze to the second of the 2 new abilities. Blade of Darkness. Ability description: The true darkness dwelling in this shadow's heart can be summoned in the form of a fearsome weapon, as long as the shadow has mastered the use of that weapon. The Blade of Darkness can slay those of flesh and those of spirit. It never dulls, never falters, and never breaks. Alternatively, the darkness can be summoned to augment a mundane weapon. Sunny smiled. So she fixed her sword herself, in the end. The Blade of Darkness was a truly powerful ability, indeed. Since Saint was a battle master and a weapon sage, she could wield any weapon with superb proficiency, which meant that the true darkness she was a vessel of could take any form. The dark weapon would be as strong as Saint was herself, growing stronger if Saint evolved again in the future. It was capable of killing both corporeal and incorporeal creatures. It could even be used to augment an existing weapon or a weapon-type memory, both making it more powerful and adding an elemental property to its attacks. All of it was simply amazing. And when Sunny gathered enough memories, he flinched when something thundered, sending a strong shockwave through the ground. Looking past the runes, Sunny saw a massive shape emerging from the gate. The Guardian had arrived. Somewhere beyond the wall, Skytide was still fighting the devouring cloud. The wall had been breached, and he had no idea if the other irregulars still lived. Master Jet was nowhere to be seen, and probably. No, don't think about it, she won't be so easily killed anyway. And lastly, Saint was standing her ground against a whole swarm of dreadful nightmare creatures, surrounded by nothing but enemies and carnage. Even as powerful as she had become, the force arrayed against her was still dire and overwhelming. Sunny let out a tortured sigh. No rest for the wicked. Struggling against pain and sickening weakness, he staggered to his feet and grabbed Nightmare, terrified that he might fall again. Then, Sunny gazed at the gate and the tide of nightmare creatures flowing out of it. A strange countenance appeared on his face. I might die, but I do require more memories, so I guess my greed is much greater than my fear. With that, he groaned and hoisted himself on atop of his black steed. It was time to join the fight. Erdil's note. I decided to manually add this note from the author because of how special it seemed to him. Don't know if this event is only for privilege buyers, but fuck it, check out his Discord during the date, maybe you get lucky. Author's note: today, I published the 1000th chapter of Shadow Slave. It has been a long journey, and I am delighted to know that so many people enjoyed making it with me. The joy and pride I feel when looking at that beautiful number can only be compared to the dread I feel knowing that there is a couple thousand more chapters one still have to write. In honor of this milestone, the Shadow Slave community will be having a small celebration on July 10th. If you wish join us, visit the Guilty Gildar Discord server. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Cheers. Chapter 1001, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 19. Sunny realized that he would not be able to do a lot in this fight, but then again, he did not have to. Right now, his role was to support Saint and let his shadows do all the heavy lifting. Maybe that was how he was supposed to fight every battle, really, but sadly, fate rarely gave him such opportunities. In any case, there was one thing that he could do. Dismissing the sin of solace and the dying wish to get back a bit of essence, he summoned the Shadow Lantern instead. As soon as it manifested, Sunny tossed the lantern in the direction where the towering Gate Guardian, a monstrous arachnid wielding 6 weapons carved of bone, advanced on Saint. He did not have enough essence to sustain the Divine Memories enchantment for long, but he did have enough to open its gate, unleashing a swarm of shadows onto the battlefield. The darkness enveloping it grew even deeper than it had been before. In the next moment, Sunny and Nightmare slammed into the crowd of the abominations. Crap. The rest of the battle was a hazy mayhem of violence. Sunny struggled to remain atop his black steed, lamenting that there had not been enough time to saddle it. At some point, he simply slid to the ground, using Nightmare's body to shield himself from the enemies. Not trusting himself to wield a weapon that demanded strength in his weakened state, Sunny summoned the Moonlight Shard instead. A beautiful chalice of white jade appeared in his other hand. Submerging the narrow blade of the ghostly stiletto into the black liquid, he used it to strike at the cracks in the enemy armor and finish off those abominations that Nightmare had wounded with his fangs, horns, and steel hooves. At some point, other soldiers, unawakened, joined the fight. More nightmare creatures emerged from the gate, and more humans threw themselves into the meat grinder to stop the enemy from reaching the streets of the city. Their resistance was desperate and haphazard, but for now, at least, they held the tide of abominations back. Beyond the wall, obscured by the hideous rift of the Nightmare Gate, the sky was painted white by lightning. Sunny knew that they were going to win when the spell whispered into his ear, its voice drowning out the sounds of the battle. You have slain a corrupted devil, Silkway Archon. Your shadow grows stronger. Staggering back, he let out a relieved sigh and glanced in the direction where Saint had been fighting the Gate Guardian. The creature lay sprawled on the ground, its limbs severed and its massive body cleaved apart. His shadow was standing above it, her black blade already seeking another target. Saint's armor was battered, and there were thin streams of fine ruby dust flowing from the breaches. However, wreathed in darkness, her body seemed to be healing already. Without ever slowing down, she shook the dark blood off her sword and dashed forward to face a new enemy. With the Gate Guardian slain, the scales of battle slowly started to tip in favor of humans. Sunny was not of much use, but with Saint and Nightmare rampaging amidst the abominations, dealing with them was not an insurmountable task. And then, almost abruptly, the battle was over. Sunny leaned tiredly on a piece of rubble, observing the scene of utter slaughter. His armor was blooded, but his body was nearly devoid of wounds. Most had been healed by the dying wish, and the rest were repaired by the living stone. Having a magical shell reinforcing his skin was very handy. He still felt terrible, though. Around him, awakened and mundane soldiers were busy building improvised barricades around the gate. The first wave of abominations might have been destroyed, but more could emerge from the rift at any moment. A few of them suddenly froze, staring at a menacing black figure that had emerged from the darkness into the dim light. Saint's eyes burned with demonic crimson light, and her onyx armor was glistening, awash in the blood of the arachnid warriors. She looked both graceful and terrifying. One of the soldiers raised his rifle with trembling hands, but the other suddenly shouted, his eyes wide. "Mongrel, it's Lord Mongrel." A hum of voices soon rose above the barricade. "Mongrel is in Falcon Scott. He killed the gate guardian, it was him." "It's clearly a she, you idiot." "Thank you, Lady Mongrel. We're saved." Ignoring them, Saint passed between the invigorated soldiers indifferently, the broken oath long dismissed. She approached Sunny and froze, looming above him like a beautiful monument of darkness. Her ruby eyes stared at him intently. Unaccustomed to craning his neck to look at Saint, Sunny awkwardly cleared his throat. "A great job out there. You really saved my skin." She lingered for a few moments, slowly raised her hand, and poked him in the cheek with a finger. Then, Saint tilted her head slightly, as if studying him. Her ruby eyes betrayed a hint of some unknown emotion, making Sunny blink. "What is happening?" Without saying anything, of course, the taciturn shadow then took a step back and turned away, looking at the gate. However, she seemed strangely pleased. Sunny blinked a few more times, then rubbed his cheek. "How all right? Was it because of the marble shell?" He shook his head, knowing that there was no time to waste pondering the weird occurrence. Maybe he imagined the whole thing. "Anyway, I have to go. Stay here in case more nightmare creatures emerge, and don't let any of them escape into the city. I'll leave Nightmare with you." Sunny had to find out if the battle against the devouring cloud was over, whether there were more gates that had opened within the city, how his men were doing. Most importantly, he had to find Master Jet. Leaving the gloomy shadow with Saint, he wrapped the other three around his body, grimaced, and started walking. Despite the fact that there were no physical wounds on his body, Sunny still felt hurt. Every step was a struggle. But what else was new? Whispering quiet curses, he summoned the crawl site to use as a walking stick and headed deeper into the staging area. Chapter 1002, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 20. Sunny did not have to wander the stretch of the staging area that had been ruined by the destruction of the wall for long. It was a mess, with broken prefab buildings laying shattered and broken, buried under piles of alloy debris. Finding anyone here would have been a challenge. Before he allowed himself to drown in dark thoughts, however, a familiar black beard appeared from above and landed on a bent steel beam protruding from the ground nearby. The crow waved its wings, clearly agitated, and cawed. "Jet, Jet." Sunny let out a shaky breath, feeling a lot of relief. If the Echo was still here, Soul Reaper couldn't be dead. He took a step toward the bird and asked, "Where is she?" Instead of answering, the crow flew away, landed on a communication relay a dozen meters away, and looked back expectantly. In this way, the Echo led Sunny to Master Jet. After finding her, Sunny remained silent for a few moments. Then, he coughed. "Well, that was not what I expected to see." Jet was hanging upside down, her body caught in the jagged mess of torn alloy beams. One of them was piercing her abdomen like a hook, and her arm was caught between two others. Despite the ghastly situation, there was a calm and slightly annoyed expression on Soul Reaper's face. "Yeah, well. Care to help me get down?" "I can do it myself, of course, but I would prefer for my insides to remain on the inside for a little bit longer." She could probably free herself. Simple alloy would not have held back a master for long, but with how thoroughly trapped Jet was, ripping herself off the hook would have probably exacerbated her wounds by a lot. Not everyone had the lineage of a tenacious demon to help them recover and skin as hard as enchanted marble. Sunny studied the tangled mess of alloy beams, then floated up with the help of the dark wing and carefully pulled Master Jet off the jagged hook. With a quiet hiss, she slid off the blooded alloy and fell down, landing softly on her feet. Arg, damn it. Jet clutched her abdomen with a grimace, and then slowly straightened. Sunny landed nearby and looked at her with concern. That, are you going to be all right? Instead of answering, Soul Reaper spat a mouthful of blood, then looked at him with a dark smile. Her teeth were all painted red, so the smile was not very reassuring. Don't worry about it. I am a very sturdy girl woman. Whatever. The point is, it will be as good as new in a couple of days, even without a healer. Sunny scratched the back of his head, then hesitated for a few moments. Eventually, he said. I was afraid that you died. Master Jet laughed, then winced and clutched her wound tighter. Died? That's the last thing you should be afraid of. Believe me, Sunny, I won't die on this godforsaken continent. It's impossible. He shook his head at her bravado, then sighed. All right. Do you want me to tell you how the battle went? Soul Reaper waved her hand. Crow saw it. Good job handling the gate. I am a bit embarrassed that I wasn't there to help. There are several others that opened either near or within the city. All of them were contained, it's just this particular one that was an unpleasant surprise. The devouring cloud also seems to have retreated, for now. She frowned. You observed it too, right? Sunny nodded with a dark expression. A new tyrant must have risen from within the swarm. The damned leeches were acting too purposefully. Master Jet used his shoulder for support and pulled him forward. They slowly walked through the ruins of the staging area, looking like two cripples. Yeah, that is why the devouring cloud pulled away before being destroyed. It will probably be back later. Sunny closed his eyes for a moment. Gods, there are so many priority targets converging on the city. I hoped that we would destroy at least one today. He glanced at Jet, his eyes tired. So what do we do now? She simply shrugged. Go find our people. Rest, recover. Prepare to repeat the whole thing tomorrow. Indeed. What else was there to do? Life was a constant struggle. Since the wall was broken now, they had to find an elevator that would take them to the proper side of the breach. Even worse, the pulse of the gate had destroyed a lot of fine machinery, so finding a working platform was not easy. Eventually, however, they made it to the top of the defensive barrier and returned to the position of the irregulars. The first one they saw was Winter, who sat tiredly on the alloy surface of the battlement, her eyes hidden once again behind the sunglasses. A thin crack ran through one of the lenses. Hearing their steps, she turned her head slightly. A pale smile appeared on her face. The hero's return. You two look like crap. Master Jet scoffed, which caused her to wince once again. Thanks for the compliment. Sunny helped her sit down, then looked around, searching for his cohort. Noticing the towering figure of Dawn a dozen or so meters away, he breathed out heavily with relief and asked, his voice almost devoid of tension. So, how did it go? Do we have any casualties? Winter did not respond, prompting him to look down. Her face was uncharacteristically somber. Sunny felt something cold brush against his heart. What? The ascended archer sighed, then looked down. About that I'm sorry, Sunny. Things were a bit chaotic back there. He remained motionless for a while, then turned away and silently headed toward where he had seen Dawn. As Sunny approached, he mentally counted. Dawn, Belle Luster, Kim Samra. When he reached the cohort, they turned to him, their faces pale and grim. Kim's eyes were glistening, and she avoided looking directly at him. Luster was the first one to speak, his tone subdued. Captain Wee Wee. Sunny cut him off. Show me. They stepped aside, revealing the figure of Quentin, who was laying on the cold alloy with his eyes closed. Sunny discovered himself taking a few steps forward and kneeling beside the gallant healer. His face was calm, and his body seemed untouched except for a shallow wound on the side of his head. His chest was rising and falling, which meant that Quentin was still alive. He had not been killed, he had just lost consciousness. However, it did not matter. Sonny closed his eyes. Quentin had lost consciousness near an active gate, which meant that his soul was stolen away by the call. He had been thrown into an unexplored, dire region of the dream realm, surrounded by numerous nightmare creatures and abominations so vile that words could not describe them. His only chance of survival was to fight his way to a seed, challenge it, and conquer the second nightmare alone. For all intents and purposes, Quentin was already dead. A few hours later, Sonny discovered himself alone in the Rhino. The area surrounding the military barracks was quiet, and the interior of the APC was dark. He sat on his bed, unmoving, his eyes like two pools of darkness. He was cold. It is what it is. War was like that. People died all the time. Sonny had sent many to their deaths himself. He was not new to losing soldiers. And yet, he was weak, his body and soul were both in pain because of the brush with the nightmare gate, but somehow, his heart hurt much worse. There was a lot for him to do. Feeding Saint, continuing his attempts to weave a memory from the Devil's Needle. However, Sonny felt unwilling to move. Or maybe incapable. He just sat silently and stared into the darkness. After some time, his communicator lit up. He gazed at it, then slowly brought the screen to his face. There was a new message from Rain. Rain, hey, Sonny, it is really hard to imagine that it is winter in Antarctica, and that the night there lasts for many months. And that aurora thing you described, I gazed it up on the network, and wow, it's so pretty, there's nothing like that in NQSC. Well, you know, we can hardly even see stars here, because of the light pollution and the air being full of dust. However, the weather is warm and the nights are short, so I won't complain. You stay warm, too. Nothing really interesting happened to me. Did anything interesting happen to you? How are you doing? I hope everything is all right. Sonny remained motionless for a while, staring at the screen. Then, he closed his eye for a moment, took a deep breath, and started writing a response. Sonny, hey, Rain. Lots of interesting things happened to me, of course. I am one of the most interesting people in two whole worlds, after all. Didn't you know? I am doing great, too, I mean, all things considered. Since I am such a dashing and heroic figure, people go around giving me sandwiches, medals, and the like. So. Sonny paused for a few seconds, then briefly wiped his eyes and continued. Life is pretty sweet. Chapter 1003, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 21. Hold, you wretches. A mass of nightmare creatures was advancing through a city street, mere meters away from slamming into a makeshift barricade formed by the hulking frames of firing MWPs. The surface of the road was broken and melted, and the ruins of the surrounding buildings were enveloped in flames. Leaping off a slowly collapsing roof, Sonny plummeted down and landed between the abominations. The emerald blade of the Sin of Solace moved, sending fountains of blood into the air. He dashed sideways, dodging a stream of bullets, and groaned. It was already the second week of the siege, but the damage done to his body and soul by the Nightmare Gate was slow to heal. Sonny shrugged off the pain and called upon the shadows, erecting a black wall of them to block off the street. Flamethrowers. The pilots of the MWPs did not stop firing their mass drivers, but long streams of oranged fire shot from their wrists over the wall. Sonny danced between the flames, circulating his energy to activate the underworld armament. The effect of the memory of fire was enhanced, elevating his elemental resistance even higher. The nightmare creatures were not that lucky. While he dealt with the head of the swarm, Bell and Dawn attacked its tail from the flanks. A sharp sword and a heavy sledgehammer made short work of the frenzied abominations, and at the same time, charged tungsten rounds flashed from a nearby dormitory tower, slaying the most dangerous targets without fail. Caught between the hammer and the anvil, the swarm swiftly melted. The Last one to die was a hideous creature with hardy scales covering its reptilian body. Sunny simply struck the abomination with the edge of his palm, turning it as heavy as a boulder and as hard as stone. The reptile's skull shattered, disintegrating into a disgusting rain of blood and bone. Even before the heavy body touched the ground, the spell was already whispering. You have slain an awakened monster, scaled prowler. You have received a memory. His eyes glinted. Another memory. Wiping his hand with a revolted expression, Sunny looked around. Luster and Kim appeared on a nearby roof, signaling that none of the creatures escaped. He let out a sigh of relief. The situation was under control. After the ill-fated battle with the devouring cloud, the pressure on the defenders of Falcon Scott had steadily increased. The fact that there was a giant breach in the wall did not help things one bit. Eventually, the defensive barrier had been broken through in 2 more places, forcing the First Army to evacuate civilians deeper into the city and create a secondary ring of defense on the empty streets. The topography of the siege was not simple anymore. Humans still held the wall, deflecting most of the nightmare creatures from its height, but now, various sections of the Great Barrier were separated, almost turning into independent fortresses. A detachment of soldiers was tasked with defending the breaches from the ground. They mostly managed to prevent the nightmare creatures from breaking through the barricades into the city, even if the rate of casualties among the ground crews was much higher. However, some monstrosities still reached the streets from time to time. Sunny had just dealt with one of these invading swarms. That's the 4th one today, not a good sign. He bent in a painful hacking fit, feeling a sickening weakness permeate his body once again. After a while, the coughing subsided, and Sunny remained motionless for a few moments, breathed hoarsely and waiting for the weakness to subside. Soon, it was gone, and all that remained was a gnawing pain in his chest. Damnation. He straightened and glanced at his people, who were making their way through the burning carnage of the destroyed city street. Once they reached him, everyone except Samra, who was still in her sniper nest on top of the empty dormitory tower. Sunny glanced at Kim and asked, "Any updates from Soul Reaper?" She nodded. "Yes, sir." Master Dill pushed the enemy back, reclaiming control over Breach C. "We are ordered to stand down and rest. Our next shift starts in 16 hours. Sunny tiredly rubbed his face. 16 hours, huh? Either Army Command is feeling generous, or they expect real trouble tomorrow. Well, all the more reason to make sure that we're fresh and full of essence. Signal Sam to come down and retreat to the barracks." He studied his soldiers for a moment, making sure that none of them was wounded. Without a healer in the cohort, recovering between battles had become somewhat tricky. It demanded outside help, at least. Fortunately, the members of the cohort were unscathed. He nodded, letting them go, and turned around. The MWPs stood motionless, the incandescent barrels of their guns glowing in the gloom. The coolant liquid was dripping down, evaporation into clouds of haze. Some pilots had opened the cockpits, sitting on the doors of the hatches with tired expressions on their faces. They would retreat inside soon, chased back into the overheated war machines by smoke and the smell of charred corpses. But, for now at least, the soldiers were enjoying the short moment of respite in the coldness of the never-ending night. Noticing Sunny, one of the pilots raised a hand and made it into a fist. Sunny returned the stalwart salute, and then silently walked away. A few minutes later, he stumbled, grabbing a wall in a dark and isolated alley. The Divine Sword of Solace whispered, mocking him, but it was not too hard to suppress the hateful voice these days. Sunny rested for a few moments, and then took a step back. Saint emerged from the shadows, as silent and menacing as ever. Nightmare joined her, moonlight glinting on his adamantine horns. Sunny sighed and summoned the overpriced saddle. Fastening its straps on the black stallion, he glanced at the 2 shadows and said, "You know what to do. I'll return in 16 hours. Be cautious today. Chances are, we'll have to go all out tomorrow." Saint nodded indifferently, then mounted the dark destrier and outstretched a hand. Sunny placed the hilt of the divine sword of solace into it, at the same time sending 2 of his phantoms forth. Then, he watched the taciturn knight leave as she headed in the direction of the wall. These days, the 2 of them worked in shifts. If the Devil of Antarctica was not defending Falcon Scott, the Guardian Angel of Antarctica did. Millions of people had already been evacuated from the doomed city, but millions more remained. The siege capital could not be allowed to fall, yet. Sunny coughed some more, uttered a quiet curse, and walked in the opposite direction of where Saint had left. Chapter 1004, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 22. As he walked through the empty streets, Sunny breathed in the cold winter air and tried to calm his wildly beating heart. He should not have been that fatigued, but he was. The strange ailment tormenting him had become less severe in the last couple of days, however, it was not gone yet. Curse it. Sunny grimaced, then noticed a group of soldiers ahead and forced himself to put on the mask of a confident commander. Mundane humans looked up to masters, and if they saw one walking around with hollow eyes and a troubled expression, their morale would suffer. He had never thought that being preoccupied with concerns about people's morale would become something he bothered with, yet here he was. As Sunny walked closer, he heard bits and pieces of their conversation. I saw Mongrel fight yesterday. Gods, he truly is a fiend. My whole unit would have been dead if not for him. I wish I could thank the man, but he is definitely not from the First Army. Maybe has a legacy from a local Antarctica clan? No, haven't you heard the rumors? Mongrel is that master from the First Irregular Company. The devil. You lost your damn mind, fool. Mongrel is like 2 meters tall, while Master Sunless is on the shorter side. Believe me, I saw them side by side, the day the wall was first breached. Also, Mongrel is definitely a woman. Yeah, I saw it too. She even caressed his cheek well, more like poked it. Wait guys, do you think there's something going on between them? You are all idiots. Mongrel is obviously several people. Usually, hearing such conversations amused Sunny, but this time he remained detached and indifferent. The soldiers grew silent when he approached, straightened, and then bowed respectfully. He nodded at them in passing and continued on his way, uncaring. But that reminds me. Sunny summoned the runes and glanced at the description of Saint. Shadow Fragments 185200. So close. With the 2 memories he received today, one from an awakened monster, the other from a fallen beast, the counter would increase by 2 fragments, bringing it to 187. From here, he only needed 13 more for Saint to transcend. He was somewhat pressed for time, but also had a few of his personal memories that could be sacrificed to accelerate the process. Things were still going according to plan. It's the weaving that is the problem. I feel like I am almost there, but the Midnight Shard is still giving me trouble. Too risky. Sunny pondered the intricacies of the spell weave, grimacing when the thundering clamor of the distant battle grew especially loud and made it harder to think. Gradually, the noise became quieter, although it never went away entirely. Sunny passed through the barricades, left the secondary defense ring, and entered the crowded streets of Falcon Scott. Despite the fact that numerous civilians had to be relocated deeper into the city, the signs of overpopulation were not as dire as one could have expected. The naval convoy had been busy ferrying the refugees across the strait, after all. By now, somewhere around 80 million people had already been transported to the relative extremely so safety of eastern Antarctica. It almost looked as though Army Command's plan was working. Seeing actual proof that all his efforts were not in vain made Sunny feel a little better. Up ahead, a crowd of refugees was waiting in line to receive rations. He studied it for a moment, noticing a familiar figure handing out packs of synth paste at the front. Sunny smiled a little, then headed in that direction. As he walked closer, the person growled without looking up. You better not be cutting the line, B.A. Then, Beth looked up and blinked a couple of times. Oh, Sunny. What are you doing here? He shrugged. On my way back from the wall. She called one of the other volunteers to switch with her, then led him aside, to a humming heat projector. Beth stopped in front of it, shivering and rubbing her hands together. "How was your day?" Sunny remained silent for a bit, not knowing how to answer. "Hectic." The young woman peeked at him and scoffed. "A man of few words, are you now?" Sunny dismissed again. "How is the old man? Did you guys receive placement in the queue yet?" Beth sighed. "No. People say that another ship went down in the strait, so many placements were postponed again. As for Professor, he is doing fine. The Army got him consulting on how to upgrade the communication array, so he has something to do, at least." She looked at him questioningly. "Are you coming over today?" Sunny hesitated, then slowly shook his head. "No. There's a lot I have to do. Also my gut tells me that tomorrow will be a tough day. Your dormitory is away from the wall, but still. Be careful." "Well, you know the drill." The young woman turned back to the heat projector. Yeah. Then, she suddenly opened the bag hanging over her shoulder, scrounged in it, and took out a tube of toothpaste. "Here. You forgot this last time." Sunny blinked a couple of times. "I did not forget it. I left it for you, because I know that the supply chain is in shambles." Beth tilted her head and looked at him fiercely. "You think I can't get us some toothpaste?" Sunny laughed. "I mean, if you are so principled, then why are you not returning 2 cans of coffee I left in your dormitory, as well?" The young woman looked down, her cheeks turning slightly red. "That what cans of coffee? I haven't seen anything of the sort." Sunny nodded a couple of times and gently pushed the toothpaste away. Okay. Anyway, I'll try to drop by soon. If you do find that coffee, please enjoy it." He farewelled Beth an awkward farewell and strolled away, feeling slightly refreshed. Here in the city proper, public transportation was still functioning. There were military vehicles rolling down the streets, as well. It did not take him long to reach the barracks. Entering the Rhino, Sunny gazed around, his gaze pausing on one of the closed sleeping pods. Then, he strolled to the back of the APC, hauled the Devil's Needle from its place on the floor of the armory, and sighed. 15 hours left, but I probably should sleep for at least a couple. Shaking his head, he got to work. Chapter 1005, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 23. Sunny did not recall falling asleep, but he was woken up by someone banging on the hatch of the Rhino. Sitting up, he looked around and realized that he must have passed out while studying the weave of the Midnight Shard. The austere Tachi was still laying on the holographic table, glinting as if to mock him. He had almost solved the problem. That elusive element of the weave was almost isolated, but as someone banged on the hatch once again, making the massive APC shake a little, Sunny flinched, rubbed his face, and went to the hatch. Coming who the hell? He opened the hatch and froze, swallowing the rest of his irritated shout. "Oh, our Master Jet. Good morning." She glanced at him with amusement. "Technically, it's evening. Go wipe the drool off your face and come out, Sunny. We've been summoned to attend a meeting." He frowned, then threw an angry look at the gloomy shadow, which was hiding in the darkness not too far away. The bastard was supposed to warn him if anything approached, protecting Sunny from a sudden attack or from embarrassing himself, in theory. The shadow shrugged innocently and looked away. Shaking his head, Sunny returned inside and quickly washed his face. A couple of minutes later, he left the APC and closed the hatch behind him. Since Soul Reaper mentioned that he had to come out, they were most likely heading for the complex that the local branch of the 1st Army Command used as headquarters. It was only a short distance from the barracks. Indeed, Jet walked in that direction, with Sunny following as he looked around with sleepy eyes. A few moments later, he asked, "What is the meeting about?" She shrugged. "Well, find out." All I know is that White Feather wants to see us. White Feather, huh? The two of them made their way to the army headquarters, but then walked past it, approaching a heavily fortified compound instead. Winter and Dale were already waiting for them near the gates, looking as ragged and fatigued as Sunny. He greeted them. I heard you retook Breach Sea yesterday. Must have been a tough fight. Dale simply shrugged. Not really. We still hold both sections of the wall above the breach, so all I had to do was persuade the abominations to stay put until the garrison forces shredded them with ranged weapons. He remained silent for a moment, and then added. Things would have been much worse if they were better climbers, though. Sunny nodded somberly. Together, they entered the compound and were led to a spacious room on one of the underground levels. There, two people were waiting for them. Master Roan was standing in front of a false window, studying the projected image of the night sky. His face was painted ghostly green by the ethereal tapestry of the swirling aurora. Saint Tyrus was motionless, sitting in an imposing chair with her back held straight. Sunny had not seen Skytide in a while, at least in her human form. She looked battered. Her elegant armor was bent and broken, white steel marred by dried blood. Her hair, which had once fallen down like a cascade of pale gold, now looked lifeless and bleak. Her dazzlingly beautiful face was pale, blackened by ugly bruises. It seemed that holding the winter beast back was taking a toll on the transcendent of the White Feather clan. Her expression was still aloof and stern, however, and her amber eyes burned with the same fierce, cold resolve. Master Roan turned at the sound of the steps. Ah! Ascended Jet, ascended Winter, ascended Dale, sunless welcome. Sorry for the sudden invitation. Sunny noticed black circles under the handsome man's eyes. Roan was acting uncharacteristically subdued, his usual charisma gone. That did not bode well. Master Jet waved a hand. War waits for no one. What did you want to discuss? Roan smiled slightly. Straight to business. Well, it is for the best. There is not much time to prepare. He walked away from the false window and stopped beside Skytide, then gestured at the holographic projection in front of them. On it, the map of the surrounding area disappeared, replaced by the blurry image of a grotesque creature. Leathery wings, lean body with 6 segmented legs, a tail that ended with a long, jagged stinger and 3 long necks, each ending in a harrowing circular maw. The abominations looked like a mix between a wyvern, a worm, and a scorpion. It was large, formidable, and utterly hideous. Our scouts have confirmed that the devouring cloud has produced a new tyrant. A fallen one, but still a dire threat to the survival of the city. The creature mostly hides within the swarm, controlling it from behind. Winter cursed. Yeah. We figured as much, after the last time. Master Roan slowly nodded. It is our priority to eliminate the tyrant. The devouring cloud will descend on Falcon Scott today. You will be the blade to strike its puppeteer down. The irregulars glanced at each other. After a short pause, Jet asked. How do you know that the swarm will come? Roan scowled slightly, but before he could answer, Saint Tyrus suddenly spoke. Because our clan will lure it here. The 4 Ascended grew silent, looking at her incredulously. Skytide met their gazes with a calm expression, her face as motionless as ever. Somewhat stunned by that confession, Sunny asked. Why the hell would you do that? Skytide inhaled deeply, then turned away. Goliath draws near. We have to eradicate other threats before he comes. If they attack together, you can imagine the devastation. The window of opportunity grows narrower with each day, so we can't passively wait for the devouring cloud to return anymore. So, Roan and other awakened warriors of my clan will lure it here. Today. She glanced at the irregulars, studied them for a few moments, and added. Ascended Winter will contain the swarm. Roan will bring the tyrant down. The 3 of you will make sure that the creature never takes flight again. That is the battle plan. Sunny smiled darkly. What if Winter fails to hold back the swarm? What if Roan fails to isolate the tyrant? What if the three of us fail to kill it in time? Saint Tyrus gazed at him for a while, her amber eyes both beautiful and cold. Then, she uttered simply, "Don't fail." Master Jet laughed. Shaking her head, she patted Sunny on the shoulder and walked toward the projection of the fallen tyrant. "All right. I like that plan. Let's discuss the details." The discussion did not take long. Soon, the irregulars uttered their goodbyes to Skytide and headed to the exit, each in a hurry to prepare for the coming battle. Sunny, however, stayed back after a bit of hesitation. When there were only 3 of them left in the room, Skytide, Roan, and him, Sunny peeked at the battered Transcendent with a complicated expression. After a few moments, he said, "You must have heard that another of Valor's saints was killed." Saint Tyrus gaped at him silently, not saying anything. Sunny tilted his head a little. "You and I have helped that monster escape from the Night Temple. If it weren't for you, I would have been dead, and Mordred would have still been contained. Do you regret saving me now that he is out there, slaughtering people?" Skytide remained motionless for a bit, then trembled her head. "No." A pale smile appeared on Sunny's face. "Why?" She sighed. "Years ago, when the young Prince of War came to the Chained Isles, I offered him my hospitality. Like any other awakened, he was under my protection, roaming the dream realm in search of something, much like you did. When Valor plotted to ambush and eliminate him, I followed orders and did nothing to prevent it. I have carried the shame of that wrongdoing ever since." He pondered her words for a few moments. They had a very good reason to get rid of him, though. That guy is like a nightmare creature. There's not much human left in him. Saint Tyrus gazed him in the eye, her beautiful face expressionless. "Is it worth it, to do the wrong thing for the right reason?" "No. Life is unpredictable, and the future is unclear. All we can strive for is to act according to our principles, and do what we consider right. The rest doesn't matter." Sunny gazed around, his gaze lingering on the traces of dried blood on Skytide's armor. His eyes turned dark. "Doing the right thing is what got you and your clan banished to this hellhole." She gazed at the false window, where the image of the night sky was projected. A full moon was shining on its velvet expanse, surrounded by the lights of the ghostly aurora. A hint of some deep, hidden emotion appeared on Skytide's beautiful face. "After a while," she said, "the sky is suffocating here. But other than that, this is precisely where I wanted to be." Sunny lingered for a few moments, then bowed slightly to Master Roan, and silently strode away. He had to prepare for battle. Chapter 1006, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 24. Standing on the battlement and peering into the cold darkness beyond, Sunny had a contemplative expression on his face. The wind smelled of snow as it played with his black hair, which had grown a bit too long by now. Pale moonlight permeated the air, failing to reach the ravaged land. Winter and Dale were sitting nearby, leaning on alloy parapet of the wall and sharing a flask. The 2 captains seemed calm, one in her usual relaxed manner, the other solemn and staid. As the contents of the flask ran out, Winter sighed and looked at Sunny. "You seem terribly serious today." He lingered for a moment, then shrugged. "Just thinking about stuff." She did not press, content to rest with her eyes hidden behind the cracked sunglasses. Sunny felt strangely thoughtful after his conversation with Saint Tyrus. He was not sure that he agreed with her uncompromising views, but there was one thing Skytide had said that was unquestionably true. Life was, indeed, unpredictable. Take his own relationship with the steely Saint. Sunny did not know Saint Tyrus very well, or share any of her principles, but he found himself respecting the stern Transcendent a great deal. He liked Master Roan, too. The 3 of them even shared some history. Several years ago, Sunny had held nothing but contempt toward legacies. He had regarded them as arrogant, dangerous, and hateful people, someone who did not deserve the unfair privileges bestowed upon them by nothing except for birthright. Who would have thought that he would come to value and admire some of them, one day? Take Cassie, too. When she surrendered his secret to Nephis on the Forgotten Shore, Sunny had thought that it was the darkest moment of his life. And yet, if she had not made that choice, he would have stayed behind a sleeper. Sunny had no way of knowing if he would have survived the same journey Changing Star had. What he did know, though, was that Rain would have been dead if not for his return. If Sunny had not been there to hold back the tide of nightmare creature advancing on her school, his sister would have been ripped apart by the rampaging abominations. There were too many instances like that to count. Life was unpredictable, and no one could predict the twists and turns of fate except for Weaver, perhaps. Even oracles like Cassie could only see glimpses of it, blind to the context and powerless to change the outcome. So where did it leave him? The same place where I started, I guess. An ignorant fool struggling against something he could not even comprehend. Antarctica, at least, was terribly straightforward. With a sigh, Sunny moved strands of hair away from his eyes and sat down near Winter and Dale. His hands were aching for a simple fight. How much more do we have to wait, damn it? Dale peeked at him with a smile so faint that it was almost non-existent. Rest while you can. You'll be regretting that this calm did not last longer, very soon. Sunny grimaced and looked away, staring at a squad of soldiers that marched by. The soldiers were acting a bit strange, sticking painstakingly to the better illuminated parts of the battlement and hastening their steps in the darker areas. Their faces were glum and nervous. He frowned. What's up with them? Winter turned her head slightly, studying the soldiers. Huh? Haven't you heard the rumors? Sunny thought for a moment, then shook his head. What rumors? The Ascended Archer chuckled. You should really come out of your APC more often, you know. Well, anyway, there are a lot of scary stories spreading among the refugees these days, one more nonsensical than the other. The latest story is that there is a shadow wraith stalking the city, hiding somewhere in the darkness. Apparently, it lures people away from light, never to be seen again. She took a deep breath and then added in a more somber tone. Although, maybe there's some truth to that one. Soldiers are not usually easily spooked, but as you can see, they are on edge. Too many disappearances lately. Sunny frowned. In a city of 200 million, there were bound to be some disappearances, especially with the nightmare spell infecting people left and right. However, he felt concerned. A shadow wraith that was right up his alley, no. There could also be a different explanation for the increased number of disappearances. The terror of LO-49 was known to start its meals in just that manner. In any case, he sensed some unease. A shadow creature I don't know. They are extremely rare. I only ever met one in the wild, and even that was inside a nightmare. I'm not sure if any survived to this day. Well, there was that one little bastard who got a chunk of his flesh. Did scavengers need to devour a corpse to inherit new abilities, or would any piece of flesh suffice? What were the chances of the vile gremlin developing an affinity to shadows? Dale simply shrugged. If there is something strange going on, Army Command should already be investigating. Since we weren't officially informed, either the rumors are baseless, or the incidents are not serious enough to inform the irregulars. Regardless, we should concentrate on the task at hand. As if on cue, there was the sound of light steps, and Master Jet approached from further along the wall. The members of her cohort, now fewer than before, followed. She looked around briefly, then said, I've just received the word. Roan and his people are approaching. The devouring cloud is in a frenzy. Do not know what they did, but it worked. Prepare yourself. The rest of the defending force seemed to have got the same news. All along the southern stretch of the wall, a flurry of activity commenced. Soldiers were checking their weapons for the last time, awakened were summoning their memories, railgun crews were hurriedly finishing maintenance procedures and hauling crates of tungsten rounds closer to the feeding mechanisms. thousands of turrets came alive, turning their twin barrels toward the sky. Sunny rose and stretched, breathing in the cold winter air. Looking at the members of his cohort, he grinned. Same arrangement as the last time. Hopefully, Nogar actually, never mind. I'm not saying it aloud. Just do well, and do not die. Chapter 1007, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 25. Pretty soon, the distant horizon turned hazy with a myriad of flying horrors. The scene was eerily familiar. The only difference from their last attempt to destroy the devouring cloud was that, today, the landscape was illuminated by pale moonlight. And that there were a few less irregulars standing watch on the wall. Sunny silently observed Winter, who was preparing to unleash hell. Once again, she was surrounded by several mysterious memories, and once again, a cohort of awakened used their aspects to augment her powers. He stood several distance away in the company of Master Jet and Dale. None of the three were going to participate in the ranged barrage, conserving their potency for the sortie to hunt down and kill the tyrant. The atmosphere was tense, but not as oppressive as the first battle against the harrowing swarm. On the alloy battlement in front of them, a man in leather armor was sitting with his eyes closed, meditating. The falling snowflakes swirled in strange ways around him, as if following invisible paths. He was one of Dale's awakened, and someone of whom Sunny knew the man possessed the ability to open stable spatial rifts, and had been one of the candidates he had considered when assembling the cohort. Since no one knew where the tyrant was going to fall after having its wings cut by Roan, the strike team would need to get around the perimeter of the wall fast. If Roan succeeded. Gods. Hearing Dale's quiet whisper, Sunny observed south and saw arcs of thunderbolt dancing deep within the distant swarm. His face paled a little. They're inside it? It seemed that Roan and the awakened of the White Feather clan were leading the devouring cloud to the city with the smell of their own blood. Suddenly, the task of slaying the tyrant of the swarm seemed even heavier than before. So what? Nothing changed. Sunny had some contingencies, at least. Saint and Nightmare were currently guarding one of the breaches in the wall. Should the three masters prove inadequate, his shadows would help them reach and kill the broodmother of the swarm, or was it a father? Who cares? Sunny clenched his fists and watched as the horde of flying horrors swiftly drew closer to Falcon Scott. Soon, the city defense systems opened fire once again, and so did Winter. The mass of brood beasts obscured the sky, drowning out the light of the moon. In front of the swarm, a horde of nightmare creatures moved, seemingly as desperate to escape from it as humans would be. Caught between the devouring cloud and the wall of Falcon Scott, they launched themselves at the alloy barrier, dying in scores under the barrage of bullets and arrows. Somehow, today's battle felt more frenzied, more dire. Shrieks and howls of abominations fused with human shouts, all disappearing into the rustle of countless leathery wings. A dark expression appeared on Soul Reaper's face. Gripping her glaive, she said. Hold. Wait for the signal. At the moment, everything depended on Roan and his awakened. They had to lure the tyrant forward and bring it to the ground, so that the three elite ascended of the irregular company could sortie out, find it, and finish the creature off once and for all before it escaped. Seconds passed, then minutes, but the promised indication was not coming. Sunny felt his nerves reaching a breaking point when a swift shadow suddenly fell from the sky. It was not a brood beast, however. Instead, it was a young awakened woman wearing the white colors of her clan, her armor decorated with beautiful etchings of hawk feathers and marred with blood. Sunny remembered seeing her several times in the sanctuary, back when Skytide had still ruled over the Chained Isles. The young woman landed gracelessly on the battlement and staggered, barely keeping her balance. Then, she observed around, took a step toward Master Jet, and stumbled. Dale caught and supported her, his face grim. Soul Reaper frowned. What happened to sending us a signal? Where's the tyrant? The young woman gritted her teeth, and then said hoarsely, her voice full of ire. Two. There's two of them. It took a few seconds for her words to register. Sunny cursed and observed at the dark mass of the swarm that obscured the sky. 2 tyrants. How does it make any sense? Jet's face twitched. She stared at the young woman for a moment, then asked evenly. So where are they? The legacy leaned on Dale and turned slightly to face the devouring cloud. The signal. As if answering her words, 2 radiant spheres of light suddenly appeared in the distance, tearing through the darkness. One deep within the swarm, across the killing field. The other, unexpectedly, was even further away, but in a different direction to the west of the city, near the ocean. The devouring cloud had barely reached there. Her job done, the young woman from the white feather let out a sign and slumped, losing consciousness. Dale barked something, and one of his men, most likely the healer, took her off his hands. The 3 masters briefly glanced at each other. Master Jet uttered a swear that would have made Sunny blush if the situation was slightly less dire, and then smiled darkly. I guess we are going to have to split up. She observed between the distant spheres of light, then sighed and moved her shoulders, as if to loosen the muscles. I'll take the southern one. Sunny, Night, you 2 go west and deal with the second tyrant. Get it done. Sunny blinked a couple of times, then took a step forward. But. She raised a hand, stopping him. That's an order. No time to waste. With that, Jet began summoning a memory. Before the whirlwind of white sparks even manifested into reality, Soul Reaper was already moving, leaping over the parapet of the battlement to disappear into the haze of falling snow below. Sunny gritted his teeth. When he turned around, there was a shimmering portal in the air in front of him, leading to the point on the western wall not too distant from where the sphere of light still burned in the air. Dale was already heading toward it, his helmet weaving itself from light. Sunny followed. Before stepping into the spatial rift, however, he sent a mental command to Saint. Not a few seconds after Soul Reaper landed on the ravaged ground beyond of the killing field, a Dark Rider leaped through the breach in the wall, and followed. Chapter 1008, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 26. Stepping through the spatial rift experienced no different from taking a mundane step. It was only a little bit disorienting, the sudden change of the landscape, the direction of the wind, the subtle shift in the tone of the firing armaments. For Sunny, it was especially so, because he could also feel that the shadows around him were entirely different. However, there was no time to waste on being confused. Forcing himself to focus, he followed Dale to the edge of the wall and peered down. Far below, there was a stretch of land flooded by attacking abominations, with brood beasts swarming above them, and behind those, the edge of a tall cliff that descended toward the shore. The dark expanse of the ocean stretched for as far as the eye could see, moonlight dancing on its restless, black surface. The sphere of light was slowly growing dimmer as it burned somewhere above and beyond the cliff. Dale spoke, his voice sounding slightly muffled by the helmet. We will have to fight our way through. Sunny nodded. I'll clear the way, you follow. The sin of solace was already manifesting itself into his hand, and shadows were wrapped around his body, filling him with resilience and strength. The marble shell was augmented, as well. Sunny lingered for a moment. What about when we reach the tyrant? We can't allow it to escape, and with Master Jet gone. The stalwart master shook his head. I'll trap it and us within the barrier. Then, either the tyrant dies, or we do. No one will escape. Sunny had already seen one of Dale's barriers, the one that allowed things to pass from within, but blocked everything coming from the outside. Today, he would see the second one, which functioned in reverse. More than that, he was going to be trapped inside that barrier with a damned fallen tyrant. If they want to be sure of the result, there was no better way. Great. I'll be going, then. Come down in a few seconds. Instead of summoning the Dark Wing, Sunny simply turned into a shadow, slid over the edge of the battlement, and swiftly glided down the surface of the wall. In a moment, he was already on the ground, emerging from the darkness with the Jade Gem whittling through the air. By the time Dale landed behind him, using some sort of rope memory, half a dozen abominations were already bleeding on the ground. The defenders on that section of the wall had already received orders to support their sortie, as well, shifting their fire to help the Ascended create a corridor through the massive nightmare creature. Granted, they were spread too thin between the devouring cloud and the abominations attacking the wall in a desperate attempt to escape from the swarm, so the results were modest. At least Sunny did not have to worry about catching a tungsten round with his back. Goddamn great. Sunny and Dale rushed forward, fighting their way through the tide of frenzied nightmare creatures. The stalwart master used his heater shield and heavy flanged mace to crush and break the abominations, flinging their bodies out of the way. Sunny simply cut through them, rendering the hideous body with the jade blade of the Sin of Solace. However, there were just too many enemies to kill. Even if Dale's plate armor easily shrugged off blow after blow, and Sunny could simply ignore most of the attacks that got through his defenses, the weight of the horde threatened to push them back. More than that, they were constantly accosted by the brood beasts from above, making it much harder to remain alive. For now, they had not met a creature powerful enough to be a lethal threat, which was a testament to how incredibly durable both masters were, but it was only a matter of time. Sunny growled, and then called upon the shadows. Instantly, dark hands rose from the ground, grabbing the abominations and either throwing them aside, or outright tearing their bodies to pieces. Black chains whipped in the air, obliterating lunging brood beasts. If you have a good memory or two, use them now. Dale bashed a leaping abomination with his shield, turning its body into bloody paste, and tore something off his belt. In the next moment, there was a blinding flash, and then a sound akin to the roar of an angry dragon shook the world. Sunny smelled the carnage before he witnessed it. In front of them, a morbid path of charred corpses cut through the horde. Dale pushed Sunny forward and lunged into the momentary rift in the mass of nightmare creatures. That one has to accumulate charges for a long time. We won't be able to use it against the tyrant. Sunny snarled as he ran. We need to find the damned bastard first, don't hold back. A few minutes of frenzied slaughter later, battered but alive, they reached the edge of the cliff and plunged down. Sunny had turned into a shadow once again, while Dale utilized an enchanted rope with a vicious hook tied to its end. The hook had been ruthlessly thrust into the flesh of an especially massive nightmare creature just a second before. Down on the stone beach, there were much fewer abominations. Some of them had already been cleaned to the bone by the brood beasts, while others were alive and full of murderous fury. Some distance away, Sunny could see the tall walls of the port fortress and the shapes of gargantuan ships resting on the waves. As he looked around in search of their prey, something flew from the darkness, forcing him to jump aside. It turned out to be a massive chunk of bleeding flesh that had been the torso of a nightmare creature seemingly only moments ago. Looking at where the chunk of flesh came from, Sunny witnessed a chilling sight. Out there ahead of them, halfway to the dark water, a towering being besieged by a mob of abominations. 6 segmented legs, a tail with a long stinger, torn and broken leathery wings, and 3 terrifying circular maws swaying on the ends of long necks. As he watched, one of the monstrosity's maws shot down, biting into the body of a powerful nightmare creature. With a violent twist, the creature came undone, rivers of blood and viscera spilling onto the cold stones. At the same time, the other 2 maws shredded a couple more abominations, swallowing large chunks of them whole. The tail stinger shot forward with blinding speed, piercing another and pumping poison into its convulsing body. Sunny gazed at the macabre scene with dark resentment. Be careful of what you wish for, I guess. They had discovered the tyrant of the devouring cloud. Chapter 1009, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 27. As Sunny watched, the tyrant tore apart several more abominations, devouring their flesh with its 3 enormous maws. This creature it was on par with the Lord of the Dead that Sunny had faced in the catacombs below the Dark City. Back then, he was merely a sleeper. Now, he was an Ascended himself, and an abnormally powerful one at that. His loyal shadows were indisposed, but he was accompanied by Dale instead. There was no reason for this fight to be too hard. However, they had a big problem. The more nightmare creatures the tyrant killed and devoured, the more invigorated it seemed. The ghastly injuries on its wings were already healing, and very soon, monstrosity would be able to take flight again. Sunny could not allow that to happen. Glancing at Dale with a grave expression, he said, "It's now or never." Above them, a swarm of brood beasts separated from the dark mass of the devouring cloud, rushing down to protect their ruler. Dale nodded and silently lunged forward, closing in on the tyrant to trap the monstrosity and the two of them with it inside a barrier of shimmering energy. Sunny followed, cutting down several abominations that had tried to bar their passage. However, the towering monstrosity seemed to have sensed the advancing threat, or maybe grew tired of the relentless attacks by the other nightmare creatures. It suddenly jumped, soaring high into the air, its broken wings raising a powerful gale. The tyrant had not managed to stay in the air for long, at least not yet, but it succeeded in creating some distance between itself and the pursuers. Then, moving with stunning speed, it turned in the direction of the port fortress and ran. Sunny's eyes narrowed. Damnation. It only took him a split second to make a decision and shout. "I'll slow it down, catch up as fast as you can and set up the barrier." With that, he left Dale behind and turned into a swift shadow. Flying with terrible speed across the stone beach, Sunny pursued the tyrant. The monstrosity barreled forward like a speeding train, its 6 legs turning countless stones into rubble and dust. Its wings were healing more and more. Close enough from the port fortress to be seen from its walls, Sunny finally overtook the monstrosity and jumped out of the shadow right in front of it. The Sin of Solace flashed, cutting one of the creature's limbs, and it toppled heavily to the ground. He barely managed to dodge the massive body, but in the next moment, the tyrant's stinger was already shooting through the air, aimed at his heart. Ah! Sunny blocked the terrifying spiky spike with the flat of the jade gem, at the same time turning his body as heavy as he could. The impact pushed him back, his feet leaving 2 grooves in the stones. The monstrosity struggled to stand up, but a dozen jet-black hands rose from the ground, grabbing and pressing it down. 3 long necks of the tyrant twisted like snakes. 2 more bit into the shadow hands, tearing them apart, while the third flew toward Sunny. Staring at the repulsive fleshy circle full of razor-sharp fangs, he shuddered and realized that the thing could swallow him whole. Sunny shifted his weight and dashed aside, narrowly dodging the maw, then lashed out with the Sin of Solace. As a bloody wound appeared on the abomination's neck, a splitting wail slammed into him like a hammer. The shadows he had manifested were all but gone, and the tyrant was nowhere near being immobilized. Sunny could waste more essence creating shadow implements, maybe even encase the monstrosity and himself in a large dome, but what he really needed to do was damage its wings. Sadly, the monstrosity was fiercely determined to protect them. As shortly as Sunny tried to get closer to the abomination's wings, its stinger, 3 maws, and 5 remaining legs all came after him. He scrambled to dodge the hurricane of attacks, dancing between them like a demented acrobat. Shards of stone and wet sand rose like a cloud into the air. "Curse you!" The tyrant's movements were growing more frenzied and chaotic. Its mind was being assaulted by the sinister whisper of the cursed sword. The effect of the charm was going to persist, too, driving the monstrosity utterly mad. Funnily enough, the same erratic behavior seemed to be repeating in the skies above them, where a large portion of the devouring swarm seemed to have lost a lot of its unnatural cohesion. They would only cease to be a threat to the city once both tyrants were dead, though. The massive abomination understood that there was something strange going on with its mind, as well. It tried to disengage and lowered itself to the ground, as if preparing to jump again, only this time its wings might have been healed enough to allow the tyrant to fly. No. Before it could escape, however, a dome of shimmering energy suddenly appeared around them. The tyrant jumped, slammed into the roof of the dome, and plummeted back down. Heavily armored figure of Dale slammed into its body, a flanged mace falling down to crush another of the creature's legs. The 3 of them were now locked inside the barrier. The tyrant would not be able to escape anymore. However, the dome of energy was not particularly large. It barely encompassed the enormous body of the winged monstrosity and a few meters of the stone shore around it, leaving Sunny and Dale no room to maneuver. It was like being locked in a tiny cage with a very angry, starving tiger. If the tiger was the size of a small building, had 3 heads, and possessed the tail of a scorpion, and had also been driven into rabid insanity by a whispering jade sword. Crap! The tyrant wailed again, its screeching voice full of madness and fury. Then, it rose from the ground, and all hell broke loose. Chapter 1010, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 28. Trapped in the small bubble of the energy barrier, the tyrant turned into a murderous hurricane. Moving with speed that was surprising for such a large creature, it thrashed and spun, trying to rip the hateful humans apart. Sunny and Dale had managed to dodge or deflect the barrage of devastating attacks, for now, but avoiding being crushed by the sheer mass of the frenzied monstrosity was even harder. The barrier was just too small to move away, leaving them no choice but to try and straddle it. That had not been a good choice even on the tyrant's back. The 3 maws and the stinger could attack them freely. More than that, the abomination instantly rolled on the ground, throwing them off. Sunny barely avoided being buried under the mountain of flesh. Just a handful of seconds after Dale had erected the barrier, he felt the salty taste of blood on his tongue. Both ascended were battered and wounded. Of course, the tyrant was not unscathed either. 3 of its legs were gone. Its body was covered with a multitude of deep cuts, and one of its necks was halfway to being severed. Better yet, the creature seemed to have surrendered to its most primal instincts, driven into madness by the sin of Solace. The bestial rage of the tyrant was terrifying, but it would have been much more dangerous to fight the monstrosity if it had retained its inhuman intellect. A smart enemy was infinitely deadlier than a senseless one. Now, all they had to do was put it down. Cut off its head. I'm trying. Dale's shield was wedged into one of the tyrant's necks, and as Sunny yelled, he hammered its rim with his mace, as if driving a nail into wood. The heater shield sliced through the flesh of the abominations like a blade, causing a river of black blood to spill onto the stones. Half deafened by the creature's shriek, Sunny manifested a wall of shadow to defend Dale from one of the remaining 2 maws. The wall broken under the monstrous assault, but by that time, the Ascended had hammered his shield one last time, and one of the tyrant's heads flew off. Damn. After that, Sunny had to worry about himself. The wounded creature shifted, slamming him into the barrier with the looming bulk of its body. Boneweave and marble shells saved him from being turned into bloody paste, but he was trapped, crushed, and unable to breathe. What's worse, there was no escape. Well, for most people. Sunny simply dissipated into the shadow projected onto the creature's body by the shimmering barrier, and appeared on the other side of the abomination, his sword already falling to bite into the its side. Just like that, the dire battle continued. Sunny and Dale were one mistake away from being greatly injured or killed at every moment, but neither of them had made that mistake yet. As time went on, their enemy grew more and more frenetic, but the 2 masters only grew more effective in their attempts to butcher it. They were learning how to better hurt it with every blow, dodge, and step. Dale's armor cracked, but in return, the tyrant's stinger was shattered by the heavy flanged mace. Sunny was now bleeding from a deep cut above his left eye, but in return, one of Tyrant's maws was missing half of its fangs. Using a momentary opening created by the monstrosity throwing all of its weight against the barrier, Sunny finally managed to position himself for an all-out attack. He dashed forward, turning his body light to create momentum, and slashed the Sin of Solace across the base of one of the creature's necks. The Jade Gem seemed to laugh as it sliced through the tough hide, steel muscles, and unbreakable bones of the tyrant, emerging from the other side of its neck in a fountain of blood. The second of the 3 maws fell to the ground. One more. Dale received an earth-shattering blow on his shield and slid back with a low grunt. His hand trembled a little. The barrier won't hold for much longer. We must hurry. Sunny did not need to be reminded. He already felt that the shadows surrounding them were changing. The shimmering energy was growing dimmer every time the tyrant slammed into it. By now, most of its shine was already gone. But the creature had lost most of its weapons, as well. It was bleeding heavily, maimed and wounded, its speed gradually decreasing. Sunny knew not to let his guard down. These last moments were often the most deadly, both because human fighters tended to get overconfident when the victory neared, and because their enemies would often abandon all caution in one last desperate attempt to destroy the opposition and survive. Still, this had to end quickly. Risky. The thought flashed through his mind, but Sunny was already moving. Pushing himself forward, he deflected a glancing blow from the creature's tail and slammed into the tyrant like a cannonball. Thrown off balance, the monstrosity reeled, and then threw itself into a fierce retaliatory attack. Sunny managed to dodge its legs, but not its maw. He simply slashed at it with the Sin of Solace, feeling the flesh part before the jade blade. At the same time, the creature left itself completely open to Dale. The stalwart master lunged forward, his mace suddenly igniting with a dangerous red glow. The moment it connected with the base of the tyrant's last remaining neck, the flanged head of the mace exploded with ominous light, and something thundered. Sunny saw the shape of the abomination's neck melting in the furious red light as it was torn apart. Then, for a second, he could not think about anything anymore. Moments before it died, the tyrant managed to grab his shoulder with its maw and fling Sunny into the air. Feeling a pulse of tearing pain, he found himself flying backward away from the dying creature. His back connected with the weakened barrier and shattered it, the marble shell turning rigid from the impact. Sunny landed gracelessly a dozen meters away from the convulsing body of the tyrant, rolled for a few meters more, and came to a stop at the edge of the water. A pained groan escaped from his lips. That hurt. He slowly sat up and glanced at his shoulder. The leather pauldron of the puppeteer's shroud was pierced in several places, and there were deep scratches on his skin. The tyrant's fangs, however, had not cut deep. The lacerations were shallow. He took a shaky breath and looked up. High above, the devouring cloud seemed aimless and lost. Without malevolent purpose guiding the swarm of brood beasts, they were being slowly obliterated by the city defenses. Saint and Master Jet must have finished off their tyrant, as well. Sunny glanced at Dale, who seemed rather battered, but alive. We won. By all accounts, he was supposed to feel jubilation and relief. Even though the battle was not over, the irregulars had accomplished their task. Today, the First Army was going to celebrate a victory. However, Sunny did not feel relieved. Instead, he felt cold. Very, very cold. And frightened. What the hell is this feeling? Struggling against a deep sense of unease, Sunny shivered and turned to the black waves, his hand reaching for the hilt of the Sin of Solace. Just as he did, the water parted, and someone appeared from below it. Sunny froze, staring with wide eyes. His face paled terribly. There was a man walking out of the ocean, water flowing from his armor. He was tall, with a powerful build. His hair was dark, and his bloodless face was empty, not a hint of emotion hiding in his hollow eyes. Instead, there was something different in them. Something vast, alien, and terrifying. The man slowly appeared from the water and took a firm step towards Sunny, looming above him like a hollow wraith. The empty stare of his glassy eyes fell down. Sunny's hand shook. Stunned, he tried to crawl back and whispered in a faint, trembling voice. Vivern? Chapter 10-11, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 29. For a moment or two, Sunny's mind was empty. He crawled back, looking up at the familiar figure towering above him. Vern, it was Vern. There was no mistake. Or something wearing Vern's corpse, at least. His shadow was much more vast and dreadful than a human's shadow was supposed to be. The hollow gaze of the dead master pursued Sunny, his face still and unmoving like a mask. Behind him, the dark waves stirred, and more figures rose from the water. Men, women, dozens of them, hundreds even. They marched forward like an army of the dead, silent and emotionless, their eyes drowning in darkness. All their shadows were wrong, The people of LO-49 that Sunny had left to die. He recognized all of them, staring at the undulating surface of the ocean in horror. The terror. Strangely, it was the contemptuous laugh of the cursed sword that shattered his paralysis. Look, lost from light, your sins have come to haunt you. Sunny shuddered, coming to his senses. What sins, you bastard? I did everything I could to save them. The insidious voice laughed again, then whispered, its hissing words falling like drops of poison. Weakness is also a sin, you pitiful worm, it is the greatest sin of them all. Sunny snarled, then rose to his feet and froze for a split second, thinking feverishly about the situation. After chasing the tyrant, he was now behind the city. There were tall cliffs between the ocean and the northern wall of Falcon Scott, so nothing could escape the shore without being torn to shreds by the defensive armaments granted. Most of the First Army forces were currently concentrated on the southern side of the wall, fighting against the devouring cloud. The port fortress was nearby, though, and defended by its own garrison. Bloodwave and the Awakened of the House of Night were also there, protecting the anchored ships and overseeing the loading of the refugees. 1,000 enthralled corpses were not going to put a dent in the defenses of the port. As for the terror itself, just as that thought flashed through Sunny's mind, he saw something that made his blood run cold. There, behind the slowly advancing figures of the drowned residents of LO-49, the black water seethed and boiled, releasing even more thralls. Nightmare creatures, thousands of them were rising from the waves, all moving with the same silent, harrowing dispassion. He took an involuntary step back, then steeled himself and raised the sin of solace. The terror's thralls could not be allowed to reach the port. Hundreds of thousands of refugees were currently there, with even more already on the ships. Thankfully, the elevator platforms leading to Falcon Scott were empty. The evacuation stopped briefly on account of the devouring cloud. The defenders of the metropolis had also spotted the new threat. Powerful beams of light fell from above, illuminating the quiet horde. An instant later, a hail of bullets was supposed to tear into it. But it didn't. The spotlights moved on, as if not noticing anything. Instead of an obliterating onslaught of heavy rounds, all that came were a few sporadic streams of rifle bullets. The armaments on the wall of the port fortress were silent, too. Sunny felt a chill run down his spine. The hex? He did not get a chance to finish the thought. Vern suddenly disappeared, moving with much more speed than he had been capable of as a human. Sunny shifted, trying to deflect the incoming attack, but his reaction was too slow. A devastating blow sent him flying backwards, the breath knocked out of him entirely. He crashed to the ground and rolled, feeling cold numbness spreading through his chest. Curse it! He had been mistaken to assess the enemy's power based on how powerful the thralls had been before falling prey to the terror. Whatever the creature had done to them had made them into was much more dangerous than their former selves. You are a neglectful fool, aren't you? Struggling to inhale, Sunny gritted his teeth. Indeed, he had already known that the hexed residents were capable of showing unnatural strength. Why would the slaves be different? If anything, their change would be greater. One master, 100 or so awakened, close to 1,000 mundane soldiers, several hundreds of civilians and thousands upon thousands of nightmare creatures, all controlled and changed by the terror. With everyone seemingly blind to their existence. The situation was not good. Feeling true fear for the first time in a long while, Sunny forced himself to rise once again and look at the hollow-eyed horde. No, not everyone. Although most of the defenders seemed to be ignoring the terror's thralls, some were still firing their rifles. That meant that the creature's hex was not absolute. With so many residents around, it could only do so much. There was a restriction to its power, which meant that it could be defeated. There was a sound of metal scraping against stone behind him. Looking back, Sunny saw Dale approaching, his buckler raised and dripping with blood. His heart skipped a beat. Dale, do you see them? The heavily armored master turned his head slightly, darkness nestled in the slit of his visor. His voice sounded a little muffled. What are you talking about? Sunny's heart fell, but then, Dale continued. How would I miss thousands of creatures crawling from the ocean? Of course, I see them. Question is, why are the wall armaments still silent? More and more nightmare creatures emerged from the water, flooding the shore. Sunny found Vern and shivered, noticing that the dead master was staring at him, as well. It's the terror of LO-49. The wretched thing is messing with people's minds. We need to. The hollow hordes suddenly stopped moving. Thousands of heads turned in unison, countless empty eyes all staring at a single point. Sunny. He shivered. I guess it recognized me, as well. The horde rushed forward. Chapter 10-12, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 30. Across the city to the south, the majority of the First Army forces were fighting the devouring cloud. Even directionless, the gluttonous swarm still posed an existential threat to Falcon Scott. The sky was torn asunder by fire and explosions, countless brood beasts melting in that inferno as they threw themselves against the siege capital's defenses. Somewhere further south, far away, Sky Tide was once again engaged in a dreadful battle against the corrupted Titan, Winter Beast. And yet, here, on the shore of the dark ocean, a new threat appeared, one that was perhaps no less dangerous than the devouring cloud. Worst of all, no one except for two masters and a handful of disparate soldiers seemed to be aware of it. Or so Sunny had thought. The instant the hollow horde surged forward, the port fortress finally came alive. Numerous turrets turned their barrels, unleashing an onslaught of bullets at the thralls of the terror of the depths. Bright beams of light once again shone on the shore, and several railguns thundered, cutting rifts through the horde. Arrows and magical projectiles fell down like rain. The thralls had turned out to be too potent to be obliterated by the sudden assault, but they did slow down for a moment. Finally, some luck. Sunny prepared to launch himself into the mass of enemies, but Dale suddenly pulled him back. What the hell are you doing? The stalwart master glanced at him calmly, then shook his head. There's no time for that. The real foe is the terror, not its puppets. You need to go find Bloodwave, or someone from the House of Night at least. They need to find the creature and destroy it, before it's too late. Sunny blinked. What about you? Dale turned to the advancing horde, lingered for a moment, and shrugged. I'll stay and make sure that they do not breach the wall of the port. There were a lot of words left unsaid, but they both understood the implication. Dale was best at stationary defense, while Sunny was swift and elusive. Their roles were decided for them by that uncomplicated reality, and there was nothing to discuss. The heavily armored master took a step forward, raising his shield and mace. Go, Sunless. Don't linger. Sunny opened his mouth, then closed it without saying anything. Throwing one last glance at the figure of Vern, who was walking steadily through the hellish barrage of bullets without paying them any attention, he gritted his teeth and dove into the shadows. Behind him, the first of the thralls was already lunging at Dale, hollow eyes shining with the reflected moonlight. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Swiftly gliding through the darkness, he soon reached the wall of the port fortress and scaled it, emerging from the shadows on the battlements. Here, a chaotic flurry of activity was boiling, soldiers unawakened feverishly sending rivers of bullets, arrows, and magic into the horde of thralls. On the other side of the wall, Sunny could see a large crowd of terrified refugees filling a large courtyard below. They had come here to board one of the ships and escape the doomed siege, but got stuck in the middle of the battle instead. Ignoring the grim sight, he ran across the battlement toward the citadel of the fortress. If he could not find what he sought there, he would proceed past the citadel toward the pier, and from there to the battleships, if need be. As Sunny ran, he looked around, hoping to see someone from the House of Night among the defenders. He got lucky sooner than he had expected. The wall of the port fortress had towers rising above it at set intervals, each serving as a bunker. As he passed through one of these bunkers, observing the complicated machinery of the rail gun housed within, he noticed a familiar figure standing near a targeting interface. Tall, handsome, with black hair that sometimes seemed inky blue. Neve. Sunny dashed toward the Nightwalker, who looked up from the terminal with a surprised expression. Sunless. What are you? Sunny waved a hand, interrupting him. Long story. Are you free from the hex? Can you see the monsters? He realized something, then looked around with a bit of confusion. Actually, never mind. How are all of you able to see them? Neve lingered for a moment. Nightwalkers like me have a high affinity to guidance and revelations. The ocean and its depths, too. So, many of us were able to see through the hex. As for the rest of the garrison, they don't see anything. But they also don't need to, as long as someone provides them with the targeting data. Basically, they are shooting blindly in the direction where we point. Sunny froze for a moment, admiring the effective crudeness of that simple solution. Then, his face darkened. On the wall outside the bunker, one of the soldiers suddenly lowered his rifle, remained motionless for a moment, then took a step forward and jumped over the parapet of the battlement, disappearing into the cold water below without a sound. No one seemed to notice his absence. Where's Bloodwave? Neve pointed north, toward the pier. Protecting the ships. Why? Sunny answered with urgency obvious in his voice. This battle can't be won unless the source of the hex is destroyed. The terror of LO-49, we need to find and kill it. Staying on the defensive will only allow that fiend to propagate its influence throughout the city, killing countless people and growing its army. The House of Night and your Saint are our best bet. The Nightwalker stared at him for a few moments. His tired face paled a little. You want us to forsake the ships, dive into the ocean, and fight the terror in its territory? Sunny simply nodded. Exactly, and he'll dive with you, too. Neve hesitated for a bit, then sighed. Well, all right. Follow me, then. I'll take you to see my uncle. Sunny blinked a couple of times. Wait, that's it? I thought I would have to persuade you. The Nightwalker gave him a strange look. I was persuaded the instant you uttered this battle can't be won unless. That terror is one of the top targets, anyway. So come. Let's hunt the bastard down. Chapter 1013, HFLLFFLNTT, 31. As Neve and Sunny made their way across the wall of the port fortress, the battle grew louder behind them. Sounds of screams rose into the night sky, and the battlements beneath them shuddered. Ignoring all of it, they rushed forward. As they ran, Neve yelled, "Have you ever even fought in the water?" Sunny spared him a tense look, remembering the harrowing journey across the dark sea in the Forgotten Shore. The boat that Nephis had built from the bones of demons that did not survive till the end. Once the Nightwalker let out a nervous laugh. How did it go? Sunny gritted his teeth. I'm still alive, aren't I? There was not much of a choice, anyway. Neve was probably the only ascended from the House of Night inside the fortress. The rest were protecting the battleships sailing across the strait. Bloodwave was going to need all the help he could get. So, Sunny had to join the hunt for the dreadful terror. Plus, he wanted to. The abominable creature deserved to die, and especially so by his hand. It won't be easy, though Sunny had a couple of memories that would help perform well underwater, but he lacked experience when it came to fighting in the depths of the ocean. Worse than that, Shadow Step and Shadow Manifestation would be nearly useless there. A shadow needed a solid surface to exist, and those were hard to find where he was going. Actually, Sunny was unsure how his aspect would function underwater. Much more distressing was the fact that he did not know much about the terror of L049, and what the abomination was truly capable of. The fact that it relied on mind attacks and manipulation suggested a lack of physical might, but even then, such things were highly relative when it came to a corrupted creature. Really, he was not even sure that the terror was of the corrupted rank. What the hell am I doing here? The Sin of Solace laughed, forcing Sunny to grimace. It did not matter. Even disregarding the fact that he had a personal score to settle, the creature had to be destroyed to protect the city. But what are you doing risking your life to protect that city? That's not like you. Lost from light, Sunny did not know how to answer, but he refused to let the voice of the sword distract him from the task at hand. They were already on the pier, swiftly moving towards its end. Some distance away, two gargantuan battleships rested on the undulating black waves. He looked around, not noticing the distinct figure of the enigmatic saint anywhere. Where is Bloodwave? Is he aboard one of the ships? Neve gave him a confused look as he took off his midnight blue coat. Beneath it was a black wetsuit, an armor-type memory already weaving itself from sparks of light. What do you mean? Hes in the water, of course. Below the ships. Sunny blinked. Oh. Of course. He hesitated for a moment, then dismissed the puppeteer's shroud. Left wearing nothing but his underwear, Sunny shivered in the cold wind. His pale skin was painted black by the shadow wrapping around his body, and his lean muscles seemed like they had been cut from matte obsidian. He sighed, then summoned three memories. First, a large and beautiful white pearl appeared in his hand. Sunny lingered for a moment, then placed it on his tongue before closing his mouth. The essence pearl would allow him to breathe and see clearly underwater. Then, a piece of an icy blue crystal inlaid in a form of dull metal appeared, hanging around his neck on a black string. The memory of ice. Using two charms at once would consume essence faster, but Sunny had to protect himself from the lethal cold of the winter ocean. It was only possible to augment one at a time with the underworld armament trait of the marble shell, so he chose the blue crystal. Lastly, a harness made from a fisherman's net wrapped around his torso, the nimble catch. With that, Sunny was more or less ready to dive into the water, at least physically. The only problem was he needed both hands to swim, but that was easily remedied by fastening the Sin of Solace to the nimble catch. The harness was very handy in that regard. With the jade blade strapped safely to his back, Sunny walked over to the very edge of the pier and glanced at Neve. The Nightwalker was already clad in a light armor that seemed to be made of black seaweed and nacreous shell. A pale smile appeared on Neve's face. Ready? Sunny stared at the tumultuous dark wave beneath them and shook his head. Then, he jumped. The ocean grasped him in its cold embrace a moment later. Sunny almost panicked. A deluge of unpleasant memories instantly surfaced in his mind, but then discovered that he could breathe normally despite being surrounded by water. That calmed him down a little. The essence pearl had a strange effect. Sunny could breathe through his nose as if he was standing on solid ground, and there seemed to be an invisible barrier preventing the salty water from flowing up his nostrils. Additionally, the active enchantment of the charm allowed him to see clearly through the dark expanse of the ocean, as if he was wearing a diving mask. He was cold, but not terribly so. It seemed that the high element resistance of the marble shell, augmented by the shadows, was enough to protect him from freezing to death. Adding the memory of ice on top of that turned out to be overkill. Sunny dismissed the blue crystal, relieved to save some essence. Not too bad. A moment later, Neve plunged into the water beside him and swam nimbly forward and down. Sunny had learned how to swim during his wilderness survival lessons back at the academy and practiced it a few times on the forgotten shore, and yet, one glance at the scion of the House of Night made him feel embarrassed. The Nightwalker moved through the water with great speed and ease, looking like some kind of graceful aquatic creature. It almost seemed as if he was more comfortable in the water than he had been on land. Maybe he was. Sighing inwardly, Sunny followed. His movements might not have been as natural or graceful as Neve's, but with the frightening strength of an ascended devil and the help of the nimble catch, he found himself more than capable with keeping up. They dove deeper into the dark water, soon reaching the ships. Sunny felt a tremendous shadow floating silently below. A few moments before he saw it there, in the darkness, a monstrous killer whale was waiting, watching them with its giant blue eyes. Chapter 1014, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 32. 1014 The Fall of Falcon Scott 32. Sunny had seen Bloodwave in his bestial form once from afar, but up close, the Saint of Night was much more terrifying. The creature he had transformed into looked somewhat like a killer whale, its hide black and white, the lines of its body smooth and predatory. However, it was much, much larger than any mundane beast had any right to be. There was a patchwork of ugly scars covering its hide, and steel armor encasing its long fins, edges sharp like blades. Its enormous eyes glowed in the darkness of the ocean with blue light, full of raw power and intelligence. Even knowing that the giant killer whale was actually a human, Sunny couldn't help but feel tense in front of the great predator. Since the beginning of the siege of Falcon Scott, Bloodwave had rarely shown himself. He mostly remained underwater, protecting the anchored ships and fighting those nightmare creatures that would try to attack the city from the depths. Army Command did not dare leave the port fortress and the vulnerable vessels without a defender. And yet, today, that was exactly what had to happen. While Sunny stared at the mighty saint, Neve glided forward and then hovered in front of the killer whale's snout, keeping himself in place with barely noticeable movements of his arms and legs. The tall master looked tiny beside the giant creature. Ha! Sunny realized that he did not know how to communicate with others underwater. He couldn't really speak, or even open his mouth unless he wanted to lose the essence pearl and suffocate. There was probably a system of signs one could learn, but he had not done that in advance. The world was silent. Not quite actually, the ocean was full of sounds. They were just strange and muffled, reverberating through his bones as if he was hearing them with his entire body. The noise of the battle above was like a low, all-encompassing, distant roar. Sunny knew that sound was supposed to propagate very far in the water, but had no tools to distinguish and interpret what he heard. Nevertheless, the Nightwalkers seemed to possess some method of sharing information. A few moments after Neve approached Bloodwave, the killer whale shifted slightly, staring into the depths of the ocean. His pupils narrowed. Then, a strange thing happened. The eyes of the great predator remained clear and blue, but the water itself seemed suddenly tinted dark crimson around them. Sunny felt extremely uncomfortable, as if Bloodwave did not like what was happening at all. Then, the sensation passed as swiftly as it had appeared, and the ocean was normal once again. Neve turned around and beckoned for him to come closer. Struggling against the instinctual fear of large predators, Sunny swam toward the monstrous killer whale. Once he got close, there was suddenly a familiar voice in his ears. "My uncle agrees. We have to kill the terror." Sunny stared at the Nightwalker silently. Neve tilted his head a little. "Oh, you can't speak. Well, there's nothing to discuss. Anyway, all the available information about the creature was already given to us by Tiras of Whitefeather. We can only attack the terror and do our best." "How is your resistance against mind attacks?" Sunny made a fist and raised his thumb. He doubted that any master had better mental defenses than him. Plus, he was already inoculated against the terror's hex. The Nightwalker nodded. "Good. Taking our awakened into the depths would just mean giving the creature more puppets to control. The three of us will have to hunt alone. Once we discover the terror, Bloodwave will lead the charge, while our task will be to support him, maybe we'll even survive, who knows. Are you ready?" Sunny shrugged, which was an awkward thing to do underwater. "Then follow me." Neve swam even closer to the great beast, gliding parallel to Bloodwave's back. Reaching the dorsal fin that stood tall like the mast of a ship, he grabbed onto a small depression in the armor encasing it, and gestured for Sunny to do the same. "Great one, I am going to ride a damned saint into the depths of a damned ocean." Cursing his fate, Sunny followed the Nightwalker's example and latched himself to the killer whale's fin like some sort of hitchhiker fish. He could feel a vast, powerful heartbeat somewhere below him, and a mighty presence that was beyond all mundane senses. Neve's voice resounded once again in his ears. "Don't let go. Well, unless you feel like the pressure is too great for you to handle. I don't know how deep the terror hides, and how deep you can dive. Sorry, Sunless, you'll have to learn how to traverse the abyss fast, and on your own." Before Sunny could think of an answer, even though he could not relay it, Bloodwave suddenly moved. His great body lunged forward with stunning speed, and a powerful current almost threw Sunny off the fin. He grabbed tighter to the steel armor, feeling how strange it was to be able to breathe freely despite the rushing water. Niamh stretched a hand to support him, but then brought it back, seeing that there was no need. This is. Riding a giant killer whale into the dark depths of the ocean was perhaps not the strangest journey Sunny had made, but it was definitely up there with the weirdest of them, especially considering that the whale was actually a saint of the Great Clan Night. The whole situation would have been comically surreal, if it wasn't so dreadful. A terrible enemy waited for them at the end of this journey. Bloodwave journeyed away from the shore, submerging deeper and deeper into the watery abyss. The world around them was ruthlessly cold and absolutely lightless, eerily similar to the sky below of the Chained Isles but much more frightening. In fact, that was not the only similarity. The deeper they went, the more Sunny felt as if something was pressing down on him. It was as if a titanic slab of stone was weighing on his body, making it harder to move and breathe. The feeling was not dissimilar to the torturous force of the crushing, and thinking of that analogy made him very, very uneasy. The crushing was capable of killing even saints, after all. He tried to control his breathing. No mundane ocean can kill a saint. And in terms of sturdiness, I'm not that far from one. Down and down they went. Chapter 10:15, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 33. 1015 The Fall of Falcon Scott 33. The deeper Bloodwave descended into the vast, boundless, dark abyss of the ocean, the more disturbed Sunny felt, and he had already been deeply uncomfortable before taking the plunge into the shallows. There was nothing but emptiness and oppressive darkness both above and below them, stretching endlessly into the unknown. Even though Sunny could see through the water, unlike how it had been in the impenetrable darkness of the cursed sea of the Forgotten Shore, he was still distressed. The depths of the ocean were not a place meant for humans, they were its opposite. Coming here voluntarily was nothing but pure madness. I might have misunderstood the Nightwalkers. They are all lunatics. He shifted slightly and glanced at Niamh, who was holding tightly to the fin of the monstrous killer whale. The currents battered them, and the pressure was slowly growing unbearable. The Scion of the House of Night was not exactly calm, but his unease was caused by the prospect of fighting a corrupted terror, not the watery abyss itself. Strangely, Sunny's feelings were reversed. The terror of LO-49 was a harrowing foe, indeed, but he had faced plenty of those. The ocean, on the other hand, was an alien, unfamiliar, and fundamentally hostile space. It was abysmal in the purest sense of the word. Grimacing, Sunny pulled himself closer to Bloodwave's fin and waited. He did not know what exact means the saint was using to track the hidden terror. There was some pattern to his movements, but Sunny wasn't sure what it was. Sometimes, it felt as though the great predator was choosing the direction at random, but one thing remained constant: they were always moving deeper into the darkness. Niamh had not spoken to him again, but there was also no reason to. Sunny briefly considered summoning the extraordinary rock to relay his thoughts, but then discarded that idea. He had nothing useful to say, and making too much noise could attract unwanted attention. Who knew what horrors hid in the dark depths, beside the terror? At some point, he felt a coughing fit rising from somewhere in his lungs and nearly panicked. The last thing Sunny wanted was to drown because of the residual trauma caused by brushing against a nightmare gate. He gritted his teeth and concentrated on suppressing the cough, forgetting even his fear of the ocean in the process. That was why he almost missed the moment when the terror finally revealed itself. Hidden in the depths of the lightless abyss, an eerily beautiful creature floated in the vast and silent darkness. Feeling a slight tremor run through the enormous body of the giant killer whale and hearing its booming heartbeat change pace, Sunny looked into the distance. He shivered. From a distance, the terror looked akin to a strange, ghostly flower, a lily, perhaps, or a white lotus. Its pallid petals flowed and danced slowly in the darkness, some stretching for hundreds of meters into the empty abyss, some swirling around the small nebulous shape hidden in their center. The sight of it was both breathtakingly beautiful and deeply terrifying. The wide ribbons of white looked both like the petals of a flower and like the long tentacles of an ethereal creature, too alien to be described with words. When they got closer, however, Sunny discovered that they were neither petals nor pale flesh. Instead, he thought that he was looking at long stretches of white, flowing cloth. He did not know if he was right, or how it even made sense. And that was not what Sunny was preoccupied with at the moment, either. There were other shapes surrounding the ghostly white blossom, hundreds of them. Drowned bodies surrounded it like a morbid barrier. Humans, nightmare creatures, and things he could not name. They floated silently around the terror, unmoving, their empty eyes staring blindly into the darkness. Some had cloth petals wrapped around them like a burial shroud. The eerie scene made him shudder. The otherworldly beauty of it all only made the visage more appalling. There was a powerful presence emanating from the mass of billowing white cloth, one of utter horror and malice. Sunny felt that presence overwhelm him, making it impossible to look away from the terror, but also unbearable to witness it. He felt mesmerized, frozen, and paralyzed. That feeling was broken by another presence, though. Suddenly, the darkness around them seemed to become tinted red, and he felt a deep fury rising from within him. Sunny recognized that fury as something that was not his own, but instead belonged to someone else. Bloodwave. The Saint of Night was incensed, and whatever fear they might have felt was washed away by the murderous rage of the great predator. It almost seemed as though the cloth petals trembled slightly. In the next moment, the hundreds of drowned creatures all came alive, their hollow eyes turning to stare at them. Sunny uttered a silent curse and freed the Sin of Solace from its makeshift scabbard with his free hand. Here we go, then. He felt Bloodwave's body move, and then a furious roar spread through the water like a fearless battle cry. The force of it was almost physical in nature, moving through the dark abyss like a devastating shockwave. The monstrous killer whale surged forward, and with him, the ocean itself came alive. Powerful currents assaulted the pallid flower, throwing its ghastly defenders away. The crimson hue of the water became more apparent, and wherever it spread, Bloodwave seemed to gain even more speed, even more might. At the same time, the cloth petals exploded with motion, unfurling like long limbs, grabbing the thralls, and throwing them forward. By Sunny's side, Neve glanced at him and outstretched a hand, a bone harpoon appearing in it. The Nightwalker smiled, indigo lights dancing in his eyes. It's time. With that, he pushed himself off the fin and shot forward with incredible speed. A moment later, Bloodwave crashed into the moving barrier of hollow-eyed thralls. Chapter 1016, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 34. 1016 The Fall of Falcon Scott 34. The monstrous killer whale snapped its jaws, savaging several massive nightmare creatures at once. Clouds of blood and pulverized flesh escaped from his maw like a red tide. Powerful currents of crimson water swirled around his massive body, ripping even more abominations apart. A dozen thralls were destroyed when the great predator rammed through them at dreadful speed. Armored fins moved, slicing bodies like giant blades. A split second later, Bloodwave shot past the barrier of flesh, leaving devastation in his wake. He continued forward, heading for the eerie flower of white cloth that was the terror. Neve and Sunny were left behind, though. Their task was to deal with the thralls and prevent them from attacking the Saint from behind. How the hell do I do this? Fighting underwater was not at all like fighting on land. At this depth, Sunny felt as though he was constantly being pressed down by an immeasurable weight, both from without and from within. His ascended physique and augmented strength were enough to deal with it, but he still felt a strain considerable enough to demand adjustment. It was a lot like fighting while under the effect of the crushing. More importantly, though, there was nothing to support him here. Usually, a fighter's might came from being grounded without the ground under Sunny's feet. His blows would lack power. They would also push him away with the same force that had been exerted on the enemy, making battle flow and positioning a nightmare. So, he saw two ways to fight effectively. One was to grapple the enemy and use their own body as support, bringing combat to an extremely close range. He would be greatly disadvantaged in such a scenario due to the length of his blade. The other was to use acceleration and maneuvering to turn each of his attacks into a deadly charge. Sunny had a sinking suspicion that he would have to utilize both approaches today. Ahead of him, Neve clashed with one of the thralls. His harpoon shot forward, piercing the creature's head. The Nightwalker pushed it through all the way, then let go of the shaft, grabbed it again near the head a moment later, and tore the spear free. Then, Sunny had no more time to observe the Nightwalker, forced to concentrate on his own enemy. A vaguely familiar abomination that resembled a grotesque mannequin of flesh lunged at him, its hollow eyes full of darkness. A menacing bone scythe cut down, threatening to split Sunny apart. He was somewhat certain that his skin would withstand the edge, but there was no point in taking the risk. The Sin of Solace moved to intercept the strike, much slower than he was used to, but still viciously fast. The jade blade easily cut through the scythe, breaking it, and then continued forward to sever the flesh mannequin from shoulder to thigh. The spell whispered into his ear, its voice unaffected by the heavy mass of water. "You have slain a fallen monster. Your shadow." With no time to listen to it, Sunny suppressed his revulsion and used the bleeding remains of the abomination to launch himself sideways. A moment later, a chitinous body barreled through the spot he had been occupying. 5 more were already closing in on him from 5 different directions. Sunny took a deep breath. This is not too bad. The situation was dire, but not as hopeless as he had expected. The greatest threat, the Terror itself, was currently preoccupied with Bloodwave. The thralls, meanwhile, were numerous and much more powerful than they had the right to be. However, there was one factor working against them. Most of the thralls were no more native to the dark abyss of the ocean than he was. Their movements were purposeful, but a little bit awkward. Their initial assault was dreadful, but mostly because many had been launched forward by the long pieces of white cloth that swirled around and trailed behind the Terror, behaving like the tentacles of a giant monster. Now that their momentum was spent, the thralls were much slower and less maneuverable than Neve. And Sunny, too, thanks to the nimble catch. An awakened would have been torn to pieces in an instant, but the two masters found themselves at a certain advantage. More than that, Sunny realized that his aspect was not as useless underwater as he had thought. There were no shadows around him to manifest, but that was only because he could not compel living shadows to obey him. Of those, there were plenty. Shadows required a surface to exist, and each thrall's body was a surface. Each of the thralls possessed a shadow, which allowed Sunny to sense their movements even if he did not see them. It also allowed Sunny to use Shadow Step, as long as the abomination was large enough. As 5 thralls lunged at him, Sunny swam forward, dodged the claws of an especially large nightmare creature and dove into its shadow, appearing on top of the chitinous monstrosity that had missed him a few moments earlier. The Sin of Solace plunged through the thick carapace, instantly killing the abomination. "You have slain a fallen beast. Your shadow." Sunny almost grinned. So many fragments. He pushed himself off the convulsing carcass, narrowly escaping the cloud of blood, and looked up just in time to see Neve clashing with another thrall. The bone harpoon once again struck first, beheading the hollow-eyed creature. However, this time, the Nightwalker was a split second too late to dodge the incoming attack. Even though the thrall had lost its head, the creature's tail still flew forward, carried by momentum and inertia. The long, vicious spike at the end of the tail struck Neve square in the chest, easily piercing the nacreous shell armor and plunging deep into his body. Then, it emerged from his back. Sunny's eyes widened. But then, something strange happened. The Scion of the House of Night seemed to ignore the terrible wound, and in fact, there was no wound. Instead, it was as though Neve's body had turned into liquid. The spike pierced that liquid and then flew out of the master's side without leaving a trace. A second later, Neve turned solid once again, already attacking the next thrall. His movements were swift, graceful, and flowing. Sunny tore his gaze away and lashed out with the Sin of Solace to deflect a blow from a hollow-eyed thrall. Neat. Behind them, Bloodwave had finally reached the beautiful, Harrowing White Blossom. Chapter 1017, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 35. 1017 The Fall of Falcon Scott 35. The monstrous killer whale cut through the crimson darkness, descending upon the ethereal blossom of flowing white cloth. His mouth opened, revealing a palisade of terrifying fangs. His blue eyes had turned deep red, glowing like spotlights and full of murderous intent. As the great predator approached, the pallid flower exploded with movement. The shorter petals swelled, creating a barrier of white cloth around the small, unclear shape hidden in their center. The longer ones, which had been drifting gracefully on the currents, suddenly contracted and shot forward like tentacles. Bloodwave roared. Powerful currents surrounding his body churned, surging forward to meet the petals. He dodged nimbly, continuing to move forward as his jaw closed on one of the white tentacles. There was no blood, no torn flesh, and no crushed bone. It was as though the petal was indeed nothing but white silk, and damaging it was like cutting a piece of lifeless cloth. Sunny did not see much of what happened after, because he had his own problems to worry about. There were just too many thralls around him, all powerful enough to pose a serious threat. Even with most of them assaulting the port fortress somewhere far away and above, the terror's drowned guard was enough to kill him and Neve 10 times over, if they were not careful enough. Damn it. Propelling himself forward through the dark water, Sunny collided with a hideous creature made of iron and bone. The sin of Solace passed through the abomination's body, cleaving it apart. However, the next thrall was already upon him. 2 human hands wrapped around his throat, trying to rip it open with dreadful strength. Sunny's skin turned hard as stone and resisted the pale fingers, but he still found himself being strangled. Using shadow sense to perceive the shape of the enemy, Sunny slashed back with the jade sword, severing both of the arms. Tearing the cold hands off, he twisted and kicked back, pushing himself and the thrall away from each other. His adversary was hindered and maimed, but not eliminated. And more were already closing in. This is not going to work. He was doing well, for now, but death was only one mistake away. Sunny relied on his superior speed and maneuverability to slay the thralls, which meant that the moment he was immobilized or stalled, the tables would be turned. He was not a stranger to fighting with everything on the line, but not in an environment as strange and unfamiliar as the depths of the ocean. It was far easier to make a fatal mistake in a place the rules of which he did not know. Sunny willed himself to swim forward, then hesitantly turned onto his back and looked in the direction where Neve was battling a throng of abominations. The Nightwalker moved with ease and graceful precision, navigating the dark waters like a creature born in and for the depths. He certainly knew the rules. An idea slowly formed in Sunny's mind. He adjusted his battle strategy in order to always keep Neve in his sight, earning a few shallow scrapes as a result. Sunny was a talented fighter, possessing combat intelligence on par with the best of the best. He had plenty of insight into the underlying laws of conflict, and much better than that, his mastery of shadow dance allowed him to read most of his opponents like an open book. And that was exactly what he had been doing throughout this battle, like most of the battles of the Antarctica campaign. There were too many thralls around to truly grasp all of their patterns, but their rudimentary battle styles were also crude and unsophisticated. Sensing the movements of their shadows for a few moments was enough to gain a shallow, but sufficient level of understanding. However, that approach might have been the wrong one, today. So, instead of trying to shadow his enemies, Sunny concentrated his will on trying to shadow his ally. Neve's battle style was much more complex, profound, and refined in terms of scope and sophistication. It was up there with the most intricately designed combat art Sunny had witnessed. As expected of a scion of a great clan. That style was not something that he could learn in mere seconds, or even several minutes. But even the few minor insights Sunny did gain were already enough to qualitatively change his performance. So that's how you do it. The lessons he learned from using shadow dance to study how the Nightwalker moved were not anything grand, but they were extremely valuable. What better teacher could there be than a man supposedly carrying the lineage of Storm God, the god of the depths? It was all about how his body related to the water, and how the water related to his body. How to position himself to cut through it unimpeded, and how to use the mass of water for his advantage. Shadow dance, and the harsh training Sunny had put himself through to master its first steps, made both his mind and body extremely malleable and adaptable. That was why he was able to quickly put what he had just learned into practice. Changing minute details of how he moved, which muscles he strained, and the timing of sending targeted impulses of essence to reinforce them, Sunny was suddenly able to navigate the dark abyss much more freely. He felt more in control of his environment, now. Working with it instead of against it to achieve his goals. A massive nightmare creature lunged at him, its claws missing the target by a few centimeters just as Sunny had planned. He cut into the abomination and at the same time circled around it, using the carcass to hide from the next enemy. A moment later, the second thrall was dead, too. Good. But then, there was even more Sunny could do by fusing his unique abilities with what he had learned from Neve. Using the Feather of Truth to make himself lighter or heavier, he could float up or plummet deeper like a stone. Using Shadow Step, he could jump between the large abominations. He could even turn incorporeal and cling to their bodies as a shadow. If he used all of this smartly, the ocean would not be as inhospitable. In fact, it was even a little liberating. Being able to freely move in 3 dimensions instead of just 2 opened up all kinds of neat tricks he could pull. The only limit was his intellect, cunning, and imagination. Get ready, bastards. Brandishing the Sin of Solace, Sunny cut through the dark water to meet the attacking thralls. A pale smile appeared on his face. Chapter 1018, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 36. 1018 The Fall of Falcon Scott 36. Sunny and Neve fought against the drowned guardians of the Terror, while Bloodwave assaulted the eerie flower of white cloth itself. From what Sunny could see, and he rarely got the chance to glance in that direction, embroiled in a furious and lethally dangerous battle of his own, the corrupted creature and the saint were at an impasse of sorts. The Terror did not seem to have a lot of physical power. His graceful petals possessed a harrowing strength, of course, but not enough to threaten the transcendent in his bestial form. Not all saint transformations were those of beasts, and out of the ones that were, not all possessed overwhelming physical might. But Bloodwave certainly did. The monstrous killer whale attacked again and again, and the pallid blossom avoided his teeth and fangs again and again. Its shorter petals danced, making the Terror glide away, moving in irrational and mesmerizing patterns. The sight of it was eerily beautiful. Its longer petals, though some of them hundreds of meters long, slithered through the crimson darkness like white tentacles, battering the great predator and trying to wrap themselves around his enormous body. Nevertheless, Bloodwave did not seem hindered. A few of them were already torn apart, swathes of billowing white cloth drifting silently into the dark depths. Some distance away from the 2 clashing giants, Sunny and Neve were feverishly battling the legion of hollow-eyed thralls. The cold abyss was littered with blooming clouds of blood and sliced remnants that floated around them like a morbid veil. Almost 100 abominations had already been slain, but twice as many still remained. Curse it! The Nightwalker was a good partner in this battle, perhaps even the best Sunny could have hoped for. And yet, he still missed his shadows. Granted, neither would have been of much help in the depths of the ocean. Stone Knights were not exactly the best divers, and neither were horses, as far as he knew. Sunny, meanwhile, had grown somewhat confident about fighting underwater. He had managed to learn a few things by observing Neve, and understood how to deal with the unbearable pressure by borrowing from his experiences with the crushing. Everything was going well. Sunny decapitated another thrall, then spun, bringing the Sin of Solace in front of him. A creature that had been hidden by a cloud of blood suddenly lunged forward, only to impale itself on the jade gem. He had sensed its shadow long before the abomination appeared in view. His lungs were burning, which was a concerning thing when one was deep below the surface of the ocean. However, Sunny knew that it was just a sign of physical exertion. The Essence Pearl was still supplying him with a steady stream of air to breathe, and although he felt tired, that tiredness was nowhere near being debilitating. With every kill they made, the number of thralls attacking Sunny and Neve diminished. They had already survived the assault of the full 300, so fighting against the remaining 2 was much more manageable, and it would only grow more manageable soon. So why do I feel so uneasy? Sunny shivered, allowing himself to drift down for a brief moment. Indeed, despite the fact that they seemed to be prevailing, his heart was growing heavier with each kill. It did not make any logical sense, but nevertheless, Sunny's intuition seemed to be telling him that he was missing something. But what? There was not much time to think between the clashes with the abominable thralls, mostly because Sunny had to spend that time observing the dark waters around him and frantically calculating how and where to move in order to survive, as well as put himself in position for the next attack. And yet, the longer the battle went on, the more it felt as though something was not right. What is it? He would have said that it was too easy, but it was not. Fighting hundreds of menacing thralls underwater was one of the hardest and most demanding battles he had the misfortune of going through in the southern quadrant. Sunny was not only pushing his limits, he had ventured well past them, going so far as to learn an entirely new dimension of combat. Even then, it was barely enough to keep him alive. Perhaps it was the fact that the terror of LO-49 had yet to launch a devastating mental assault on them, or pull some other diabolical trick. Not that it was not already doing more than enough. In fact, the powers that the Pallid Blossom wielded were truly harrowing. It was controlling thousands of thralls that laid siege to the port, spreading its hex through the garrison of the fortress and the First Army soldiers manning the northern section of the wall, puppeteering hundreds of abominations that sought to kill Sunny and Neve, and fighting a powerful saint all at the same time. It was just that Sunny had expected something more. The bitter defeat he had suffered at LO-49 left a mark on his heart. Although he did not want to admit it, the truth of the matter was that Sunny was afraid of the terror. Was that fear irrational? The marble shell gives me high protection against mental attacks. It is currently an ascended attribute, 1 rank below the terror, but it is also augmented by my shadows. Bloodwave and Neve, I don't know what tools they have to defend their minds, but anyone from a great clan has to have a great arsenal of memories at their disposal. Maybe the truth was just that simple. The 3 of them were too tough to be affected by the terror's greatest weapon. As he dispatched another thrall and briefly met Neve, the 2 of them grasping hands to propel each other in different directions, the Sin of Solace sighed. Such a fool. Sunny grimaced, raising the Jade Gem to meet another enemy. He had grown accustomed to the cursed sword striking at all his deepest insecurities, the lack of education and intelligence, mostly emotional, being one of them. However, why had the Sin of Solace spoken now? What was I thinking about? The 3 of them being highly resistant to the terror's most powerful means of attack, and before that, about how many things the creature was doing at the same time, from fighting Bloodwave to controlling the assault on the port fortress. He continued to slay one thrall after another, becoming more and more distracted by the feeling of impending doom. His intuition was almost screaming now. I don't get it, damn. Sunny tore through a group of abominations, gritting his teeth. Luckily, there were much fewer of them left, so he had some space to think. Because of that, a random thought found its way into his mind. I wonder how Dale is doing. Then, he froze, which almost cost him an eye. Dale, and the other defenders of Falcon Scott, must have obliterated a lot of the thralls on the shore by now. And here in the depths of the ocean, Sunny and Neve had killed their share, as well. And the terror which had been spread thin, controlling all of them, was freed from the burden of commanding the thralls. With each of its puppets the humans destroyed, the creature was gaining back the ability to concentrate all its powers into a single point. Suddenly chilled to the bone, Sunny turned around to see the battle between the terror and the saint. But he was a few moments too late. Chapter 1019, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 37. 1019 The Fall of Falcon Scott 37. Some distance away, the ethereal flower suddenly swirled, its beautiful petals billowing outward like a current of white silk. Ghostly tentacles of flowing cloth shot toward the charging saint, too swift and insidious to dodge. As Sunny watched in fear, Bloodwave's head became enveloped by the silk, his glowing eyes disappearing from view. The body of the monstrous killer whale shuddered, moved weakly, and then grew strangely still. Gods! He saw something much more frightening, as well. Two of the longer petals were already flying through the dark abyss, approaching Sunny and Neve. They were fast, too fast. Inescapable. He had no time to dodge, or even react. There were no thralls close enough to hide in their shadow, and not enough time to try and swim away. All Sunny managed to do was slash forward with the Sin of Solace. The jade blade met the white petal, cutting through the cloth. A small piece of it drifted away, but the petal was not slowed down at all. It seemed to unfurl into a vast expanse of billowing silk, surrounding Sunny from all sides. Then, he was wrapped in the cold whiteness, encompassed and immobilized by it. The feeling of smooth satin brushing against his naked skin made Sunny shudder. Damnation. Then, the world grew still. The dark abyss of the ocean disappeared, replaced by an eternity of fluttering white cloth. His exhaustion and fear disappeared, too. His memory, foresight, awareness, intent, and resolve were gone. His mind was empty. Sunny vaguely remembered having thoughts, desires, and hopes. But those words seemed senseless now, their meaning unfathomable. In fact, the word he had used to describe himself, Sunny, was meaningless, too. What a strange one it was. Surrounded by billowing silk, he sensed movement. There were shadows moving around him. He was moving, too, being drawn closer to the largest one. With each passing moment, his sense of self was dissolving more and more. Soon, it would be gone completely. And then, something new, something old, something darker, something waiting was going to take its place. He felt at peace with that. He felt empty. The emptiness was comforting. There was just one thing blemishing the peaceful white flawlessness of the empty satin world. A sinister, mocking voice. It whispered into his ear, gloating. Here we go. A pathetic end for a pathetic fool. Spurred by the hateful voice, his own voice, Sunny suddenly remembered. Lost from light. That was his name. That one memory unlocked all the rest like a key. What is going on? He struggled against the white cloth enveloping his body, but it was hopeless. The terrifying understanding flooded his mind, making him remember what had happened, and what was happening. What was probably about to happen. Sunny's consciousness was strangely split, one part of it sensing the reality of being dragged through the mass of water by one of the terror's petals, the other still lost in the endless expanse of billowing silk. He could feel a boundless alien presence encroaching upon both, seeing through his eyes, thinking his thoughts, and hungrily wanting for more. Its progress was slow and labored, but inevitable. Sunny tried to fight against the harrowing invader, throwing all of his willpower into a fierce assault, but it simply shattered against the vast, ancient, malevolent enormity of it like glass. And not good. His thoughts were slowing down. Suspecting that fighting the terror in the Mindscape was a futile endeavor, Sunny tried to free himself from the physical bonds instead. However, his arms were pressed tightly against his body, and the white cloth refused to part before the blade of the Sin of Solace, like the flesh of other nightmare creatures usually did. He wasn't going to cut through it while only being able to move his wrist a tiny bit. Curse it! Sunny could vaguely sense the shadows of Neve and Bloodwave some distance away from him. It seemed that he was the only one trying to struggle against the terror's petals. Both were probably still mesmerized. Why was he not, then? The Sin of Solace and possessing a true name might have helped, but it could not have been the only reason. Bloodwave was the enigmatic saint's true name, as well, and yet the monstrous killer whale was motionless, silently drifting on the currents in the dreadful embrace of white silk. Which meant that this small degree of awareness was probably the result of Sunny's unreasonably high resistance to mental attacks. Even though he now shared his head with the terror, a part of his mind was still fighting against it. What good was it, though, since Sunny could neither free himself nor stop the creature from replacing his very self? As he was drawn closer and closer to the beautiful blossom of white silk, he could feel himself growing insubstantial. With each moment, his thoughts became less his own. His eyes stared at the silken veil, moving on their own, as if something else was looking through them. Finally, Sunny felt true horror. He had been scared before, but never like this. Sensing something else take possession of his body, while utterly helpless to resist the slow dissolution of his will, it was the realization of all his deepest, most guarded fears. And it was being done by the terror of Lo-49, the hateful, abominable creature that had already defeated him once. Full of dark resentment, Sunny gritted his teeth, and summoned two memories. That much he could still do, at least. One was a small lantern cut out of obsidian. The other was a fearsome mask of black lacquered wood, with vicious fangs and 3 sharp, twisting horns. Weaver's mask. Sunny had not called upon it in a long time. It frightened him, as well, almost as much as the terror. Trying not to think about what he was about to do, Sunny activated the single enchantment of the Shadow Lantern, commanding it to devour all light around it. There was no light to devour in the dark abyss, but that was not what he wanted. What he really wanted was for the divine memory to gobble up as much of his essence as it could. The Shadow Lantern burned through most of the essence Sunny had in the time it took the white tendril of silk to bring him to the pallid blossom. There was very little of it left, now. Sunny felt like his mind was almost gone. Struggling to wrestle control of his face from the terrifying presence, he forced himself to grin. He wanted that smile to be menacing, but all it ended up being was weak and scared. A pity. He sensed a vast shadow that was full of harrowing wrongness looming close, and thought, "You wanted to see through my eyes? Well, then look." With that, Sunny reached into Weaver's mask and activated its second enchantment. Where is my eye? Chapter 1020, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 38. 1020 The Fall of Falcon Scott 38. Sunny had never even thought about using that deadly enchantment after the first time. Back then, moments before falling into the sky below, he had activated it out of sheer desperation. His gamble had paid off, but it almost cost him his life. Where is my eye? Allowed the wearer of the mask to gaze upon the tapestry of fate in all its harrowing glory. The endless, beautiful eternity of twisting threads transfixed all existence, stretching infinitely in every direction, as well as into the past, present, and future. It connected everyone and everything like an inconceivable, unknowable web. Weaver might have been capable of witnessing the great tapestry, but mere mortals like Sunny were not. A single moment of looking at fate had almost caused his mind to collapse. If his essence had not run out after that single moment, he would certainly have been killed, his head exploding in the most violent fashion. Luckily, he had gotten off easy by only experiencing unimaginable pain and pure agony, the memory of which still made him shudder. The terror was very welcome to try doing the same. As the last of Sunny's essence was disappearing, causing him to experience painful backlash, the inconceivable sight of the great tapestry of fate superimposed itself through and above the world. It was as stunning, breathtaking, and utterly overwhelming as he had remembered. However, funnily enough, Sunny saw the beautiful threads differently this time. To him, they seemed like nothing but chains now. Granted, he did not linger trying to look, only catching a small glimpse of the cosmic tapestry. Prepared for what was to come, Sunny used a little, but rather devious trick. His consciousness was still split between reality and the illusion of the endless expanse of billowing white silk that the terror had created to mesmerize its prey. So, Sunny made himself blind to the actual world, concentrating entirely on the illusory realm of pure whiteness. That was why the terror, who had almost stolen his body and was now looking upon the world through his eyes, was the only one to gaze upon the harrowing infinity. Sunny felt the white silk enveloping him quiver, as if the pallid blossom was convulsing. Even though his head was full of splitting pain because of that one short glimpse of the strings of fate, his weak smile finally turned into a real grin. Look well, wretch. A split second later, his essence ran dry, and the deadly enchantment deactivated. The tapestry of fate disappeared, and Sunny suddenly found himself freed from the alien presence devouring his mind, or rather, it was still there, but now stunned and writhing in pain. The physical binding of white silk that wrapped his body had come a little loose, as well. Not wasting a single moment, Sunny used that slack to thrust his hand forward. The tip of the Sin of Solace pierced the wall of the cloth prison, and then moved upward, cutting a vertical rift in it. A second later, he sliced the white petal open and burst into the dark water, incredibly happy to be in the oppressive embrace of the dark ocean once again. Sunny hastily studied his surroundings, knowing that he did not have much time. Witnessing the tapestry of fate had not killed him as an awakened monster, so he doubted that it would kill a corrupted terror if that was truly what the dreadful flower of silk was. In any case, the creature would most likely not stay stunned for too long. Currently, the pallid blossom seemed to be seizing, its petals contorting in grotesque convulsions. The graceful harmony of their eerily beautiful dance had been broken, replaced instead by chaotic and jittery movements devoid of any logic. The thralls appeared to be pained and disoriented, too. Looking at the agony consuming the abominable creature, Sunny became even more convinced that fate was something that only gods were meant to see, or maybe no one at all. If even a corrupted abomination of great and terrible power was reduced to a convulsing mess, what hope did mere humans have of withstanding the sight of eternity? Shrugging off his own pain, Sunny glanced briefly at Neve and Bloodwave. They seemed to be showing signs of life, but had not even begun trying to free themselves yet. Chances were, the terror would come to its senses before they ever could. He had to finish the battle himself. Gripping the hilt of the Sin of Solace, Sunny propelled himself forward. He fought against the weakness that had been left behind by draining all of his essence, pushing his body through the water as fast as he could. The nimble catch had turned into a useless piece of net, its active enchantment silent. Luckily, the enchantment of the Essence Pearl was a passive one, so he could still breathe. His muscles and his lungs were burning by the time he reached the white flower. It had only been a dozen seconds or so, but the convulsions of the billowing petals were already growing weaker. Feeling cold terror grasp his heart, Sunny gritted his teeth and dove into the mass of white silk. His goal was the small shape hidden in the center of the petals. Swimming between the dancing swathes of white cloth, Sunny could not shake the feeling that he would be caught again at any moment. That his mind would be devoured, and his will would be replaced by something alien and vile. Nevertheless, he pushed forward. After an eternity of fear, he finally reached the heart of the pallid blossom. And there, he saw. Sunny froze for a moment. In front of him was a shape wrapped in white silk. He could see the vague contours of a human body, desiccated and short in stature. It was feminine and small, almost delicate. Pressed tightly against the wrappings, a hint of a face could be discerned, 2 hollow pits where eyes should have been, and a larger one of a mouth that seemed to be open in a silent, eternal scream. A cold understanding suddenly dawned on him. Looking at the expanse of white cloth extending from the wrapped body, he realized that what he had thought to be a flower was not a flower at all. It was simply a great burial shroud of white silk, its sleeves and draping drifting in the cold dark water. Sunny lingered only for a split second, then grabbed onto the desiccated body, coming face to face with it, and drove his sword through its heart. A strange, sorrowful sensation overwhelmed him for a moment. Then, the white cloth around Sunny suddenly exploded with frenetic motion, and soon grew still. In the silence that followed, the spell whispered solemnly into his ear. "You have slain a corrupted terror." Chapter 1021, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 39. The terror sibyl of the fallen Grace was dead and drifting lifelessly into the lightless depths. However, its thralls had not perished with their master. They seemed directionless and sapped of power, but there were still almost 100 of them left. In his current state, and especially without the active enchantment of the nimble catch, Sunny did not count his chances against the creatures as high. A dark grimace contorted his pale face. "You have received a memory." "I did it. I killed that vile thing." Returning to where Sunny and Neve were floating, he studied the two masters with one of his giant glowing eyes, then shifted slightly. The tall fin that they had ridden into the depths was now right in front of them. Sunny helped Neve find a handhold, then tiredly clutched the steel armor himself. The pallid shape of the slain terror had long ago disappeared from view, devoured by the lightless depths. The mangled corpses of the thralls still drifted around them, slowly being carried away by the currents. On the other hand, Sunny could easily imagine the Prince of Nothing doing exactly that and crushing a Transcendent in a straightforward fight, somehow, in order to terrify the rest of his enemies and break their wills. After a few seconds of silence, he heard the Nightwalker's voice again. "Don't get a big head now. The Saint, however, are good. Would Sunny be able to do the same?" The Nightwalker's voice sounded weak in his mind, but he was conscious, at least. Sunny nodded, then turned the two of them so that Neve could see his uncle obliterating the thralls. Sunny was not in great shape. The two of them watched silently as Bloodwave tore the 100 abominations to shreds. Watching a saint in action was a sobering experience, to say the least. Sunny shuddered at the thought of having to battle someone like that directly. Or rather, it would be if he managed to return to the surface alive. What about the terror? It had taken Bloodwave no more than 2 minutes to annihilate the thralls. Sunny had thought that the Saint would rest for a bit after having to fight a corrupted terror and its minions, but the great predator did not waste any time. And yet, a hint of dark, somber glee still managed to overcome the cold numbness that encompassed his battered mind. Your shadow grows stronger. Bloodwave and Neve. The thralls were Aurea. Coming to their senses, their hollow eyes peering through the mass of dark water at Sunny, Bloodwave, and Neve. Some had begun moving in their direction, full of murderous intent. This time, he was moving up. Curses. The voice of the spell resounded in the boundless darkness of the ocean, making Sunny shudder. Essence, I need essence. His mind was slowly recovering from the dreadful mental assault, but his head was in the throes of a splitting headache thanks to catching the smallest glimpse of the tapestry of fate. His body felt weak and feverish, still suffering from the backlash of draining all of his essence. Sunny glanced at his companions, hoping against all hope to see them up and about. You have slain a corrupted terror, Sibyl of the fallen grace. As Sunny watched, the monstrous killer whale flinched, then jerked his head sideways. The span of white cloth still wrapped around it slid off, revealing the great beast's glowing blue eyes. For a moment, they seemed disoriented, but then sharp intelligence shone through the fog of confusion, obliterating it. Time to go back. Neve was still stunned, drifting listlessly on the currents. Sunny was all but certain that Mordred had already killed a saint. However, knowing how diabolical that fiend was, that clash might not have been a direct battle either. In the end, he ended the terror with his own hands. The stain of their disastrous first meeting had not been erased, but his failure at LO49 was vindicated, now. Somewhat. I have no reason to find out. Which, looking at the dark expanse of the ocean around him, Sunny was not sure that he would be able to do. Who knew what would happen in the coming months? And yet the terror of LO49 had dealt with the fearsome Transcendent, only to end up being dealt with by Sunny. So. There were the remnants of the trauma caused by touching a nightmare gate, as well. Sunny felt like he was about to cough his lungs out. Holding it back was not an easy task. Even knowing that it would not be enough, Sunny dismissed Weaver's mask and the shadow lantern. A tiny stream of essence fell into the arid desert of his drained soul, and was instantly consumed by his body. The feeling of weakness diminished a little, but not nearly enough to change the situation. The terror was falling down, deeper and deeper into the cold abyss. Sunny spared one last glance at the pallid blossom of the great burial shroud, knowing that it would be consumed forever by the dark depths soon. Then, he turned away and tiredly pushed himself in the opposite direction. In the next couple of minutes, a one-sided massacre took place in the dark depths. Sunless. Sunny realized in the first few seconds that his participation wasn't required. Instead of getting in the way, He swam closer to Neve, grabbed him, and dragged both of them further away from the boiling battlefield. An indignant growl escaped from Bloodwave's mouth as he gazed at the drowning remains of the Terror and the approaching swarm of the liberated thralls. Sunny thought for a moment, then dragged his finger across his throat. As the veiled body drifted down, wreathed in billowing white silk, one last whisper brushed against his ears. The saint lingered for a moment, then moved his giant body and shielded Sunny from the enemies with its bulky mass. The enormous jaws snapped, pulverizing the fastest of the approaching nightmare creatures. Then, the killer whale surged forward to meet the rest of them. He had no desire to kill saints. If anything, Sunny wanted to have more of them around, the more, the merrier. The position of the First Army in eastern Antarctica was much better than here, in this godforsaken hell, and the Second Army was already on its way. However, the chain of nightmares was far from being over. Ignoring them, the giant killer whale bellowed and surged forward. 1 chapter today, 3 tomorrow. Chapter 1022, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 40. Memory Shroud of Graceless Dusk. With a tired sigh, Sunny tried to ignore the myriad of questions and turned his attention to the enchantments of the Graceless Dusk. There were no less than 6 of them. He closed his eyes, allowing the cold currents to carry him. Mysterious. If there was one thing about the Graceless Dusk that made Sunny feel a bit regretful, it was that it did not seem to be oriented toward battle, and instead gifted the wearer with great utility outside of it. That was not too strange, since there were a lot of armor-type memories like that. Still, a transcendent one, even if it was made of fabric instead of steel, would not be too shabby. Somewhat encouraged, he opened his eyes and looked back at the runes. Blessing of Dusk enchantment description. This memory carries the Blessing of Dusk, last Sibyl of the estuary. The wearer can establish a mental connection with another being to hear their voice and thoughts, or make their own be heard. And he was already thinking about how to use the Blessing of Dusk to cause savage mental shock to people. Sunny had plenty of harrowing experiences to share through a mental link. Blessing of Spirit enchantment description. This memory enhances one's ability to endure and recover from mental fatigue. He summoned the runes and watched as they shimmered in the darkness, slowly forming into coherent shapes. Before turning his attention to the memories, he briefly checked the list of shadows. Both Saint and Nightmare seemed to be alive. Relieved, Sunny let out a mental sigh and looked up. Right. There was a memory. I should probably study it before we return to the battlefield. On the way back, Sunny couldn't help but retreat inside himself. He did not know what was happening on the surface, whether the port fortress still stood, whether the devouring cloud had breached the walls of the city. The very idea of a world outside of the cold, dark, muted, oppressive abyss of the ocean seemed strange and distant. Actually, Sunny was not sure if he was even susceptible to the bends, considering how strange and tenacious his blood was. However, he welcomed the short moment of respite. Luckily, the killer whales seemed to be moving much slower as they ascended from the depths. That, most likely, was done for the benefit of Sunny and Neve. Even though they were masters, they were still fundamentally humans. Neither would have died from the decompression sickness, but it could do a lot of damage to their already strained and battered bodies. Sublime silk enchantment description. This memory is woven out of sublime, mystical silk. It is impervious and possesses a beautiful splendor. A new set of runes appeared at the end of the list of his memories. However, Sunny was too tired, both physically and mentally, to care. He just wanted to forget about everything and rest, at least for a short while. To the tomb of Ariel. Lucky. And what did the great river that allegedly flowed back in time have to do with any of that? Its estuary was mentioned in the description of the stifled scream as a place where a dreadful secret had been hidden. Was this the same estuary? Somewhat invigorated, he studied the descriptions. Chances were, he would have to fight again as soon as Bloodwave delivered them under the walls of Falcon Scott. Sunny frowned. That guy again. The Shroud of Graceful Dusk was an incredible memory, indeed. Its value was only increased by the fact that all but the last of its enchantments were passive, a rare case for memories of the higher ranks. Memory rank transcendent. Somber and unchanging, the dark ocean remained the same as they retreated from its cold depths. The only difference Sunny could feel was the slow, gradual lessening of the pressure that weighed on him like a slab of stone. With each minute, his body seemed to become a little lighter, and breathing was a little easier. Enchantments: blessing of mind, blessing of soul, blessing of spirit, blessing of flesh, sublime silk, blessing of dusk. Memory tier 6. Sunny blinked a couple of times, and then apathetically dismissed the runes. He lingered for a moment. Well, I'd say it's a jackpot. They were approaching the surface. Ha! The Sibyls had been, apparently, some sort of oracles that received revelations from the gods. Once the gods died, those revelations obviously stopped. The timing didn't really make sense, though, because the tomb of Ariel had seemingly existed long before that. Blessing of mind enchantment description: this memory enhances one's mental acuity. A transcendent memory of the 6th tier was the strongest he had ever received after slaying an enemy. Of course, it was, since Sibyl of the Fallen Grace was the strongest enemy he had ever slain. There was the spawn of the vile thieving bird, as well, but Sunny did not really consider that victory a true, honestly earned kill. He closed his eyes again, for a moment. Memory description: Sibyls were the heralds of the gods and conduits of divine grace. Many mysteries were known to them, and so were many truths. There was one being, though, who knew much more: the graceless caitiff, demon of dread. He knew every truth there was, because he knew everyone's fear, even that of the gods. In any case, the Shroud of Graceless Dusk had to be an extremely potent memory. And it was an armor, too, something that he desperately lacked at the moment. Memory type: armor. That was the second memory in his arsenal, named after a burial garb. Was the spell trying to insinuate something? Too apathetic to care, Sunny shrugged and continued to read. There, they found solace, safety, and shelter. In time, the voices of the gods grew silent one after another, leaving behind only a vast and dreadful silence. That was how the Sibyls embraced the estuary, and that was how they fell. By now, he was all but certain that the region of the dream realm where the chain of nightmares had originated and the black pyramid hidden within had something to do with Ariel, the demon of dread. Was the pyramid really his tomb, then? How would a demon die, and who would build him an opulent grave? Sunny was in no shape to fight, but he might have no choice but to join the battle soon. He had to use any advantage there was. As he thought about that, the temperature of the ocean surrounding him subtly changed. Looking up, Sunny could see dim lights through the mass of water. And so, seeking salvation from the end, the Sibyls abandoned the mortal realm and guided their people on a long and arduous journey. They led them far away, across the lands consumed by war. Blessing of soul enchantment description: this memory enhances one's rate of passive soul essence replenishment. Blessing of flesh enchantment description: this memory enhances one's ability to endure and recover from physical fatigue. The silk garment would enhance Sunny's thinking, passive essence regeneration, as well as make him tire less and recover from fatigue faster. He would also be able to communicate with other people or maybe even creatures telepathically, which was an incredibly valuable ability. Chapter 1023, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 41. 1023 The Fall of Falcon Scott 41. Sunny crawled onto the shore and lay on the cold stones of the pebble beach for a bit, breathing heavily. It was incredibly nice to lie on solid ground again, but at the same time, his body felt heavy and cumbersome. A part of it had to do with spending some time in the depths of the ocean, and a part of it was simply because he was still tired and low on essence. Curse it. He had enough sense left, at least, to let one shadow slide off his body and take a look around to make sure that there were no enemies in his immediate vicinity. There were none, at least not close by. There was only Neve, who seemed to be doing a little bit better than Sunny. The Nightwalker took a few deep breaths, then slowly sat up. We actually made it. Gods, I really did not expect to live through this one. He glanced at Sunny, receiving a vague gesture of confirmation. Sunny shared the feeling. Neve grasped his shoulder for a moment, then asked with a hint of morbid curiosity in his voice. How did you manage to kill that horror, anyway? Such a devastating mental attack, even Uncle failed to resist it. Sunny remained motionless for a few seconds, pushed himself off the ground with a tired groan, and glanced at the scion of Night Sambali. Spitting out the essence pearl, he then grimaced and said, I guess it was just fate that Fiend was fated to die by my hand, and so, fate helped me kill it. Neve smiled weakly, then looked away. Never took you for a fatalist. That was when a third figure rose from the water. Bloodwave walked onto the shore, his eyes glinting with shades of deep blue and indigo. Drops of water were rolling down his smooth ebony skin, contours of steel muscles clearly visible under it. The saint remained silent for a few moments, looking into the distance. Then, he sighed, and suddenly disappeared. A strong gale threw a scattering of pebbles into the air, making Sunny cover his face with his hand. What is that speed? He lowered his hand and looked in the direction where Bloodwave had dashed. Slowly, his face grew still. No. Neve's voice sounded defeated. The shore around them was empty. Here and there, a few dead nightmare creatures lay on the ground, their blood steaming in the cold. Snowflakes were dancing in the air as they fell from the empty sky. There were no brood beasts in sight, and the roar of the distant cannonade was much quieter than it had been when they left. All good signs. However, the illusion of peace was destroyed when one saw the port fortress that loomed some distance away. A large section of its wall was torn asunder and collapsed, and most of the lights that had illuminated the battlements were now dark. There was movement in the breach, silhouettes who looked like people walking between the rubble with unsteady steps. Beyond that, Sunny could see nothing else. Remembering the sight of the vast crowd of frightened refugees cowering in the courtyard, he felt his heart turn cold. The battle was over, at least. Otherwise, Bloodwave would have already been rampaging among the remaining abominations. The ships anchored near the fortress were intact, as well. Whatever damage had been done to the port did not reach them. Sunny stood up with a stagger, then dismissed the essence pearl and the nimble catch. Black threads surrounded his body, soon turning into the grey fabric of the puppeteer's shroud. Glancing at the crestfallen Nightwalker, he said evenly, Let's go. The two of them slowly made their way to the fortress. As they approached, more details became visible. The bodies of the thralls littered the ground, mangled and torn apart. There were much more of them here than there had been protecting the terror, thousands of them, all slain despite their dreadful power. It seemed that the defenders of the fort had not surrendered even a single meter of the approach without making the abominations pay a steep price. Sunny saw nightmare creatures of all kinds among the felled thralls, some of them large enough to make him shiver. There were human bodies among them, as well the former residents of L049. Who had finally found their final resting place thousands of kilometers away from the distant research base. Perhaps they would have been glad to lay on solid ground again, as well, instead of floating endlessly in the lightless abyss of the ocean. When Sunny and Neve walked closer to the breached wall of the fortress, they saw the bodies of the first army soldiers among the dead thralls, too. Mundane humans, awakened, there were too many of them to count. Sunny felt a bitter feeling grasp his heart. This was a part of his victory, as well. He had been proud, gleeful, and elated after killing the hateful corrupted terror, happy to receive a powerful memory. However, his victory was made possible because most of the creature's drowned guard had been drawn away by the defenders of the port. While Sunny was fighting the Sibyl in the depths of the ocean, these men and women were dying here on the shore to give him a fighting chance. That did not diminish his accomplishment, however, it did put it in perspective. Cruelly so. Suddenly, Sunny remembered something Master Jet had told him once, years ago, while driving him to the gates of the academy. No one can survive in the dream realm alone. The waking world is no different from the dream realm these days, is it? Maybe it never had been. Passing between the soldiers that were walking among the bodies, recovering the dead humans and hopelessly searching for wounded survivors, Sunny climbed the rubble to enter the breach and looked at the courtyard of the fortress that was revealed behind it. The refugees were alive, pressed against the opposite wall of the yard and pale with terror. There was a light barricade built to shield them from any potential enemy, with soldiers vigilantly standing guard behind it. The battle seemed to have been the most fearsome just beyond the breach. An actual mountain of corpses was piled up where the defenders had made a desperate last stand, refusing to let the thralls reach the civilians. Sunny descended into the courtyard and looked around forlornly. He found Vern's body soon. The enthralled master was laying on his back, staring at the sky with empty, glassy eyes. His ribcage, shoulder, and skull were crushed by some devastating blunt weapon. He was finally, and mercifully, truly dead. Dale was laying nearby, too. Sunny almost failed to recognize the irregular captain without his bulky armor. The memories, of course, had disappeared after the owner's death and because the body was terribly mangled. However, the insignia of an ascended of the First Army could still be discerned on the blooded sleeve of his bodysuit. Gritting his teeth, Sunny took a few steps forward and kneeled near the mangled body. He did not really know what to do. The wind was picking up, making him shiver. Sunny remained silent for a while, and then said quietly, "You rest well now, Master Dale. You did well. Your nightmare is over." Chapter 1024, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 42. 1024 The Fall of Falcon Scott 42. The second week of the siege was over. A few days ago, the devouring cloud had been eliminated. The terror of L049 had been slain on the same day, as well. More people had been evacuated. More people were being evacuated, still. The siege capital still stood, firmly in human hands and mostly unbroken. Sunny was in a familiar office in the underground government complex, the same one where he had met the rest of the irregular officers before the siege started. The office was much the same, with only the image projected on the false window changed. It was still showing the view of the city, only now, there were fewer people on the streets. The blizzard was picking up again, too, so the visibility wasn't great. There was also one more vacant chair. There were currently only 3 people inside: Sunny, Jet, and Winter. The 3 of them were not enough for the large room, so it felt painfully empty. Winter's eyes were hidden behind her sunglasses. This was the first time Sunny saw her after the day of the battle with the devouring cloud. He hesitated for a while, then forced himself to say, "Dale, he was a good man." She turned her head slightly and stared at him for a while. Probably. Sunny could not really see where she was looking. Eventually, Winter sighed and briefly touched her forearm, where an edge of a tattoo could be seen peeking out from beneath the rolled sleeve of her bodysuit. "It's all right. I knew that the fool was going to get himself killed, eventually. There were 6 of us at the start, you know." She grew quiet for a bit, then shook her head. "Back at the academy. Then, there were only 2 of us left after the second nightmare, and now there's just me. I'll probably be dead soon, too. No regrets, though, as long as it's for a good cause." Her voice sounded as laid back as usual, but Sunny could sense a bit of strain in it. "I'm sorry." Winter smiled. "If you're really sorry, little devil, make sure to stay alive. You're too young and cute to die. Reaper, you two try to stay alive." "Not that you're young and cute," Master Jet laughed. "Well, if you insist, they'll have to give it a try. Might be a bit problematic, though." They remained silent for a few moments, enjoying the relaxed atmosphere. All 3 had been fighting with very little rest in between combat shifts for the past few days, so this meeting was a bit of a reprieve, if nothing else. Soul Reaper sighed and glanced at her datapad. "I'll update you on the current state of things. Most of the information has been sent to your communicators, so take a look at it later. The important stuff is the wall is still holding, but just barely. 3 breaches have turned into 5, as you must know. Army Command expects that we won't lose control of the defensive barrier unless something catastrophic happens, though. Winter raised a hand, interrupting her. What's the point of talking about it? Let's just get to the actual business. The priority targets, hey, 2 out of 5 are dealt with. Sunny killed the Terror, while the Brood Mommy and Brood Daddy of the Devouring Cloud were done in by you, Sunny, and Mongrel. That's great news. What about the other 3, though? Master Jet lingered for a bit. Actually, that's why I called you in today. The Heart of Darkness seems to have disappeared, so we don't have to worry about it yet. Maybe that thing won't reach Falcon Scott before we retreat. Goliath, on the other hand, was supposed to show up yesterday. He has been moving very slowly recently, however, for whatever reason, so the time window changed. We should expect the big bastard to arrive tomorrow, or the day after that. An uncomfortable silence settled in the underground office. Winter broke it by whistling. Speaking of something catastrophic happening, huh? Are you sure we can handle a Titan? Soul Reaper lingered for a while. Don't fret. Sunny and I will handle him. Saint Bloodwave agreed to come out of the water to assist, too, if we need him. He's not as powerful on land, but a transcendent is a transcendent. Overall it seems like the situation is not entirely hopeless. The First Army has suffered heavy casualties in the past 2 weeks, true, but no more than Army Command expected. The evacuation is also only a little bit behind schedule. I'd say that as long as Tiras continues to keep the winter beast at bay, we have a real chance of pulling this off. Sunny shifted in his seat. How is she doing, anyway? Master Jet gave him a long look and thought before answering. Her voice was a bit wistful. Well, Sky Tide is doing fine. White Feather lost a lot of people during the battle with the Devouring Cloud, but her husband and immediate family survived. Roan will be out of commission for a couple more weeks, sadly. Coincidentally, the House of Night lost many Awakened on the same day, as well. The forces of the great clans here are diminished, but they still pack a bite. Their heavy hitters are all alive. Sunny let out a sigh of relief. He had been somewhat worried about Saint Tiras and Master Roan. It was good to hear that both of them were fine. Soul Reaper yawned, then put her datapad on the table and gave him a poignant look. Back to Goliath, though. How is that project of yours coming along? He stared at her for a moment or two. That depends. Have you gotten those memories I requested? Jet winced. No. There are a lot of sleepers that need to be armed, and a lot of memories being lost every shift with people carrying them dying before having a chance to transfer anything. I'll be able to receive a few in a couple of days, but we probably don't have that long. Sunny sighed, then gave her a bitter smile. That's fine. The project is all but finished. I have a few spare memories as an emergency replacement, it's just that I would have preferred not to waste them. Winter gave them both a curious look. Are you two talking in code? What project? What memories? You guys are not trying to buy a boat on the black market and sail into the sunset together, are you? Soul Reaper grinned. Just a little something Sunny has cooked up in that devious head of his, to solve our Titan problem. I'll tell you if we have some free time today. She glanced at the clock, the smile disappearing from her face. That said, you should go get to it, Sunny. Don't linger. Army Command has been known to make wrong estimations before. He nodded, then stood up and spared the two women one last glance. They were probably not going to see each other again until Goliath showed up, and maybe never again, after. He remained silent for a moment, then smiled. We don't need to buy a boat on the black market, by the way. My Rhino is a fully amphibious vehicle, so it can take us over the strait no problem. As long as nothing swallows it on the way, of course. Anyway, if something happens you are both invited, so. With that, he winked and hurriedly left the office. Once Sunny was outside, however, his smile disappeared, and was replaced by an expression of focused concentration. This is it, then no more time to waste. Chapter 1025, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 43. 1025 The Fall of Falcon Scott 43. Sonny followed the network of underground tunnels to reach the barracks, and then emerged from them near where the Rhino was parked. Breathing in the cold air, he spent a moment to enjoy the lack of desire to cough. The strange trauma he had received after touching the Nightmare Gate was all but gone now, and walked forward through the darkness. Snow was crunching under his feet. Weird. Is this a good sign, or a bad sign? The street illumination in the city often went awry because of the numerous gates outside and within the wall. Usually, the army technicians and civilian personnel would fix and replace the damaged components promptly, but this section was barely lit. No one seemed to have cleaned the snow in a while either. Had the state of the city deteriorated to the point where no one bothered with these things anymore, or was it simply the result of so many people having already been evacuated? By now, only about a third of the initial 200 million remained trapped in Falcon Scott. Maybe the person assigned to maintain this small corner of the city was already safely across the strait, with no one to replace them. Perhaps it was both. Glancing at the dark sky, Sonny rubbed his face and walked toward the Rhino. The last few days had been hectic. By all accounts, he should have been dead tired and on the verge of collapsing from sleep deprivation. However, Sonny felt fine. In fact, he felt rather great. His body was full of vigor and vitality, while his mind was fresh and focused. The reason, of course, was the Shroud of Graceless Dusk. He glanced down, studying the transcendent memory. The Graceless Dusk looked like a simple tunic of fine, soft silk. He had expected it to be white, but to his surprise, the tunic turned out to be of a rich and beautiful black color, with intricate patterns embroidered along its collar, hem, and sleeve edges with silver thread. The hem reached just below his knees, while the sleeves ended at his elbows. The tunic was tied at the waist by an unadorned cord of black silk, and came with a pair of dainty shoes made of the same fabric, with a soft sole that was more suited for a well-tended garden than wilderness. Sonny enjoyed the fact that it allowed him to move around without making the slightest noise. The shoes only looked dainty, too. The black silk that the tunic and the shoes were made of was light and soft, but more durable than tempered steel. Sonny had tested how impervious it was, exactly, and was surprised to find out that the cruel sight could not pierce the thin fabric no matter how hard he tried. It did not burn, get wet, dissolve in acid, or suffer damage from any other elemental attacks he had at his disposal. Only the Sin of Solace managed to cut the black silk, and even then with a lot of trouble, which was not to say that the Graceless Dusk could serve as a good suit of combat armor. The tunic itself left his forearms, shins, head, and neck exposed, while the soft shoes only covered his feet and ankles. Worse than that, neither were rigid. While the black silk was very hard to pierce, it did nothing to stop blunt attacks and concussive trauma. The marble shell could deal with that, to some extent, but it was still not an ideal situation. However, Sonny did not really care. The Graceless Dusk did not make any noise and was extremely light, not constraining his movements at all. More importantly, the other benefits of the transcendent garment far outweigh its lackluster defense. LGHTNVLWRLDMNBGRTLFIU. The 4 blessings were a great boon, as well as the reason why he felt so invigorated despite the recent lack of rest and sleep. The blessing of flesh and the blessing of spirit made him tire much slower, both mentally and physically, while the time he needed to recover from fatigue was drastically cut. In the days after the battle with the devouring cloud, Sonny had only slept for a couple of hours at best, and yet he felt very refreshed and energized. The blessing of soul, meanwhile, boosted the rate at which his essence regenerated. That was an awfully pleasant and valuable benefit, especially here in Antarctica. Finally, there was the blessing of mind. That one was the strangest, but also the most powerful. The enchantment did not exactly make him smarter or more insightful, but it did make his mind more productive. It was as though there were several compartments within his head now, each capable of running a separate task concurrently as long as it was not too demanding. That made simple calculations and analyzing clear information easier and faster. The effect was not new to Sonny, since he had been doing more or less the same thing for a long time, in order to control his shadows. Lai was long used to perceiving and comprehending the world from several different viewpoints, which all but required him to sort of split his consciousness into several streams. However, after doing some research due to the graceless dusk, he had discovered that most people found such a task to be hard, or even impossible. In any case, his already deviant ability to partition his mind and multitask was boosted even further by the blessing of mind. Needless to say, all of that was extremely useful when applied to weaving. With his mental capacity increased and his essence regenerating at a much faster rate, Sonny had finally been able to crack the case and turn the devil's needle into a memory. VRTHNG Mr. NVNNTTLGHTNVLWRLDM. He was not sure that he would have been able to achieve quite the same result without the boost provided by the 4 blessings. There was the 5th blessing, too. The blessing of dusk. This active enchantment was a very insidious one. It allowed Sonny to establish a telepathic connection with another person, or even several, to communicate with them through words and other, more crude means of sharing information such as emotions and vague images. Sadly, he could not simply read their minds, since the communications had to be intentional. That said, the recipients of the link were also unable to refuse it if Sonny wanted. He could bombard them with the most gruesome and loud thoughts, causing something akin to a mental shock. Those with weaker minds were outright stunned, while those with resilience and discipline were at least bound to be disoriented. Of course, the first person Sonny had tried to communicate with telepathically was Saint. To his disappointment, the blessing of dusk did not work on her at all, probably due to the shadow's immunity to mind attacks. He still did not know what was going on in that beautiful onyx head of hers. And speaking of Saint, entering the dark interior of the rhino, Sonny called the taciturn night forth. She stepped out of his shadow, the plume of her helmet brushing against the vehicle's roof. Suddenly, the massive APC seemed cramped and narrow. Looking up at his loyal devil, Sonny smiled. "Are you hungry? How about a late-night snack?" Chapter 1026, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 44. 1026 The Fall of Falcon Scott 44. The graceful knight stared at him indifferently, not showing any reaction. The ruby jewels of her eyes glowed with menacing crimson flames, revealing no emotion. Sonny sighed. "Oh, come on, don't you understand what is happening? Just emote, please, it won't kill you, I think." Saint remained silent and as aloof as ever, causing his heart to ache. Cursing under his breath, Sonny looked away and summoned the runes. The shimmering symbols appeared in the air in front of him. Name Sunless. True name lost from light. Rank ascended. Class Devil. Shadow Cause 47. Shadow Fragments 29734000. Memories Silver Bell, Puppeteer's Shroud, Midnight Shard, Extraordinary Rock, Prowling Thorn, Endless Spring, Dark Wing, Moonlight Shard, Weaver's Mask, Broken Oath, Autumn Leaf, Cruel Sight, Covetous Coffer, Heavenly Burden, Memory of Fire, Memory of Ice, Strike of Thunder, Morgan's Warbow, Shadow Lantern, Bone Singer, Shadow Chair, Overpriced Saddle, Dying Wish, Sin of Solace, Bitter Cusp, Stifled Scream, Weaver's Needle, Essence Pearl. Nimble Catch, Shroud of Graceless Dusk, Siege Souvenir, Incessant Seeker. His shadow fragments were already closing in on 3,000. That was not the important part, though. Sonny studied the list of his memories with a pained expression, then looked down and concentrated on Saint's name. Shadow Onyx Saint. Shadow Fragments 196200. He was so close, she was only 3.5 fragments away from saturating the counter. Sadly, there was no time to hunt for memories anymore. There was no time for Saint to slowly recover in his care in case she got wounded, either, which was why he had not sent her to defend the wall in the last couple of days. Sonny could have gone and begged for a few memories from people he knew, but there was no need. He had been prepared to fail to reach his goal on time. All it meant was that he had to sacrifice several memories of his own. The problem was that he cherished all of his memories. They were all useful in their own way. Some were integral to his battle prowess, some were a form of insurance for unexpected situations. The Dark Wing and the Heavenly Burden, for example, were far from stellar memories. However, he needed them in case there was no way to avoid an aerial fight. Other memories possessed useful enchantments that he wanted to replicate one day. Some memories Sunny had outgrown, but was attached to them sentimentally. More than that, he hoped to pass them on to Rain should she become a sleeper. Really, there was only one useless memory in his arsenal: the Silver Bell. However, Sunny was reluctant to sacrifice it. That was the first memory he had ever obtained, and the first memory he had changed with sorcery. It was also a memento that reminded him of happier times. It's just a dormant memory of the second tier, too. Consuming it won't satiate Saint at all. Nevertheless, he had to sacrifice something. In the end, Sunny sighed bitterly and summoned 3 memories. A heavy kunai, a glistening gem made of polished red coral, and an arrow with green fletching appeared in front of him. The last one was the Incessant Seeker, an ascended arrow of the second tier he had received recently. It was as powerful as the Strike of Thunder, but possessed enchantments that guided it toward a single target and enhanced the damage dealt to that sole enemy. Which was a real boon. However, Sunny had many other ways to deal high damage to a single target. The second memory was the Broken Oath. As always, Sunny winced when its soul-eroding aura started slowly dissolving his own soul. LGHTNVLWRLDMNBGRTLFIU. It was a great charm that had served him well many times in the past, and synergized perfectly with Saint's immunity to soul attacks. Its power as an awakened memory of the first tier was not great, though. With the caliber of enemies Sunny was facing these days, it was like a drop in the ocean. Aside from that, Saint was mostly fighting alongside Nightmare now, and would hopefully be surrounded by more shadows in the future. The others did not possess the same immunity, which limited the usefulness of the red gem. The first memory Sunny summoned was the Prowling Thorn. He sighed again, looking at the kunai with regret. There was nothing wrong with the throwing dagger, and they had gone through a lot together. But it had outlived its usefulness. Sunny would have preferred to keep the Prowling Thorn simply for utility, but the situation demanded he let go of something. Sunny had already lost the Patient Avenger, and now, he was going to lose 3 more perfectly fine memories. He felt as if his heart was bleeding. Waste, such a waste. He closed his eyes, and then handed the dagger, the gent, and the arrow to Saint without looking. Here. You eat these. Enjoy your meal. The graceful Onyx Knight silently took the memories and crushed them in her fists without pausing even for a moment. Hearing the dreadful sound, Sunny was stunned. She didn't even hesitate, those were very precious. Damn it. Opening his eyes, she saw 4 streams of radiant sparks being absorbed into the shadow's body. Then, her eyes flashed with dark glee. The tune still hung in the air, the counter showing. Shadow fragments 200200. In the next moment, the shadow that existed where Saint's soul should have been suddenly rippled. The 4 dark embers in its depths shone with lightless radiance, and wisps of black flames rose from her armor. Sunny took a step back, mesmerized by the familiar scene. He had already seen it once, back when his taciturn knight ascended. In the next moment, Saint's figure was enveloped entirely by the black flames, making it impossible to see her. A powerful gust of wind blew through the interior of the rhino, both unbearable heat and chilling coldness assaulting Sunny at the same time. He blinked. Ah crap, maybe I should have done this in the Soul Sea. But there was nothing he could do now but wait. Nervous for his expensive APC, Sunny summoned a barrier of shadows to surround Saint. A minute passed in tense silence, then 2. Then, something exploded within the barrier, shattering it easily and sending Sunny flying back. A wave of darkness rolled through the rhino, turning its interior into a mess and cracking its armored windows from within. The enormous vehicle shook and trembled, then grew still with a loud groan. Sunny scrambled back to his feet and stared at Saint, who was standing in the same spot, seemingly unchanged. However, the darkness dwelling within her was now much deeper and more frightening. Her onyx body was radiating a sense of vast, dreadful power, and the menacing crimson flames dancing in her ruby eyes were brighter. His shadow, now a transcendent devil, tilted her head slightly, looking at him with her usual indifference. But Sunny could feel a hint of emotion hidden behind it. Pride, satisfaction, gratitude. Slowly, a wide grin appeared on his face. Sunny brushed the graceless dusk, straightened, and looked at the menacing devil with a smile. Should I start calling you Saint now, huh? 10. Chapter 1027, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 45. 1027 The Fall of Falcon Scott 45. His shadow was a transcendent now. Sunny found it hard to believe, even though he had been the one who made her transcendence possible. It was just that saints held a special place in human culture. They were the epitome of vast and unobtainable power. They were more demigods than people, enigmatic and awe-inspiring, so distant as to almost be ineffable. He was now a master himself, and on top of that, one of the strongest there was. But even still, a huge gap separated Sunny from someone like Skytide or Bloodwave, which he did not dare test. To think that a similar existence now served him, it was hard to comprehend. Saint's transcendence, without a doubt, marked a new chapter in Sunny's rise to power. Of course, it was unclear where the Onyx Knight was truly equal to the mighty saints of the human race. In terms of purely physical prowess, she was at least on par with them, and most likely far superior. Her skill was outstanding, as was her talent and willpower. After all, Saint had always been outstanding. She often triumphed over adversaries that were much more powerful than her. But so were human transcendents. There was no such thing as an average saint. Each and every one of them were the absolute best of the human race, battle-hardened warriors of utmost talent, resolve, and ability, with thousands upon thousands of bloody fights under their belt. There was also one fundamental difference between humans and creatures such as his shadow. Humans possessed aspects, while creatures did not. Saint had just gained her powers, wielding elemental darkness to strengthen her body and her weapons. However, every human transcendent wielded a powerful aspect and was armed with several potent abilities, including the transformation. They were also all carriers of the Nightmare spell. Simply put, Sunny did not know who would end up victorious if Saint fought a human transcendent. He had a feeling that, by herself, the Onyx Knight would lose. However, if she was augmented by his shadows, the result might be very different. Luckily, he had no intention of combating Saints anytime soon. Dismissing the shadow, Sunny sighed and spent some time cleaning up the mess her transcendence had made of the interior of the Rhino. The APC was in a sorry state, but still functional. See, the day is only getting better and better. Or was it night? Here in Antarctica, it was always night, so sticking to the old notion of time was getting harder and harder. He made himself a late supper or an early breakfast and settled in the lounge area for a few minutes. After a while, his communicator made a familiar sound. It seemed that the Siege Capital's communication array had activated, as it usually did twice a day, sending packets of data to those with a bandwidth quota. Sunny looked at the new message with some relief. Rain was doing fine. It seemed her response was shorter than usual, but she was obviously not experiencing any symptoms of being infected by the spell. He had always been worried about his sister, and after observing so many mundanes being killed by the first nightmare here in Antarctica and having killed many monstrous abominations their bodies had turned into, that worry only grew stronger. Sunny sighed. She's okay. She's safe. There is no reason for her to contract the spell, to begin with. And even if she does, Serpent is with her. Sunny missed his serpentine shadow. It would have been tremendously useful during the Southern Quadrant campaign, considering how dire his need for essence had been from day one in this cold hell. Not to mention the versatile and powerful nature of Serpent's abilities. And yet, Sunny had not regretted leaving it with Rain even once. Her safety took precedence and he over my dead body. Well, obviously, that's kind of a given. With that, Sunny forced a pale smile onto his face and picked up his communicator. Had many other ways to protect himself. If anything, experiencing the bitter hardships of the Antarctica campaign without the serpent had given him an opportunity to learn how to manage his essence with utmost efficiency, as well as vastly improve his control over it. Thinking of his shadows, Sunny suddenly felt curious about their relationship to his class. Even though the soul serpent was currently away, each of the shadows occupied one of his cores. Did it mean that he would only ever be able to control 7 of them, at most? If that were the case, maybe the dismal rate at which he received echoes was not such a terrible thing. He might have been very upset if someone like Kurt, the awakened psychopath he had killed in the waking world, prevented him from turning Nightmare into one of his shadows. That time, his dislike of the man, and of the idea of owning human echoes, had prevented Sunny from wasting fragments on the transformation, but he would have caved in if given a better opportunity. Or, wait, would he have even been able to make Kurt into a shadow without losing Saint or Serpent? He was just an awakened monster back then, possessing only 2 shadow cores. Rambling. Sunny remained motionless for a few moments, staring into the distance. He was thinking about unnecessary things to distract himself from what was about to come. Goliath was approaching. The creature that had almost killed him once. The fallen Titan had already destroyed 1 siege capital, so there was a real chance that Falcon Scott would be destroyed by the abominable giant, as well. Sunny and Jet were determined to slay the gargantuan creature of stone, but anything could happen. Even if their preparations worked, there was no telling what damage would be done to the city wall before the Titan perished, if he perished. This day might turn out to be the last day for many, many people. Maybe even Sunny himself. He closed his eyes for a moment. Over my dead body. Well, obviously, that's kind of a given. With that, Sunny forced a pale smile onto his face and picked up his communicator. His response to Rain did not contain any of the grave worries that gnawed at him. Even though she was smart enough to read between the lines, Sunny made an effort to hide the ugly truth as well as he could. That was for his benefit, too. While writing messages to Rain, Sunny was almost able to believe in his own lies. Not knowing the truth was a solace. Chapter 1028, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 46. 1028 The Fall of Falcon Scott 46. Some time later, the members of his cohort approached the Rhino. Belle, Dawn, Samra, Kimmy, Luster walking inside, they froze for a moment, studying the upturned interior of the APC and the cracks in its armored windows with stunned expressions. After a while, Luster cleared his throat. "Ah, sir, what happened?" Sunny gave him a deadpan look. "I had a lady over. She transcended." The young man laughed nervously. "A good one, sir." After that, he practically ran to the pilot's cabin to check on the internal systems of the Rhino. As Luster went through the diagnostics, he kept mumbling under his nose. "Gods, did he crash it into a Titan? This damage, oh, my poor baby." Sunny shook his head and addressed the rest of his soldiers, speaking loudly enough for Luster to hear, as well. "Prepare yourselves. Army Command is certain that Goliath will reach the city either today or tomorrow. In any case, we won't be leaving the wall until he does. This is going to be the big one, guys." His soldiers grew somber, their eyes full of calm determination. Sunny nodded. "Don't worry about the Titan himself. Colonel Jet and I will take care of the big bastard. However, Goliath is not going to show up alone and, judging by how Erebus Field fell, there is a big chance that the wall will be breached. I don't need to tell you how important it is to prevent the nightmare creatures from getting inside. However, if the situation becomes hopeless, be ready to retreat to the secondary line of defense within the city." He paused for a moment, looking at them with a serious expression. "Don't be stupid and die an unnecessary death. I need you alive to fight tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, and the day after that. Dying might as well be considered desertion, at this point. No one is allowed to die without my permission. Understood? The members of his cohort grinned, then saluted. Yes, sir. Wouldn't think of it. I am scared of you way more than I'm scared of death, so I wouldn't dare. Sonny blinked a couple of times at that last one, then nodded. That's great. Let's go, then. Soon, the rhino started and moved forward with some effort. They drove across Falcon Scott, where a lot of streets were now empty, and a lot were unlit. Snow piled high in some areas, and in others, crowds of refugees were anxiously hurrying through the cold. Luster was stubbornly sticking to only the well-illuminated roads, for some reason, which made the progress a bit slow. The wall steadily grew closer and closer. Before they reached the secondary defense ring, however, Sonny suddenly ordered him to stop the APC. The young man looked back with a silent question. Sonny hesitated for a few moments, then said, "Wait for me here. I won't be long." With that, he left the rhino and walked toward a familiar dormitory tower, which happened to be nearby. No one was cleaning the snow in front of its entrance, this time. Sonny stood there for a minute or two, staring at the flimsy doors with a grim expression. Eventually, he sighed. Even if the whole city is destroyed, this damned dormitory must remain standing. I'll make sure of it. With that, he turned around and started walking away. When he did, however, he almost stumbled into someone approaching the dormitory. "Watch where you're going, ID huh? Sonny?" He sighed and looked up, noticing Beth and Professor Obel. They must have been returning from their own shifts, Beth at the volunteer center, the old man at the engineering wing of the government complex. The young woman blinked a couple of times, staring at him with surprise. Before Sonny could come up with something to say, she asked, "Aren't you cold?" He opened his mouth, then looked down, at the thin silk tunic covering his body. Indeed, it did not look exactly like something a person should be wearing in the middle of winter. Sonny cleared his throat. "I'm not, actually. Our elemental resistance, you know." Beth scoffed. "You're still a human, are you not? Put something warm on. For spell's sake, I imagine fighting on the wall with a running nose is not a great idea. Ascended snot is still snot." He looked at her silently for a few moments, then suddenly laughed. "Ah, yes. I am still a human, that's true. Thanks. I'll try to remember that." Professor Obel took a step forward, smiling. "Were you on your way to visit us, Major Sunless? Come, there's no point in standing here, in the cold." Sonny smiled, then lightly shook his head. "No, I was actually on my way to start the shift on the wall. Army Command is expecting a big fight, so it's all hands on deck, well, even more so than usual. In any case, make sure to remain inside and be careful in the next day or so. Things might get a little hectic." The old man nodded with a sigh. "I see. Well, we won't keep you, then. Please stay safe." He moved forward, but then paused and patted Sonny on the shoulder. "Ah, maybe you'll stop by after your shift, then." "It's nothing much, but Beth received a bit of extra rations today. We are planning to cook up a feast for everyone who is still waiting for a ticket, in our block. I will save you a portion." Sonny remained silent for one moment too long, then shrugged. "Why not? It's a promise." He watched Professor Obel and Beth disappear inside, then slowly turned around and walked back toward the rhino. As he walked, the smile disappeared from his face, replaced by a dark, ruthless expression. Deep shadows nestled in his eyes. It's time to kill a Titan. What happened at Erebus Field could not be allowed to repeat itself. Goliath had to die, and Sonny was just the person to kill him. An eye for an eye, a death for a death. Sonny was a very petty and vindictive person, and the two of them they had a score to settle. Chapter 1029, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 47. 1029 The Fall of Falcon Scott 47. The winds were howling as they crashed into the colossal bulwark of the city wall. The soldiers of the First Army were shivering on the battlements, staring into the hazy mist of the blizzard with grim expressions. These were the lucky ones. The less fortunate were far below, on the ground, ready to defend the breaches with their lives. Because of the ugly rifts in the defensive barrier of the city, the logistics of the siege had become much harder. Today, it was especially so, since no one knew the direction from which the Titan was going to attack. Goliath could come from the south, marching across the ravaged landscape and shaking the earth with his every step. He could come from the north, emerging from below the dark waves to attack the port fortress first. For all Army Command knew, he could even crawl from under the ground. The scope of the Titan's abilities was still a mystery. That was why the defenders were dispersed along the whole perimeter of the wall instead of congregating at one or several of its sections. However, Sunny and Jet, as well as their two cohorts of irregulars, had found themselves in a familiar spot right above the main entrance of the siege capital, not too far away from the nightmare gate that had torn through the wall not too long ago. Sunny was sitting with his back against the alloy parapet, meditating. Soul Reaper was standing nearby, looking across the vast killing field, the landscape obscured by the veil of snow. Both were trying to ignore the whispers of the call. It was more than a bit annoying, to have to deal with it on top of the sickening anxiety of waiting for the start of the battle. Sunny sighed, then looked up at Master Jet. His hair was getting in the way, so he brushed it aside. Before he could speak, she suddenly asked, "Why don't you cut it?" He coughed in embarrassment. "Oh, the thing is, mundane scissors and auto barbers stopped working on me. I should probably just use a sharp memory and cut it myself. Yeah, that's what I'll do, one of these days." Jet looked away with a smile. "I know a guy back in NQSC. He's very in demand, as one of the few awakened hairstylists around. There are many saints among his clientele, but if you want, I can get you a recommendation." Sunny laughed. "Sure. When we're back in NQSC." He remained silent for a few moments, then asked, "How sure are you that we'll be able to destroy Goliath?" Soul Reaper hesitated. "As long as you pull off your part of the plan, pretty sure. Bloodwave will step in if something goes wrong, too. It's a shame that Skytide is away fighting the Winter Beast again, but we should be alright without her." Sunny nodded. "I think so." However, Jet interrupted him by raising a hand. He grew quiet and raised an eyebrow. She looked into the darkness with a calm expression. "Listen." Sunny did so, hearing nothing but the wind and the stifled breaths of the thousands of soldiers surrounding them. Then, a muffled sound reached his ears from somewhere far away. Boom. And then, after a long and arduous pause, again. Boom. Sunny stood up, staring into the blizzard. Suddenly, he felt a chill creeping up his spine. "He's coming." From a vast distance, the thunderous steps of the colossal giant were rolling over the world. Even though the soldiers could not see anything because of the raging snowstorm, the sound alone made them pale and grasp their weapons with trembling hands. Boom boom. Boom. Each one assaulted them, almost like a mental attack. Jet tried to contact Army Command, then cursed when the interference made it impossible. Calling out one of the messengers, she said tersely, "Inform the HQ that Goliath is approaching from the south. We need reinforcements here as soon as possible. Go." The pale-faced messenger saluted and disappeared from view, and then, there was nothing for them to do but wait. By Sunny's side, the members of his cohort were preparing for battle. Everyone around was doing the same, and from the impenetrable white haze beyond the wall, the steps of the giant continued to boom, slowly growing louder and closer and much more frightening. Boom. And then, after a torturous span of silence, again. Boom. Sunny gritted his teeth, and on the battlement behind him, foreshadows shivered. Hidden in the blizzard, Goliath was slowly approaching Falcon Scott. No one could see him, but the heavy steps of the Titan sounded like foreboding war drums. Soon, the ground started shaking with each of them. The tremors traveled through the alloy structure of the city wall, making it vibrate. Sonny felt his body growing stiff, as if paralyzed by the memory of being crushed and broken by the giant's foot. Humans could not really recall pain, but remembering the feeling of being hurt was very easy, especially if one was hurt terribly. He had almost died that day he should have died, if not for a couple of memories and a bit of luck. His body remembered being destroyed. Snarling, Sonny shook off the paralyzing fear and peered into the blizzard, hoping to see the hateful shape of the walking mountain. Instead, he just heard. Boom. Boom. Damnation. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, the thunderous steps stopped. A moment later, a rift appeared in the wall of the blizzard, and for a few moments, he could see far and wide. Sonny's eyes narrowed. Out there at the edge of the killing field, a giant creature stood in front of the mountains. Taller than the city wall by far, the Titan looked like a mountain himself. His vaguely humanoid body was broad and misshapen, made of uneven, weathered stone. He had 3 mighty arms, and one enormous eye that stared at the soldiers of the First Army with an alien, cold, terrifying malice. The milky eye was completely white, having no iris and no pupil. Behind and around the Titan, a vast and dark sea of bodies was undulating as it flowed down from the slopes of the mountains. Nightmare creatures, a stunningly large horde of them, were following the fallen Titan. For a moment, the world seemed frozen. In that dreadful instant, Sonny forced himself to smile. All of it him coming to Antarctica, marching with the First Army across its cold expanse, surviving LO-49, clawing his way back north with a train of refugees. The long weeks of fighting at Falcon Scott had been for this moment. He looked at Goliath with murderous intensity. "Come here, bastard." In the next moment, as if answering his call, the giant stepped forward. Chapter 1030, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 48. 1030 The Fall of Falcon Scott 48. As soon as Goliath took a step forward, and the wall vibrated under Sonny once again, he called upon Saint. By his side, Master Jet mounted the parapet of the battlement, clinging to it with one hand and ready to push herself away. In her other hand, the slender glaive weaved itself from snowflakes. The sea of nightmare creatures flowed forward, overtaking the marching Colossus. The familiar thunder of discharging rail guns tore the snowstorm apart, and the turrets joined them a moment later, drowning the world in a roaring cacophony. A tall and graceful figure clad in onyx armor stepped onto the wall from the shadows. Instantly, her fearsome presence permeated the air, making soldiers turn around and crane their necks, staring at the menacing Black Knight in fright. Saint's ruby eyes flashed with cold crimson flames. Someone yelled. "It's Mongrel. Mongrel is here. Thank the gods." Their calls rolled across the wall, and the soldiers that had been shaken by the terrible visage of the marching Titan regained some of their confidence. Even though Saint was dwarfed by the looming shapes of bulky MWPs, at that moment, she seemed much greater than the towering machines. "Show that ugly boulder who's in charge, Mongrel." As for Sonny, no one paid him much attention. Whatever fame he had earned among the fighters of the First Army paled in comparison to his flamboyant alter ego. After all, unlike him, Mongrel was a mysterious character. People were free to fill in the blanks using nothing but their imaginations, and the things they came up with were always much more fantastical than the truth. Well, at least the version of the truth about Sonny that he shared with the world. The actual truth was so outlandish that no one would probably believe it. Doesn't matter. Watching Goliath walk forward, Sonny summoned a very special memory. One he had worked so hard to create. His payback gift to the stone giant. The siege souvenir. Suddenly, a very lengthy and sharp javelin appeared in Saint's hand. It was about 3 meters long, incredibly heavy, and entirely white. A sense of immense, wild, destructive power radiated from the white javelin, making even Sonny himself feel slightly uncomfortable. Of course, the javelin was the quill of the corrupted devil he had collected from an army warehouse a long time ago, the thing Sonny had spent most of his free time in Falcon Scott trying to enchant. The siege souvenir was now a transcendent memory, and a very special one at that. Several transcendent soul shards, as well as rivers of essence that formed numerous shadow strings, had gone into its creation. The difficulty Sonny had met was merely one of scope. Of all the enchantments he had learned in 2355, recreated before, that one was the vastest and most difficult. However, there was no alternative. The long javelin possessed only two enchantments. The first one was Death Dealer, which Sonny had copied from Morgan's warbow. Bestowing that one to the Devil's Needle had been hard, but also somewhat straightforward. The difficulty Sonny had met was merely one of scope. Of all the enchantments he had learned and recreated before, that one was the vastest and most difficult. However, there was no alternative. Death Dealer was the most destructive single-target enchantment in his arsenal, and so, nothing else would have done. It was also extremely, dreadfully gluttonous in its consumption of essence. But not gluttonous enough, as far as Sonny was concerned. That was where the second enchantment he had bestowed on the siege souvenir came in. That one had no name because it was invented by him. Creating it was not technically hard, but required Sonny to teach himself an entirely new facet of weaving, as well as accomplish something he had never done before: not simply copy, but disassemble and heavily modify an existing enchantment. The enchantment that had served as the basis was the Unbroken of the Midnight Shard. It allowed the wielder access to a vast reservoir of power when at death's doorstep, as long as the wielder refused to surrender and kept fighting against overwhelming odds. Sonny was not interested in augmenting the javelin with additional power, nor was he interested in creating a limitation tied to how close someone was to death or their character. What he was interested in was the reservoir itself. After all, Death Dealer had to be powered by something. And so, Sonny had spent many arduous hours studying the weave of the Unbroken, trying to understand how it worked, what element of the tapestry of ethereal strings was responsible for which part of it, and how to isolate the effect he wanted to achieve, how to create a reservoir of power that could feed the siege souvenir from the inside. In the end, with the timely help of the Graceless Dusk, he had succeeded in both of his undertakings. The white javelin was much longer and heavier than an arrow. In fact, calling it a javelin was somewhat misleading, since it was more akin to a projectile worthy of a siege engine. Nevertheless, it possessed the capacity to deliver the same devastating force as an arrow sent flying with the help of the Death Dealer, only at a much greater scale. A lot of power was needed to achieve that effect, much more power than anyone in Falcon Scott could have supplied in one go. That was why Sonny had enchanted the siege souvenir to possess an independent reservoir of essence, and siphoned a sea of it into the javelin over the days. He had basically created an entirely new type of memory. Weak memories usually possessed passive enchantments that were powered by the ambient essence used to manifest the memory. Powerful memories usually possessed active enchantments that required the wielder to manipulate and spend their own essence in order to use them. The siege souvenir, meanwhile, possessed a dire enchantment that fed directly on the javelin's own essence. The result of his hard work was a tremendously powerful memory. It was so powerful, in fact, that only refined material harvested from a corrupted creature could withstand the dreadful enchantments. Anything less would have disintegrated under strain. Even then, the siege souvenir was bound to be a one-use memory. The quill of the corrupted devil was not going to survive the release of its own destructive power. There was one last hurdle to overcome to make use of it, though. Not just anyone could wield it. Even Sonny himself was not strong enough to make use of his creation in the intended way. That was why he had needed Saint to evolve. He needed a transcendent being to bring forth the siege souvenir's potential. And now, he had won. Chapter 1031, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 49. 1031 The Fall of Falcon Scott 49. Goliath walked forward, the world quaking under the weight of his steps. The sea of nightmare creatures was flowing past his titanic feet, and all around them the furious blizzard was slowly retreating, the winds dying down as pale starlight washed over the vast killing field. On the tall, broken wall of the city, thousands of turrets were roaring as they sent rivers of bullets into the attacking horde. The moonless night was torn apart by the glow of overheated barrels, the shine of swift tracer rounds, and the flashes of railgun rounds striking their targets in a conflagration of force, heat, and blinding light. A few of those heavy tungsten rounds had hit Goliath, only to disintegrate fruitlessly without leaving even a scratch on the stone hide of the menacing Titan. The soldiers of the First Army trembled as they joined the barrage, the mundane soldiers, the awakened, the towering war platforms, the few masters that were still alive after 2 weeks of the dreadful siege. On the ground near the breached sections of the wall, others were shivering as they craned their necks to stare at the approaching Titan. However, Sonny remained still. Closer, get closer. He was perhaps the only human in Falcon Scott who wanted the colossal giant to walk faster. The siege souvenir could only be used once, so he had only one shot to shatter Goliath's stone carapace. Standing indifferently by his side, Saint raised the long javelin and placed it on her shoulder. The 4 shadows moved, fusing with her onyx armor. It shone with black radiance, and the feeling of great power emanating from the graceful figure of the taciturn stone knight instantly became much vaster, much deeper, and much more terrifying. At the same, darkness flowed from Saint's gauntlet, slowly spreading across the length of the white javelin. Its whiteness was consumed, replaced by a lightless blackness. While the transcendent devil herself was augmented by the shadows, her weapon was now enhanced by the blade of darkness. There was the mantle of darkness, as well, which made Saint stronger when surrounded by darkness and shadows. Sonny summoned the shadow lantern, allowing it to consume all surrounding light. Soon, the 3 of them, Sonny, Saint, and Jet, were hidden from sight within a circle of deep shadow. Almost there. The fastest of the nightmare creatures, those that had survived the barrage, meaning the strongest and most vile of them, were already moments away from reaching the wall, separating into 4 wide rivers of flesh to attack the 4 breaches. Goliath, meanwhile, was a few steps away from crossing half of the killing field. Sonny looked directly at the hateful giant and prepared to give Saint the command. At that moment, however, something changed. The Titan's massive, malformed head turned slightly, and his soul eye stared back. Sonny shivered. There were thousands and thousands of humans on the wall, and all of them must have looked like mere ants to Goliath. However, somehow, it felt as though the Titan was gazing directly at him. The weight of that gaze was almost physical. No, it was much more dire than that. Sonny gritted his teeth, feeling a very bad premonition grasp his heart. What? Then, the milky surface of the giant's eye quivered and slid away like an eyelid. Behind it, a second eye was revealed. Unlike the first one, which was white and had neither an iris nor a pupil, that one was of a furious red color, as if made of pure magma, and had 3 incandescent pupils floating in its depths, like windows into a scorching inferno. Suddenly, Sonny was enveloped by unbearable heat. He felt water streaming down on him, and looked up to see the snow clouds melting in the skies above. Bizarrely, it was raining in the middle of the polar winter. Beneath him, the 70-meter-tall defensive wall of the city suddenly moved and groaned. Glancing over the parapet, Sonny saw with horror that the impregnable alloy it was melting, too. All around him, the mighty MWPs were collapsing into puddles of liquid metal, the pilots screaming as they burned alive. The barrels of the powerful turrets disappeared into streams of incandescent drops, and the mighty railguns grew silent. A few meters away, Samra screamed and flinched back from her rifle, a vicious burn marring her cheek. Across the entire southern section of the city wall, the great defensive barrier bent and deformed, moments away from collapsing entirely. Countless people plummeted to their deaths or were consumed by the immolating heat. All of it happened in an instant. Gods! Knowing that there was no time to waste, Sonny shuddered as he changed his command slightly and sent it to Saint. The Onyx Knight instantly moved. Taking a single step, she raised the javelin behind her. For a moment, Saint's entire body turned into a graceful arch from the tip of her foot to her hip, to her shoulder, to her fist. Then, her hand whipped forward, and the battlement under her shattered from immense pressure. Even her vambrace cracked, shards of onyx falling down like precious gems. At the last moment, the foreshadows slid from her fingers and wrapped themselves around the siege souvenir. The long, immeasurably heavy javelin shot forward with the speed of lightning. Immediately, there was a deafening boom of sound barriers being pierced, and a powerful shockwave rolled across the battlement, throwing people off their feet. The artificial memory streaked across the black sky like a line of pure darkness, creating a whirlpool of hurricane winds in its wake. A split second later, it hit Goliath right in the eye. There was a flash of light, and then a world-shaking thunderclap. And then, the sound of shattering stone. The siege souvenir plunged right between the Titan's three pupils, disappearing into the red molten eye entirely. Then, it burst from the back of the giant's head in an explosion of broken stone. Your memory has been destroyed. As Sunny watched in stunned silence, vast cracks snaked through Goliath's head. The Colossus froze in a strange pose, its torso leaning slightly back. His eye was completely destroyed, and his head. His head shattered and fell apart, giant slabs of stone plummeting down from a great height. The walking mountain swayed, twitched, and then slowly started to tilt. Everyone, both the humans and the nightmare creatures, froze, watching the Titan fall in utter shock. Sunny blinked. What just happened? As if responding, the spell whispered softly into his ear. You have slain a fallen Titan, minor shard of the Stone Titan. Your shadow grows stronger. Chapter 1032, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 50. 1032 The Fall of Falcon Scott 50. The colossal, headless body of Goliath tilted forward, and then started to fall. Because of its enormous size, it seemed as though the giant's corpse slowly floated through the air instead of crashing down in an obliterating avalanche of stone. However, hundreds of nightmare creatures below were already panicking as they tried to flee and escape being crushed to death. Sunny froze, momentarily stunned. What just happened? He had killed the damned bastard. How? That was not what was supposed to happen. Sunny had poured countless hours into creating the siege souvenir and making sure that Saint would transcend in time. However, he had never expected to slay the fallen Titan with one strike. A Titan was a Titan. They were not supposed to die so easily. The plan was for the javelin to shatter the stone carapace on the chest of the giant, creating a path toward his heart. Master Jet was supposed to enter the breach and destroy Goliath's soul cores from within, while Sunny and Saint would attack from the outside. Together, they were meant to slowly bring the giant down and maybe even survive the process. When the Titan had revealed his incandescent eye and started melting the city wall, Sunny was forced to switch targets and command Saint to aim for the eye instead. He had never thought that Goliath would be killed by that single strike. Was that the Titan's Achilles heel? Kim had not noticed a pronounced vulnerability after they encountered the giant on the coastal highway, though. Maybe her powers were not enough to see it. Or was the vulnerability only exposed when Goliath revealed his inner, hidden eye? In any case, the Titan was undoubtedly dead. Sunny had killed him. For a moment, a dark glee ignited in his heart. That's for Erebus Field, you foul bastard, and for me, too. That is payback for almost killing me. But then, his glee disappeared. By all accounts, Sunny should have felt exhilarated. He had killed a Titan, after all, but instead of joy, he felt chills running down his spine. Suddenly tense, Sunny looked around. The armaments of the defensive barrier were all but destroyed, and the wall itself was damaged and deformed. A few sections had collapsed entirely, but most still stood. The defenders had suffered heavy losses, especially among the pilots burned to death with their MWPs. Many soldiers had lost their rifles, and the outer layers of their powered armor suits were severely damaged. However, there were still enough of them alive to continue the fight maybe. Luckily, most awakened had managed to dismiss their steel memories, saving them from being destroyed, and were now summoning them back. Everyone was still in utter shock, mesmerized by the sight of the slowly toppling colossus. Something was wrong, though. Very, very wrong. Goliath should not have died that easily, or that fast. Master Jet, who had been hanging outside the wall, ready to push herself forward to follow the plan and attack the Titan, climbed back and looked at him, a rare expression of bewilderment written on her face. "Sunny, what the hell, how?" He did not answer, staring past her at the falling mountain. "I killed him. I did." Even before the body fell, wide cracks appeared all across it. Chunks of stone were splintering off and falling down. From the distance, it almost looked as if the giant was been diseased, his skin covered by sores and ulcers. And the cracks. Behind some of them, instead of solid stone, there was nothing but darkness. As if parts of the Titan's body had been hollowed out long before the battle. Moments before the massive corpse crashed into the ground, Sunny's eyes widened. Curse it! In the next second, the colossal mass of stone collided against the earth, making the whole world shake. Enormous clouds of snow, dirt, and debris rose into the air, and countless nightmare creatures were crushed under the obliterating weight. A thunderous roar rolled over the killing field, and shards of stone shot outward like bullets, decimating even more abominations. One more section of the wall collapsed. However, that was not what Sunny was looking at. His gaze was locked on the massive corpse itself. When Goliath's body hit the ground, large portions of it cracked like the shell of a rotten egg. And from within, a tide of darkness flowed, eviscerating the few wounded nightmare creatures that still clung to life and stretching toward the broken city wall like black tentacles. The heart of darkness. The river of black beetles had mysteriously disappeared some days ago, and almost at the same time, Goliath's speed had decreased. The beetles liked to tunnel through mountains and devour mighty creatures from within. The fallen Titan had been like a walking mountain himself, and mighty beyond belief as well. Someone should have guessed that the giant might have been parasitized by the legion of the tiny, dreadful creatures. But no one had. It was so clear in hindsight. Sunny himself had been too blinded by the threat of the Titan to consider such a possibility. His preconceived notions of what constituted power, and his personal animosity against the stone giant, resulted in a ruinous case of tunnel vision. Damn it. He glanced at the city defenses once again, realizing that almost everything that could have been used against vast swarms of tiny vermin had been destroyed by Goliath. The first army had been prepared to face one overwhelming enemy, not myriads of dangerous, but comparatively weak creatures. He looked at Jet, his lips trembling. Bloodwave. She frowned. What? Sunny grabbed the Soul Reaper by the shoulders and barked. Bloodwave summon Bloodwave, here has our best hope of stopping the heart of darkness. She hesitated for a short moment, then looked beyond the wall and hissed an explicit curse. Then, Jet took a step back and started summoning a memory that was supposed to give the fearsome saint a signal to abandon his duty of protecting the ships and join the battle. Sunny, meanwhile, was already moving, calling upon a few memories of his own. He had no idea how they would be able to handle both the vast horde of nightmare creatures that had come with Goliath and the tide of black beetles with the defensive barrier ruined and barely holding. The wall was severely damaged, and many of the soldiers had either died or were rendered helpless, their weapons destroyed. And yet, they had no other choice but to fight, and claw the victory out of fate's grasp somehow. There was simply nowhere to retreat. Chapter 1033, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 51. For a few moments, both Sunny and Jet stood motionless, staring at the tide of enemies advancing at the damaged wall. Their faces were grim. Eventually, Soul Reaper spoke in a dark tone. This is bad. This is really bad. That was an understatement. Currently, Falcon Scott was facing two threats. The first one was the incountable horde of nightmare creatures that had followed Goliath, and was now flowing across the killing field like a dark tide. Some of them had already reached the deformed barrier and engaged the defenders of the breaches in a furious melee. Some infiltrated the city through the new fissures in the melted wall and were now rampaging in the staging area. With the turrets destroyed and the mighty railguns heavily damaged, there was no way to slow down the advance of the Horde. Even the MWPs were destroyed, and most of the soldiers had either lost their weapons or were seriously injured. The only ones who remained relatively unscathed were the Awakened. There were around 700 of them on the southern section of the wall, and most were still able to fight. There were reinforcements coming from the other 3 sections of the wall, but it was going to take some time for them to arrive, time that they did not have. The second threat was the Heart of Darkness. For rivers of dark beetles were flowing toward the ravaged wall, reaching for it like giant black claws. Each individual beetle was capable of biting through powerful armor-type memories, metal, and flesh. Their only redeeming quality was that the tiny vermin were not too hard to crush, which was why Army Command had planned to rely heavily on the powerful defensive armaments in case the Dark Swarm showed up. With those armaments mostly destroyed, the danger posed by the Heart of Darkness had risen tremendously. There were several ascended with aspects suitable to face such an enemy, as well, but some of them had died in the past 2 weeks, while others were not on the southern section of the wall, since no one had expected the Heart of Darkness to attack that day. Damn it! Gritting his teeth, Sunny looked at Jet. So what do we do? At that time, a familiar flaming arrow, albeit much weaker than it had been during the. At that time, a Tamula naming arrow, albeit much weaker than it had been during the battle against the devouring cloud, flew into the mass of beetles from somewhere much further down the wall. Winter was still alive, at least. Master Jet let out an angry hiss. There is no choice but to retreat to the secondary defense perimeter and enact the following protocol. However, even that is impossible right now. If we don't want to lose the city, we need to push the Horde back and give the men enough time to run. We also need to obliterate the damned bugs. Push back the Horde. Sunny suddenly felt cold. There were so many holes in the city wall now that it was basically useless. That meant that the only way to stall the abominations was to sortie out and face the nightmare creatures on the killing field, blade against claw. Needless to say, that was nearly a suicide mission. Even if the defenders of Falcon Scott succeeded, their losses would be staggering. There was another option, of course. The Awakened could abandon the mundane soldiers and run. Logically speaking, leaving mundanes to die and preserving the arguably more valuable asset was a valid strategy. War was not a purely logical affair, though the most reasonable strategy was not always the best strategy. Things like spirit, morale, and mutual trust had much greater weight than Sunny had once thought. 4. Any army without these intangible qualities would be doomed. As a colonel and an ascended, Master Jet was the senior officer on the southern section of the wall and the person in charge. The decision was hers, and Sunny did not envy her position one bit. She lingered for a few moments, then took a deep breath and shouted, her voice spreading far and wide due to the effects of a special memory. This is Soul Reaper Jet. All awakened, assemble in cohorts and prepare to sortie. We must push the enemy back. All mundane personnel, abandon the wall. I repeat, abandon the wall. I am ordering a full retreat to the secondary defense line. As soon as the echo of her voice disappeared into the cold night, Jet stepped toward a messenger that had lost his footing during the Titan's attack, grabbed the man by the collar, and pulled him to his feet with one powerful motion. The slightly disoriented soldier stared at her with a pale face. She looked at him somberly for a moment, and then said quietly, "Inform Army Command to prepare the Rampart Protocol and be ready to activate it as soon as I give the command. If I die, they should act at their discretion." The frightened man nodded and disappeared, using his aspect ability to run at incredible speed. With that done, Jet glanced at Sunny. She remained silent for a moment, then smiled darkly. "Are you ready?" Sunny shook his head. "Not even a little bit." Soul Reaper laughed and turned to the killing field, her smile disappeared like a phantom. "Well, tough. While the Awakened are fighting off the nightmare creatures, someone has to deal with the bugs. They absolutely cannot be allowed to enter the city. It'll stop the left swarm. Send that awesome echo of yours to face the middle left one, and go to the middle right yourself. Bloodwave will handle the last one. With some luck, the Ascended who were supposed to deal with them in the first place will arrive to reinforce us before everyone dies, the couple of them who are still alive. Sunny looked at her with a dubious expression. How am I supposed to fight against countless thousands of tiny bugs? Master Jet sighed. You're resourceful. Figure something out, and if you do, let me know. I am asking myself the same question. With that, she turned away to give orders to her cohort. Sunny did the same. Belle, Dawn, Samara, Luster, and Kim were looking at him, their eyes uncertain. He forced out a smile. You all heard the boss. We are going to sortie with the rest, then push forward and block one of the beetle swarms. I'll take point. Samara, you lost your rifle, so just blast any that get past me with essence. You'll be our secondary slayer. Luster, support Sam. Belle, Dawn, and Kimmy, you guys will protect Luster and Samara. Don't let the bugs bite through your armor. His soldiers looked at each other, then silently nodded. A few moments later, Soul Reaper's voice rolled across the battlements once again. Attack. Chapter 1034, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 52. 1034 The Fall of Falcon Scott 52. The special chutes built into the wall had mostly been destroyed or damaged, so the Awakened had to use other means to sortie into the killing field. Some rappelled down, some summoned memories capable of slowing one's fall, some simply used the exposed framework of the Great Barrier to swiftly climb to the ground. The few surviving masters stationed on the southern wall went first to clear the landing. Saint mounted Nightmare, who leaped from one protruding sheet of deformed alloy to another, reaching the swarming abominations in mere seconds. Wielding the cruel sight, she quickly slaughtered the nearest enemies. Sunny was not far behind. He glided through the air using the Dark Wing, then dismissed it a couple dozen meters above the ground and plummeted down, landing among the nightmare creatures like a cannonball. The Sin of Solace danced, effortlessly slicing through flesh and bone. It took Sunny only a few seconds to carve out a small island of safety. The members of his cohort joined him, forming a beachhead. More Awakened followed behind them, grim determination shining in their eyes. Everyone knew that for many, if not most of them, this was going to be the last fight. Nevertheless, no one tried to flee or turn back. It is strange. Cutting down a lunging beast, Sunny glanced at the descending Awakened. Surely, all of them valued their lives. Maybe if left alone, most would listen to their fear and their desire to survive, and choose to save themselves instead. However, they had all been swept up in the moment and lost their reason. They were all individuals, but more than that, they were also parts of something much larger right now. A crowd, a mob, a collective had no fear of death, because the destruction of one of its small parts did not mean the destruction of the whole. Maybe that was how these people suppressed their utterly natural and reasonable desire to live, knowing that even without them, the larger entity they belonged to would continue to exist. Was that what Professor Obel had meant when he said that humanity needed a bit of stupidity to survive? In any case, the feeling was alien to Sunny. He had spent most of his life being refused and rejected by the collective, so naturally, he valued himself more. There was really nothing more valuable than himself, and things he personally held dear. And yet, here he was, charging into the horde of nightmare creatures with the rest of the Awakened of the First Army. Of course, his situation was vastly different. Sunny was pretty sure of his ability to at least escape alive, no matter what happened. But he was still taking a great risk for no apparent reason. Was it stubbornness? Was it pride? Was it spite and unwillingness to admit defeat? Or had he actually become infatuated by the same sense of collective responsibility as these selfless people? He truly did not know. However, the word selfless seemed rather vile and frightening to Sunny. After all, his self was all he had. Without it, what was the point of staying alive? Gritting his teeth, Sunny brandished the Sin of Solace and pushed forward, cutting through one abomination after another like a ruthless, eerily graceful butcher. At some point, his three shadows joined him, wrapping themselves around his body, the fourth one he had sent to help Nightmare. Sunny was surrounded by a fine haze of blood, but whenever drops of it fell on his black tunic, they rolled off the soft silk without leaving the slightest trace. The graceless dusk remained immaculately pristine. He left the hundreds of awakened behind and advanced into the horde, leading his cohort toward the river of black beetles. Luckily, it was not very hard to reach, because the dark river was flowing forward to meet them, as well. Before the irregulars clashed with the claw of the Heart of Darkness, though, Bloodwave finally arrived at the battlefield. The mighty saint landed like a falling star, causing the earth to split and a shockwave to spread outward in all directions. A wav. Causing the Eilton to split and a shockwave to spread outward in all directions. Away from water, most of his powers would be of no use. But a transcendent was still a transcendent. Wearing dark grey armor sewn of sharkskin and wielding two curved swords, Bloodwave instantly turned into a whirlwind of steel, moving with such speed and force as to resemble an annihilating blur. Countless nightmare creatures disappeared into it, and the blurry twister instantly turned red from the mass of blood. More than that, the champion of the House of Night was perfectly aware of his vulnerability on land. For that reason, his soul arsenal included many powerful memories to account for that weakness, among other things. As soon as Bloodwave appeared, 3 echoes manifested by his side. One was a monstrous crab the size of a house, one resembled a towering golem of wet clay, and the last one was ethereal and elusive, like a creature made of fog. Sunnis' eyes glinted when he realized that the creature shrouded in fog was actually transcendent itself. It would have been powerless underwater, but here under the walls of Falkenscott, the echo could exert truly devastating power. A small shadow fell from the sky, and a familiar black bird landed on Bloodwave's shoulder, cawing something into his ear. A moment later, the saint and his echoes changed direction, heading for one of the 4 rivers of darkness. Maybe we can actually pull this off. Throwing all unnecessary thoughts out of his head, Sunny concentrated on carving a path toward the tide of beetles. Somewhere behind him, hundreds of awakened were desperate pushing. Somewhere behind him, hundreds of awakened were desperately pushing against the horde of frenzied abominations, killing and dying without holding anything back. An ear-splitting groan of tearing metal thundered as another section of the wall collapsed, unable to withstand its own weight after suffering severe damage to its inner structure. He paid it no attention. How am I supposed to fight against the damned bugs? The Sin of Solace could cut through dozens with each swipe, but there were countless thousands of them. Trying to kill the entire swarm with a sword was no different from trying to cut the sea. He had a couple of tools capable of mass destruction: shadow manifestation, the strike of thunder. He could also control the swarm, somewhat, with the dying wish. Best of all, the beetles would have to try very, very hard to bite through the marble shell. Sunny was not too worried about his defense. It was the offense that posed an issue. I guess he'll just have to manage, somehow. A few moments later, the mass of nightmare creatures around them diminished, and those who did lunge at the cohort looked more panicked than consumed by bloodlust. It seemed that the Heart of Darkness cared not about whom it devoured, humans or abominations. And there, behind these last few monsters, the tide of darkness was rushing towards Sunny once again. Chapter 1035, The Fall of Falkenscott, 53. 1035 The Fall of Falkenscott 53. As the river of darkness surged forward to devour Sunny, the small lantern of black stone hanging on his belt opened, and a tide of shadows rose from within it to meet the swarm of beetles. He held nothing back, unleashing every wild shadow he had tamed, from mundane and shallow ones to those that were ancient, vast, and unfathomably deep. The night itself seemed to move, as well. It moved to answer the call of the Master of Shadows. 2 dark tides met with a deafening thunder, and thousands of beetles were instantly broken, crushed, and ground into black dust. Some shadows were vanquished, too, and yet even more persisted. Permeated by Sunnis essence, they were as deadly and resilient as an ascended weapon would be. With no sun and no moon to illuminate the skies, there was nothing but dim starlight, and a few distant flames, to chase away the darkness. The whole world was shrouded in shadows, and so, Sunny had an almost infinite well of them to call upon. The only limitation was his essence. However, the number of beetles was even more limitless. Despite thousands of them being destroyed in the initial confrontation, it was no more than a drop in the ocean. Already, even more were surging forward, crashing into the wall of shadows and tunneling into it with their sharp mandibles. Gritting his teeth, Sunny poured more essence out, strengthening the wall and turning it into a tall dam. Almost instantly, cracks appeared on its surface, and a moment later, the river of dark beetles overflowed, spilling over the top of the dam and spreading wide to encompass it from the sides. Funneled by the dying wish, all of them rushed toward a single point: Sunny himself. Die! He launched himself forward, moving with enough speed to leave after images behind. The Sin of Solace lashed out, slicing through 24 beetles with a single strike. Almost at the same, a radiant orb of charged essence shot past Sunny and violently exploded in the surging mass of darkness. Samra had joined the fight, using her aspect ability directly instead of channeling it through the tungsten rounds of a rifle. Together, they managed to slow the beetles down a little. Sunny turned into a whirlwind of annihilating jade, delivering half a dozen swift attacks in an instant. However, even though cutting through the small creatures was not too hard, the effectiveness of these attacks was low. Almost instantly, he switched to using the flat of the jade blade to crush them with his strength. Each blow sent a concussive wave through the mass of dreadful pests, damaging and breaking their tough little bodies. His mind was split, one part commanding his body, the other controlling the manifested shadows to hold back the dark river. And yet, it was not enough. Damnation. No matter how fast Sunny moved and how many blows he delivered, the number of beetles was down as many small creatures as he could. Kim, with her rapier and buckler, was the least suited for 1513. This battle, but she did her best to lessen the pressure on the two formidable warriors. Simply overwhelming. Already, many had flowed past him. Some tried to turn around to attack from behind, but the pressure of the thousands more pushing forward brought them away, forcing Belle, Dawn, and Kim engage the creatures in melee. Out of the three, Dawn was able to destroy the most with his aspect abilities and the heavy sledgehammer. Belle used himself as bait, phasing from place to place and using his sword to cut down as many small creatures as he could. Kim, with her rapier and buckler, was the least suited for this battle, but she did her best to lessen the pressure on the two formidable warriors. Behind them, Samra continued to charge small beads of alloy with essence and flicking them into the mass of beetles, each streaking through the air like a bullet and exploding into a wave of destructive force. Once her supply of alloy beads and needles was exhausted, she would have to use the crudest form of attack and simply toss out projectiles formed of unrestrained, wild essence. They were holding, for now, but the tide of dark beetles was growing more and more overbearing with each moment. Their number endlessly swelled, and the dam of shadows was being continuously destroyed and rebuilt, consuming Sunny's essence like a gluttonous beast. Some distance away to his right, Bloodwave and his echoes had engaged another tentacle of the Heart of Darkness. To his left, Saint and Nightmare were holding back the third. And further still, behind them, Jet and her cohort were fighting the fourth. This isn't working. This is not enough. Sunny knew that, if nothing changed, he and his soldiers would be devoured by the appalling vermin. Already, many of the dark beetles had gotten past his defenses and bitten into his skin. Their sharp mandibles only left shallow scratches on it, which almost immediately healed, but still the memory of one of these vile creatures crawling inside his rib cage made him shudder. It was only a matter of time before several bites would turn into a dozen, then 100, then 1,000. Would the marble shell be able to withstand countless thousands of mandibles plunging into it? Even if it did, it was only his skin that was so resilient. Once he was buried under a cold, slithering carpet of darkness, the beetles crawling into his mouth, into his nostrils, into his ears, into his eyes. Would he be devoured from within? The Sin of Solace laughed. Wouldn't that be a sight to behold? Ah, yes, it would. I can't wait. Uttering a silent curse, Sunny tried to pay the whispers of the Jade Sword no attention and concentrated on eviscerating as many of the beetles as he could. I need to think of something. He could always use Shadow Step to escape, not quite. The last time, a few beetles were pulled along with him as he stepped through the shadows. Most likely because the small creatures were not, in fact, alive. Not alive? A bizarre idea suddenly appeared in his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Even if it worked, he would only be buying himself a few seconds of respite, at most. What Sunny really needed was to enhance his offensive ability, to find a way to destroy much more beetles every moment. However, he was only human. There was only so much that his small body, no matter how strong, could do. No, his best hope was shadow manifestation. He was already using it to hold the river back and grind many beetles into dust, but that was not enough. Was there anything else he could do? Summoning a dozen shadow hands to crush and obliterate the beetles would work, for a bit, but it would also burn his reserves of essence with terrible speed. Those hands would not be able to strike with as much strength as he himself could, as well. Damn it, if Serpent was here, I could have ordered it to assume the form of a massive monster, and crush thousands of the damned vermin with each step. Consumed by revulsion and fear at the thought of being eaten from the inside, driven to his limits, and desperate to find a way to defeat the River of Darkness at that feverish moment, Sunny suddenly felt something click in his head. Scraps and pieces of previously accumulated experiences connected together, forming a tentative hint of a revelation. The revelation was strange, unclear, and dubious. That should not be possible, right? However, he really could not see why not. Sunny sensed the endless ocean of formless shadows around him, all malleable and ready to answer his call. If Soul Serpent was not here to assume the shape of a dreadful monster, why not try to turn into one himself? 1 chapter today, 3 tomorrow. Guilty 3. Chapter 1036, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 54. 1036 The Fall of Falcon Scott 54. The formless ability allowed Soul Serpent to assume the shape of any shadow contained within its master's soul, as long as it was the shadow of a creature that was of the same or lower class and rank. Once transformed, Serpent would not only look like the creature, but also inherit its traits and abilities. Sunny, however, was not the Serpent. While he trained his mind and body to possess some facets of the formlessness of shadows, he was still a human. Even if he used Shadow Step to turn incorporeal, he would not be able to make use of the same mystical ability. He could, however, command the shadows and manifest them into tangible forms. What did it mean? Slowly drowning in the tide of black beetles and feeling their sharp mandibles scrape against his skin, Sunny continued to fight and think. His thoughts were desperate and feverish, but at the same time, his mind was strangely calm. His first uses of shadow manifestation had been very simple, nothing more than shapeless shadows turned tangible and pushed into motion. The only form they had was the one caused by the motion itself, and so, they looked like dark tentacles. Later, Sunny trained for a long time to be able to effortlessly manipulate the shadows into more structured shapes. Chains, blades, walls, and a few more. With those, he had made several incredible achievements. Building a bridge over a vast chasm, stopping the advance of a mighty titan were not things a master was supposed to be capable of doing. However, his crowning achievement in the use of shadow manifestation was the Shadow Hands. Although not as powerful, durable, and numerous as the dark chains Sunny could create, they were vastly more complex and intricately structured. A hand had to have a rigid frame, flexible joints, dozens of degrees of freedom, and many more aspects that few people ever stopped to consider. Controlling one was also much more complicated. Currently, Sunny could skillfully implement two types of shadow hands. The cruder and larger ones acted as an independent fighting force during battles, while the much more agile ones, scaled to the size of his body, were used to give him an extra pair of hands for complicated tasks. So if he could already create hands and arms, what was to stop him from shaping shadows into a full creature? Sunny growled as he was pushed back by the River of Darkness, wide cracks appearing on the dam he had created. Behind him, Belle, Dawn, and Kim were barely holding on against the ever-increasing number of the vile beetles. Just at that moment, Dawn was a split second too slow to bring his sledgehammer down, and one of the small creatures landed on his armor. The enchanted metal instantly split, but before the beetle could burrow under the giant man's skin, Kim's rapier flashed and pierced the beetle. The sharp blade wounded Dawn, as well, but receiving a shallow cut was infinitely better than having a murderous little creature tear through his insides. Sunny gritted his teeth, striking down with the sin of solace. What was to stop him? The answer was very simple: complexity. Even shaping a functioning hand was already incomparably hard. He had spent a lot of time teaching himself how to shape shadows into hands on the fly. Creating an actual moving construct in the form of a creature would have been 100, if not 1,000 times harder. Plus, such a creature would not be very deadly, since in the end, it would just be a more complicated ascended weapon. There was something that could solve both of these problems in Sunny's possession, though. His knowledge of shadow dance. Shadow dance allowed him to observe a person or a creature and learn the very essence of their style and physicality, then shadow it. How they moved, how they thought, how they felt, how soul essence flowed through their body. Of course, none of that would be possible if he did not first understand the structure of the body itself. If Sunny knew how a body was shaped and worked on an instinctual level, the task of forcing shadows into that form would become much, much easier. Additionally, he did not have to make that form act independently. To translate his own power through it instead of relying solely on the strength of the shadows themselves, he could build it around himself like a shell. He could wrap it around his body like his own shadows wrapped around it. It's like a suit of exoskeleton armor in the shape of a nightmare creature, a shell of shadows, with me powering it instead of the other way around. If he succeeded, he would be able to assume the shape of a nightmare creature just like Soul Serpent could. Of course, there would be a vast difference. Unlike his shadow, Sunny would not inherit the creature's attributes and abilities, but the physical form itself was already enough. He took a deep breath, almost swallowing one of the beetles. A savage expression appeared on Sunny's face, and he flinched back, narrowly avoiding the lunging pest. Would he really be able to pull this off? There's only one way to find out. To attempt something like that, though, Sunny needed two things. First, he had to choose a suitable form, and one that was exceedingly familiar to him. The better he knew the shape of a creature, the higher his chances of success would be, and even though he had shadowed many abominations over the years, there were very few that Sunny was confident in recreating. Secondly, he needed some time, with nothing to distract him from the task. Even if it was just a few seconds, attempting something that crazy for the first time could not be done in the middle of a furious melee. Sunny could come up with some monster to try turning into, but several seconds of peace were much harder to come by. Unless. Soon a large alloy chest appeared in front of Sunny, large enough for him to comfortably lie on. 1515. It was the covetous coffer. The bizarre idea that he had thought of some time ago suddenly popped back into his mind. He crushed 100 beetles with an obliterating strike of the flat of his jade sword, then continued to rain one attack after another on the inexhaustible river of vermin, summoning a new memory at the same time. Soon a large alloy chest appeared in front of Sunny, large enough for him to comfortably lie on. It was the covetous coffer. Sunny commanded the memory to open its lid, then pushed it on the side and swiftly hid behind it. He also called back the deepest and most ancient shadows unleashed from the shadow lantern, hoping to shape them into a monstrous form. The coffer was a storage memory, and by now, its capacity was rather large. After months spent in Antarctica, that space was mostly empty. All kinds of things could be stored inside the alloy chest, with two restrictions: the things could not be too big, and they could not be alive. The black beetles, though, were not alive. Sunny did not know what they were, but since the creatures could travel with him through Shadow Step, which suffered from a similar limitation, there was a good reason to believe that the coffer would be able to swallow them, as well. And it did. Positioned between the tide of black beetles and Sunny, who wore the dying wish, the alloy chest was like a bottomless abyss. A river of the vile creatures flowed into it, hoping to tear through the bottom of the coffer and get to the human hiding behind it. However, all of them simply disappeared into the spatial storage space instead. A second passed, and then another, with countless thousands of beetles entering the dark chasm of the coffer's maw and never appearing again. After one more second, though, the storage space started to overflow. The lid of the chest instantly snapped shut, and then, the memory dissipated into a whirlwind of white sparks. The river of beetles surged forward to devour the human. What rose from the veil of sparks, however, was not a human at all. Instead, it was a fearsome creature that towered at almost 3 meters in height, with onyx black skin and a bestial, demonic face. Its mouth was full of sharp fangs, and 4 long horns crowned its head, protruding from dark, coarse hair. The creature had 4 hands that ended with sharp claws, and a long twisting tail. Its eyes were entirely black, with no irises and 2 vertical, furious pupils. A terrifying growl escaped from its mouth. Success. Of course, Sunny had chosen the shape of a creature he was most familiar with. The Shadow-Spawn Devil. Chapter 1037, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 55. 1037 The Fall of Falcon Scott 55. Sunny had spent many long months in the body of the nameless Shadow-Spawn. From the bloody floor of the Red Colosseum to the burning streets of the Ivory City, he had fought countless battles with the creature's 4-clawed hands. However, he had never experienced being the Shadow Devil as an Ascended. Possessing the power of a master and augmented by shadows, he exploded with truly terrifying might. At 3 meters of height, Sunny had suddenly turned into a vicious herald of destruction. He lunged into the mass of dark beetles, eviscerating hundreds of them in a split second. He was holding a sword in each of his 4 hands. 2 of them were the Sin of Solace and the Midnight Shard, and 2 were shaped from shadows. Each moved with staggering speed, weaving a translucent sphere of devastation in the river of darkness. Fighting with 4 swords was, perhaps, not the best idea against most opponents. However, Sunny did not need a lot of control and agility to deal with the beetles. All he needed was speed, more attacks, no matter how crude. With 4 swords and longer reach, the rate at which he destroyed the vile creatures increased tremendously. He cut and crushed them with his 4 swords, stomped them with his clawed feet, even his tail was swiping through the swarm, obliterating many beetles. For a few moments, the river of darkness seemed to slow its advance. Sunny used those moments to slaughter even more, alleviating the pressure on his cohort and allowing Samra to renew her bombardment of charged essence. The strangest thing about it was how comfortable he felt. Even while shaping the shadows into the form of the Shadow Devil, Sunny had no idea of how easy or hard it would be to control that shell. As it turned out, it felt almost indistinguishable from the real thing. All he needed to do was summon the memories of the second nightmare into his mind, and bring them to life with the help of Shadow Dance. Like shadowing a memory of a creature instead of the creature itself. Of course, the demands were high. He needed to know the shape of the shadow shell in startling detail. Sunny suspected that he would not have been able to turn himself into many other creatures, if any at all. However, his knowledge of the shadow spawn was nothing short of instinctual. Instead of controlling the construct consciously, he simply allowed himself to become it. The other demand was essence. Sustaining the shadow shell burned through it with dire speed. His reserves were not exhausted yet, but he knew he wouldn't be able to keep being the shadow spawn for long. He had to do a lot of other things, as well, like power his memories and manifest more and more shadows to repair the tall dam. The situation had improved, but they were still on a timer. If nothing changed soon, the result would be disastrous. Don't think about it right now. Just kill as many as you can. The damned beetles have to have a breakpoint, till everything turned into pure chaos. Sunny felt as though his physical power was almost uncontrollable now. He pushed and pushed himself, expecting to hit a limit, but that limit never came. His speed, his strength, his force, all of it had vastly increased, to the point where his thoughts were starting to fall behind his movements. Countless thousands of beetles were destroyed. Faced with the hurricane of swords, claws, horns, and fangs, the river actually recoiled, giving up several meters of frozen soil. Sunny thrust one of the shadow swords forward and let go of it at some point. Instead, arcs of electricity appeared on his palm, and then formed into an arrow that seemed to be made of lightning. Sunny stabbed it into the mass of beetles, causing an incinerating chain reaction to destroy numerous creatures. He was hurt by the devastating current of electricity, as well, but due to the elemental resistance of the marble shell and the augmentation of the shadows, the damage was superficial and almost tolerable. There was no time to think, only to fight. Somehow, miraculously Sunny was holding the swarm of the black beetles back. The dying wish was pulling them toward him like a magnet, but instead of washing the towering shadow devil away like a dark tide, they were being constantly ground to dust, cut to pieces, and incinerated by lightning as soon as they entered within his reach. Those that flowed past Sunny were dealt with by the members of his cohort. Samara was causing one explosion after another to bloom amid the swarm, while Luster fed her a steady flow of essence. Both were nearing their limit, but they had not reached it yet. The same was true for Belle, Dawn, and Kim. Sunny couldn't see Saint and Nightmare, but from the glimpses of how little progress the second swarm had made, he knew that they were doing their part, as well. The third swarm, the Bloodwave was supposed to deal with, seemed the most damaged. The three echoes were holding it back, but the fearsome Saint himself was nowhere to be seen. He was probably hidden somewhere within the River of Darkness, fighting furiously since the echoes had not dissipated. He had to be alive, at least. The only one Sunny knew nothing ab. Out were Soul Reaper and her cohort since they were too far away. Still he believed that Master Jet would not go down easily. Keep fighting, keep fighting. Sunny could feel his shadow shell slowly coming undone. After long minutes of rampaging within the dark river of vermin, it had sustained a lot of damage. He tried to repair the wound delivered to the towering shadow devil by summoning and manifesting more shadows, but many beetles were already crawling within. Their mandibles scraped against the silk of the graceless dusk or his skin from time to time. Fruitlessly for now. His every muscle was burning from strain, and his mind was becoming clouded from fatigue. It took a lot to keep the shadow shell intact and moving. He had to let the dam crumble a couple of minutes ago, already, because the pressure of it all was just too demanding. Nevertheless, Sunny kept fighting. In fact, the more tired and fatigued he became, the fiercer his rampage grew, and the louder the Sin of Solace laughed, whispering ugly truths into his ears. You'll never give up, leave your soldiers to die and save yourself, come on, it's so easy, just turn into a shadow and slip away, no one will now, no one will tell, everyone will just die. How irritating. Sunny tossed the strike of thunder into the surging mass of beetles once again, enduring the piercing pain of being electrocuted by its lightning, and felt one of his two shadow hands crumble down. And not good. He prepared to summon a new shadow to reshape it, but then, something changed. A strange ripple went through the River of Darkness and it suddenly lost cohesion. The purposeful tide of black beetles grew discordant and shapeless, many of them simply growing still. Some continued to throw themselves at Sunny, while others scurried away. Nestled within the battered shadow shell, he blinked. What just happened? Chapter 1038, The Fall. Of Falcon Scott, 56. 1038 The Fall. Of Falcon Scott 56. Tired, so tired. Sunny smashed through the nearest beetles and jumped back, sliding a few dozens of meters across the ground as his claws left deep grooves in the frozen soil to slow him down. In front of him the River of Darkness was falling apart. The dark beetles, who had been acting like a single organism before, were now aimless and sluggish. Some grew lethargic or started burrowing into the ground, while others were wandering away. A few hundred were still pursuing him with a thought. Sunny deactivated the dying wish and watched the small creatures dash away in fear. The swarm ceased its purposeful advance and instead flowed outward, losing the shape of a giant tentacle of darkness. It was as though a tank of water had been broken, water spilling to the sides. Utterly, chillingly exhausted, Sunny panted heavily inside the shadow shell. There were several beetles still crawling within it, stubbornly trying to bite through his skin. However, even their vicious bites had grown less determined. The breaking point, did they reach it? His tired mind wanted nothing more than to release the manifested shadows and let the shadow devil form crumble into nothingness, but he forced himself to remain vigilant. Looking left and right, Sunny saw that the two neighboring swarms were in a similar condition. This was good news, but also bad now that the Heart of Darkness was acting directionless. Its deterrent seemed to have lost most of its power. The horde of nightmare creatures, which had been scared away by the dark beetles, was already starting to tentatively move closer to the group of humans. Crap. Sunny closed his eyes for a moment, then turned around and took a few steps toward the members of his cohort, who were similarly spent and battered. His soldiers, however, recoiled away from him. He looked down in confusion for a moment. Oh. With that, Sunny finally let the shadows comprising the shadow spawn return to their natural form and flow back into the intricately engraved lantern hanging on the black silken cord tied around his waist. The towering four-armed devil suddenly crumbled into a cloud of darkness, and a pale young man in a beautiful black tunic stepped out of it with a stagger. Arg! Sunny fell to his knees, then raised his fist and angrily struck the ground several times, crushing the scurrying beetles. Captain? Is that you? He glanced at Kim, who was staring at him with wide eyes. Of course, it's me. Who else would it be? And it's Major now, damn it. He slowly stood up and summoned the endless spring, taking several large gulps of cold, refreshing water. Perhaps dismissing the shadow shell outside the city wall was not the wisest decision, but he felt that he would not be able to sustain it much longer. At least that way, he would have a tiny bit of essence left for whatever it was that would happen next. The wall. Sunny looked back, finally witnessing the full scope of the damage done to the defensive barrier. The southern span of the wall was terribly deformed and broken, with many sections laying in giant piles of broken, melted alloy, much more of them than when he had left it. Somewhere beside it, hidden by the sea of abominations, the awakened of the First Army was still holding the horde back. He wondered how many of them were still alive. What is going on? Why did the Heart of Darkness suddenly stop beating? Where the hell are? Shaken, he looked to his left, where Saint and Nightmare and Soul Reaper's cohort had fought. His shadows were already approaching, both littered with wounds. Neither had perished, but they did sustain a lot of damage. Even Saint, who was transcendent, and thus much more durable than Sunny, had suffered dreadfully while battling the swarm of black beetles. Maybe because the small creatures were especially proficient at gnawing through stone. The Mantle of Darkness was slow to repair the damage, as well, almost as if Saint's internal source of true darkness was as exhausted as Sunny's reservoir of essence. Her wounds were healing, nevertheless just not at all as fast as he would have wanted. There was one more figure making its way toward him, as well. Sunny felt extremely relieved when he recognized Jet. Soul Reaper did not look good. Her armor seemed to have been destroyed at some point during the battle, and now, she wore only the uniform bodysuit, its smart fabric wet and heavy with blood. Her face was ashen. In a few heartbeats, all three arrived. In the same span of time, the nightmare creatures started to draw closer, madness and hunger burning in their eyes. Sunny was the first one to speak. Master Jet? What happened? Why did the bug suddenly? She staggered, forcing him to support her. Sunny and the members of his cohort looked at the leader of the irregulars with concern. Jet took a few raspy breaths, then said in a hoarse voice, "I'm all right." It was Bloodway. He fought his way to the center of the swarm, and killed the thing in charge. Sunny blinked. What? How? And what exactly did he kill? She shook her head. I don't know. It was only then that Sunny realized that Soul Reaper was alone. He hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Your cohort?" Jet gritted her teeth. "Dead." Then, she pushed herself off of him and straightened. The Ascended that was supposed to reinforce us are also dead. They couldn't fight their way through the Horde. And speaking of the Horde, we need to get the hell out of here, fast. We need to reach the secondary defense line really, really soon, otherwise, Army Command is probably going to blow us all up. Sunny froze for a moment. The Rampart Protocol. The First Army, of course, had all kinds of contingencies. There were a few set in place in case the city wall fell, two from relatively tame to really drastic. The Rampart Protocol was the most drastic of them all. There were tunnels dug below the killing field, and under the span of abandoned streets between the city wall and the secondary defense line, as well. All of them were choke-full of powerful explosives, most of them created with the use of spell tech. All those explosives were set up to go up in flames together, turning everything outside the secondary barrier into a vast, scorching inferno. That measure was only supposed to be implemented after every soldier had safely retreated into the safety zone, and most of them already had. Army Command would probably wait for Sunny, Jet, and especially Bloodwave to return before pulling the trigger. But the situation was extremely chaotic, and communications were down. There was just no telling for sure. Damnation. Sunny glanced to his right and saw a battered Echo. The other two must have been destroyed, and a fearsome figure in sharkskin armor emerged from the mass of dark beetles and dashed toward them. Some distance behind the pair, a mass of abominations were already lunging forward. He looked back at Jet and grinned. Then what the hell are we waiting for? Run. Chapter 1039, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 57. 1039 The Fall of Falcon Scott 57. Bloodwave reached them just a moment later. The mighty saint looked spent. Sunny shivered when he noticed that his armor was torn, and there were ugly injuries covering his body. Out of the three Echoes, only the monstrous crab remained. The other two had either been destroyed or dismissed to save them from perishing. Even the Transcendent Echo is gone. Gods. What could have destroyed one of those and severely injured a saint? The Heart of Darkness, just what kind of creature was it? He felt a bit of dread, and a bit of curiosity. However, now was not the time to ask questions. Their small party had to hurry and fight their way back through the boundless horde of nightmare creatures. 5 awakened, 2 masters, 1 saint, as well as 2 powerful shadows and an Echo. They were an exceedingly formidable group. Granted, all of them were wounded, tired, and low on essence. Still, cutting through the horde while keeping everyone alive would not pose a problem. In theory. Bloodwave studied the rest for a moment, then sent his Echo forward and growled, his voice husky, low, and domineering. Move. Saint spared the mighty saint an indifferent glance, then mounted Nightmare and sent the dark Destria into a gallop, the spearhead of the cruel sight igniting with the incandescent white glow in her hand, a shield made of pure darkness weighing on the other. They moved ahead of the party, cutting into the horde as a fierce vanguard. Soul Reaper was just behind, accompanied by the members of Sunny's cohort. Bloodwave and his Echo flanked the awakened, protecting them from the frenzied nightmare creatures. Sunny himself took up the rear position, dragging his tired body along and preventing the abominations from attacking the backs of his soldiers. In a cacophony of chilling howls, they dove into the mass of abominations. Blood, severed flesh, and fragments of broken bone instantly filled the air. Damn it, damn it, damn it. No one in the group was weak, and some of them were truly powerful. However, the horde that Goliath had brought to the walls of Falcon Scott was simply too vast. Countless nightmare creatures were throwing themselves at the exhausted humans in a rabid frenzy, every moment, from every direction. Slowing down meant being buried under a mountain of monstrous bodies and torn apart. Their only chance was to cut through the mass of abominations faster than the abominations could pile up on them. Sunny continued to fight with his teeth gritted. The rearguard position was the most awkward, because he had to move backwards at considerable speed while slaughtering the mass of nightmare creatures pursuing the party. By now, they were deep inside the horde, and the abominations were surrounding them on all sides. With how sharp and swift the Sin of Solace was, no creature could resist its blade. Sunny was managing somehow, for now, but his battered body was hurting all over. Even though the marble shell had yet to succumb to an attack, the few blows he failed to dodge or deflect still delivered some damage. It was only his skin that was as hard as stone, after all, not his entire body. A sufficiently powerful strike would send a concussive shock through his insides, potentially causing internal organs to rupture. That hadn't happened yet, but being hit still hurt. What the hell, it just never ends, does it? Today, he had killed a titan and faced a creature that might have been even more wicked. Despite it all, the hard part was not over. The fact that everything around him could blow at any moment, plunging the whole place into an inferno of immolating flame, both mundane and magical, did not make Sunny feel any better either. Slowly, the ruined walls of the siege capital drew closer. Bloodwave's echo was almost destroyed, causing the saint to dismiss it. Master Jet took its place with a resigned expression, her wounds starting to bleed again. The Samba glaive was nowhere to be seen, but a slender Naginata appeared in Soul Reaper's hands instead. Using it, she cleared the right flank of the formation with several vicious strikes. The pressure on Sunny was also increasing. By now, he was forced to support himself with shadow manifestation from time to time. His already pitiful reserve of essence was diminishing even further with each use. And yet, they continued to cut through the horde unimpeded, the ground sleek with blood under their feet. After what felt like 1,000 years of slaughter, the party finally reached the melted ruin of the city wall. In front of it, the awakened force in charge of the southern section was holding back the ocean of nightmare creatures, what was left of it, at least. A grim expression settled on Sunny's face when he realized that of the initial 700, perhaps only 200 remained. Reuniting with the line of awakened soldiers gave them a moment of respite, and gave the desperate soldiers a much-needed morale boost. Soul Reaper, Mongrel, and Devil, all three were famous champions of the First Army, and although few soldiers knew what Saint Bloodwave looked like, the Transcendent of the House of Night had a presence that made it impossible to mistake him for an ordinary person. Seeing them return alive from the sortie, the awakened regained some of their spirit. No one was out of the woods yet, though. There was a large distance separating the wall from the secondary defense perimeter that had been established deep within the city. That whole abandoned area was set up to go up in flames, as well. Sunny looked through one of the numerous breaches in the deformed wall, noticing that the staging area on the other side of it had already been evacuated. The mundane soldiers had retreated, taking the logistics personnel, medical officers, technicians, engineers, and all other non-combatants with them. The vast resources stored inside the staging area were all left behind. Tall crates of MWP munitions, carcasses of slain nightmare creatures, loader robots, and so on. A wealth of supplies, much of it highly flammable or outright explosive, was going to be blown up once the Rampart Protocol was initiated, too. Usually, Sunny would have been pained to see all these riches go to waste, but right now, he did not care. Usually, Sunny would have been pained to see all these riches go to waste, but right now, he did not care. All he cared about was not being near when they did. Chapter 1040, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 58. 1040 The Fall of Falcon Scott 58. Right now, we just have to get to the secondary defense line. Once we're within the city instead of on a plain, evading the abominations should be much easier, so the last stretch of the way won't be as hard. Sunny glanced at his companions, evaluating their state. Everyone was exhausted, dirty, and covered in blood, both their own and that of nightmare creatures, but alive. The only problem now was to somehow extricate themselves, and the 200 surviving awakened, from the attacking horde. At that moment, as if to answer his thoughts, Bloodwave turned to look at the mass of abominations. Then, the enigmatic saint glanced at Master Jet. "Take your soldiers and go, Soul Reaper. I will hold the beasts back for a bit. Tell your commanders to activate the explosives as soon as you're past the defense line." Sunny stared at him in shock, feeling that these words sounded a bit like a farewell. You. Bloodwave gave him a strange look. "Oh, I think you might have misunderstood, Sunless. I am not trying to sacrifice myself. It's just that an explosion like that won't harm a transcendent too much. The awakened, however, or even someone like you better not risk it. Sunny slowly nodded. Indeed, corrupted nightmare creatures could survive a nuclear explosion without too much trouble, some fallen as well. Rampart Protocol was not going to kill a transcendent like Bloodwave, or even seriously inconvenience him. Master Jet nodded. Well, be going, then. The Saint nodded, then took a deep breath and started summoning several memories. Sunny did not know what exactly the memories were, but judging by the fact that Bloodwave had promised to hold back the whole horde all by himself, the abominations were in for a nasty surprise. Jet looked at him, then said quietly, "Once we start running, don't stop until you're safely behind the army fortifications. I'll stay back a little, to make sure that everyone who is still alive gets safely out of the blast zone before Army Command begins the party. Expect to enjoy fireworks as soon as we see each other again." Sunny forced out a pale smile. "It's going to be terribly loud, I guarantee it. Damn. My poor ears." With that, he spared her one last glance and turned to his cohort. "Come on, go." Almost as soon as they dashed toward the nearest breach in the wall, Master Jet's voice boomed once again, spreading across the whole length of the battlefield. "Retreat." The surviving awakened of the First Army did not make her ask twice. Delivering one last attack, they used their remaining strength to momentarily push the enemy back, then turned around and ran. To call it a retreat was a bit of a stretch. There was no order or strategy to it, just a desperate wish to survive. The defense line instantly collapsed, and the soldiers dove into the ruins of the city wall, their backs to the enemy. The only saving grace of the whole thing was Bloodwave, who somehow managed to fulfill his promise and stall the enormous horde of nightmare creatures all by himself, at least for a few moments. What happened outside the wall next, Sunny did not know. He thought that he heard the roar of a rushing tide of water, but at that point, there was no time to turn around. Sunny and his cohort flashed through the abandoned staging area and escaped into the empty streets beyond. Here, everything was shrouded in darkness. Many buildings had collapsed, creating a complicated labyrinth of snow and broken concrete. Others still stood, but were charred black by the flames. Some streets were strangely untouched and eerily empty, and of course, there were functioning roads that the First Army had maintained to deliver people and supplies to the wall. Sunny led his people to one of these roads. Luckily, all of them could see in the dark thanks to Kim, so the lack of illumination was not a problem. Their running speed was not much lower than that of a moving PTV, but nevertheless, he felt a pang of regret for a moment. "I'm going to lose the Rhino." His reliable APC was currently parked in a different section of the staging area, near where they had started their shift. Sadly, the battle had taken them far away from the main gate of the city, so there was no time to search for the mighty vehicle. Once this whole place blew up, the Rhino would undoubtedly be destroyed, as well. Damn it. Gritting his teeth, Sunny continued to run. He had to lead his people to safety that took priority over everything else. Currently, they were slightly ahead of the rest of the retreating awakened. The span of the southern section was very long, so no one else was in view. Right now, all that mattered was speed, and each soldier was making their own path to the secondary defense line. Sunny suspected that most would try to reach the maintained roads, but on this one, there was no one but the battered cohort of irregulars. Burned and collapsed buildings flew past them one after another. They ran through the darkness, moving as fast as they could, their stamina long spent and their lungs burning. The dark, empty streets, something about them filled Sunny with a feeling of eerie unease. It took him a couple of minutes to realize why the surroundings felt so strange. It was too quiet after more than 2 weeks of the siege. Sunny had grown accustomed to always hearing the wall armaments roaring somewhere in the distance. But those armaments had grown silent now, destroyed by the fiery gaze of Goliath. At least across the whole southern section of the defensive barrier, not a single turret was firing. For some reason, the silence filled him with dread. Almost there, just a few more minutes. Sunny spread his shadow sense outward, just to make sure that there were no dangers around. He even sent 2 of his shadows to scour the path ahead, to be safe, and ordered Saint and Nightmare to stay alert. But there was nothing there, just abandoned buildings and snow-covered ruins. Sunny did not see anything that could pose a threat to the cohort. His shadow did not see anything, either. Neither did Nightmare and Saint. The only one to notice it was Luster, who just happened to turn his head in the direction the attack came from by pure luck. His eyes widened. It was a split second later that Sunny sensed it, a swift shadow flying toward the cohort, even though there was nothing there to cast it. But it was already too late for him to react. In the next moment, Luster suddenly lunged forward and pushed Kim aside, throwing her to the ground. Something flashed through the cold air, and it was instantly filled with hot blood. Chapter 1041, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 59. 1041 The Fall of Falcon Scott 59. Something broke the dark surface of the shadows and flew into the cold air, moving fast enough to look like a black blur. Before anyone could react, Kim was falling down, and so was Luster, who had pushed her aside at the last moment. There was blood in the air, a startled expression on his face, and something was very wrong with the way he was falling. The black blur did not stop. A sharp blade instantly flashed toward Doran, who had a startled expression on his face. The giant man only had enough time to slightly turn his torso. The blade missed his heart, slicing through armor and leaving a deep wound on his chest. The blade continued forward without pause, a split second away from piercing Bell's head. Instead, it simply passed through it. The swordsman could not possibly dodge, but he just barely managed to activate his aspect ability and phase through the strike, leaving Samura utterly open. Everything happened too fast. Before Kim even hit the ground, the enemy's blade was already mere centimeters away from slashing across her throat. However, a jade sword suddenly appeared in its way, blocking the lightning-fast attack. What the? Sunny, who had thrown himself in the path of the enemy, was tossed back by the ferocious force of the impact. The attacker, whoever it was so strong that his hands grew slightly numb. He collapsed on the scorched road and rolled, instantly jumping back to his feet. Kim landed on the ground. Luster did, too. Both of his legs were cleanly severed at the knee, and blood was pouring out of terrible wounds. Sunny's eyes widened. But he had no time to think about it. The members of the cohort were too slow to defend themselves, and the ambush was not yet over. The creature, a dark silhouette moving with dire speed, had been thrown back, as well. Sunny only had enough time to notice a humanoid shape clad in black armor, and instantly lunged forward. He had regained his balance a split second faster than the attacker, so the bastard had no way to avoid being pierced by the Sin of Solace. And yet, that was exactly what happened. Before the jade sword could strike the creature down, it simply dissipated into the shadows. What? Sunny was stupefied for a short moment. It's its shadow step. Which meant. He spun, but was a moment too late. The creature was already behind him, the black blade falling from above. Sunny gritted his teeth, then blocked the strike with his forearm. The marble shell turned as hard as stone and split open, broken by the vicious strength of the blow. The blade only managed to deliver a relatively minor wound, though, most of its power spent to shatter the shell. Before Sunny could counterattack, the enemy had blinked out of existence once again. Not good. The creature appeared some distance away, aiming to finish off Kim. At that point, however, Saint was already there. The taciturn knight had leapt from Nightmare's back and flashed across the road, deflecting the black blade with her shield. Inconceivably, the onyx shield actually cracked, and the shadow staggered back. The creature did not waste any time and lunged toward Kim, but then a black chain suddenly wrapped around its throat. A dozen meters away, Sunny grasped the shadow chain and jerked it back with all his strength. The enemy was thrown back, flying through the air and crashing on the road a few meters behind him. The creature slid back, then stopped, kneeling in the middle of the road. It remained motionless for a moment, and then slowly stood up, glancing at Sunny with cold killing intent. Subjected to the hate-filled gaze, Sunny turned grim. The creature was about 2 meters tall, with plates of jet black bone covering its body like a full suit of armor. Even its face was hidden behind black bone, which formed a menacing closed helmet. 2 inhuman dark eyes burned with resentment and hatred through the cracks. The lower part of the helmet was split by a jagged line, and when it parted, a maw full of sharp fangs was revealed, opened in a mocking grin. Sunny, who was standing between the cohort and the abomination, grimaced and lowered his gaze a little. In one of its hand, the creature was holding a curved sword that seemed to have been crudely carved from a long black tusk, its edge terribly sharp and harder than steel. Just as he had thought, the abomination was missing 2 fingers on the other. Sunny sighed, lingered for a moment, and that said tiredly, "I had a feeling that you would show up." The scary stories about a murderous shadow that people in Falcon Scott had been telling each other turned out to be more than just stories, in the end. It seemed that the little scavenger had grown once again. Curse it. Of course, the wretched goblin would choose this exact moment to attack. Why wouldn't he? Sunny was tired, beaten, and very low on essence. The First Army was in full retreat, and none of his allies could intervene on his behalf. If Sunny was planning an ambush, that would have been exactly how he'd do it. Well, not quite. He would not have failed to kill most of his marks during the first assault. Not letting the scavenger out of his sight, Sunny briefly glanced at his soldiers. Luster seemed to be in shock, weakly trying to sit up. Kim was by his side, hastily applying a tourniquet. Belle, Samara, and Dawn were shielding them with their bodies, their faces grim and tense. The latter was bleeding from a deep wound on his chest. Saint and Nightmare were waiting for his command, ready to attack. Bad, this is very bad. Sunny had already taken a glance at the scavenger's soul, finding out that the damned waif had somehow managed to become a corrupted devil. The goblin, well, the bastard was more of an ogre now, must have devoured a lot of nightmare creatures to become that strong. He must have devoured a lot of people, as well, considering how disturbingly human-like the scavenger now looked. There must have been a lot of bodies left in the ruins of Erebus Field and more victims still here in Falcon Scott. Much worse, it seemed that swallowing a piece of Sunny's flesh allowed the creature to inherit some of his powers. Powers related to shadows. Dealing with an enemy like that would have been hard even if the cohort was in peak shape, but now it was going to be a problem. Not a big problem, of course. However, one thing made the situation truly dire. The whole section of the city around them, the road, the buildings, the ruins, was about to be destroyed by a titanic explosion. Chapter 1042, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 60. 1042 The Fall of Falcon Scott 60. For a few moments, no one moved. Sunny was considering how to deal with the scavenger, while the scavenger was probably considering how to deal with Sunny, now that the ambush had partially failed. Or maybe the damn thing was simply enjoying seeing him squirm. Who could tell what was happening in that abominable head? 100 thoughts flew through Sunny's mind. No matter how he looked at it, the situation did not look good. He had no doubt that he and his 2 shadows were more than enough to kill the scavenger after all. Plenty of corrupted abominations had fallen by his hand. But would they be able to kill him fast enough? The wretched creature was strong, and extremely slippery. Fighting someone who could teleport all over the place was a real nightmare. Belatedly, Sunny felt pity for all the poor bastards whom he had killed in the past. They must have all died full of frustration. Serves them right. Once Army Command set off the explosives below the city, Saint would probably be able to survive the conflagration, just like Bloodwave had said he would. Nightmare and Sunny had a chance to escape unscathed, too, if they managed to find a shadow deep enough to protect them. His soldiers, however, would not. They were not saints, or even ascended. Neither did they possess aspects capable of saving them from the destruction. Not to mention that Luster was gravely injured and losing a lot of blood as an awakened, he would not bleed out immediately, but getting him to a medic, or better yet an actual healer, was an urgent priority. The problem was that Sonny was not confident in his ability to protect the cohort if they chose to retreat. Once again, an enemy who could step through shadows was simply too mobile and unpredictable. Guarding a bunch of vulnerable targets from a corrupted devil who could appear at any moment, from any side, was a tall task. Damn it, not only did the bastard get a chunk of my flesh, he even became an utter menace because of it. They could not remain and fight, and they could not retreat. Did the bastard actually know that everything around them was about to blow up? Or had he just been lucky to catch Sonny at the worst possible moment? If he had, that was some luck. The scavenger tilted his head a little, as though challenging Sonny to come and get him. The tip of his curved saber lowered slightly, ready to lash out. Sonny glared at him for a moment, then cursed silently and threw an order over his shoulder, his tone calm and steady. Kim, take Luster, climb onto my horse, and get the hell out of here. Get him help. The rest, retreat on foot. Saint will protect you. Luster, who had been staring at his missing legs with a confused expression, looked up at the sound of his voice and asked shakily. What about you, Captain? Sonny grinned. I'll keep our friend here company. Don't worry, I did not survive Goliath and the Heart of Darkness to die to this little wretch today. Go. Kim was already dragging the young man toward Nightmare, her face pale and full of desperate determination. The scavenger spared them a glance, then stared back at Sonny. His mouth opened and a hoarse, grating voice suddenly came out of it. Die, today. Little wretch. Then, an ugly, gasping sound assaulted Sonny's ears. The bastard was actually laughing. Sonny frowned. He couldn't care less if the abomination wished to mock him, but nevertheless, his heart suddenly turned cold. Nightmare creatures capable of speech were extremely rare and all of them were extremely terrifying. He could attest to that fact himself. Sonny had already been uneasy, but now, his caution doubled. The scavenger was dangerous. The little wretch had been abnormal from the very start. He was gaining power too fast, growing too explosively. Of course, Antarctica was a perfect place for a creature like that to gorge on the corpses of powerful monsters, but still. Sonny's intuition was telling him that fighting the abomination alone would be a dire, dreadful mistake. But he had no better choice. He sighed with resignation. I guess my luck is just complete, utter crap today. All that remained was Sonny, the scavenger, and the shadows. 1009. Goliath, the Heart of Darkness, fighting his way back through the boundless nightmare creatures, and now this. Sonny was hurt, tired, and miserable. So much so, in fact, that he was getting a bit angry. Fine, let's do this, you rotten piece of trash. There was a perfectly fine nightmare creature here to vent his anger. Sonny had already failed to kill the scavenger twice. Today, fate generously gave him a chance to finish the job, and he was not going to let it slip from his hands. The scavenger was strangely unreasonable in his hate-fueled pursuit, following Sonny all the way from LO-49 across the Hell's Cape of the Antarctic Center. Well, Sonny could be an unreasonable person himself. In fact, he was very tired of being reasonable all the time. Enough is enough. A dark, slightly mad light ignited in his eyes. Behind him, Kim pushed Luster onto Nightmare's back, then jumped up herself. The black steed instantly shot forward, moving across the empty road with incredible speed. Belle, Dawn, and Samra followed, protected by Saint. All that remained was Sonny, the scavenger, and the shadows. And tons of explosives somewhere beneath their feet. The menacing black abomination moved, trying to dissipate into the shadows, but before it could, the shadows around it suddenly surged, shooting forward like sharp spikes. The spikes shattered against the creature's bone armor, but they did slow him down for a split second. And that was all that Sonny needed. Emerging from the darkness in front of the scavenger, he kicked him in the chest. With a deafening boom, the creature was sent flying back, but managed to land on his feet. The black tusk whistled, tearing through the air, and collided against the white jade of the Sin of Solace. Sunny felt his hand tremble from the force of the blow, and smiled. Good, don't you die too easily. Chapter 1043, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 61. 1043 The Fall of Falcon Scott 61. On the doomed streets of a snow-covered city, surrounded by ruins of collapsed buildings and remnants of devastating battles, a young man with alabaster skin and onyx hair was fighting a wraith made of darkness and hatred. One wore a simple tunic of beautiful black silk, the other was clad in menacing black armor. Both moved through the ruins like a pair of swift shadows. Damn it, break! Sunny shuddered as he deflected a vicious strike of the mysterious black tusk, felt the impact send a painful jolt through his entire body, and guided the enemy's blade to the side. At the same time, he took a step forward and slammed his elbow into the scavenger's chest. The creature was pushed back, releasing the Sin of Solace from the bind. The cursed sword instantly flashed forward, slashing across the abomination's side. The defense, counterattack, and follow-up had been executed flawlessly, flowing into each other like the nimble steps of a graceful dance. Despite being light and swift, they also carried tremendous power and annihilating intent. And yet, the white jade slid fruitlessly off the black bone armor, barely leaving a scratch on it. What the hell are you made of, bastard? The scavenger was just too damn overbearing. At times, fighting him was fighting like water. When the Sin of Solace lashed out at the cracks in the bone armor, the scavenger would turn into a shadow, allowing the jade blade to harmlessly pass through. Other times, fighting him was like fighting against an indestructible mountain. The plates of black bones seemed utterly impervious, and the creature's blows carried with them crushing weight. Even compared to the corrupted creatures Sunny had faced, the scavenger was abnormally powerful. He was so strong that it did not even make sense. The Sin of Solace had come from the remnant of the Jade Queen, an astonishingly dreadful corrupted tyrant, and had an enchantment that bestowed it with unparalleled sharpness as well. What kind of indestructible creature had the vengeful goblin devoured to be able to resist its edge? It seemed as though there were peerless geniuses even among the nightmare creatures, and the pathetic, tiny imp Sunny had failed to kill many months ago just so happened to be one of those. Just my luck. Gritting his teeth, Sunny braced himself and received another blow of the black tusk. Another bloodless wound appeared on his body. None of them were deep enough to be dangerous, but the damage was slowly mounting. Worst of all, he was completely suppressed. There were countless ways for Sunny to kill the hateful fiend. For example, if the sharpness of the Sin of Solace itself was not enough, he could augment the power of the Jade Blade manifold with his shadows. He could manifest wild shadows, as well, forming chains, swords, or tentacles to attack and entangle the scavenger. He could use Shadow Step to keep up with the damned ogre. But he was prevented from doing any of these things. Sunny could not afford to augment his sword, because he needed the shadows to match the corrupted devil's speed and strength, and even then, the scavenger was faster and stronger. He could not wantonly use shadow manifestation, because his reserves of essence were nearly empty. The same went for Shadow Step, or any other trick he could come up with on the spot. The bastard had known just when to attack. He had only shown himself when Sunny was at his weakest, and now, Sunny was forced to defend himself against a nightmare creature of a superior rank while being robbed of most of his powers. Even those that remained were countered, because the scavenger possessed the same ones. Sunny could not really blame the abomination for setting such a wicked trap, though, because it had been precisely how he himself had slayed many powerful adversaries. Doesn't matter, it'll still kill you, you're going to die no matter what. Sunny's eye burned with cold fury as he released the hilt of the Sin of Solace, switching to a one-hand grip. The great Jian was the same length as a long sword would have been, but incredibly light and swift. Although it could not hack and slash with the same ferocious power as the scavenger's black blade, it was far more nimble and versatile. Sunny seamlessly switched to a more agile and reserved battle style, summoning the cruel sight into his free hand in the form of a short sword. The silver sword's ghost blade enchantment allowed it to strike down incorporeal targets, and so, the scavenger was in for an unpleasant surprise the next time he chose to turn into a shadow. If there was one advantage Sunny had, it was his skill and experience. The scavenger was tremendously powerful, cunning, and possessed a truly vicious, murderous will. He had devoured a great number of mighty creatures, and grown with explosive speed. The bastard was supremely devious and surprisingly intelligent, enough to survive and even thrive in the hellish meat grinder of the chain of nightmares. But he was still an abomination, and a young one at that. His attacks were smart and powerful, but also clumsy and crude, just like the makeshift saber he was using, which had obviously been fashioned from some dreadful monstrosity's tusk. For now, the scavenger was able to suppress Sunny simply because of his timing and vastly superior physical might. But he was not nearly as experienced of a killer. As for spite and viciousness, both had them in spades. Die. As soon as the cruel sight manifested itself, Sunny blocked the black tusk with the jade sword and then struck with the silver one, aiming at the elbow of the abomination's right arm. No matter how tough an armor was, it had to be weaker at the joints to allow for enough flexibility. And indeed, there was a gap between two bone plates there. In truth, Sunny was not sure if the cruel sight could cut even the weaker parts of the scavenger. However, the creature did not know that. Just as expected, the vicious fiend chose not to risk it. The shadow powers he possessed were, strangely, both superior and inferior to Sunnis. As of yet, the abomination had only shown the ability to use a form of shadow step. That ability, however, was more insidious than the original, allowing the creature to not only teleport and turn incorporeal, but even selectively turn only parts of himself into shadow. And so, the body of the scavenger remained perfectly material, continuing to pressure Sunny with dreadful strength, while the middle of his right arm became ghostly and incorporeal. The cruel sight passed through the abomination's elbow without meeting any resistance, never even touching his flesh. However, the scavenger suddenly staggered and let out a pained hiss, causing a vicious grin to appear on Sunny's face. The silver blade might not have cut the creature's flesh, but it did cut his shadow. Which was the same as cutting someone's soul. The damaged span of the fiend's arm instantly turned back to flesh and bone, but the damage was already done. Using the momentary lapse in the scavenger's awareness, Sunny lunged forward and tangled with him, pushing them both to the ground. Fighting a slippery shadow was really a nightmare. He had far less essence to spare, giving the hateful fiend a vital advantage. Unlike Sunny, the scavenger could use shadow step as much as he wanted, avoiding attacks and launching his own from unexpected directions. The abomination could even escape, if he wished. However, it would not be able to do anything if Sunny was clutching it with his own two hands. As the two hit the ground, he growled and grasped the scavenger's throat, constricting it with enough force to shatter armored alloy. Sunny's eyes were shining with dark, malicious joy. If he could not break the bastard's armor, he would just strangle him. Most nightmare creatures still had to breathe, after all. Even if the scavenger didn't, a broken neck was bound to solve something. It was strangely fitting, actually. Sunny had killed his first abomination by strangling it with a chain. And now, he was going to squeeze the life out of this corrupted devil, too. Chapter 1044, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 62. 1044 The Fall of Falcon Scott 62. Die, die, die. Sunny kept trying to strangle the scavenger in a strange reversal of their previous encounter. His face was contorted into a bestial snarl, and his eyes were burning with indescribable bloodlust. The scavenger, however, was not easily killed. At first, he seemed to have panicked and tried to throw Sunny off himself, but after realizing that getting rid of the small human was all but impossible, the abomination calmed down, stared at him with seething hatred, and tried to stab him in the back with the black tusk. The tip of the crude saber bit into the silk of the graceless tusk, and failed to pierce it. Sunny laughed with savage joy. Try harder, bastard. The scavenger obliged. Dropping the tusk, he grabbed Sunny by the collar and, instead of trying to push him away, instead pulled him down. The two of them were suddenly face-to-face. Crap. The jagged line splitting the abomination's helmet opened, and countless sharp fangs instantly sank into Sunny's cheek. Ah! Realizing that he was moments from having his face bitten off, Sunny let go of the fiend's neck and delivered a vicious punch into his solar plexus. Then, he grabbed the creature's jaws, pushed them open by a few millimeters, and staggered back. The scavenger once again let out a hoarse, hateful laugh, his teeth painted by Sunny's blood. Sunny landed awkwardly on his backside and grabbed his cheek. The right side of his face was all torn, but at least he did not lose an eye. Sadly, he already knew that the scavenger's teeth were poisoned. "You horrid wretch!" Grabbing the sin of solace, Sunny lunged forward to strike down the fiend before he stood up. However, the creature simply turned into a shadow instead, trying to flee and then launch a surprise attack from a random direction. Not so fast. Without ever slowing down, Sunny dove into the shadows, too. In the dark realm of shadows, the shapeless form that was the scavenger was swiftly flying away, and the shapeless form that Sunny pursued. All of the abandoned area was shrouded in darkness, so they could travel as far as they wanted, unimpeded. The scavenger as a shadow creature of the corrupted rank, here, he was vast and dreadful, much more so than Sunny. And yet, Sunny held an absolute advantage. He had fought as a shadow before, a couple of times, and was all but helpless each time. But Sunny had been a mere child of shadows then. Now, he was their master. He had gained plenty of insight into shaping shadows thanks to shadow control, shadow manifestation, and especially his recent breakthrough, which he decided to name Shadow Shell. And since he was currently a shadow, too. Closing in on the fleeing scavenger, Sunny willed his shapeless body to change. Instantly, it came to possess four long, powerful arms. Then, sharp claws grew out of his fingers. Knowing that he didn't have a lot of essence left, and thus wouldn't be able to remain a shadow for long, Sunny did not waste any time and tore into the formless abomination. Instantly, it was as though a soundless wail of pain spread through the dark space. The scavenger seemed both surprised and aggrieved by the fact that Sunny was able to hurt him in this realm, which he must have considered absolutely safe before. Frightened, he tried to fight back, launching powerful but awkward attacks of his own. A familiar, sickening pain of having his soul damaged permeated Sunny's senses. He had sustained some damage, too, but not nearly as much as the damned goblin. Partially because the creature's blows were rudimentary and crude, and partially because his soul was protected by the marble shell. The scavenger realized that his struggles were not having any effect, too. Escaping Sunny's cruel claws, he instantly escaped the shadows and emerged into the world above. They rolled through the ruins, exchanging a series of blows. Sunny received several more wounds, but the hateful fiend, his armor was still as impenetrable as ever. "Curse you, what do I have to do for you to finally die, damn it?" Infuriated, Sunny grabbed the towering ogre and smashed through the wall of a building, using the creature's body as a ram. Of course, that was not going to be of any use. A corrupted devil could crash through a mountain, and still walk away without anything more than a couple bruises. Behind the wall, there was a slope of charred rubble. They fell down, ending up in a shallow pit. At some point, Sunny had lost his swords, and the creature had lost its black saber. The two of them stared at each other for a moment, both full of murderous rage. Then, however, the scavenger's gaze changed slightly. Sunny's face changed, too. That was because he felt a slight tremor spreading through the ground beneath them. His eyes widened. Hell! The scavenger, despite all his sharp intelligence, was really too naive. The explosion was not going to 0909. Harm a corrupted devil. However, the creature did not know that. He had only gained full sentience in front of him. The battered fiend suddenly recoiled, trying to escape into the shadows once again. This time, he was going to simply blink away instead of traveling through the dark realm. But Sunny had other plans. "Where do you think you're going?" Grabbing the abomination by the shin, he dragged him back, and then pressed the bastard into the ground. A series of painful blows rained on Sunny's already cut and injured body, but he just held the ogre tighter. "What, are you afraid to die? Let's die together." The scavenger, despite all his sharp intelligence, was really too naive. The explosion was not going to harm a corrupted devil, however, the creature did not know that. He had only gained full sentience a few short months ago, after all. Sunny laughed, then used all but a few drops of his remaining essence to call upon the shadows. They surged forth, encasing the two of them in a sphere. Then, more shadows rose, creating a second layer around the black egg, and then the third. Sunny could have tried to escape the blast by turning incorporeal, however, there had to be a shadow for him to remain in that state. Once this whole area blew to smithereens, everything would be flooded with light. The shadows would be banished, and he would be thrown back into the material world. So, he created this egg, trapping the two of them inside. Maybe it was even sturdy enough to resist. Wretch, one way or the other you're going to die today. He continued to hold the scavenger and pummel him with his free hand, feeling the skin on his knuckles splitting despite being reinforced by the marble shell. The bone armor of the abomination, nevertheless, refused to crack. The scavenger fought back desperately, too. They were surrounded by darkness, the world outside hidden by the walls of the black sphere. That was why Sunny did not see the Rampart Protocol coming into effect to obliterate a vast swath of the city, the remains of the wall, and the killing field beyond. However, he did feel it. Chapter 1045, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 63. In the tunnels under the abandoned section of the city and the vast killing field beyond the devastated wall, countless explosives simultaneously received a signal to detonate. To prevent the interference of the nearby gates from influencing the execution of the Scorched Earth Protocol, all of them were connected into a labyrinthine network by simple, but reliable wires. Even though the signal traveled through the wires with astronomical speed, there was still a slight delay between the detonation of those explosives that were nearest to the ramparts of the secondary defense line and those furthest away from them. At first, from afar, it looked as though a ripple had spread through the ground, moving outward. It rolled through the ruined streets of the city, with countless fountains of dust shooting up between the rubble. Some of the buildings that had withstood the furious fighting started to collapse, some seemed to have burst apart. The vanguard of the horde of nightmare creatures had already entered the city, racing through these streets. They met the ripple first and were thrown to the ground. Then, the ripple reached the towering wall, destroying even more of its sections. The mass of alloy was only starting to fall, surrounded by the deafening groan of tearing metal, by the time the ripple moved past the mountainous corpse of the slain Titan in the field beyond and exhausted itself. Now, the whole horde had been encompassed by the destruction zone. All of it took no more than a couple of seconds. For a moment, everything was still. And then, the ground started to fall. A vast swath of earth many kilometers across slowly started to cave in, as if forming a giant crater. Now that it was completely untethered, none of the buildings survived, all of them toppled and fell apart, devoured by the gargantuan landslide. The remains of the city wall were utterly destroyed, too. However, the true devastation was yet to come. As the inconceivable mass of soil sank down, it seemed to have reached a point of strange equilibrium and then suddenly exploded upward in a furious conflagration. It was as though a giant bubble swelled from under it, and then burst open, unleashing a titanic pillar of flame into the cold winter sky. For a moment, the night turned as bright as day. Then, the roaring thunder of the explosion washed over the world, making the skies themselves shake. A billowing cloud of dust and debris rose high into the air, obscuring the ocean of flames bursting from under the ground. A second terrifying blast resounded when the munition depot spread across the staging area below the wall detonated under the assault of heat, concussive force, and pressure. The horde of nightmare creatures was consumed by the obliterating havoc. The weakest of them were instantly killed, while the stronger ones were severely wounded and burned. Only the strongest ones managed to survive the initial conflagration unscathed. In less than a minute, a gigantic area was utterly devastated, turning into an incandescent pit of fire, molten rock, and liquefied metal. The furious sight of it all, up until the world had become obscured by dust, was both awe-inspiring and horrifying. The soldiers standing on the ramparts had long fallen down and covered their ears, but even then, they could feel the terrible destruction through the violent tremors of the earth. Sunny, however, had first-row seats to the cataclysmic detonation. After all, he was stuck in the middle of it. Die, 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 bastard. Trapped inside the sphere of shadows, he held the scavenger down while pummeling him with his fist. Each of his blows would have been powerful enough to utterly wreck an armored APC like the Rhino, but the black bone armor of the Shadow Fiend simply refused to break. The longer it endured, the more furious he became. Just die, damn it. The sphere of darkness around them suddenly shuddered, briefly rising, then plummeting down. A violent tremor ran through its walls, and up suddenly became down. It seemed that the shadow egg was rolling and being thrown around. Sunny, who had been on top of the fiercely resisting scavenger, found himself falling for a brief second. He hit the roof of the sphere, and a moment later, the hateful ogre came crashing down, as well, landing on Shadow Egg was flipped upside down once again a split second later and 0816. Then again, and then again, and then again. Him. A massive fist connected with the side of Sunny's head, making him see stars. Curse it. However, the abomination could not press his advantage, because the Shadow Egg was flipped upside down once again a split second later and then again, and then again, and then again. The two of them were being tossed inside the sphere, ricocheting off its walls like rubber balls. Sunny almost instantly gave up on trying to comprehend where the up and down were, and simply concentrated on holding onto the scavenger. As soon as he let go, the creature would be able to slip away through Shadow Step. But as long as he did not let go, he could continue to try and kill the wretch. Die. Just as he was going to deliver another punch, a sharp pain pierced his shoulder. The dazed scavenger had finally given up on trying to free himself from the mad human, and also on trying to meet him blow for blow. Instead, he instinctively retreated to what he knew best. Tearing things apart with his teeth. Arg, let go of me, you rotten piece of trash. Sunny had already had some poison coursing through his veins, but now, there was more. Before he could do anything, however, the world suddenly shook, and a vicious shockwave traveled through the sphere. It felt as though all his organs had changed places. But the next shudder was indescribably more violent. Sunny thought that he had blacked out for a moment, but maybe he didn't. He growled and used both of his hands to grab the scavenger, afraid to lose the grip. With no free hand to continue hitting the creature, he then proceeded to headbutt the bastard with all his strength. 0817. Finally, Sunny felt something crack under his assault. However, it might have been his own nose. It was hard to tell. The world was shaking, burning, and consisted of pain. Having gone completely berserk, Sunny paid it no attention and continued to use everything at his disposal to break the damned scavenger, while the scavenger continued to bite and rip his flesh apart with sharp fangs. The creature's armor would not break, but neither would the human's body. In fact, his skin was harder than the hide of most abominations the fiend had devoured in the past, while his bones were 10 times tougher than that. What kind of ridiculous human was that? The air inside the sphere was permeated by unbearable heat, and it seemed as though its walls were starting to glow a dull red. Then, a crack appeared on the black surface. Consumed by boundless bloodlust, the two continued to fight. Chapter 1046, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 64. At some point, Sunny had to admit that he was not going to break the scavenger's armor, but he still continued to deliver a barrage of vicious blows to the hateful creature. He refused to believe that the fiend was as tough on the inside. No matter how hard the shell was, enough force was bound to turn everything protected by it into bloody mush. He suffered from the same weakness himself, after all. But no matter how much he struck the damned ogre, the scavenger did not seem too bothered by it. Goddamn it. Desperate and enraged, Sunny grabbed the creature's jaw with one hand, and used the other to constrict the abomination's arm. Then, he opened his mouth and bit into the scavenger's flesh himself. Maybe Sunny was lucky, or maybe the bone armor in that spot had actually been weakened by his previous strikes. Regardless, he finally felt something give, and then tasted a despicably foul taste on his tongue. It was the scavenger's blood. Sonny had never tasted anything sweeter in his entire life. Feeling the creature shudder and frantically try to push him away, he pressed his teeth deeper with wicked glee, and then tore a chunk of flesh away. Sonny spat it out and grinned, then instantly regretted it when a massive fist flashed forward and hit him in the face with horrid strength. Ah! Sonny was thrown back. And at the same time, the black sphere finally broke. All 3 layers of protective shadows had been thoroughly damaged, and now reached their limit. A net of cracks spread through the egg, and then it collapsed into numerous shards, exposing both Sonny and the scavenger to terrible heat and blinding light. Crap! The world shuddered one last time. The world was hot. But at least it finally stopped spinning. Sonny found himself staring into a glowing orange fog. The fog was pretty, and smelled of fire. I think I'm on fire. He raised his head, and noticed flames licking his legs. Luckily, his elemental resistance was high enough to resist them. The graceless dusk, too, was not affected by them at all. The black silk was pleasantly cool. Right. The orange fog was just dust illuminated by a sea of flames. Sonny was laying on the ground, surrounded by rubble and debris. Some of it was incandescent, and there were puddles of melted metal here and there. It looked like a scene from a fiery hell. He was hurting all over, and breathing was strangely hard, but he was alive. With a groan, Sonny slowly sat up, and then stood up with a stagger. He did not feel well. He was dreadfully exhausted, heavily wounded, and poisoned on top of that. As for the scavenger, Sonny looked around and gritted his teeth. Don't tell me that the bastard escaped again. He allowed his shadow sense to spread outward, then smiled. Limping away, he circled a pile of burning debris and stopped near the edge of a deep impression in the ground. The impression was about 3 meters deep, and had almost vertical slopes. On its bottom, the scavenger was trapped under a giant piece of broken alloy. The creature seemed to be slightly dazed, but otherwise unscathed. In fact, the abomination was already trying to lift the alloy, which was groaning under the strain. He couldn't escape into the shadows, because everything around them was brightly illuminated by the flames and the glowing fog. There was no shadow large enough for the fiend to dive into. For the moment, the creature was defenseless. The problem was that Sonny had no strength left to fight. Even when he had been able to, all his efforts failed to break through the scavenger's impregnable armor. All he managed to do was make the creature bleed a little by biting it. And he had only a few drops of essence left. Soon, the damned wretch was going to free himself and flee, or maybe even attack Sonny, who was barely able to stand, and finish him off. Sonny was in a real stalemate. He rubbed his face, stared at the struggling scavenger for a few long moments, and then used the last drops of his essence to summon a get free. With the power of a corrupted devil, getting rid of a piece of 0820. Alloy, no matter how heavy, should not have been a problem, but the memory. The creature glanced at Sonny with hatred, then redoubled his efforts to get free. With the power of a corrupted devil, getting rid of a piece of alloy, no matter how heavy, should not have been a problem, but the scavenger was dazed and tired, too. On top of that, he was severely weakened by having his soul ripped by Sonny's claws. It was going to take him a dozen or so seconds to escape, at least. The fiend appeared to relax a little, though, when he noticed that the memory his enemy summoned was not a sword or a bow. Instead, it was a seemingly inconspicuous alloy chest. Sonny sighed, then smiled coldly. Here, bastard. Eat this. With that, he opened the lid of the covetous coffer and kicked it, throwing the chest on its side. A flood of small, black beetles poured into the deep pit from the bottomless black square of the coffer's maw. They landed on the scavenger, instantly biting into the bone armor. Where Sonny's weapons failed, the sharp mandibles of the dark vermin were similarly ineffective. However, there were countless thousands of them, and not all of the abomination's towering body was covered by armor. There were cracks, there were gaps, there were ways to get inside. The fiend frantically tried to escape, but it was already too late. His figure became covered by a crawling carpet of beetles, and then he was buried under their mass entirely. More and more vermin poured from the covetous coffer, until the pit was filled almost to the brim. No trace of the scavenger remained under the seething mass of tiny creatures. Sonny took a step back, and then drew in a deep breath. Then, he let out a strange, shaky laugh. I did it. 0821. Sonny's laugh turned louder. What is it with me and shadow creatures every time I fight one? I'm driven to the very edge of madness and then a little bit past that. As he was laughing, the spell suddenly whispered into his ear. You have slain a corrupted devil. He was so startled that he even missed the later half. What? Your shadow grows stronger. Instantly, Sonny felt a flood of shadow fragments pour into his soul tens, or even hundreds of times more than what he was supposed to receive for killing a corrupted devil. As his eyes widened, the spell spoke once more. You have received an echo. Chapter 1047, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 65. The battle was over. It was over for the irregulars, at least. The fresh soldiers pulled from the other sections of the wall were still fighting on the ramparts of the secondary defense line, but with the Heart of Darkness and Goliath destroyed, and the boundless horde of nightmare creatures decimated by the titanic explosion, the siege was reduced to the usual stream of chaotic, relatively small-scale skirmishes. The spine of the assault had been broken. Falcon Scott had faced the most dreadful battle yet and endured. For the most part. The southern area of the city was entirely destroyed, replaced by a gargantuan crater. The buildings were gone, and a long span of the Great Wall was gone, too. Even most of the killing field beyond was erased from existence, with only the towering stone corpse of the slain Titan remaining intact. It just lay on the slope of the crater like a mountain-sized pile of rubble, filling the hearts of the soldiers who saw it with dark glee. With the collapse of the wall, defending the city had become much harder. However, the crater formed a natural barrier of its own. Even though the secondary ramparts were not nearly as tall or formidable, they still gave the First Army a chance to resist the attacks of nightmare creatures. More than that, 4 out of the 5 direst threats to the siege capital were now eradicated. The Devouring Cloud, the Terror of LO-49, the Heart of Darkness, and Goliath. Despite the terrible price the First Army had to pay, they were dead. Now, only the most powerful of the horrors remained. The corrupted Titan, Winter Beast. But it was being contained by Skytide of the White Feather Clan, so. For the first time since the start of the siege, the people of Falcon Scott felt hopeful. They were shaken and terrified, too, but with countless millions of refugees already evacuated, and so many powerful abominations slain, it was no longer impossible to imagine the end of this bloody affair. Falcon Scott only had to hold for a handful more days. The ghostly flames of the aurora burned above the ravaged city, and the moon had hidden itself in the cold darkness of the night sky. Sonny was sitting in the familiar conference room of the government complex. Rather, he was sprawled on the chair, staring at the ceiling with a detached expression. His skin had healed, turning into a surreal painting of black bruises, but the internal damage remained. Even with his incredible healing speed, he still felt terribly hurt. That was because the scavenger had done a number on him, especially near the end of their murderous clash. Nevertheless, the hateful fiend was dead, and Sonny was not. He had even received an echo, and a great number of shadow fragments. Unexpectedly, the spell had chosen to count the black beetles, who were not living beings, as a weapon of his. Therefore, after the appalling creatures had devoured the scavenger, it rewarded Sonny for the kill. He was currently looking at the runes with dull eyes. What to do? 2 strings of shimmering symbols were at the center of his attention. Shadow Fragments 385740000. And Echo's Ravenous Fiend. The scavenger Ravenous Fiend had been a weird abomination. He had obviously assumed some qualities of a shadow creature, but not all of them. Otherwise, the bastards would have turned into a shadow instead. F an echo. Or maybe the issue was that the scavenger's soul was corrupted, and thus unsuited to directly become a shadow in any case. As a result, Sunny had received almost 800 shadow fragments for killing the abomination, as well as a transcendent echo. The ravenous fiend had been a top-tier nightmare creature, a peerless genius of vile abominations, so turning him into a shadow was an easy decision. Having 2 transcendent shadows would be a tremendous boost to Sunny's power, too. However, there were 2 problems. The first one was the echo itself. When Sunny summoned it in the Soul Sea, he had expected to see a towering ogre clad in unbreakable bone armor, but what appeared instead was a pitiful, tiny gremlin. The ravenous fiend was no fiend at all, it was an imp, at best. The imp was still a transcendent devil, but weak beyond belief. His true power lay in a rather insane ability to grow stronger and acquire new traits by devouring various creatures or things. He also possessed a few very surprising and potent attributes. If Sunny carefully chose a rich diet for the little bastard, in time, the imp could potentially grow stupidly powerful, even more powerful than he had been after devouring random trash across the Antarctic Center. But that would only be in the future, and right now, transforming the echo into a shadow would cost him no less than 300 shadow fragments. 300 fragments was not a terribly large amount, except he was on the verge of becoming a tyrant now. Dismissing the runes, Sunny sighed. Later. Now is not a good time. It was, indeed, not a good time in more than one sense. Suddenly reminded of something, Sunny somberly looked around. There were only 2 people in the conference room, himself and Master Jet. Winter's seat was empty. That was because Winter was dead. She had died while holding back the horde of nightmare creature, when the section of the wall under her cohort collapsed. A great number of people had died that day. Thousands of mundane soldiers had perished, and of the 700 awakened, only about 200 survived. Winter and her irregulars had been wiped out, too. Even Soul Reaper's own cohort had been destroyed, leaving her the sole survivor. Sunny stared at the empty seat, feeling a dull pain in his heart. Winter, the 2 of them had not known each other for long, but there was a bond between them. He liked the Brushmaster a lot. And now, she was gone just like that, and he had not even gotten a chance to say goodbye. All of them were gone: Randall, Jesse, Davis, Dale, and now Winter, too. He could still vividly remember their first meeting, when the first irregular company was officially established. A few months later, there were just Sunny and Master Jet left. Of the 42 awakened irregulars, only 4 remained: Belle, Dawn, Samra, and Kim. Luster was alive, too, but for him, the war was most likely over. Damn it all. Sunny studied the empty room, a strange, dark, burning emotion rising in his chest. What is the damn point? What is the point of it all? Soul Reaper and he were supposed to be having a strategy meeting right now, but there was nothing really for them to discuss. After some time spent in silence, Jet suddenly shook her head and stood up, accidentally sending her chair flying into the wall. She stared at it in confusion, then cursed. We're just wasting time here. Go rest, Sunny, you deserve a break. Gods, we all do. With that, Jet picked up the chair, placed it near the conference table, and walked out without saying a word. Sunny was left alone in the empty room. He remained motionless for a while, then sighed and stood up. Less than a week left, now. We'll all be able to rest, soon. Chapter 1048, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 66. Sunny left the underground complex, breathed in the cold winter air, and limped toward the nearby army hospital. The walk was not too long, so he reached it within 10 minutes. Belle, Dawn, and Samra were in front of the building, and so was Abomination. The Echo was laying on the ground, shielding them from the wind with its massive body. The Hound had not participated in the recent battle, because it would have been destroyed too quickly by the Black Beetles. It had been very helpful to the cohort in the past 2 weeks, though. It was strange, in the past, Abomination had mostly ignored Quentin's Echo, Blackie, who used to follow the larger beast around. But now that Blackie was gone, the monstrous hound always looked a bit forlorn. Sparing the echo a sad glance, Sonny approached his soldiers. "Major Gods, you look awful." Bell grinned, hiding hints of anguish that had taken root in his eyes. Sonny forced out a smile, as well. "You should have seen the other guy, but you can't." "I killed the other guy." That produced a few chuckles. Sonny scoffed, too. "Anyway. Take me to Luster has awake, right?" They nodded. Dawn and Samra remained outside, while Bell guided him into the hospital. "He woke up an hour or so ago." "I think Hez in good spirits, considering." "That might be because of painkillers, though." They walked through the white corridors, which were all crowded with hospital beds. An uncountable number of maimed and injured soldiers lay on them, some awake, some mercifully unconscious. The air was filled with the sickening smell of blood, burned flesh, misery, and despair. Doctors, nurses, and a few awakened healers were hurriedly tending to the wounded, the bags under their eyes blacker than the bruises covering Sonny's body. The sight of it was indescribably grim. Sonny kept his face cool, projecting the image of an intrepid ascended. On the inside, however. At least they'll survive. Modern medicine was very potent, and that was without even considering the awakened wielding healing aspects. If a soldier was delivered from the battlefield alive, there was very little chance of them dying. The only problem was the cost, but the First Army spared no expense, at least in that regard. As an awakened of somewhat exalted status, Luster was placed in a small room of his own. As they approached it, Sonny heard the young man's voice. Kimmy, stop it, I lost my legs, you know, not my hands, I am perfectly capable of feeding myself." When they entered, they saw a peculiar scene. Luster was laid on a bed, his stumps wrapped in regenerative bandage, while Kim was trying to push a spoonful of synth paste porridge into his mouth. The young woman's usually timid face was determined and extremely focused. Kim froze, then turned, and gave Sonny an unexpectedly fierce look. 0801. "Sir. That fool refuses to eat." Noticing Sonny, Luster grinned. "Cap Major, thank the gods, please, save me." Kim froze, then turned, and gave Sonny an unexpectedly fierce look. "Sir. That fool refuses to eat." Sonny stared at them for a couple of moments, and smiled. "Do you want me to feed you, Luster?" "Because, you know I can." The young man paled a little, then hurriedly grabbed the spoon and swallowed the porridge in one go. No. No need to exert yourself, sir." Sonny walked closer, summoned his chair, and sat down near the bed. Then, he tried to say something, only to find out that no words came to his mind. Eventually, he awkwardly asked, "How are you doing?" Luster stared at him for a bit, then suddenly grinned and wiggled his stumps. "Don't worry about me, sir. I'm doing fine really. I did tell you how my whole right arm was bitten off once, right? This is only a tiny bit worse. Hell, if I lose my left arm as well, one day, I'll be able to brag about losing all my limbs to protect humanity. Girls can't resist a hero, you know." Sonny blinked. "I guess he really is all right." He sighed. "Well, don't worry too much. There are not a lot of great healers here in Falkenscott, and all of them are terribly busy. Once you get to Eastern Antarctica, and from there back to NQSC, though, the government will pull out all the stops. You'll be as good as new in no time." Despite his intention to comfort the young man, Luster's smile suddenly dimmed. Looking away, he remained silent for a few seconds, then said quietly, Yes. Certainly, sir. Once I'm back in NQSC." Sonny frowned a little. "Throw these stupid thoughts out of your head. You did more than enough. Very few people deserve to go home more than you, so enjoy the cruise, and then make sure to get better and relax during an extended vacation. That's an order." He paused, then added seriously. "Plus, the Rhino blew up. What the hell do I need you for, now?" Keeping you would probably just be a waste of perfectly fine provisions. Hearing that, Luster laughed. Ah, I see. When you put it that way. He sighed. It's not that I think that I don't deserve an early dispensation, sir. It's just that. The young man briefly glanced at Kim, then grew silent. He did not want to leave his comrades behind. Sunny could understand that, but there was no other way. Restoring 2 legs to a person was not impossible, if sufficiently powerful healers were involved, but it took time, and a long period of recovery would still follow. By the time Luster was in good enough shape to fight again, the Antarctica campaign would be over. He shook his head. The way I see it, your lucky charm finally worked. If it wasn't for you, Kim would be dead Dawn too, probably, and maybe even Belle and Samra. You did well, Luster. You served through the hardest part of the whole campaign. Things will calm down after the Second Army arrives. So, cheer up. Luster looked at him, then slowly nodded. That thing, you killed it, right, sir? What rank and class it was? Sunny shrugged. Yes, I killed it all right. It was a corrupted devil, and a very scary one at that. The young man leaned tiredly on the backrest of the hospital bed, and smiled. A corrupted devil, good, that's good. There's no shame, then. I survived an attack of a corrupted devil. Wow, I'm pretty awesome, don't you think, Kim? She scooped another spoonful of porridge, brought it to his mouth, and sighed. Yeah, you are pretty awesome. Now eat the damn sludge before I get angry. Sunny watched them silently for a couple more minutes, then found an excuse and left. He found Belle a few rooms over, where dozens of sleeping pods were installed in a large hall. The swordsman was standing near a particular one, staring somberly at its closed lid. Inside, Quentin's body slept peacefully, not quite dead, but also not quite alive. The healer had neither died nor turned hollow yet. Considering the circumstances, that probably meant that he had fought his way to a seed and entered a nightmare. 0802. Conquering a second nightmare alone, his chances were exceedingly low, but not entirely non-existent. Sunny stopped near Belle and looked at the sleeping pod, too. After a while, the swordsman suddenly said, his voice uncharacteristically sober. Major, do you remember how I joked that Luster would be the first one to die? Sunny spared him a surprised glance. Sure. I do. Belle remained silent for a long time, then awkwardly scratched the back of his head. I was thinking technically I can still win that bet, right? With that, the swordsman glanced at him and grinned. Sunny scowled. I guess, but who allowed you guys to bet without my permission? Unacceptable. I want in on the bet. Chapter 1049, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 67. After leaving the hospital and sending his soldiers to the barracks, Sunny remained on the street, watching the snow dance in the stark beams of electric light. He had to rest, too. After a while, Sunny sighed awkwardly. Right. I'm homeless now. He had been staying in the Rhino, but now, the APC was gone. That fact actually made Sunny feel very sad. The trusty vehicle had accompanied the irregulars to the edge of the Antarctic Center and back, surviving countless battles. He had grown attached to it, so losing the vehicle was a bit of a blow. It felt like the end of something. Shaking his head, Sunny started walking. He could get himself a room in the barracks. Of course, the First Army had suffered severe losses, so there was plenty of space. But it was exactly for that reason that he didn't want to. Being surrounded by bereaved soldiers would do his already foul mood no good. I can't stand the thought of having them look at me right now. Respect, admiration, hope, that was what he saw in the eyes of the soldiers when they looked at him. They all had an expectation of him, and carrying those expectations was tiresome. To hell with it. Sunny simply wandered aimlessly for a while, trying not to think about anything in particular. In the end, he found himself standing in front of a familiar dormitory tower. He hesitated for a bit, then entered and descended to one of the underground levels. The dormitory seemed much emptier than before. There had been 3 families living in the same apartment as Professor Obel and Beth, but now, he could only sense 2 shadows inside. Sunny stared at the flimsy door for a few moments, then knocked on it. A few seconds later, it opened, revealing Professor Obel. The old man looked like he always did, having not changed even a little. Why would he? The previous day was a dreadfully eventful one for Sunny, but for the professor, it was just like all the others. The old man looked at him with concern. Major Sunless. Oh, my, what happened? Even though most of Sunnis' body was hidden by the black silk of the graceless dusk, he still looked rather rough. There were ugly bruises covering his usually pristine skin, and his eyes were tired and dim. He forced out a smile. Oh, that. Don't worry, I'm fine. It was just a very tough battle. Everyone in Falconscott knew that the previous assault was a terrible one. After all, a large part of the defensive wall, as well as a vast stretch of the city itself, were now replaced by a giant crater. Even people hidden underground felt the titanic explosion. There were rumors, 2 Army Command itself publicized the death of Goliath, hoping to improve morale among the refugees. Professor Obel nodded. Yes, we heard all about it. Thank the gods you survived. Sunny lingered for a moment, then said. You mentioned setting aside some food for me, the last time we met. To tell you the truth, I am kind of starving. The old man laughed. Sure, come in. Beth, Major Sunless is here. The young woman emerged from one of the rooms and looked at him with a hint of relief. She froze for a moment, then turned away and cleared her throat. Oh, it's you. Good. I'll go heat up the leftovers. They settled in the kitchen, and soon, Sunny was presented with several plates of simple, but delicious food. Professor Obel had not been joking when he said that he would cook up a feast. The ingredients Beth had procured were indeed rare for the besieged city, and made for a splendid dish. It was definitely better than what would have been available to Sunny in the barracks. Sunny ate and chatted idly with the 2 of them. As he did, some of the tension pressing down on his heart strangely dissipated, but most of it still remained. At some point, Professor Obel suddenly smiled. It totally slipped my mind, we were placed in the queue, finally. Both Beth and I will be leaving the day after tomorrow. We've already received the tickets. I imagine you will follow soon, too, Major. Sunny smiled as well. Finally, some good news. He nodded and took a sip of fragrant tea. I imagine we will be the last ones to ship out, a couple of days after you. 3 weeks are coming to an end. After all, even though there were some delays, the army mostly managed to stick to the schedule. Somehow. So, the next time we see each other will probably be in East Antarctica, unless they send you to the Northern Quadrant right away. He glanced at Beth, hesitated for a moment, then said awkwardly. Oh, by the way, my APC blew up, so I kind of have nowhere to stay. Is it all right if I crash here today? Professor Obel chuckled. Of course, most of the people in the dormitory had already been evacuated. There are 3 empty bedrooms in our apartment alone. You can take any one you want. Beth hid a smile and nodded. Sure, you can stay, if you want. Sunny smiled back and took another sip of tea. After that, he remained silent for a while, distracted. Noticing his strange mood, the old man asked. Is something weighing on your mind, young man? Sunny flinched a little, then shrugged. No, nothing in particular. Just the usual stuff. I just feel listless, I guess. He lingered for a few moments, then suddenly asked. Have I ever told you why I came to Antarctica, Professor? The old man and Beth glanced at each other, then shook their heads. A wistful expression appeared on Sunny's face. It's stupid, really. Someone told me that I was lacking. So, I thought that maybe I would be able to find whatever it is that I lack here, in the Southern Quadrant. He grew quiet, prompting the old man to ask with a hint of curiosity. So, did you end up finding what you were looking for? Sunny hesitated, then laughed. I am honestly not sure. It is hard to find something that you don't know how to recognize. Maybe I found something, maybe I didn't. Actually, maybe I even lost something instead. I guess time will tell. He finished his tea and looked at the two of them with a smile. I did find some other precious things, though. I mean this dish. It's a real treasure. You ought to teach me the recipe. I always dreamed of owning a shop, you know, but after meeting you, Professor, I am starting to think that opening a restaurant might be a better idea. Chapter 1050, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 68. After an eventful night, Sunny left the dormitory in a much improved mood. The air outside was frigid with bone-chilling cold, but it actually felt pleasant against his bruises. Sunny headed in the direction of the barracks, whistling a simple tune under his nose. As he walked, one of his shadows flew toward the distant ramparts to check if everything was all right there. Apart from the fact that soldiers were miserable because of the heinous cold, even more so than usual, the situation seemed to be under control. Disparate groups of nightmare creatures were throwing themselves against the ramparts, some larger than the others, but it was nothing that the army could not handle. Everything seems fine, for now. Sunny was still hurting all over, but at least he was capable of walking without a limp now. The barracks were a considerable distance away, but there was no rush. He enjoyed this rare moment of peace a great deal, studying the city as he traversed it. Falcon Scott was much emptier now. Miraculously, the First Army had actually managed to evacuate most of the 200 million refugees. Now, less than 2/10 of that number remained, not nearly enough to make the city feel crowded. Even though countless people fought and sacrificed to make it happen, Sunny couldn't help but feel that this emptiness was the direct result of his actions. It was nice to see his labor bear fruit. Among the ancient heroes Nephis sometimes liked to talk about, there was one named Heracles, who had apparently accomplished 12 labors. Sunny wondered what that guy would think about defending this damn city. Well, from the descriptions, Heracles seemed like no more than an awakened with a moderately powerful physical aspect, maybe a rather average ascended. He would probably think that Falcon Scott was a hellish nightmare, and die in the first few days of the siege. Ha! As Sunny walked, a swift shadow fell from the sky, and a black crow suddenly landed on his shoulder. The crow stared at him for a moment, and then cawed. Sani Sani. Sunny spared him a somber glance. What? The echo waved its wings. Come come. Then, it jumped off his shoulder and disappeared in the direction of the government complex. Sunny frowned, then quietly cursed and dove into the shadows. It seemed that his good mood was not meant to last. He glided forward with incredible speed, reaching the complex in no time at all. Emerging from the darkness near the guarded gates, it took a few seconds for the security officers to confirm his identity, a useless formality, considering that pretty much everyone knew what he looked like by now, and entered the building. Quickly finding his way underground, Sunny hurried to the conference room where the irregulars usually gathered. As he was approaching, however, there was suddenly a loud bang, and the walls shook a little, dust falling from the ceiling. What the? Uneasy, he entered the room and saw Master Jet standing with her back to him. The wall in front of her was deformed, a net of cracks running through the armored alloy from the point where her fist had collided with it. Soul Reaper remained motionless for a moment, then turned to him. Her usually calm face was contorted by an expression of dark, boiling anger. As soon as Sunny saw it, his heart skipped a beat. He had never seen Master Jet lose control of herself in that way. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes for a moment, then said, Sunny. You are here, good. He glanced at the destroyed wall, then at her. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Sunny steeled himself and asked, What happened? Jet let out a long sigh. When she spoke, her voice was cold and glum. It's Tiras. She finally lost a fight. The two of them headed to the headquarters of the White Feather Clan without wasting any time. While the elevator was taking them to the ground level of the government complex, Sunny tried to keep his voice even as he asked. "What do you mean, lost a fight? Is she alive?" Jet gritted her teeth. "I don't know. I've been notified that something went wrong just half an hour ago. Roan sent me a message personally right before you came, but he didn't go into detail." Sunny's face fell. If Jet's only source of information was Master Roan, that meant that Army Command had chosen to keep it a secret for now. And if Army Command was keeping secrets from someone like Soul Reaper, things couldn't be good. As they emerged from the underground complex and hurried to the White Feather compound, Sunny shivered again and noticed that it had gotten even colder outside. Before, he had not paid the cold any attention, but now, the fall in temperature seemed foreboding. Curse it, curse it, curse it all. The guards of the compound seemed to have received instructions, and almost immediately after Sunny and Jet arrived, a familiar young woman appeared to guide them inside. He briefly felt glad to see that she had survived the battle with Devouring Cloud, but then his thoughts turned grim and tumultuous once again. Sunny was shaken. He couldn't help but think about Saint Tyrus, silently wishing for her to be alive. At the same time, he had to think about what her fall would mean for the evacuation with no one to stop the winter beast. What would happen to the city? The two worries competed against each other, pressing down on his heart with terrible weight. Finally, they reached an isolated room in the depths of the compound. The young awakened spared the door an anguished look, then stepped aside, gesturing for them to come in. Inside, they saw an empty hall with some medical equipment and a lonely operating table standing in its center. The table, and the floor around it, were marred with blood. On it Saint Tyrus was laying, her eyes closed. Sunny let out a relieved sigh when he saw that her chest was slowly rising and falling. Skytide was still breathing, she was still alive. However, she looked like a corpse. Her whole body was covered in blood and blemished by severe frostbite. Tyrus was unconscious, breathing shallowly. Her face was terribly pale, and her lips looked blue. And that was, without a doubt, only after the healers of the White Feather Clan had tended to her. Sunny could not imagine how the fearsome saint had looked before. Roan was standing above her, not looking much better. He had been severely injured while luring the Devouring Cloud toward the city. Even now, the charismatic master was yet to recover from his wounds. One of his arms hung limply in a sling, and his usually lively face was dark and lifeless. When Sunny and Jet entered, Roan slowly looked away from his wife and gave them a dull glance. Soul Reaper gritted her teeth. "Roan. What the hell happened?" He stared at them for a few moments, then turned back to Saint Tyrus. "Isn't it obvious? She lost. Actually, it's a miracle that she was able to hold back that monster for so long. It's also a miracle that she survived." He remained silent for a while, then added evenly. "You are asking the wrong question, though." Master Jet's icy blue eyes widened slightly. She hesitated, then asked coldly. "What the hell is going to happen, then?" Roan lowered his head. Then, he straightened his back, and looked at them once more. "I think you know." His eyes were bleak, and tired. "The winter beast is coming, and there's no one to stop it. It's over. Maybe tomorrow, or the day after that, anyone who still remains in this city will die. I'm sorry, Soul Reaper, there's nothing else we clan can do." Chapter 1051, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 69. After battling the harrowing corrupted Titan for 3 long months, Saint Tyrus of the White Feather Clan had finally been defeated. Even though she had miraculously managed to survive, with Skytide incapacitated, there was no one left to stop the winter beast from advancing on the city. The Titan was already moving closer to the largest and only siege capital left standing in the region. The temperature was falling, and the winds were picking up, heralding the descent of a terrible blizzard. Inevitably, a series of disastrous events was bound to happen. The first of these events, and the catalyst that sparked the chain reaction, was the withdrawal of the White Feather Clan from the Antarctic Center. They had been sent here to support the first evacuation army on behalf of the great clan Valar, but were not part of it. Naturally, their first priority was to preserve their saint's life. Even if the Awakened of White Feather had decided to stay, for whatever reason, Army Command would have insisted that they retreat in haste. The life of an allied transcendent was too precious of a resource for the government, too. As the clan's compound turned into a hub of frenetic activity, with everyone hastily preparing for departure, Sunny and Jet were left to their own devices. After their conversation with Roan ended, they found themselves all but ignored by the hurrying members of the clan. No one even remembered to shoo the two ascended away. They were not in a hurry to leave, either, mostly because neither of them really knew what to do. The situation had changed too fast, and too dreadfully. Sunny felt lost and resigned, and although Jet was trying to hide it, he could see that she was shaken, as well. The two of them found a place out of the way and just stood there for a while, silent. Eventually, Sunny said, "Roan is wrong. It's not all over. Even without Tiris, we still have a transcendent. You, me, Bloodwave. We should be able to give the Winter Beast a fight. We already killed one Titan, so why can't we kill another?" Jet somberly shook her head. "There's an abyssal gap between a fallen Titan and a corrupted one, in terms of power. Tiris was not able to fight the Winter Beast because she was a transcendent. She was able to fight it because she was a transcendent whose aspect countered the creature's powers, and an astonishingly steadfast one, at that. Even then you don't really understand it, do you?" Sunny frowned. "I guess not. What is it exactly that I don't understand?" Soul Reaper let out a grave sigh. "Sunny, there's currently around 30 million people left in Falcon Scott, as well as 20,000 soldiers. There are also 1,000 or so awakened veterans. However, all of them combined wouldn't be able to do anything against a corrupted Titan. Even if there were 10 times more, the result would be the same. Yet, Tiris alone held the creature back for 3 months. What does that mean?" He stared at her silently for a while, then turned away with a dark expression on his face. "It means that one saint is worth more than 30 million people, 20,000 soldiers, and 1,000 awakened." A corner of Jet's mouth twisted slightly. "Smart." Sunny shook his head. "What are you getting at, though?" The hint of a smile disappeared from Soul Reaper's face. She lingered for a few moments, then said, "I am trying to tell you that there are no you, me, and Bloodwave. Bloodwave is going to leave with the White Feather Clan. Do you think they are going to let Tiris travel across the strait unprotected? She is unconscious and vulnerable. What happens if something attacks the ship? Neither Army Command nor Valar would allow that to happen. So, the House of Night will do their best to protect the most valuable asset, which means that Bloodwave won't be here when the Winter Beast arrives." Sunny gritted his teeth, trying to suppress the blinding fury that threatened to consume his mind. "This is such crap." Jet's face twitched, but she calmly shook her head. "No. It's simply resource management." Sunny stared at her with bewilderment for a few moments, then suddenly laughed. "So, what? This is it? It really is all over? What about the rest of the poor fools who are still stuck in this city?" Soul Reaper remained silent for a while. Then, she said evenly, "Well, there are 30 million people left here. With the current speed of evacuation, if the Winter Beast comes tomorrow, 20 million will die. If it comes the day after tomorrow, 10 million will die. Theoretically. Of course, in reality, things are not going to go that smoothly." Sunny gave her a dark look. "How so?" Jet sighed. "Something like that. It won't remain a secret for long. As soon as the rumors spread, this whole city will go crazy. Evacuation queue. Forget about it. People will be storming the port and jumping off the cliffs. It's going to be pandemonium." Sunny opened his mouth, startled by her callousness. However, it only lasted a moment. He was just as jaded. After all, if he had used his brain for a moment instead of allowing himself to be rattled, he would have come to the same conclusions. He cursed. So what are we supposed to do? The two of us, I mean. I refuse to believe that there's no way to slow down the winter beast. Come on, we just need to hold it off for a couple of days. Soul Reaper gave him a long look. After a while, she said. Sunny, you might survive the descent of the winter beast. Maybe I can survive it, too. My cohort is gone, though, while yours is not. And your soldiers, they will definitely die. Ascended like us have no business facing a corrupted titan. As for awakened, they don't stand a chance. So, if I were you, I would make sure that they get on a ship as fast as possible. Everything else comes later. He smiled bitterly. That's it? You're a damn colonel. Can't you do something? Jet simply shook her head. Once the news breaks, my rank won't have any meaning anymore. Who cares about hierarchy in the face of annihilation? Sunny, this is going to be an every man for himself situation very soon. We are all going to have to make some choices. The best we can do is make sure that we don't regret them later. So keep that in mind, and do your best. That's all the advice I can give. She sighed, then briefly glanced at the star insignia on her shoulder and walked away. Before she left, however, Sunny shouted. Oh, yeah? So are you going to get on a ship yourself? Soul Reaper paused. She remained silent for a few moments, then said without turning back. I sort of hate ships, to be honest. It is really a pity. And then, she left. Sunny found himself alone, staring at the empty space where Master Jet had been a few seconds ago. Shaking his head, he scoffed and turned away. What a coincidence. I sort of hate ships, too. Chapter 1052, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 70. The first thing Sunny did was go find Belle, Dawn, and Samra. However, none of them had returned from the dream realm yet. All three were peacefully asleep in their pods, not knowing that back in the waking world, Falcon Scott was not on the verge of destruction. For now, all he could do was wait. Not wishing to waste time, Sunny tried to go through the official channels to make sure that his cohort was not going to be left out of the evacuation plans. At that point, however, things had already started going out of control. Just as Master Jet had predicted. The government complex was in a state of frenzy. The information regarding the withdrawal of the White Feather clan and the impending doom approaching the city was supposed to be kept strictly secret, but with people responsible for withholding it realizing that they themselves would most likely be left behind, there was no way for the truth to remain hidden. The news spread through the city like wildfire. With it came panic. Sunny spent some time fruitlessly trying to get the logistics officers, or anyone at all, to issue an order for his cohort to evacuate, but no one knew what to do, or even if they had authority to do anything. Worse still, as soon as St. Tyrus had been defeated, the influence the winter beast was exerting on the region seemed to have doubled in strength. Now, even the robust communication array of the siege capital was having trouble connecting the local branch of Army Command to central headquarters. Even if there was a leader who could bring order to this complicated situation, they were simply too far away. In the end, all he could get from the administrative personnel was a vague promise of a priority placement while boarding the leaving ships. They did not seem to know quite what it meant themselves, but the underlying message was clear: if he could get a spot on one of the evacuation vessels, no one was going to stop him. In fact, this was true for all the surviving soldiers of the First Army. If they wanted to leave, they could. Who was going to stop them? After all, the soldiers were armed, while the refugees were not. In the ruthless mathematics of war, their lives were also more valuable. In short, the situation had deteriorated to the point of turning into complete lawlessness. The government officers were simply unable to control it anymore. Every man for himself. Sunny was slightly stunned by how quickly the city had descended into chaos. All it took was a few hours. There were some exceptions, of course. For example, someone high up in the chain of command managed to enforce the evacuation of the wounded from the army hospital. However, no one knew how effective exactly the execution of that order would be, or how quickly the evacuation would happen. Sonny was reluctant to leave Luster's fate to chance, though. He returned to the barracks, which had turned hectic and feverish in his absence. Finally, his soldiers woke up, emerging from their sleeping pods with confused expressions on their faces. Not only was the building full of noise, but their leader was also waiting for them with a grim expression on his face. Sparing the three awakened a single glance, Sonny said, "Let's go get Luster and Kimmy. I'll explain what is happening on the way." They made their way to the hospital. Outside, the cold was slowly turning unbearable, but despite that, crowds of frightened people were flowing through the streets, some aimless and lost, some full of frantic determination. The situation inside the hospital was even worse. Unlike the rest of the people in the city, the medical officers had received direct orders to transfer all the patients to the port fortress and await immediate evacuation. However, the orders were vague and hastily compiled, lacking a lot of important details and instructions. Aside from that, moving severely injured soldiers was not as easy as transporting healthy people. Some required special care, some could not be moved at all, unless an awakened healer got personally involved. Rattled, Sonny finally understood what the word pandemonium meant. Cutting through the chaos, he and his soldiers reached Luster's room. After a short conversation with a panicked nurse, they received verbal permission to take him away, and barged inside. Neither Luster nor Kimmy seemed surprised to see them. In fact, Kim had already prepared the wounded awakened for departure. He was dressed, freshly bandaged, and holding a pack full of necessary medical supplies and healing agents. The young man had also received a very generous dose of painkillers. Seeing Sonny, he smiled stupidly. "Cap Major, where are we going?" Sonny looked at Kim and gave her a nod. "Eastern Antarctica. We just need to find you a boat." The young woman silently took the medicine pack from Luster, hung it across her chest, then forced him to climb on her back. Considering that she was much smaller than the young man, the two of them looked rather comical, but of course, as an awakened, Kim was more than strong enough to carry a person. Before they left, Samra suddenly spoke, her usually calm face turning slightly pale. "Captain, what about Quentin? We can't just leave him here." Sonny looked at her for a moment, then somberly shook his head. "We have to. It doesn't matter, anyway he is in the nightmare by now. If he survives, the spell will create an ascended body for him. If not, taking him with us won't make any difference." The five of them grew solemn, then reluctantly followed him out. Luster was mumbling something under his nose, but the rest were deathly silent. On the street, Sonny looked around, then approached a random military vehicle and used his bare hand to tear through the armored alloy, destroying the locking mechanism of its door. With how many soldiers had perished during the siege, there was a surplus of machinery in the city. No one was going to miss one PTV. It was just that he had no time to request proper access. Luckily, Army transports did not have a complicated startup sequence. All he had to do was override the controls with his military ID, then access the internal computer and assign the vehicle to the first irregular company. After that, the PTV recognized Sonny as its valid driver. "Damn, I never even got close to stealing a PTV when I lived in the outskirts, and now I'm swiping one as an ascended. What kind of logic is that?" Darkly amused, he sent the vehicle barreling forward and maneuvered it through the crowded streets at high speed. "Hold on tight, we need to make a stop first before going to the port." Soon, he reached the dormitory tower where Professor Obel and Beth were living. Sonny stopped the vehicle and dissipated into the shadows without wasting any time. A few seconds later, he was standing in front of a familiar door. Sonny knocked on it several times, praying that they were both home. Luckily, they were. Walking inside, Sonny quickly looked around the apartment, then turned to Professor Obel and Beth. From their expressions, he understood that they already knew what was happening. Bet's eyes were wide and shaken. "Sonny, is it true?" He nodded, then said steadily. "Get your things. We need to leave as soon as possible." The young woman seemed startled. "Leave? Leave to where?" Sonny spared her a quick glance. "To the port, of course. You need to get on a ship." She took a small step back. But our tickets are not due until." Taking a step forward, Sonny took her by the shoulders and looked her in the eyes. "Forget about the tickets. You are leaving today. Now, go, there's no time to waste." Neither Beth nor Professor Obel had a lot of things to gather, so they were out of the apartment in less than 15 minutes. The old man remained quiet throughout all that time, only speaking when spoken to. His eyes were calm, but burdened. Diving from the chilling cold into the warm interior of the PTV, Sonny checked to see if everyone had settled and drove off. Two beams of light cut through the darkness as the vehicle sped through the snow-covered streets. Once again, they were heading north this time, toward the port fortress of the doomed siege capital. Chapter 1053, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 71. Getting close to the port turned out to be complicated. There were too many people and too many vehicles heading the same way at some point. Driving forward became simply impossible. The road was utterly jammed, which was a truly strange scene. Back in NQSC, PTVs were somewhat of a rare sight, but Falcon Scott was brimming with military transports of all kinds. Understanding that their vehicle was truly stuck, Sonny grimaced and told everyone to get out. As they did, a litany of sounds assaulted their ears: the rumbling hum of engines, the ear-piercing wail of electric horns, the anxious shouts of countless people, all of it fused into a cacophonous cloud of noise. Around them, a vast crowd of people was flowing through the congested road, the vehicles waiting hopelessly for a chance to move forward. There were men, women, and children, some carrying bags and backpacks containing their belongings, some empty-handed. A driver of a massive transport was standing on the side of the cabin, screaming furiously for everyone to get out of his way and that he had orders to reach the port. His yells were useless, of course. Even if the crowd of people parted, there was another vehicle right in front of the transport, and another one after that, and another one after that, all similarly stuck. The people moving toward the port on foot were acting senselessly, as well. It was not like they had a chance of getting on a ship simply by reaching the fortress. Most of them had simply panicked and lost all reason. Some had not even wanted to go, but were swept up by the crowd. In any case, the mob presented a serious obstacle to Sonny. Luckily, his uniform had turned out to be good enough of a deterrent. Where he walked, a small bubble of empty space magically appeared, allowing his group to advance forward with sufficient speed. Even in this state, the people were able to recognize a master. Some moved aside out of respect and reverence, some out of fear. This is damn. Sonny had considered himself an experienced person, and not without reason. From the starless void of the Forgotten Shore to the frozen Hell's Cape of Antarctica, he had seen and lived through a lot of things, both incredible and terrifying. However, he had never experienced anything on the scale of what was currently happening in Falcon Scott. Even the destruction of the Ivory City did not quite come close. By the time the cohort reached the northern section of the wall, he was in a grim and sober mood. Here, there was another massive gate, its wings currently retracted into the framework of the barrier. Beyond it was a vast span of concrete that led directly to the edge of the tall cliffs. Usually, there would be several organized lines of refugees waiting for their turn to use the elevators, and a lot of loader robots carrying cargo to and from the fortress. Now, however, the whole space was covered by a sea of people, all frantic to get closer to the edge and get a chance to descend to the coast. Someone was still operating the elevators, but the personnel of the transfer station had clearly given up on trying to control the mob. People were pressed tightly against the alloy barriers that were meant to prevent them from falling down, and some were even trying to climb over them. Nothing but a deadly fall awaited them on the other side, but the climbers seemed completely crazed. Sunny stared at the startling scene for a few moments, then looked away. He felt a chill that had nothing to do with the unbearable cold of the polar winter run down his spine. A human mob was a frightening thing. It was even more frightening because everything had been fine just half a day ago. In such a short time, the whole city seemed to have gone mad. What are these fools hoping to accomplish? Sunny flinched. What was he hoping to accomplish? Gritting his teeth, he pushed forward through the crowd. His uniform and aura of authority cleared a path, and when that was not enough, he simply pushed people away with Sun's strength. It was not at all hard. Remaining gentle enough not to crush anyone was much harder. His soldiers followed. After experiencing the horrors of the nightmare spell and the tempering of countless battles, they all managed to remain composed. Beth and Professor Obel, however, looked deeply rattled. Still, they followed, too. After some time, Sunny finally reached the entrance to one of the elevators. Currently, it was closed, since the platform had not yet arrived. The refugees moved slightly aside to give the awakened some breathing room. However, he could still hear their voices. "Look, Master. You there, officer? What the hell is happening? Please, take me with you. Curse you." He kept looking forward, ignoring the yells. Some people tried to ingratiate themselves with Sunny, some cursed him out and demanded explanations. Some stupidly became overjoyed, as if the appearance of an ascended was going to solve everything. At least it's not as cold. With so many bodies around, the oppressive cold had retreated a little. Eventually, a massive platform arrived from the bottom of the cliffs, and the barrier retracted into the ground. Sunny led his group forward, taking a place near the opposite side of it. From there, he could see the ocean, and the port fortress below. There was only one gargantuan ship currently anchored near it, with several large ferries coursing between the vessel and the pier to bring people aboard. The port itself was as crowded as the transfer station, and so was the pier. The situation inside seemed even more chaotic than here. After around 2,000 people and several large transport vehicles entered the platform, the barrier rose once again, and the elevator plummeted down. It seemed to be moving at a greater speed than usual, causing several passengers to yelp in fear. However, the platform safely reached the bottom of the cliffs in less than a minute. There was a walled road leading from the elevators to the port. Half of it was designated for pedestrian traffic, half for the vehicles that rode was congested as well, but further away. Sunny noticed soldiers standing watch above it, carrying out their duty with lost expressions on their faces. Luckily, no nightmare creatures had chosen today to attack the city from the coast. "Let's go." Glancing at Kim, who was still carrying Luster, he continued toward the port. It took some time to reach it, as well. The closer they got to the pier, the more frantic the atmosphere became. Some of the people here arrived after the terrible news of Sky Tide's defeat had spread, but some had been here even earlier, happily waiting to be brought away to eastern Antarctica as per the government queue. Now, their chances of getting a spot on the ship was suddenly uncertain. "But we were scheduled to be relocated today. Look, we have tickets." "Get the hell out of my way. Sir, please, just let me through." "When is the next ship arriving?" "When is?" The port officers were desperately trying to create some semblance of order, but it was useless. Still, only so many people could get aboard, so there were soldiers standing guard at the entrance to the pier, and a barrier of alloy mesh that slid up and down, letting groups of refugees proceed further from time to time. Every time the barrier retracted, the crowd grew agitated and tried to push forward, only to be thrown back by the heavy gazes of the guards. Sunny hesitated. What now? Chapter 1054, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 72. He looked around, studying the barrier and the crowded pier that could be seen through the mesh. Then, suddenly, Sunny heard a familiar voice. "Move back, damn it, don't push if you have a spot in the queue, present an ID if you are a member of the First Army. Come that way, get a hold of yourself and behave like people." He looked around and saw a tall, handsome man with indigo eyes and hair that seemed somewhere between black and blue standing in front of the barrier, struggling to hold back the panicked crowd. Sonny raised an eyebrow. Pushing closer to the man, he called out. Neve? What the hell are you doing here? The man, it was indeed Master Neve of the House of Night, blinked a couple of times, then looked in his direction with a confused expression. Sonny? Gods, it's you. What are, doesn't matter. I'm now in charge of boarding, I guess. Sonny led his group to the barrier, stopping right in front of the Nightwalker. Neve gestured for a nearby awakened to assume his position and took a step to the side. He gave Sonny a somber look. That ship over there is where I'm assigned to. We are going to leave once we're at capacity. Actually, we are already over capacity. But a few more people can still be squeezed in, so. Sonny frowned. What about Bloodwave? The Nightwalker sighed. He led the other ship away a few hours ago, with Saint Tyrus aboard. There will be more ships tomorrow, and more the day after that if the Winter Beast does not arrive sooner. But Uncle won't be coming back. Hell guard the strait until the relocation is over. And then, we will resume evacuating people over the ocean, to the northern quadrant. Sonny nodded. Figures. Listen. Neve spoke first, interrupting him. Do you need to get on the ship? Sonny grew quiet, suddenly ashamed for no reason. Strangely, he felt thankful to the Nightwalker for not forcing him to say it aloud. After a few moments of awkward silence, Sonny shook his head. Not me. I just need to place a tether inside. Ascended could simply retreat into the dream realm whenever they wished. Even if their tether remained in the Antarctic Center, a saint would then be able to bring them back to the waking world, to a safer region. Granted, there were no saints on the Ivory Island, so Sonny was a bit more inconvenienced in that regard. Of course, leaving the waking world was not an instantaneous process. It required some time and absolute concentration, so doing it in the middle of a battle was usually impossible. Any Ascended that remained in the city would have to travel to the Dream Realm before the Winter Beast arrived, or risk annihilation with the rest of the mundane people. Still, taking up a spot on a ship would be a waste. And Sonny had long decided to stay and try to stall the Titan, anyway. He looked at Neve. I don't need one. But my people. Sonny glanced at Beth, Professor Obel, and the members of his cohort. Neve looked at them, too. His face fell. The Nightwalker hesitated for a few moments, then said quietly. Sonny, I have 3 spots reserved, as a member of the crew. I will give you those. Beyond that, however, I can get the rest of your cohort on board, too. Members of the First Army have a priority right to be evacuated. But those additional spots, they will come at the expense of civilians with officially issued tickets. So it's your decision. He paused, and then added apologetically. Sorry, but you have to make it quick. This is going to be the last batch we let in tonight. As though to echo his words, the mesh barrier suddenly slid into the ground with a metallic screech. The soldiers started checking the IDs and letting people pass through one by one. Sonny froze for a moment. His face grew still. So. His heart grew heavy. So this is what it came to. 3 spots, all having to displace civilians who had a spot in the queue. His soldiers had all heard what Neve said. Sonny turned around, looking at them. Kim, Luster, Dawn, Samara, Belle, Beth, Professor Obel. What was he supposed to do? Curse it all. As Sonny studied the faces of his soldiers, Belle, Dawn, and Samara briefly glanced at each other. Then, the giant man looked at Sonny and slightly shook his head. There were no words spoken. And yet, for a moment, Sonny felt as though his heart was pierced by a sharp blade. He lowered his head, then looked at Professor Obel. The old man met his gaze, and the two of them remained motionless for several seconds, as if having a silent conversation. Finally, Sonny looked at the mob of frightened refugees crowding behind the line of the barrier, all desperate to be saved. He sighed. How terrible. Why the hell did I want to be an officer? God's no amount of the damned contribution points was worth it. Then, Sonny straightened his back and said confidently. Beth, Professor Obel. You go in first. Beth gave him a startled glance, but the old man gently pushed her forward. They moved past Neve, the young woman crossing the line first. However, as soon as she did, Professor Obel silently took a step back. At the same time, Sonny pushed Kim and Luster. His push, though, was not too gentle. The two stumbled past Neve, ending up on the other side of the line, too. They were one of the last people to be let through. A moment later, the barrier rose with a screech, and a wall of alloy mesh cut off the pier from the rest of the port. Sonny, Professor Obel, Samra, Dorn, and Bell remained on one side. Kim, Luster, and Beth were on the other. The young woman turned around, confused. When she saw the old man behind the fence, her eyes widened. Professor, why are you? Professor Obel smiled. It's all right, Beth. We already had that conversation, remember? Stop being stubborn and forgive this old man. Ah, my old bones really can't endure another journey. She grabbed the mesh, frantic. No, you can't, how could you? He sighed. I only have a few more years left to live, at best. Beth, I might have accomplished a lot in this life, but it's coming to an end. The old man chuckled. You will accomplish even more, given time. What, do you think I was already brilliant at your age? Gods, no, I barely knew how to tie my shoes. Letting someone young take my place is a privilege of mine, especially someone like you, or awakened Kim over there. Beth stared at him for a few long moments, her eyes glistening. Then, she turned to Sonny. Sonny, what about? He scoffed. It'll be fine. It's like you don't know me. There's not a single selfless bone in my body, so you don't really have to worry about my safety. At that point, Kim finally spoke. Captain. Sonny glanced at her and frowned. You keep Luster and Beth safe. Who knows what will happen? Go board the ship and get the hell out of here, Kim. That's an order. He remained silent for a moment, and then added. Also, it's Major, damn it. And that was that. Soon, Kim, Luster, and Beth boarded a ferry and were taken to the towering vessel. Sonny and the rest remained in the doomed siege capital. In Falcon Scott. The air was getting colder and colder. Chapter 1055, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 73. After things were settled, Sonny did not really know what to do. Professor Obel wanted to go back to the dormitory, for now, so Sonny asked Bell, Dorn, and Samra to take the old man there. After that, they were supposed to return to the barracks. Left alone, Sonny remained motionless for a few minutes, then used Shadow Step to sneak aboard Neve's ship. Placing a tether there did not take him much time. After the invisible mark was created, he used the same method to return to the port fortress. It was already night, of course. Night and day were absolutely the same during the long winter, here in Antarctica. Still, it meant that the winter beast would arrive in around 12 hours, at the earliest, and in no more than 40 at the latest. Sonny slowly made his way back to the elevators. No one was moving in the opposite direction of the port, so he did not have to force his way through the crowd. He just walked slowly, moving aside to let vehicles pass from time to time. The elevators were going up entirely empty, as well. His lonesome figure startled the crowd of people waiting for the platform to arrive at the upper transfer station. Sonny spared them a heavy glance, then sighed and dissipated into the shadow. He had no desire to travel through the mob again. To waste as little essence as possible, he simply glided through the darkness and appeared some distance away, in the shadow of the city wall. Then, he used a lift to reach the battlements and finally escape the panicked sea of people. From here, he could see the vast expanse of the city. Falcon Scott was bathed in darkness and suffused with stark artificial light. Snowflakes danced in the frigid air, and above it all, the ghostly aurora swirled like a celestial river of ghostly flames. Countless stars shone coldly high above. Sunny looked at the dreamlike scene for a few moments, then sighed. How come it looks so beautiful? On the other side of the wall was the ocean. He could see the port below, the overflowing mass of people within it, and the lone battleship towering above the dark waters. Sunny walked along the length of the wall, keeping his eye on the vessel. There were soldiers standing watch on the wall. Strangely enough, none of them seemed in a hurry to leave their posts. In fact, he could feel a strange mood permeating the air. The crowd of refugees below was almost frenzied, but here on the battlements, the members of the First Army were almost tranquil. It was not the resigned tranquility of desperation, either, just unvarnished calmness of people who had been through hell and did not fear the end. Soon, he heard one of the soldiers say, "Look, it's moving." Sunny could see it, as well. The battleship was finally departing. The titanic chain rattled as it rose, soon revealing a massive anchor. Then, slowly, the giant vessel started to move, distancing itself from the port. Its departure caused the people packed into the fortress to cry out, the litany of their voices flying on the wind to reach his ears. A raspy female voice responded to the soldier. "Poor guys, I feel bad for them. It's too damn cold." The first, male voice sounded again after a moment of silence. "Yeah. I hope someone in the port will have enough sense to hand out food, blankets, and something hot to drink. Speaking of something to drink, give that thing here." Sunny frowned. Wait, don't those voices sound familiar? He looked at the pair of talkative soldiers. One of them was a man in the uniform of the First Army, the other was an awakened woman wearing a beautiful enchanted robe. The two of them were passing a flask of something fragrant between each other while idly observing the departure of the battleship. Sunny tilted his head, surprised. They were Sergeant Gear and Lieutenant Karen, two officers who had been under his command during the hellish march to Falcon Scott. He had not seen them after reaching the siege capital. Sunny hesitated for a moment, then said, "Hey, you." Karen flinched and grabbed the parapet of the battlement with both hands. "To be stupidly tough. Though I thought I heard him too. Weird." Sunny sighed. Her face paled a little. Gear, I think I drank too much. I just heard the devil calling out to me." The mundane soldier scoffed. "Ain't no way you are drunker than me. Aren't you awake and supposed to be stupidly tough? Though I thought I heard him too. Weird." Sunny sighed. "That's because I'm standing right behind you." Both of them slowly turned around and stared at him for a few moments. Then, sincere smiles suddenly appeared on their faces. "Captain. Sir, you're here too?" He rolled his eyes, then came closer and leaned on the parapet beside them. "Yes, I'm here too." After the caravan reached the city, the soldiers and awakened he had led were absorbed back into the First Army and sent to reinforce the garrison. He had met a few here and there during the siege, but largely, Sunny had no idea what had happened to them. It was strange to see Gear and Karen again. He studied them for a bit, then asked, "The two of you did not board the ship?" Sergeant Gear hesitated, then shrugged relaxedly. "I know. It just feels weird, to leave all these people behind and run away. Actually, pretty much no one I know went and took a spot for themselves. Most of us First Army grunts are staying." He took a sip from the flask and chuckled. "It's like we all made a weird suicide pact." Karen pulled the flask out of his hand and smiled. "It's all right, though. Actually, I feel like I was supposed to die in Erebus Field. That would have been sad." She took a big gulp and sighed with pleasure. "Because everyone there died. But here, we already made sure that 170 million people escaped. By tomorrow, it's going to be 180. That's a lot of people. That's a job well done, if you ask me." And if we manage to hold out for a day or two more, then that's going to be even better. Gear nodded. That is the reason why we were sent here in the first place, isn't it? To make sure that these people escape. So, saving ourselves at their expense just feels weird, that's all. Sunny studied them for a few moments, remaining silent. Then, he sighed. I guess I feel the same way. Plus I really hate losing, as well. Karen and Gear looked at him with complicated expressions. So you're staying, too? Sunny smiled slightly. Yeah, but don't get me wrong. I am not planning on dying heroically. Unlike some people, I haven't given up on giving that beast a good fight. The two soldiers were quiet for a bit. Then, Gear suddenly laughed. Good, that's good hell, now that I know that you're going to be with us too, sir, I am starting to feel that maybe there's still a chance. We already killed one Titan, didn't we? What's one more? Karen lingered for a moment, then offered the flask to Sunny and patted the mundane soldier on the shoulder. Sure, Gear, sure. It's just a corrupted Titan. Let's kill it. Why not? Sunny received the flask and took a sip of something bitter, flavorful, and absolutely searing. He grimaced and coughed, feeling his eyes turn wet with tears. Gods, what the hell are they drinking? After a while, when he regained his ability to speak again, Sunny wiped his eyes and passed the flask to Karen. Feeling a pleasant warmth spread through his body, he said. Yeah, you're right. It's just a corrupted Titan. Chapter 1056, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 74. It was already morning by the time Sunny made his way to the dormitory tower where Professor Obel was staying. The cold had gotten even more oppressive, and the wind was like a sharp knife that cut ruthlessly against his skin. It was rather strange. Soon after the news of the winter beast's inevitable attack spread through the city, the whole population seemed to have gone mild. Fear, panic, and desperation were like a wildfire that spread through the siege capital, throwing it into utter chaos. For a while, it was as though Falcon Scott had turned into a wounded, frenzied beast. But now, a strange calmness permeated the snow-covered streets. Even near the port, the mob had become meek and docile. A few more ships arrived, and a few more millions of people were taken away. The rest either surrendered themselves to fate, or gave up completely. As soon as they let go of hope, their fear disappeared. Their panic subsided, too. Sunny walked through the city. He saw different people coping with the merciless reality of the situation in different ways. Some seemed numb and lethargic. Some seemed serene and at peace. Everyone found solace in their own way. He even saw groups of people climb to the roofs of the highest buildings, carrying chairs, portable heaters, and food. They were going to watch the arrival of the Titan, and meet their ends together. Others were trying to get as deep underground as they could. A siege capital like Falcon Scott had plenty of durable subterranean shelters. However, if anyone thought that they could hide from the approaching doom there, they were sorely mistaken. No amount of frozen soil and layers of mundane defenses were going to stop a corrupted Titan. There had been shelters in Erebus Field, too, but no one who had entered them survived. And Goliath was in no way a match for the winter beast. As for Sunny himself, he had not given up yet. He still had some more to fight left in him. He had spent these hours trying to come up with a way to, if not defeat the abominable horror, then at least tie down and stall it. Sadly, Sunny saw no way to win, no matter how hard he looked. The enemy was just too strong, and his bag of tricks was all but empty. There was no time to prepare anything, and even if there were, he was not sure that he would have been able to pull another miracle out of thin air. Killing Goliath was already an astonishing feat in the past. Before the transcendence of the first saints, it had taken all of Clan Valor decades to slay a fallen Titan. But Sunny destroyed the dreadful stone colossus in a single second. If he had been a couple seconds slower, the city would have probably already been destroyed. That was how terrifying Titans were. The further one walked on the road of ascendance or corruption, the greater the distance between individual steps. There was a vast chasm between a terror and a titan, and an even more boundless abyss between a fallen and a corrupted one. Sunny had not come up with a single good idea. His own strength was insufficient, and there was no one stronger around to borrow it from. Is it really hopeless? Despite it all, he was reluctant to accept that fact. And yet, a shadow of doubt was weighing on his heart. As Sunny was approaching the dormitory tower, his thoughts wandered to Gear and Kerin. His mood turned dark as he remembered all the people he had brought to Falkenscott, and how much effort had gone into preserving their lives. Where were they now? The nameless sleeper, the kid who had called him uncle once, the brave soldier who had lost his arm to the devouring cloud. Had they been evacuated, or were they still out there, somewhere, within the doomed city? Most of the 200 million people had already been evacuated, so the chances of that weren't high. Standing in front of the entrance to the dormitory, he looked at the piles of snow on both sides of it. The man who had been so happy to give him a sandwich, was he and his wife safe? And countless others. With a deep sigh, Sunny entered the tower and made his way to Professor Opal's apartment. The old man met him with a calm smile. "Master Sunless. Come in, come in." By now, there was no one inside the apartment except for the old man. The two of them remained silent for a while. Eventually, Professor Opal sighed. "I wanted to thank you. Some time ago, I made a request of you to not choose to save my life over someone else's. Back then, you didn't agree. I am glad that you changed your mind." Sunny looked at the old man with a bleak expression. He remembered that conversation. Back then, he had foolishly proclaimed that he would not have to choose, because he would simply save everyone he decided to save. Technically, Sunny had kept that promise. The convoy had made it to Falkenscott, and although there were some casualties, he never ended up having to put Professor Opal's life over that of other people. Who could have known that their woes would only grow more calamitous after reaching the distant siege capital? Sunny pursed his lips, and then said in an even tone, "I am not going to lie, Professor, I am unhappy with your decision. After all the effort I've put into keeping you alive, you still chose to stay. It makes me feel as though all those struggles of mine were meaningless." They had not been, of course. Tens of thousands of people and maybe even millions were alive because of what Sunny had done. But millions of people were faceless. To him, Professor Opal had long become somewhat of a personification of all the mundane humans the First Army was meant to save, him and Beth. The old man smiled wistfully. "I knew that you would feel that way. People who are as principled as you, young man, are a rare breed. They can't help but feel responsible for the entire world. However, the world is too vast, Major Sunless. You can't defeat it all by yourself. And you shouldn't be forced to, either." Sunny looked at him with surprise. "Now, that is very amusing." He couldn't help but snort. "Principled? Me? Professor, you are deeply mistaken. I have no principles to speak of. I am just stubborn, spiteful, and a little bit mad. That's all there is to me." The old man laughed. "If you say so, young man, anyway, you must be really busy. I won't keep you. However, I do have one last favor to ask. Would you mind escorting me to the communication array? My work schedule is technically suspended, but a bunch of us old engineers decided to gather there. Who knows, maybe we'll even manage to restore function to the whole thing. In any case, it will be an extremely interesting problem to solve. I already have a few ideas." Sunny stared at him for a few moments, then silently nodded. Together, they left the dormitory tower and ventured through the streets of Falkenscott, chatting idly as they did. Time seemed to slow down a little. Nevertheless, they eventually reached the base of the communication array complex, where a dozen or so old men and women were standing waiting for the latecomers to arrive. Some of them waved to Professor Opal, calling out to him with boisterous voices. The old man waved in response, then turned to Sunny and smiled. "We're here. Thank you very much, young man, for everything. Sonny felt as though a lump was stuck in his throat. He lingered for a few moments, then forced out a few words. Don't mention it. And thank you, too, Professor. Please, stay safe. Professor Obell patted him on the shoulder. You must survive, Major. Don't hesitate to save yourself, when the time comes. Farewell. With that, he smiled one last time, then turned away and headed to the other old engineers. They welcomed him with friendly greetings. Sonny remained motionless for a while, then turned away too. Damnation. Grilling his teeth, he shivered in the cold and started walking. The shadow weighing on his heart had become heavier. Chapter 1057, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 75. He found his soldiers calmly preparing for the nearing and most likely their last battle. Sonny had chosen the members of his cohort based on their mental resilience, but even still, he was surprised and slightly disturbed by how nonchalant all three seemed. Samara had lost her rifle, but was now in possession of Kim's carbine. She was sitting on an alloy crate, silently charging one bullet after another with essence. Bell was sharpening his sword with a vague smile on his face. Memories did not need to be sharpened, but the swordsman had a habit of doing so anyway. Dawn had been wounded by the scavenger. The deep cut on his chest had already been dealt with by an awakened healer, but he was yet to fully recover. The giant man was moving his shoulder through a set of stretching exercises, wincing from time to time. His sledgehammer was nearby, its handle leaning against the wall. When Sonny entered, the three awakened glanced his way and saluted. What's the news, sir? He shook his head. No news yet. If we're lucky, the bastard will show up tomorrow. If we're not, it will be here today. Sonny remained silent for a few moments, then added. In any case, we will have to deal with the blizzard first. Keep those charms I gave you summoned. Protection against cold is going to play a big role when the winter beast comes. Sonny possessed the memory of ice, but he had also created lesser versions of the ascended charm for each of his soldiers. Those memories were not as potent, but also required much less essence to sustain the enchantments. They nodded, summoning the artificial charms. Looking at his soldiers, Sonny couldn't help but feel a hint of fear. He had only known these people for a few months, but they had gone through a lifetime of struggles together. Even if he wasn't responsible for their lives, he would still have been fiercely reluctant to see them die. Bell, Dawn, Samara, they were admirable warriors each. More importantly, they were his people. Sonny sighed. You just had to go and stay, huh? He had been fully prepared to have load the whole cohort on the ship, but the three awakened silently refused. Staying in Falcon Scott was their choice. Bell looked at him and grinned. Sure, sir. That's our job. Samara simply nodded, choosing not to say anything in her usual manner. Dawn chuckled. We did. But aren't you here too, Major? Sonny winced. Of course, it wasn't the same. He was an ascended, and one ridiculously hard to kill on top of that. His soldiers, however, were merely awakened. They were not nearly as resilient. Yeah, I am. Bell put his sword away, the smile slowly disappearing from his face. The swordsman remained silent for a few moments, looking at him with an uncharacteristically serious expression. A heavy atmosphere settled in the barracks room. Eventually, he said. There is something I wanted to ask you, though. Sir. You don't have to answer, of course. Sonny frowned. What is it? Bell hesitated for a bit, then asked thoughtfully. There are rumors going around that you're dating Mongrel. But Mongrel, she is your echo. What's that all about? Sonny stared at him, speechless. What the hell are you on about, Phil? I'm not dating anyone. The swordsman suddenly threw his head back and exploded with laughter. I see, I see. Dawn gave him a disapproving look and let out an exasperated sigh. That guy. Sonny shook his head, suddenly feeling an urge to laugh. too. He's crazier than me. Gods. If you're done, Belle, let's discuss strategy. Some time later, Sunny walked outside to get some fresh air. The air was much cleaner in Antarctica. After all, it would be a waste to remain inside all the time, even despite the cold. As Sunny stared at the distant sky, he suddenly noticed a black bird looking at him from a nearby roof. Then, he heard the sound of approaching footsteps. Sunny. There you are. Master Jet appeared front behind a corner and walked over to him, then stopped, her icy blue eyes full of coldness that was even more chilling than the polar night. He looked at her, then smiled. Here I am. She sighed. I sent all the information we have about the winter beast to your communicator. Did you read it? He nodded. Sadly, there was little known about the Titan and its abilities. Even though Saint Tyrus had spent months suppressing the creature, most of their drawn-out battle had not been a direct one. The winter beast had shown an eerie ability to control cold, snow, and wind. Since Skytide commanded the winds, as well, their battlefield had been the sky above the Antarctic center itself. It was precisely because the Titan's most dreadful power had been continuously countered by Saint Tyrus that no one knew its true extent. It had to be tremendous, though, considering that the mere presence of the creature was distorting communications across the entire region. All Sunny and Jet could do was make educated guesses. She hesitated. Good, then. After that, both fell silent. Sunny looked at Soul Reaper, remembering the past. She was the first person he had met after surviving the first nightmare back then. Jet looked like an unreachable goddess to him. Seeing her cold beauty, he had been stunned. Luckily, she promptly slapped some sense back into him. After that, Master Jet was always in the background of his life, arguably saving it on more than one occasion with her advice and slightly jaded wisdom. And now, they were equals. It was funny the two of them had only met a few years ago, but Sunny felt as though he had known Jet all his life. Maybe because those years felt like several lifetimes. He sighed, then suddenly asked. Master Jet, I've always wanted to ask. Why did you really join the government? Considering your abilities and character, the legacy clans probably showered you with offers, and incredible ones, at that. Well, you must have received a special strategic asset designation, as well. They had briefly talked about it in the past, but Sunny always felt that he did not know the full truth. Soul Reaper looked at him with a surprised expression. What? Where did this come from? He chuckled. Just curious, that's all. Jet remained silent for a bit, then scoffed. Well, all right. But you are really overestimating me. A special strategic asset? I wasn't even designated as a simple strategic asset. Sure, my aspect was a dangerous and unique one, but other than that, I was completely unremarkable. I was foolish, timid. And unsure of myself, too. It was only later, much later, after being beaten by life over and over again, that I got rid of some of my foolishness and bloomed into this awesome and incomparably majestic figure you see in front of yourself today. Satisfied? Sunny smiled. I guess. After a few moments of silence, he asked. Do you regret it, though? The path that you took? She looked away, a thoughtful expression appearing on her face. Master Jet pondered his question for a bit, then shrugged. Her voice was calm. Ours is a bitter life, Sunny. From the outskirts of NQSC to here, it has often been bitter, and only rarely sweet. A life like that, it would be a waste, to make it taste more bitter still with regret. So, no. I might be unsatisfied with many things, but I would never waste my time on regret. Jet looked at him and raised a brow. Why? Are you feeling regretful about something? Sunny laughed. Honestly. Right now, I am regretting pretty much every single decision I've made in my life. She stared at him blankly, then rolled her eyes. Well, get over it. We have a Titan to fight. And so they did. The temperature continued to plunge, and the winds grew more and more frenzied. howling through the streets of the siege capital like hungry wolves. Faster than everyone had hoped, only a few short hours later. The winter beast had reached Falcon Scott. Chapter 1058, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 76. The remains of the field army sent to the Antarctic Center gathered into a formation after marching across the giant crater. The hill-like stone corpse of the fallen Titan Goliath, the pit created by the enormous explosion, and the city with millions of defenseless humans sheltering inside were now behind them. In front of them were a vast field of snow and the towering peaks of the mountains. There were around 20,000 mundane soldiers, some of them piloting the mighty war platforms, and 1,000 or so awakened gathered in front of the crater. Just like Gear had said, very few members of the First Army had used the priority right to be evacuated ahead of civilians. Most had remained, and were now preparing to face a dreadful foe. The Winter Beast. The plan of the battle was rather simple. The creature's physical body was rumored to be hidden at the heart of the blizzard, protected by hurricane winds and murderous cold. To prevent it from reaching the siege capital, the army was going to advance into the snowstorm and confront the Titan. Neither mundane soldiers nor the awakened had any hope of actually damaging a corrupted nightmare creature. Luckily, an abomination that mostly relied on unnatural powers to kill its prey could not be too formidable in a physical confrontation. The few masters who still remained with the army had a good chance of wounding, or even slaying it if they could get close enough. The role of the soldiers and the awakened was to bury the Titan under their bodies and distract it, hopefully giving the Ascended an opportunity to strike. No one knew if the plan had even a theoretical chance of working, but it was their best chance. Aside from Sunny and Jet, there were two more masters who had both survived the previous weeks of the siege and chosen to stay and fight. The four of them were spread across the formation, each commanding one of the 4 brigades. Nightmare was still slumbering because of the wounds he had received during the previous battle, but Saint, maybe due to the mantle of darkness, had already recovered. However, Sunny did not summon her yet. He wanted to keep his strongest weapon at hand in case things went wrong. If the army was on 6s. Full in their desperate gamble to breach the wall of the blizzard, he would send one of his shadows ahead, to allow the taciturn knight to emerge from it near the Titan and engage the abomination in battle. That was his last resort. Even still, Sunny did not know if Saint would be able to do anything. That was the main problem. None of them knew anything for sure. The Winter Beast was just too unknown and mysterious. Chances were, every single one of them would die long before catching a glimpse of the Titan's true body. Curse that fiend. Sunny was standing in front of the brigade of grim-faced soldiers who were now under his nominal command. The members of his cohort were right behind him, and behind them were the rest of the awakened. The mundane soldiers were at the back of the column, comprising most of it. All of them were looking ahead, struggling against the cruel winds. In front of them a cloud of snow was descending from the mountains, slowly blotting out the sky. It was like a swirling white wall was slowly erasing the world. With each second, the winds were growing stronger, and the terrible cold was becoming more unbearable. The blizzard was coming. Sunny sighed, then looked over his shoulder. Get ready. Without Kim, the members of his cohort lost the ability to borrow his sight. Each of them had summoned a luminous memory, and so had the rest of the awakened in the brigade. The mundane soldiers, too, were equipped with various light-producing devices. Beams of powerful spotlights shot into the darkness from the shoulders of the towering MWPs. The brigade appeared like a river of light in the middle of a sea of darkness. The harrowing snowstorm was getting closer and closer. Advance. Sunny took the first step forward, and the soldiers followed. The war platforms prepared their flamethrowers since the Titan's most fearsome weapon was cold. Today, these armaments were more valuable for their ability to create heat, not for their destructive potential. On both sides of the brigade, 2 more rivers of light flowed forward, one commanded by Soul Reaper Jet, one by an Ascended that Sunny had met a few times, but did not really know. A few moments later, the snow was upon them. Sunny shivered, feeling a merciless chill permeate his body. Even with his elemental resistance and the help of the memory of ice, he was shocked by how ferocious the cold was. He could only imagine how terrible it was for the rest of the soldiers. It had never been the same the previous time Sunny encountered the wandering blizzard. Now that Saint Tyrus was not suppressing the winter beast, it had fully unleashed its power, causing the world itself to become its tool. This snowstorm was not an after-effect of the Titan's presence on the landmass, either. It was directly created by the frozen horror. In fact, the snowstorm itself was the horror. It was as much a part of the winter beast as the physical body hidden in the heart of the blizzard was. In that regard, the corrupted Titan was much closer to the dark sea of the Forgotten Shore than it was to a simpler creature like Goliath. For a moment, Sunny wondered if there was something secretly hidden at the heart of the cursed sea, as well. Flamethrowers. The MWPs walking at the sides of the column extended their arms, sending long streams of fire crisscrossing above the formation. It was as though a flaming cage was created around the brigade for a few moments. The cold receded slightly. The billowing clouds of snow were instantly melted, and drops of water rained down on the shivering humans. For as long as the war platforms had fuel to keep the flames burning, the army still had a chance to reach the depths of the unnatural snowstorm. However, they had not burned for long. Chapter 1059, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 77. 1059 The Fall of Falcon Scott 77. It was all a gamble. A dire, dangerous, deadly gamble. The soldiers of the First Army were betting their lives against the winter beast without even knowing if they would be able to reach it, let alone hurt it. They might have made that gamble out of desperation, but they had also made it out of necessity. All of them had received a chance to leave, and all of them turned it down. Some had done it due to their sense of duty, or camaraderie, or misguided bravery. Some had simply grown numb to the horrors of the war. As for Sunny himself, he was not really sure what had led him here. He had come to this broken land in search of power, but that desirous quest seemed so childish now. Antarctica had put a lot of things in perspective. However, this shift of perspective only made things less clear instead of revealing the truth. All he knew was that he felt fiercely reluctant to leave the job unfinished, and that he did not want to fail the soldiers who had entrusted him with their lives. Sunny had never wanted to be in charge of anyone, but now that he was, their hopes and desires weighed on him like chains. Strangely, though, he did not want to refuse that burden. He felt quite protective of it. Maybe that was what Master Jet had meant when she said that no one was free in this world. Regardless of the reason, Sunny felt a frantic hope burning in his chest as he marched into the blizzard. Come on, we can do it. Behind him, the column of shivering soldiers stubbornly moved forward inside a cage of flames. The infantrymen were all encased in suits of powered armor, which were all hermetic and insulated, capable of withstanding the most hazardous environments. The awakened were all much tougher, and many of them possessed protective memories on top of that. And yet, they were all suffering from the terrifying cold. It was just too insidious, finding a way to pass through all forms of defense. Even Sunny felt miserable because of the snowstorm. Much worse, the cold was getting worse and worse the deeper into the blizzard they walked. They had to find the true body of the winter beast soon. That cold, there's something wrong about it. It doesn't feel like a natural force. Even his thoughts felt slow and frigid. But there was no way back for them now. All that Sunny could do was march forward and endure, hoping that he and his soldiers would be able to reach the heart of the blizzard. The fire produced by the MWPs helped alleviate the cold to a certain extent. But then, slowly, the heat of the furious flames started to feel less and less substantial. The flamethrowers were still spouting long streams of burning fuel, but it was as though the fire itself had been robbed of its warmth. How could fire be cold? Sunny did not know, but he felt as though the flames now contained no heat whatsoever. They were like predators that had lost all their teeth. Curse it! He glanced back, seeing a few of the mundane soldiers staggering as they walked, then gritted his teeth and continued to move forward. The snowstorm could not be too vast. They had to be getting closer to its center. All they had to do was endure a little longer. Suppressing a hint of fear, Sunny sent his shadows to scout ahead. As soon as his body lost their support, the cold assaulted it with renewed strength. He cursed quietly and concentrated on resisting the furious blows of the hurricane winds. Behind him, the awakened and the mundane soldiers were shielding their faces and leaning forward to withstand the force of the storm. Even the towering wall platforms were struggling to keep their balance. They had great mass, but also a much larger surface for the wind to attack. The pilots controlled their lumbering machines with intricate skill, keeping them upright and moving forward. The shadows flew into the storm. Even though it was almost impossible to see through the raging snow, they had other ways to perceive the world. Sunny hoped that at least one of them would be able to discover the true body of the winter beast. After all, searching for it was not hard. All he had to do was follow to where the cold was most dreadful. The closer one got to the heart of the blizzard, the more terrible the unnatural cold would become, and indeed, his shadows were able to discover the right direction soon. They all failed to reach the eye of the storm, though. Sunny felt a little shaken when he realized that, further into the blizzard, even the shadows started suffering from the merciless cold. It made no sense, since shadows were incorporeal beings, but it was nevertheless true. Once they flew sufficiently deep into the snowstorm, the power of the winter beast seemed to transcend logic and reason. It was capable of freezing even those things that should have been incapable of being frozen. How can it? To his horror, Sunny realized that the frigid slowness of his thoughts was also not just in his imagination. If the corrupted Titan was capable of affecting shadows with its powers, why wouldn't it be able to affect minds? Nothing within the winter beast's snowy domain could avoid being pervaded by its power. Recalling the shadows, Sunny shuddered and continued to walk in the direction they had discovered. Every step he took felt heavier than the last. Behind him, a soldier fell to the ground. Others tried to help the soldier stand up, but it was of no use. The man was not moving. His comrades had no choice but to abandon their futile attempts. The column flowed past the motionless figure, and soon, it was swallowed by the haze of the blizzard, disappearing from view. Not long after that, someone else dropped down. Sunny felt dread settle in his heart. No, we need to keep going. I refuse to give up. I refuse to believe that the abomination's power cannot be broken. He continued to walk with an ugly expression on his face, leaning low to resist the shattering wind. Soon, more people fell into the snow. Sunny could feel their shadows turn lifeless in the distance. Every death cut him like a knife. It was only the mundane soldiers at first. Then, one of the MWPs staggered and froze, depowering. A moment later, a powerful squall crashed into it, making the towering machine sway and collapse. Eventually, even the weakest of the awakened started dying. And then the strongest of them. Engrossed by grim fearlessness and dogged determination, the brigade continued to struggle forward. The other brigades were advancing into the blizzard by its side, too. However, their rate of progress was becoming slower and slower. The closer they got to the heart of the snowstorm, the more murderous the cold became, the stronger the winds grew, and the harder it was to make even a single step forward. It felt as though an irresistible force was pushing Sunny back and at the same time trying to sap him of his very life, battering his body with blades of wind and ice. Damn it. At first, a soldier or two would fall every minute. Then, a new body would fall into the embrace of the snow almost every second. Sunny felt a vast, maddening anguish. And a deep, biting reluctance. And fear. Not for himself, but for the mission. But then, he became scared for himself, too. At some point, Sunny realized that because of the diabolical cold that permeated his mind, he could no longer feel his dream realm anchor. It still existed there, somewhere, but it was as though the mystical connection was distorted by a hazy wall of snow. Sunny could not sense the anchor, and could not reach for it. He had nowhere to run, just like the rest of his soldiers. Are we going to lose, just like that? The thought filled him with indescribable anger and grief. He could tell that they were getting closer to the heart of the blizzard. They were not too far away, now. But the snowstorm had become just too calamitous. Sunny had lost count of how many soldiers he had lost. In fact, his senses, even the shadow sense, was slowly failing him. He could not see too far, and he could not perceive too far. The world had narrowed down to a hazy sphere of 12 meters, while everything else was obscured by snow. In that sphere, there were only a few awakened. As far as he knew, everyone else might have already succumbed to the ruthless cold. Gods, it can't be like this, it can't be, damn it. In his heart, Sunny would have been able to accept if they had reached the true body of the winter beast, but failed to defeat it. But the idea of being wiped out without even making it to the eye of the storm was enough to drive him insane. Damn it, damn it, damn it all. And with each second, still, the cold was growing more harrowing. 1550. But in the end, that was exactly what happened. Eventually, still surrounded by the wall of howling snow, Sunny realized that he could hardly make even a single step forward. He had lost sight of the brigade and did not know if any of his soldiers were still alive. There were only 3 awakened beside him: Belle, Dawn, and Samra. And with each second, still, the cold was growing more harrowing. He closed his eyes. Admit it. Sunny hesitated, staring into the blizzard. Admit it. You lost. He shivered. You fool, what else did you expect would happen? It was almost as if the sin of solace was talking to him. But, no, those were only his own thoughts. He had not even summoned the jade sword yet. His own thoughts were much more damning. Sunny let out a soft sigh, then turned around and looked at his soldiers. The members of his cohort were standing close to each other, bits of ice covering their hair. Their luminous memories had grown dim and weak, and their lips were blue. Their eyes, however, were much more calm than his own. Sunny studied their faces for a few moments, trying to come up with a solid thought. Eventually, he simply whispered, "I'm sorry." Belle smiled with the corner of his mouth, then slightly shook his head. That action alone seemed to take something out of him, and the swordsman swayed slightly. Samra reached out to support him, and he placed a hand on her shoulder, gripping it tightly. Dawn struggled a little and turned to face them. He gave his fellow awakened a warm nod, then kept looking at them without saying anything. Maybe he couldn't. Sunny remained motionless, watching. He watched them slowly grow still. And then, he watched as the spark of life was gradually extinguished inside them. Samra was first, and then Dawn. Belle was the last to go. Only when their shadows had turned lifeless and empty did Sunny allow himself to dissipate into the darkness, escaping the murderous cold. In the embrace of the shadows, the power of the winter beast was not nearly as overwhelming. It could still reach here, somehow, but in a weakened state. Sunny howled with sorrow and fury as he flew deeper into the blizzard. Even if everything was lost, he still wanted to try and reach the wretched abomination. He wanted to hurt, break, and kill it. But he failed. Even if the cold was not as terrifying in the shadows, it was still there. And the closer Sunny got to the heart of the blizzard, the more annihilating the cold became. He still persisted forward, feeling his very soul freeze and start to grow still, dying, for a time. He almost made it. Eventually, though, Sunny had to turn back. He ran away. He ran away and hid himself, waiting for the snowstorm to pass. He survived. Chapter 1060, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 78. 1060 The Fall of Falcon Scott 78. The winter beast came. And then, it left. The last citadel of humanity in the Antarctic center, Falcon Scott, had fallen to the chain of nightmares. The harrowing blizzard had swept through it, freezing the whole city solid and killing everyone inside. Sunny had heard that a long time ago, during the dark times or maybe even before that, the whole of Antarctica was covered by ice. It had been a land of perpetual winter, cold, and snow. After the corrupted Titan wiped out the last human settlement and retreated back into the mountains, as if satisfied to be the sole sovereign of the region, the landscape looked just like that, again. The city was drowning in snow. The buildings emerged from it, encased in ice. Below the cliffs, a large swath of the ocean was frozen, as well. A gargantuan battleship was stuck in the ice, still anchored, the people aboard it all dead. Everyone was dead. Except for Sunny. His soldiers were dead. Millions of civilians were dead. Professor Obel was dead, too. But he was alive, and not even wounded. Sunny had remained in the shadows for a long time, only emerging from them after his essence almost ran dry. And now, he was digging a grave. The earth itself was frozen solid, so his task was not an easy one. He had to summon the Sin of Solace, and use the beautiful jade blade to dig. Sunny was standing in a shallow pit, deepening it. His movements were fast and purposeful. Angry tears were streaming down his face, turning into ice before falling to the ground. He was not alone, either. A vague shape that looked a lot like him was sitting on the edge of the pit, staring at him somberly. It had his voice, too. "Look at you go." Sunny gritted his teeth, ignoring the Sin of Solace. The cursed sword remained silent for a while, observing him. Eventually, it asked. "So, did you find it? Conviction? Or whatever it was you've been searching for?" Sunny spared the vague shape a glance, then continued digging. No, I didn't find crap." He wiped his face with an elbow. "Actually, that's not true. I did find something. I found out that I was right all along." Sunny plunged the sword into the frozen soil and laughed. "Faith, calling, conviction, all those lofty words. It's all rubbish, it's all meaningless. People like Anvil of Valor and Ki Song have conviction, and that conviction helps them achieve greatness. Well, where are they? What good did it do? Where the hell were they, huh?" He lowered the sword and stared at the vague shape with fury in his eyes. "Those great people go around playing with their great conviction, while little people like us suffer and lose our little lives. But what's wrong with having small dreams? All I ever wanted was to live a good life, and keep people I care about safe. What's wrong about that? Why do I have to have a great goal and soaring ambition to be allowed to exist?" Sunny remained motionless for a moment, then returned to digging. "I'll tell you why. It's because those bastards made it so that's the world they have built. They can pursue their convictions and trample on millions in the process, because there's no one to hold them responsible. They can have their little wars while ignoring the death toll, no matter how much people die. Hate it. I hate it." Suddenly, he stopped, and then let out a small laugh. "Effie, she was wrong. Well, I can't blame her, she doesn't know Nephis as well as I do. From the outside, it might really look like Neph draws power from conviction. And she does, too. But the truth is so much simpler. I mean, she told me herself. Back on the Forgotten Shore, years ago, Sunny had asked Nephis why she wanted to destroy the spell. And her answer was very simple, indeed. Because I hate it. Because she hated it. She was going to destroy the spell because she wanted to, and she wanted to destroy the spell because she hated it. That was all. Sunny laughed again, then shook his head. "Fool, I'm such a fool." The vague shape sitting on the edge of the grave grinned. "Well, at least we agree on something." Sunny continued to dig, thinking back on the past months. He had not found conviction. But in a sense, he also did. "I don't need it. I know what I value, and I know what I want. It might not be much, but it's enough. I am who I am, and who I am is enough. It's plenty." He looked at the vague shape, and made it disappear with a thought. Then, Sunny climbed out of the grave and looked at it. There were 3 graves beside that one. They all stared at Sunny like monuments to his failure. Slowly, he turned to the 4 corpses that lay on the ground a small distance away from the graves. After the winter beast left, he had returned to collect the bodies of Belle, Dawn, and Samara. Guide him to the academy. She had been there when he returned from the Forgotten Shore, and 1552. And then, not too far away, he had found the body of Master Jet as well. Master Jet Sunny couldn't quite comprehend the fact that she was dead. She had always been there for him. She had been the first person to meet him after the first nightmare, and the one to guide him to the academy. She had been there when he returned from the Forgotten Shore, and from the Kingdom of Hope, too. She had even helped him purchase his home. Soul Reaper had been his mentor, comrade, and friend. For him, she was synonymous with competence and power. And perseverance. If a girl from the outskirts could rise so high, then why couldn't he? And now, she was dead. Sunny couldn't believe it, but there was no denying it. Her lifeless body was right there in front of him, unmoving and still. Her beautiful blue eyes were now glassy and hollow. Her lips were never going to curve into a smile again. Soul Reaper Jet was gone. Sunny's heart was empty. Right. He remained motionless for a while, then walked over to Belle and carried him to the first grave. Then, silently, he repeated the same process with Samara and Dawn. Master Jet was the last, but he couldn't bring himself to approach her body for a long time. Eventually, though, it had to be done. Feeling as though he was dead himself, Sunny approached Jet's corpse, then leaned down to grab it. The corpse stared at him with glassy eyes, and said hoarsely, "Kindly unhand me." Sunny sighed. "Don't worry, Master Jet. I am going to bury you while there are no nightmare creatures around, yet, but they will come eventually. You wouldn't want to be eaten, would you?" "I surely don't." The corpse remained silent for a few moments. "Have you lost your mind, Sunny? Put me the hell down." He nodded. Yes, I did lose my mind, a little." "That's true." The corpse of Soul Reaper Jet continued to stare at him. "I should probably close her eyes." "Do you need me to slap you again?" "Snap out of it, damn it." A small frown appeared on Sunny's face. Then, he suddenly dropped the corpse and flinched back, falling on his butt. What? Master Jet, you're alive?" The corpse remained motionless on the ground. After a short pause, it said in a dull, hoarse, corpsely voice, "No. I am dead." Sunny stared at it, dumbfounded. Suddenly, the corpse let out a grating, hissing sound. It was trying to laugh. "I've been dead this whole time. It's my flaw you are dead. But as long as I keep killing things and absorbing their essence, I can at least maintain a semblance of life. If I don't, it'll be truly destroyed." She struggled to turn her head and looked at him with dead, glassy eyes. "That was the real reason I joined the government, all those years ago. I knew that I'd always have things to kill if I did. Now Sunny arg, damn it, can you help me sit up?" He slowly rose to his feet, took a few shaky steps forward, and pulled her up to a sitting position. Then, he blinked a couple of times and said, "So that was why you told me that it's impossible for you to die in Antarctica? Because you were never alive, to begin with?" Soul Reaper struggled for a few moments, and then took a labored breath, the first one since he had found her in the snowfield outside the city. "Yes." It was a figure of speech. Both of them remained quiet for a while, not knowing what to say. Then, Jet suddenly turned her head. Her eyes glistened a little. "Sunny, look there." He turned around, not knowing what she wanted him to see. Nothing seemed to have changed. The graves, the snow, the frozen buildings of the destroyed city were all the same. However, far away a thin line of pale lilac appeared above the horizon, breaking the rain of cold darkness. Soul Reaper tried to smile, but failed. "The sun is rising. The night it's over." End of Volume 5. Dread Night. The long night is over, and so is Volume 5 of Shadow Slave. I hope that you enjoyed this cold, dark adventure. As for me, I surely had a blast writing it. I'll take a day off and return with the first chapters of Volume 6 the day after tomorrow. Thank you and have a great day, Gilta 3.